A spotless bedroom, a small snow-white bed. At night, a glassy chill radiance of moonlight pours quietly through the window, flowing in silence across the room. In the dim moonlight, a hazy and graceful silhouette can be seen, a figure in cat-themed pajamas curled up unceremoniously in the corner of the bed. Only the blurred lines of a delicate body are visible, yet they exude an intoxicating allure. The pajamas reach only 3 inches below the waist, leaving the entire pair of long taut legs exposed to the air, as pale as first snow and as smooth and round as lustrous pearls. At this moment, the long legs are crossed, squeezing out a perfect curve. Perhaps because the skin is too smooth and fair, the parts bared to the moonlight seem to shimmer with a mercury-like radiance, as if coated with a thin layer of phosphorescence. Hazy and intoxicating. One glance is enough to make it impossible to look away, to fall helplessly into a charm that is purity itself taken to the extreme. Innocence and seduction are perfectly unified in this naturally exquisite body. Time itself seems to halt beneath her beauty, as though afraid to disturb her slumbering grace and shatter this exquisite, silent, and inescapable scene. A melodious sound hums softly from her nose, more pleasant than a hidden mountain spring. Her long jet-black eyelashes quiver like the wings of a butterfly gently beating. The shadowy figure turns over, shifting onto her side, in search of the most comfortable posture. Why does it feel like my pectoral muscle just slapped my biceps? His drifting consciousness is drawn closer from afar, on the verge of waking. So staying up all night for days on end even messes with your sense of touch. That is what the figure thinks. Then he opens his sleepy eyes. His head still feels heavy and dizzy, as if he is floating among the clouds. Because the sleeves are too long, she now sits on the bed with her small hands withdrawn into the cuffs, drowsily rubbing her sleepy eyes. If anyone were to see this scene, it would surely become a cherished memory for a lifetime. A bit heavy, my chest. An unfamiliar sensation rises from her chest, like tiny waves gently surging. Almost involuntarily, her hand moves to her own chest. Edge. Soft, springy, smooth, and slick to the touch. The overwhelmingly pleasant sensation jolts the person on the bed fully awake. Then she lowers her head. When she sees the twin peaks rising beneath the pajama top, forming an exquisite valley, she lets out a cry of shock. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, he realizes something, and his whole body stiffens on the bed. After a moment of silence, his trembling hand reaches down between his legs. Then both knees collapse to the mattress. Eyes brimming, she whispers, It's gone. Her voice is a limp moan, as if all strength has been drained away, and she slumps bonelessly onto the bed. Yet she quickly pulls herself together. Since the current situation cannot be changed, all that remains is to let things run their course. Wasting emotions on meaningless obsession would be utterly foolish. An extraordinarily strong capacity for acceptance and adaptation has always been his greatest strength. In his previous life, he could rely only on himself, and even when faced with a reality as terrifying as this, he is able to regain his composure swiftly. With a soft murmur, she feels a trickling current surge through her head, and shards of memory begin to flood into her mind. So, this is no longer my original world. Well, that's fine. And indeed, as she says, it truly does not matter to her. Before crossing over, he was alone. No one to care for, and no one who cared for him. A solitary figure utterly by himself. For someone like him, the choice of world hardly matters at all. Next comes information about who he is in this new world. I am Tokisaki Kurumi. A degree of control over time itself. A new student at Mengqi Academy. At this moment, she feels as if something has been added to her. The abstract notion of time begins to take on a tangible form. At the same time, a warm current flows within her body. Without any teacher, as naturally as moving her own arm, she can control that current through what feels like a telepathic link. Very quickly, she adjusts. Kurumi soon grows accustomed to this new identity. Besides, it is only a name. In the past, he always chose his own names anyway. Abandoned at the gate of an orphanage, a name never meant that much to him. Now in this world, someone clearly tells her, you are Tokisaki Kurumi. Her feelings at this moment are inevitably a little complicated. Though she is reluctant to admit it, what she feels even more strongly is a sense of recognition and belonging. If anything, learning that she has become Kurumi stirs no rejection at all. To be precise, there is even a faint thrill of secret delight. In her original world, if there was anything worth longing for, it would be the 20 terabytes of high-definition anime stored on her hard drive at home, and the light novels and figures she bought, even if it meant living on instant noodles for a month. The second dimension had accompanied him through his loneliest days. It had once been the refuge of his soul. To live through high school all over again. It does not sound bad. In such a world with such an identity. At this moment, Kurumi receives information as though she were reading in a library. These memories are not carved directly into her mind. Instead, they flicker past like a slideshow, one after another. After confirming her identity in this world, Kurumi climbs out of bed and walks to the computer desk beside it. A computer? Perfect. Time to familiarize myself with the world I'll be living in. Kurumi begins searching on the computer. The distribution of land masses in this world seems not too different from her former Earth, yet the surface area is magnified countless times, as if the old Earth had been enlarged according to some grand scale. The current global situation can be described as tripolar with multiple secondary powers. As for those many smaller forces, there is no need to dwell on them. The three poles are the three greatest powers: Mengqi Land, Tianchao, and the Yi Alliance. Mengqi Land is where Kurumi currently resides, a gathering place of the strange and the mysterious. It is an extremely free place brimming with the vitality of youth, where every dream and miracle might one day come true. Mengqi Land is a colossal island floating upon the ocean as vast as a continental plate. Upon it rises a giant metropolis composed primarily of 1,000 academies. There are no governments here, no nation-states, only complete unit autonomy. The highest authority is the Joint Campus Council, formed by the student councils Mengqi Institute and the City Security Corps. The Alliance is a gargantuan coalition formed by all the nations of Europe and America. It houses the most authoritative emblem of magic, the Clock Tower, the Sacred Vatican, which can commune with higher gods, and the Free Alliance, the cradle of the most advanced existing technology. These three sites constitute the three most representative power systems of the Alliance. As for Tianchao, there is one word for it: a colossal behemoth. Honored as the Celestial Dynasty, it is a presence no force or nation dares provoke. Though it bears the word Chao, it does not refer to a court, but to an honorific passed down from ancient custom. Led by Mengqi Academy, Tianchao is divided among 6 great houses: Wang, Shishao, Tianyi, and Luo. Seeing this, Kurumi cannot help but laugh, for she finds a little anecdote in the information: a bloodshed sparked by a single piece of cheese. It began at a banquet when the young master of the Shirou family ate the Luo family princess's last piece of cheese, nearly causing a rift between the two houses. What makes Kurumi laugh aloud is not the Luo princess's gluttonous traits, but the fact that the Shirou family's fondness for milk seems almost hereditary. From their ancestors onward, this clan appears to have had an exceptional love for drinking beast milk. Kurumi continues scrolling. In the far east of this world, as in her original one, there is still an island nation. The difference is that this island now looks entirely to Tianchao, as its leader having become Tianchao's 11th devoted region. Thus it has earned a special name, the 11th District. 11th District. Staring at this familiar term, Kurumi is at a loss for how to even begin mocking it. She can only skip past it and continue searching for more information about this world. It really does seem like a rather wonderful place, she sighs. It's just that the technology tree is a little skewed. Some regions still use primitive windmills and water wheels in place of manpower, while others developed near light-speed spacecraft 60 years ago, letting ordinary people vacation between Earth and the Moon with ease. Wait, hold on. What's this methods of cultivation? Wait, is this for real? They just put this online for anyone to see. Kurumi follows the instructions on the screen, trying it out, and sure enough, she can feel a warm current coursing through her entire body. Is this spiritual power? Wait. She recalls that the information she absorbed earlier also mentioned this. I have it too. That must be the warm current I felt just now. But what exactly is this spiritual power in terms of how it exists, Kurumi continues searching the keyword spiritual power, and about 120 related results pop up. After some investigation, she learns spiritual power is a kind of fundamental particle. It can be converted into magic power, battle chi, demon power, primal force, and so on. The most basic component compatible with every cultivation system. And this is all posted online, which means this doesn't even count as basic knowledge. After her initial shock, panic, and the flood of information into her mind, Kurumi gradually calms down. Since she has come, she may as well make herself at home. Getting used to this world as it is now is far more important. Kurumi begins to carefully sense her own body. Simply by circulating it slightly according to the online method, she feels a surging, roaring power burst forth. I seem very strong. Kurumi looks at her small snow-white hand and curls her fingers into a fist, unable to imagine that such a petite body could contain such terrifying power. At the very least, she is far stronger now than she ever was in her former male body. At the very least, my safety is guaranteed. The peerlessly beautiful girl turns around, gazing at her reflection in the mirror opposite, and murmurs softly. To be honest, the instant she saw herself, she was already intoxicated by her own beauty. In almost a single heartbeat, Kurumi's gaze is captured by her own unrivaled looks. A black-haired girl with her hair tied into 2 tails, because she has just woken up, it is a little tousled, which only lends her a lazy, languid charm. Her skin is as white as pearl, the neck revealed by the pajama's collar is so slender it seems as though the slightest force could snap it in two. Most distinctive of all is the fringe before her left eye. Her face is breathtakingly beautiful, yet the hair at the front is strangely long. But now as she looks at herself in the mirror, she cannot help but feel grateful for that strand of fringe, for in the instant she meets her own gaze through it, she feels a devilish, enchanting intoxication. As expected, I, Kurumi, am a living painting of beauty. No, that's not right. I am Kurumi myself now. With a face like this, sigh, I might become a gravely sinful person. Kurumi shakes her head and sighs in smug amusement. Then the sinful woman once more begins organizing information related to cultivation. Even if these methods are common as dirt here, she was an ordinary person not long ago. Having suddenly obtained a way to cultivate, how could she possibly fail to cherish it? And so Kurumi takes out a pen, recording on paper, and then sorting and summarizing, temporarily casting everything else aside. The horizon had already turned a pale fish-belly white, the inky blue sky stretching along the surface of the sea all the way to the line where ocean and heavens met. From here, when the window was open, the spring sea breeze would lift the white gauze curtain, bringing with it a coolness that seeped into one's very heart, wrapping the senses in the refreshing comfort of being embraced by the ocean. This was the student dormitory of Mengqi Academy, and it was where Kurumi's room was located. The dormitory had 3 floors nestled between mountain and sea. Every student possessed an independent room fully equipped with every necessary facility, and together with the surrounding scenery, the conditions bordered on extravagant. It was hard to imagine that in Mengqi Academy all 1,000 freshmen enjoyed such accommodations. Tokisaki Kurumi lived in building 3 room 303. At this moment, she finally finished sorting through all the information she could find. Dawn already, she murmured. Facing the small fiery red arc of the sun just emerging from the sea, she stretched lazily, her exquisite curves displayed to perfection in that instant. Golden sunlight streamed in as though trimming her figure with a halo of gold, dignified and untouchable, yet carrying a fatal allure. Kurumi scratched her head. Even such a simple gesture was endearing, filled with the fragrant liveliness of girlhood. Although she had organized everything, much of it still baffled her. She let out a sigh. She still had to attend school, didn't she? The new term starts tomorrow. Mengqi Academy should teach the relevant knowledge. I'll just look into it then, she consoled herself. Seeing that her neatly organized notes already covered the entire desktop, Kurumi smiled happily. Studying this diligently, perhaps I really do have the makings of a top student. MHM. The girl rubbed her chin, nodding repeatedly with a look of firm approval. But it's far too scattered. I have to bind it together, otherwise one gust of wind, and I'll be crying my eyes out. Kurumi gazed at the loose sheets of white paper spread across the table, as though envisioning a gust of wind sweeping through and sending them fluttering through the air like snow. She began rummaging through drawers and cupboards. After searching for a while, she muttered, "No stapler. Not even a small clip. Looks like I'll have to go buy one." Mengqi Academy not only provided students with excellent accommodation, it also issued a monthly stipend to guarantee their most basic living needs. In return, the Academy's expectations for its students were exceedingly strict. At the very least, students had to meet the minimum standards set by the Academy. If they failed 3 times in a row, they would be expelled without exception, no matter how powerful a background they possessed. What awaited them, then, would not merely be the ridicule of others. For ordinary people, it would mean having the path to higher advancement completely sealed off. After all, in this world, this was the only place willing to impart forbidden knowledge to outsiders. Kurumi knelt on her smooth bare knees upon the spotless tiles, opened a drawer, and took out the money wrapped in yellow oil paper. The use of money was similar to that in her own world. She did a quick calculation. It seems only enough for meals. Then she broke into a pretty smile. But that's not bad at all. It's the first time I've seen such a considerate school. I really am looking forward to the opening ceremony tomorrow. Kurumi cheerfully gathered up her money and headed for the door. She had completely forgotten that she was still wearing white cat-themed pajamas. In the past, she had always fallen asleep directly in her clothes and never developed the habit of wearing sleepwear. Thus, she had no intention whatsoever of changing. The tail on the back of the pajamas swayed back and forth with every step she took. Nor did she consider dressing up before going out. Her fluffy hair lay over her shoulders, making her look like a lazy little kitten. Then the kitten-like girl pulled open the door. "Mio mio mo." A bright, energetic voice rang out, its tone so soothing it seemed capable of healing hearts. "Eh." Kurumi froze, a mysterious silence falling between them. One might scarcely believe it. Early in the morning, she opened her door to find a traditional-style girl squatting outside, greeting her with a mio mio mo. Had she opened the door the wrong way? Should she close it and try again? Kurumi focused her gaze. Before her was a beautiful girl radiating a gentle warmth. Her gray hair was tied with Chinese knots, long side locks framing her face, held in place near her cheeks by white hairbands. Her emerald eyes called to mind fairy lakes of jade green water. A red Chinese knot hung at her waist. Dressed in mismatched black stockings, one long, one short, she looked at Kurumi with forced cheeriness, perhaps in an effort to hide her own nervousness. Infected by her vibrant energy, Kurumi looked into those jewel-bright green eyes and felt she ought to say something. Anything, lest she wrong such an earnest child by remaining silent. Yet the rational part of her mind refused to accept the absurdity of the situation, leaving her with no idea how to respond. So she simply went along with it. "Oh, meow it." Kurumi blinked. The girl opposite tilted her head, wrinkling her small nose in a way so cute it made one want to steal a kiss. "No, that's not it," she teased. "Mio mio mo means good morning. You should respond with meow." As she spoke, she raised her right hand palm forward, forming a cat paw gesture. Kurumi fell speechless. What on earth was going on? Why was there someone blocking her doorway at the crack of dawn, trying to teach her cat language? Was this some kind of sales pitch? Or a unique local greeting custom of this world? Clearly, she should have researched the local culture more thoroughly. Seeing Kurumi's utterly bewildered expression, the girl scrutinized the tail behind Kurumi more carefully. At last, as though realizing something, she smacked a fist into her palm. So you're not from the Demi-Human Friendly Exchange Association after all. And here I was in that instant when the door opened, worrying about what I should say. Huh, what association? Kurumi asked. Well, the girl explained. When I saw your cat ears and cat tail, I thought you were a demi-human. Sorry about that. The girl stuck out her tongue adorably. Cat ears. Cat tail. Kurumi repeated blankly. At last Kurumi understood, breaking into a cold sweat. She was talking about her pajamas. How had she managed to mistake sleepwear for actual ears and a tail? These are just pajamas. Kurumi still felt compelled to explain. I figured it out a while ago, the girl replied quickly. Right, my name is Luo Tianyi. I'm an exchange student from Tianchao, and I live right next door to you. Please take care of me from now on. Luo Tianyi's smile was as pure as a child's. In the face of such a smile, the earlier awkwardness seemed to vanish. Kurumi replied. My name is Tokisaki Kurumi. Please look after me as well. Can I call you Kurumi? Just call me Tianyi, she suggested. Tianyi, Kurumi echoed. Kurumi, Tianyi repeated, giggling. When she spoke Kurumi's name, her smile bloomed with delight. For some reason, when Kurumi saw Tianyi reveal such an unreserved smile, a sudden ache stirred in her heart. She shook her head, trying to dispel that inexplicable feeling as Tianyi continued. Are you heading out, Kurumi? I need to buy a few things. Is it okay to go out like that, Kurumi? Tianyi asked, eyeing her pajamas. I'll go change first. Kurumi replied. Can I come in, Kurumi? Kurumi hesitated for a brief moment, but when she met Tianyi's pure gaze, refusal became impossible. Come in, she said at last. Luo Tianyi could be considered a familiar stranger. Perhaps it was this endearing face that made Kurumi feel a bit overly familiar, leading her to take it lightly. At this moment, Kurumi had her head stuck inside the wardrobe, leaving only her perfectly rounded backside sticking out. Tianyi sat in the computer chair, curiously observing her surroundings. The room was quite ordinary, lacking any personal decorations apart from the school's standard facilities, making it hard to believe this was the room of a blossoming young girl. Sigh. Kurumi lamented, rummaging through the wardrobe, but all she found were 3 outfits that resembled school uniforms and a white shirt meant for layering. It didn't matter much about the school uniform, but what was up with that astonishingly short skirt? Even though she had become a girl, did she really have to wear something so difficult right away? The dignity of being a man was crying out. She felt an inner rejection. What's wrong? Tianyi asked, blinking her eyes at the sign Kurumi. It seems that I don't have suitable clothes. Kurumi scratched her head, her gaze slightly evasive. Not knowing how to respond, Tianyi asked, is it that the uniform doesn't fit? Well, that's part of it, Kurumi admitted. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Tianyi's eyes, shining like the stars. Leave it to me, though I'm a bit confident in my sewing skills. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Kurumi's forehead. Although she didn't understand how sewing was related to the size of finished clothes, she appreciated the thought. If she truly agreed, wouldn't she have to wear a skirt no matter what? That's not the point. Didn't you notice that the skirt seems a bit too short? Kurumi took the skirt off and held it against her waist. Tianyi followed her gaze and realized it indeed seemed quite short, probably only covering about 1/3 of her thighs. It seems like a slight breeze would reveal the little panties, huh? Tianyi said, tapping her chin with her finger while envisioning the scene of the skirt being blown up. Right? A skirt like this can't be worn outside, can it? After saying this, Kurumi felt a cold sweat. Was she really discussing skirt lengths with a girl in her room? Is it really necessary to go this far? The soul of a man was truly crying. With a heart still possessing a man's essence, she silently returned the skirt to its place. It felt like something was drifting away. Kurumi, still in her cat pajamas, propped her forehead with her paw. Clothing was also a significant problem. At this moment, Kurumi finally recalled an even more headache-inducing issue: the 2 mounds on her chest. Shouldn't there be a bra? Feeling a weight she had never experienced before, Kurumi speculated. Did she really have to wear one in the future? Don't joke around, you jerk. Kurumi then lowered her head to ponder. It seemed unnecessary, right? Wearing a bra was more about shaping and preventing sagging. But her own was absolutely perfect. Not only was the shape incredibly appealing, but it stood even prouder than Mount Everest. From the neckline, one could vaguely see an alluring valley. The exquisite curves pressed together were intoxicating, like a mesmerizing rosemary. So she didn't need to worry about her chest at all. No, that's completely missing the point. Why should she be concerned about such issues? The frantic girl shook her head while holding it. Kurumi, seeing the suddenly distressed girl, Tianyi exhibited a concerned expression. Although they had only known each other for a short time, she felt that Kurumi seemed like a good person. Moreover, being neighbors and both students of Mengqi Academy, they might even be in the same class. Most importantly, there was no awkwardness or seriousness when interacting with Tianyi. It was all very relaxed. She liked this natural feeling immensely. So if there's anything I can help with, just let me know. Kurumi fell into a momentary silence upon seeing the sincere concern in Tianyi's eyes. The sincerity reflected in Tianyi's eyes was easy to see. It was transparent and pure, devoid of any impurities. In her previous life, she had been an orphan lacking true friends or anyone to confide in. The only one she could rely on was herself. Throughout her journey, she could only smile at herself and cry alone. Whether in pain or happiness, she had long become accustomed to being strong on her own. But what was this warm sensation like a gentle current swirling chaotically in her heart? It was truly perplexing. Kurumi sighed inwardly, unaware that her lips had curved into a beautiful and warm arc. Thank you. Thank you. Tianyi tilted her head, clearly confused, as she hadn't done anything. Kurumi remained silent. She suddenly remembered that for the school opening ceremony tomorrow, it seemed she had to wear the uniform, otherwise she wouldn't be allowed to enter. Regardless, she would have to wear it sooner or later. Why was she hesitating now? Thinking this, Kurumi took the uniform out again. The top was a standard black spring school uniform with white stripes printed on the collar and edges, looking fresh, neat, and lively. The skirt was a dark blue pleated style, seemingly shorter than usual. The fabric felt incredibly comfortable, definitely of superb quality, giving her an urge to rub it against her face. Then Kurumi prepared to take off her pajamas, only to feel a burning sensation on her back. Staring, Kurumi turned her head and found Tianyi staring at her intently. Tianyi, could you turn away for a moment? Being alone for so long, she found it hard to change clothes in front of someone else. Oh sure. I just remembered I have a lot of luggage to sort out. Kurumi is also a student of Mengqi Academy, right? Let's go to school together tomorrow. It's a promise we won't lose sight of each other. Okay. Smiling, Kurumi saw Tianyi out the door and began changing clothes. She quickly put on the top, but when it came to the skirt, she stared blankly at the zipper right in the middle of her belly, frowning. This zipper. Why does it feel so weird? It feels quite awkward to wear like this. Is it supposed to be pulled like this? There was still a feeling of constraint. Is this a button? Hey, fastened it. And it feels even more uncomfortable now. Girls' skirts are so troublesome. Whatever, I'll just leave it at this. Wait. It seems I'm not wearing any underwear. Kurumi pinched the corners of the pink panties, which were just unwrapped, featuring a cute kitty pattern. Kurumi stared blankly, her heart caught in a battle. What to do? Haha, I'm simply brilliant. Kun-san wore an expression of smug triumph. Wearing safety briefs spared her both the awkwardness of donning a girl's undergarments and the vulnerability of going commando. She zipped up the fly between her legs, adjusted her clothes before the mirror, then grabbed cash and prepared to head out. Before leaving, she couldn't resist sighing admiringly at her reflection. I'm utterly adorable. So cute it hurts. Perhaps transforming into such a beautiful young woman wasn't so bad after all. Not half bad. She opened the door and took a deep, relaxing breath, stepping onto the shared balcony to gaze outward. In the distance, emerald peaks rose in layered succession. At the horizon, silhouettes of mountains dissolved into mist-laced clouds. Lush, vivid, breathtakingly clear. Her private balcony faced the sea beneath a sky washed sapphire blue. The rippling ocean shimmered with golden light, like a boundless expanse studded with scattered stars. Once again she marveled inwardly. Mengqi Academy truly is a wondrous place. Then she descended the stairs, stepped out of the apartment, turned the corner. And on the sloping asphalt road marked with white arrows, Kun-san beheld the most astonishing sight in all of Mengqi land. A colossal castle hung, suspended in midair. Inkrad. Kun-san whispered the name softly, uttering the title of that immense fortress forged from steel and stone adrift in the infinite sky. In fact, last night, while vaguely researching this world online, she'd already glimpsed it. Her heart had instantly galloped as though 10,000 alpacas stampeded across a grassland, crystallizing into two words: holy hell. Yet this was no data construct born of virtual reality. It was a genuine physical edifice hovering high above the very center of Mengqi land. So distant was it that only its dark, undulating silhouette emerged from the clouds. Yet even that faint outline delivered an overwhelming visual impact. A scene straight from fairy tale, dreamlike and ethereal. It embodied the pinnacle of Mengqi land's scientific and mystical achievements. A 100-tiered tower housing entire towns and lakes within its walls. Students here preferred to call it the trial grounds, a crucible for both strength and sentiment. Those who conquered 10 floors earned the right to inscribe their names upon the bulletin board below, a mark of honor. But everything changed after a wind spirit cleared the trials and left behind a love confession addressed to a certain black-clad, dual-sword swordsman, successfully winning his affection. Add to that the misty lake beneath Ainkrad suffused with sweetness and romance, and ever since it had become the quintessential place for youthful confessions. Rumors claimed confessions made there succeeded over 80% of the time. Though Kun-san had already read about this online, and the details now surfaced clearly in her mind. Seeing it in person still left her awestruck by its sheer grandeur. A masterpiece of divine artistry. A feat of celestial craftsmanship. It defied belief. Human hands alone could not have wrought such magnificence. As Kun-san gazed upon the floating citadel at the city's heart, she continued walking down the slope. Real men climb all 100 floors, she quipped, recalling Sword Art Online. But this Aincrad served far more than mere gameplay. It integrated nearly every facet of Mengqi Land's infrastructure: scientific research, magical studies, ecosystem simulation, training arenas, data processing, and intelligence analysis. A true multipurpose megastructure. Kun-san tore her gaze away and glanced at a roadside sign. A commercial district appeared nearby. Having confirmed her direction, she set off toward the distance. An hour later. Oh no, I have absolutely no idea where I am. Kun-san's lips twitched. Though a 24-hour convenience store stood just beside the student dormitory, she'd ventured farther afield, hoping to familiarize herself with the surroundings. Only to realize she was lost. Well, never mind. I'll just wander slowly. After all, I've got nothing pressing to do, and if I haven't found my way back by nightfall, I can always summon a hovercar. She'd already resigned herself to getting lost. This place was simply too vast. The hovercar resembled a streamlined feather in form, akin to a taxi, yet fully autonomous and accessible only at designated stations. Operation was effortless. Verify identity. Step inside as doors slid open. State your destination and pay the required fare. There's even an elementary school here. Dijiang Elementary. Kun-san had assumed Mengqi Land hosted only high schools and universities, never expecting primary education too. Mengqi Land was in essence the world's largest academic metropolis, drawing over 1 million students annually. Yet one strict rule applied: non-students were forbidden from lingering long within its borders. In other words, every student was expected to be entirely self-reliant. Truly, the people here are monsters. Even elementary students must meet such rigorous standards. Suddenly, Kun-san was seized by an acute visceral discomfort, as though her very life had been stripped away. The sensation was infinitesimal, yet undeniable. 1 second of her lifespan had genuinely vanished. As a time spirit, her innate gift lay precisely in perceiving and manipulating time. Thus her instincts flared with urgent resonance. Something profoundly dangerous lurked nearby. Every muscle taut, Kun-san sharpened her focus, scanning her surroundings with heightened vigilance. After all, in this uncanny world, anything could happen. So I'm targeted the moment I arrive. No, this sensation of stolen time isn't deliberate. It radiates unconsciously. Her wary eyes swept the area relentlessly, her expression grave, unyielding, like confronting an army or staring into an abyss. Whether intentional or not, this presence posed a genuine threat to her life, even if only for a single second. What's that? Kun-san fixed her gaze ahead. Approaching was a grade schooler in a navy suit, white shirt, gray shorts, and red bow tie. The most striking feature being his oversized black-rimmed glasses nearly covering half his face. A Shinigami Elementary student, Conan. Kun-san stared intently at those black-rimmed lenses, drawing upon her nascent temporal intuition, not yet fully mastered, to discern warped chronal energies swirling upon them alongside a strange haze-like gray vapor beyond her comprehension. He walked beside a girl with ice-blue eyes, her short chestnut hair and youthful features belying an air of remarkable composure. They chatted animatedly, their bond unmistakably close. Conan. A voice echoed from the school gate, low spectral, each syllable drawn out with palpable resentment, as though rising from the earth itself. From Dijiang Elementary's entrance emerged another girl, delicate featured with long, deep brown hair. Her right fist was raised high, knuckles cracking audibly. I arrived first. I met you first. I shared ice cream first. I walked home together first. In one swift motion, she lunged forward, seized the bespectacled boy, and executed a flawless shoulder throw. Kun-san watched, sweat dripping profusely. Oh my! These elementary students are extraordinary in every conceivable sense. The sun sets in the west, and through the fiery clouds a massive sun can be seen rising and falling on the surface of the sea. The city appears draped in a layer of scarlet gauze, and the streets begin to bustle as people after work take advantage of this rare leisure time, leisurely strolling, as if exhaling the day's pent-up frustrations. In the tea house of the alley, a subtle fragrance wafts, while the pastry shop is filled with a sweet aroma, and the thin air is tinged with a layer of elegant warmth. Kong-san extended her delicate hand, grasping at the air. Her skin, nearly translucent in the setting sun, seemed to emit a hazy orange glow. After a day of walking outside apart from shopping, she is slowly adapting to and understanding her body and potential through the calm of her thoughts. The girl feels something. This body clearly exceeds her previous sensory capabilities, even possessing an indescribable quality in the sixth sense. Especially regarding her talent. Her degree of time manipulation gives her a profound sense of clarity akin to seeing through a mirror. Manipulating time, she is very aware that she can do this now as easily as one believes they can eat. However, she can only manipulate time's effects on herself, and it only applies to movement. Simply put, she can accelerate herself and even achieve instantaneous movement when she reaches her limits. Although this is the only ability she currently possesses, Kong-san feels that her manipulation of time can still be enhanced and developed. At this moment, she slightly clenches her palm, delicately sensing the different components in the air. Dusk, also known as the Hour of Demons. Life sinks, death rises. Muddiness encounters, miasma thrives. At this time, the boundaries of distinction begin to blur, and it is also when the spiritual energy is most active throughout the day. Kong-san can feel the traces of spiritual energy circulating in her body more clearly than before. The faster the energy flows, the more rapidly her restlessness grows. The girl at this moment is filled with a destructive impulse, wishing to smash the wall in front of her to pieces. This is a perfectly normal phenomenon. Whenever anyone gains unimaginable power, they will always seek an outlet for it. Rather, the fact that she can still restrain herself is entirely due to her purer mindset compared to ordinary people. Slowing the circulation of spiritual energy in her body, Kong-san retracted her dazzling white arm and shifted her gaze to the distance. The Hour of Demons. A glimmer of spiritual energy shone in Kong-san's eyes. As long as she channels her spiritual energy to a certain sensory point, the amount of information received will significantly increase. This is merely a very crude and simple method of utilizing spiritual energy. At this moment, Kong-san can see a carriage pulled by unknown beasts in the distance, winged serpents fluttering through the sky, and even around her are specks of golden light. Kong-san senses the unusual atmosphere in the air. It is the natural ebb and flow of the world's tides, a moment where life and death intertwine, allowing various beings to coexist in this world for a brief period. They each have their own trajectories, not disturbing ordinary people in the slightest. Yet there are also children who can communicate with spirits, playing with these creatures, their innocent smiles bright. The people around seem to regard the child talking to themselves as if they have contracted a fantasy disorder, without casting sympathetic or disdainful glances. No, rather, they don't even pay any attention, completely treating it as an ordinary occurrence. In other words, this city does not maintain any notion of a hidden world. It keeps the bizarre phenomena open and transparent. Kong-san observed the scenes by the street, murmuring softly. Why does she say this? Because if Kong-san does not concentrate her spiritual energy in her eyes, she cannot see those beings resembling monsters. It's about time to head back. I've bought what I needed, and understanding this city can't be done in just a day or two. Making such a decision, Kong-san walked back, following her still vague memories. Gradually, the shadow lengthened by the setting sun faded into the night, and the purplish-black night sky began to twinkle. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the stars flowed like streams. Kong-san had returned to the vicinity of her apartment, but her expression was one of worry. She sighed. The floating car is more expensive than I imagined. Just the starting fare took 1/10 of my living allowance. Raising her head, she looked at the orderly shadow of the dormitory buildings arranged under the starlight, and her mood brightened again. This world is really wonderful. For the first time, having her own name and her own home, the overlap of two joys brings even more happiness. Indeed, her own home. Although it is called a dormitory from the moment she became a student of Dream Prayer Academy, as long as she does not actively give it up, it will always be her residence. Moreover, each year when new students move in, it is not into old houses, but newly constructed dormitories. It is equivalent to receiving a fully equipped house by the seaside for free once one becomes a student of Dream Prayer Academy. This batch of dormitories is divided into 2 parts, east and west. The east side is for girls while the west side is for boys. Passing the road that divides the 2 areas, turning right leads her to her room, room 303 in building 3. At the corner downstairs there is a vending machine glowing with a bright light in the night, particularly eye-catching. Kong-san had no intention of spending extra money. After all, she roughly estimated that she might not be able to make it through the rest of the month with what she had left. However, as she passed by the vending machine, peering through the bright glass window, she saw the bottle of 200 concentrated peach juice, marked with the key logo, and she stopped in her tracks. This? Upon seeing this drink, a vision flashed through Kong-san's mind of a girl with a golden ponytail, arms wide open towards the blue sky, dancing in the wind. She was a heart-wrenching girl. I should give it a try. Yes, Kong-san prefers a carefree life over frugality. It is evident from the fact that she would rather eat instant noodles for a month just to buy figurines. She inserted the paper money, selected the drink. Then silence. There was no response whatsoever. Huh, what's going on? Are you a money-eating machine? The girl shook the vending machine vigorously. Come out, you better come out. Yet it remained unmoved. Kong-san twitched her mouth and said, You're forcing me to do this. At this moment it seems like I really need to use that right. Kong-san took a step back, creating a suitable distance. The correct and just invincible spinning kick of the new house's 45-degree angle hippo flow Misaka safety pants. Bang! As her smooth calf struck the side of the machine. It made a loud noise, even louder than she had imagined. In this quiet night it sounded exceptionally loud. Then the vending machine shook violently. Clank! And a crisp sound came from the outlet. Oh wow, it actually worked. It seems only this would make it obedient. Kong-san covered her mouth and laughed, reaching out to grab it. At that moment, a stern and magnetic voice suddenly came from behind her, though the tone was not loud, rather calm. Yet the strictness in the tone was apparent to anyone, as if she were a perfectionist with exceedingly high demands on herself, fully implementing them. "What are you doing?" The stern and commanding shout did not cause Kurumi to turn her head immediately. She calmly took out her drink from the machine's outlet, inserted the straw, and took a sip, producing a buzzing sound, as if it were clogged. "Wow, this tastes terrible. Isn't it 100% concentrated juice?" Kurumi put down the drink and slowly turned around. There was no one behind her, but drawn by some inexplicable force, she lifted her head. In her sight stood a petite girl, or rather it would be more appropriate to describe her as a developing loli. At this moment, she radiated a scarlet glow with fiery sparks swirling around her. She stood atop a streetlight, and her uneven breathing indicated that she had probably been rushing just before. The loli jumped down, her long black coat billowing like a cape as she landed. From the cuffs of her coat, delicate jade-like fingers could be seen tightly gripping a large sword, exuding a chilling beauty. Her hair, flowing and blazing with a fiery red hue, possessed a soft texture extending down to her waist, as if unable to keep up with the speed of the strands, scattering fiery crimson sparks everywhere. Stern and severe, filled with an overwhelming presence. Once the girl fully landed, her crimson fiery hair transformed into flowing black locks like steel. Her youthful face still bore the marks of innocence, yet there was a sense of unyielding authority. She fixed her gaze on Kurumi as she turned around. "What are you doing?" The girl repeated her question. It was not a challenge, merely her expression of confusion regarding the sight before her. Yet her almost overwhelming sense of authority was enough to make ordinary people feel uneasy. But Kurumi was not among them. She smiled warmly at the newcomer and said, "It's nothing. This guy took the money but did not do the job, so I was just teaching it the principle of equivalent exchange. Can you communicate with machines?" The girl revealed a naive look of confusion, momentarily displaying the expression expected of her age. She had heard that some sects believed that everything has a spirit, so communicating with machines was not entirely impossible. "Of course," Kurumi said, placing her hand behind her back and blinking. "By the way, my name is Tokisaki Kurumi, a new student at Dream Prayer Academy. I am a flame warrior, a radiant and blazing vanquisher, also a new student at Dream Prayer Academy." Upon hearing Kurumi's introduction, the girl also introduced herself. "A flame warrior. Is she also a new student at Dream Prayer Academy?" Kurumi's anticipation for tomorrow's joyful ceremony grew, and an inexplicable excitement surged within her. "I live in building 3, room 303. What about you?" Since she was here, she must also live nearby, Kurumi deduced and asked. "Huh." Upon hearing Kurumi, the girl widened her eyes slightly, revealing disbelief. "I also live in building 304. "Ep," Kurumi exclaimed with delight. "So you're my neighbor. Please take care of me from now on." "Ah, yes. Nice to meet you." To unexpectedly meet her neighbor. Could this be a fateful encounter? Kurumi and the girl who resembled a flame walked side by side towards the dorm. At this moment, she recalled that the girl had just referred to herself as a radiant vanquisher, which meant, does she have no name? No name indeed. A fleeting shadow crossed Kurumi's eyes. Even if she did not want to admit it, she understood that a name is not merely a title or a label. It is more of a longing, a vessel for the emotions of others. Because she empathized, because she understood this loneliness. Thus Kurumi stared directly into her eyes as if trying to see through her. "What is your name?" "Name? Flame Warrior is merely a collective title of a certain group, right? So what is your name?" "I just mentioned my own name, and you must also share yours, which belongs solely to you." Kurumi smiled brightly at the girl before her. It seemed this question had caught her off guard. The girl's expression suddenly darkened, her spirited will wavering, as if glimpses of loneliness flickered in her pupils. The girl polished the large sword in her hand and replied softly, "I am merely the one who inherited the title of the Radiant Vanquisher. Beyond that, I have no other name." Though the lonely expression had vanished from her face, there was a slight difference from her earlier calm demeanor. Her face now bore no expression. "To differentiate myself from other flame warriors, I sometimes add the name Shana." The girl slowed her pace and raised the pitch-black sword in her hand. Shana is the name of this great katana. "I see." Kurumi beamed a radiant smile. "Ah, right, since it's like that, let's use the name Shana, which sounds similar, and from now on I'll call you Shana." Shana is Shana, so it is necessary to use this name to address her. Using a code name feels too lonely. At this moment, the girl stopped. It was clearly an important matter, yet she forced a nonchalant expression. She tilted her head and casually replied, "It's up to you. You can call me whatever you like as long as I achieve my goal completely." "Hihi, Shana." Kurumi grabbed the girl's hand. "Just call me Kurumi from now on." The sudden action startled Shana, and she stood frozen, likely experiencing such close contact for the first time. Yeah. Kurumi." At that moment, Kurumi silently marveled at the benefits of being a girl. If it were a boy holding her hand like this, he would surely be split in half by her Shana. However, it was not that she intended to take advantage, as she had simply gotten carried away upon hearing Shana accept the name she had chosen. Though she portrayed indifference, Kurumi could clearly feel the slight tremor in Shana's hand. She released her grip. Good morning, Tianyi. Have you been waiting here all along? Why haven't you knocked on my door anymore? Good morning, Kurisu. She smiled. I've just stepped out myself. Happened to meet you right as you opened the door. Seeing faint mist clinging to her hair, Kurisu quietly lowered her gaze. Then she lifted it again. By the way, I'll introduce you to a new friend shortly. She lives right next door. Kurisu walked toward room 304, about to knock, when the door swung open before she could. Kurisu, Shana, still holding the doorknob, seemed mildly surprised. Good morning, Shana. Good morning. Tianyi stepped forward. Hello, I'm Luo Tianyi. Hello, I'm Yen, her name is Shana. Kurisu interjected, introducing her to Tianyi. Shana glanced at Kurisu and offered no denial. Shall we head to school together? Kurisu proposed. Walking from the dormitory to Mengqi Academy would take ordinary people several years. To resolve this, the academy launched a complimentary floating tram service, 24 runs per day, 1 every hour. It employs IBIST identification. All Mengqi Academy students are pre-registered in its database. Utilizing spatial folding propulsion, each tram emerges as if materializing from a black hole and completes its journey in under 10 minutes. Upon disembarking, they stood at the heart of the city, beside the Mist Lake, where the colossal skyborne citadel Aincrad floated overhead. This region was once perpetually shrouded in shadow, but today the sky blazed with crystalline azure scattered with wisps of delicate cloud. Did you know? Tianyi raised a hand beside her mouth. What we see of the sky now is possible because Aincrad's outer shell generates a light-bending field. She explained with the poise of a seasoned tour guide. Light normally travels in straight lines, but when it encounters the citadel, well, you can't see it now. She gestured upward at the boundless sky. It bends sharply, then continues along its original trajectory. As she spoke, Tianyi traced the arc in midair, then spun lightly on her toes. Oh, I see. Kurisu murmured, recalling her earlier puzzlement. Why would Mengqi Academy be built in such a sunless place? The problem had long since been solved. Shana's expression bloomed into quiet awe, for across Mengqi land, a floating island vast as a continental plate, one could glimpse Aincrad from any angle, a silent testament to the citadel's staggering scale. Tianyi, you really do know quite a lot. Nothing special. I just did some research before coming here. Tianyi scratched the back of her head and stuck out her tongue playfully. The three strolled toward campus at a pace as gentle as falling cherry blossoms. Petals swirled along their path, lending warmth to the air. Spring had fully claimed the sky, brilliant cerulean streaked with white clouds, pink petals drifting like sighs. A sun stronger than winter's lingered, while the waning moon, still visible before dawn's final hush, shrank into the horizon. A breeze stirred. Petals rained down, transforming the slope into a path through a floral tempest. And then, larger and nearer than either sun or moon, a circular, unidentified object flashed across their vision. The disc-shaped object zipped past them on the incline, thudded to the ground, and rolled swiftly downhill. It might have been more elegant had it hovered a moment longer. A hat. All three thought in unison. Indeed, it was a white beret. Wait for me, please. A crisp, flustered voice carried on the wind. Following the voice, they saw a flustered girl standing frozen, her age matching theirs. What caught their eyes first was her white dress, pale thighs, and white. Well, that wasn't important. They were all girls, no harm in seeing. Probably. In any case, the hat's owner stood there breathless. It rolled away. Oh no. Kurisu watched stunned as a strikingly handsome youth, his face strained with effort, retrieved the beret and dashed up the slope to the girl. His expression was agonized, as if confronting an unbearable choice, his brooding countenance evoking Hamlet's tormented soliloquy. To be or not to be, that is the question. Then the youth spoke. He bowed deeply, 90 degrees, head lowered, hands extended forward, offering the hat. Before the girl could utter thanks, he choked out, voice raw with desperation. Please. My crotch, newsflash, just exploded. Help me. Cover my bomb with your hat, and stop it quick. A spring breeze swept by, petals spiraled lazily in the air. Kurisu stared dumbfounded at this audacious figure, no longer human in others' eyes, but a beast, a pervert. Yet when Kurisu met his face, flushed with mortification, something flickered in her memory. Shana, however, possessed no such patience. Scorching heat washed over them. Crimson embers danced around her fiery hair, shimmering with radiant sparks. Slash. In an instant, Shana closed the distance and struck, not with the blade's edge, but its flat side. Thud, thud, thud. He tumbled end over end down the slope before finally collapsing, face up, eyes blank, utterly lifeless. Shana caught the beret midair and handed it to the girl. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Thank you. Meanwhile, Kurisu approached the fallen youth. Kanzu so. Yeah. He whispered, barely audible. So it was him. No wonder he'd said something so absurd. Though blessed with a face so stunning most men would trade identities for it, his mind was plagued by sudden, inescapable binary choices, sometimes even tripartite, each demanding immediate execution. Refusal triggered excruciating pain, the sensation of one's brain being ripped apart. Since the options were invariably terrible or catastrophically worse, outsiders saw only a man whose actions bordered on perverse. Kurisu knelt beside him, hand covering her mouth in amusement. May I ask, what was your other option? Dazed and reeling from Shana's blow, Kanzu so mumbled weakly the other was explosion of genitalia. Either confess imminent self-detonation or detonate outright. Truly. Oh my, how exhausting you must be. With a playful lilt lingering in her voice, Kurisu turned and walked away, leaving him with nothing but her retreating silhouette. Kurumi, do you know him? Tianyi asked as the three of them continued walking towards the academy. Knowing someone should mean that both individuals are familiar with each other, right? Kurumi looked up, pondering for a moment. I know him, he's quite interesting. Edge. Tianyi exclaimed in surprise, wondering how Kurumi knew such a person. Shana also cast a curious glance. Seemingly understanding their thoughts, Kurumi continued. Looking at his school uniform, he should also be a student of Dream Prayer Academy. Probably within a week, maybe even less than 3 days, everyone in the campus should come to know him. As if recalling something amusing, Kurumi's lips curled into a subtle smile, forming a beautiful arc. Kurumi did not intend to divulge anything definitive. It wasn't that she wanted to hide something, but rather that their subsequent questions would surely multiply. Kurumi appeared particularly weary of this matter, preferring to avoid troublesome situations. If she could lie back like a salted fish, she would, unless it was something that piqued her interest. Before long, they reached the school gates, where the crowd outside surged like countless streams converging into the sea. Among them, figures with beast ears and long tails could be seen. This must be the subhumans that Tianyi mentioned at the beginning. The three paused for a moment, exchanging glances. Let's go. They approached a place resembling a bulletin board, though it was entirely projected in holographic form, with a cool blue, three-dimensional image. New students gathered here to check their classes and confirm the locations of their classrooms and the auditorium for the opening ceremony. Dream Prayer Academy was vast. Someone unfamiliar could wander for 3 days and nights without finding their way out. Despite this, no one from the school had appeared to guide the students. It clearly conveyed a message: if you can't handle this small matter, you might as well go back. Kurumi observed their controls. Simply placing a hand over a slot would display their class. She was in class 3. Kurumi, which class are you in? Tianyi bounced over her face, filled with anticipation. Class 3. And what a pity, I'm in class 5. Shana. Class 2. So we're not in the same class. Kurumi comforted Tianyi, who looked a bit disappointed. It's all right, we're all in the same teaching building. We can still go back together after school. MHM. Shana nodded. Let's go attend the opening ceremony now. In this school, students did not go to their classes first, but instead made their way to the auditorium on their own. Following the flow of people, they arrived at the right place. Kurumi stood at the back row, surveying her surroundings. The seats were arranged in 10 horizontal and 10 vertical rows, totaling 10 blocks, with exactly 1,000 positions. It seemed this place was specifically designed to welcome new students. Kurumi and her companions were relatively late arrivals, but just by observing the sparse figures outside, one could tell. Even now, nearly 1/20th of the auditorium remained unfilled. However, it was said that there were indeed exceptional individuals who didn't even attend the opening ceremony. Kurumi thought to herself as she, Shana, and Tianyi found 3 consecutive seats in a corner. Soon an old man appeared at the center of the podium. His expression was calm, with sharp eyes half closed. Just by surveying the surroundings, the immense, invisible aura he exuded caused the bustling auditorium to fall silent instantly. His hair was completely white, draped in a short white cloak, leaning on a dragon head, cane standing where nearly 1,000 gazes converged. Ahem. A slight cough resonated, and a visible sound wave rippled outward rapidly. Buzz, a strong ringing in the ears followed. After several seconds, the old man said with a kind smile, Sorry. I stayed up too late last night, and my throat is a bit uncomfortable. A chorus of students murmured. Then Kurumi heard whispers around her. Is he Chuan Shun Taixin? The principal of Dream Prayer Academy? He truly lives up to his reputation. No wonder he's known as one of the strongest men in modern times. I've heard he entered the Tao through martial arts, breaking through the void, and has already reached the ultimate limit of martial arts. When angry, visible spatial distortions can be seen around him easily, causing spatial tremors that terrify nations. He's an unparalleled existence. Originally a general on the void battlefield, he announced his retirement for some unknown reason, and is now fully committed to training disciples and students. If one could earn his approval. Kurumi was not very aware of this, regaining her attention and turning her gaze back to the podium. Indeed, he appeared quite formidable. The impression he gave was of strength, restraint, and a commanding authority that instilled awe without anger, as if with him around no problem was insurmountable. Then he spoke. Trust your companions, help your companions, rely on your companions. This is the founding principle of Dream Prayer Academy. In the journey of life, friendship might not count as much baggage, yet in everyone's embrace lie precious things. Yet when one possesses it, they may never notice or pay attention to that burden, only realizing its weight when everything quietly slips through their fingers. Countless times they may think they no longer wish to own such things. Yet at some point they find themselves shouldering them again. Perhaps it would be easier to simply discard everything, but regardless, they still refrain from doing so. Because without those companions, the journey would be so dull. Humans in their solitude often fear taking the first step, reluctant to do anything, ultimately losing their hearts left empty like a void. However, if someone could gently push you from behind and say a word of encouragement, it would feel as if you were filled with something. So please trust your companions and rely on them. The old man leaned on his cane, his eyes glimmering with reminiscence, as if recounting his own past. Companions, huh? Kurumi murmured to herself. Having lived alone since the past, she only trusted herself and relied solely on herself. Though she had indeed formed connections with Tianyi and Shana, it was largely due to the influence of the previous world in her last life. She hadn't even reached the level of friendship she had now, thus asking her to place her complete trust in those around her. Relying on others without reservations was, don't joke with me. Only oneself is the most trustworthy. Gently raising her head, she noticed that the people around were whispering, while some appeared distracted, their attention completely absent from the principal's speech. In the end, am I the only one listening? What a fool I am. Kurumi chuckled self-deprecatingly. And there's one more thing. Then she saw the old man on stage take a deep breath, his eyes slightly closing before suddenly opening wide, with an astonishing will and determination. Kurumi heard what may be the most unforgettable, even destructive declaration of her 2 lifetimes. As long as I am here, this school's gym shorts and stagnant reservoir will never be abolished. Huh, excuse me. The elderly man on stage had a righteous demeanor, full of spirit, and spoke with conviction. As long as I am here, the sports shorts and the stagnant water reservoir of this school will never be abolished. At this moment in the large auditorium, faces were filled with confusion, a myriad of bewildered expressions. This is what silence feels like. This is what it means to hear a pin drop. Everyone in the auditorium had turned into statues, while the one who had just declared about the shorts wore a mischievous smile as he stroked his white beard. At this moment, the crowd's minds were refusing to comprehend the situation. Their thoughts seemed to be tangled like countless threads. After a while, someone murmured, "What did the principal just say? Did I hear that wrong?" "He said sports shorts and the stagnant water reservoir." "You heard him correctly." So it wasn't just my imagination at the opening ceremony. Truly, a remarkably bold statement. One can't help but commend the principal of Dream Prayer Academy. I've long heard that Principal Shinchuan Tieshin is quite the bold character, and upon seeing him today, it indeed lives up to its reputation. It took Kwang-san some time to process everything. Damn. Where did the person who just said believe in your companions, rely on your companions go? Are they the same person? Wait a minute. Kwang-san looked at her skirt. No, it should be all the girls' skirts, and it seemed to dawn on her. No wonder everyone's skirts are so short. It turns out to be the perverted preference of that old lecher. Behind the principal, a figure appeared at some point. With black hair and purple eyes, a tall figure with a cold and handsome face, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. At this moment, he had his right hand on his forehead, completely covering his right eye, looking as if he were saying, "I really can't do anything about you." He walked over to the principal, who seemed to have suddenly changed the atmosphere, and said, "I apologize for interrupting during your moment of joy, but isn't it time to wrap this up? I'm in a hurry. Nanali is still waiting for me." It sounded like a rude and impolite remark, but when it came from him, it appeared entirely natural and exuded perfect gentlemanly grace. "Oh, I see. Sorry, I got a bit too excited." The principal cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, next up is the speech from the representative of the new students." The crowd responded with a collective, yet soon turned their focus to the so-called representative of the new students. As this year's representative, it doesn't mean he is the most outstanding. There are many better candidates than him. However, this boy's presence is a bit special. He is also the beginning of a deeper collaboration between the Dream Prayer realm and the Alliance. He is Ru Lucio, the 11th Prince of the Holy Britannia Empire of the Alliance. Has Britannia come here too? Tianyi gazed at the cold and handsome boy on stage, lost in thought. But she soon revealed a carefree smile and said to Kwang-san and Shana beside her, "I heard he is one of the strongest candidates for this year's Dream Prayer Student Council. He seems quite impressive, a bit more handsome than I expected." Student Council? Shana tilted her head and looked at Tianyi. However, Kwang-san was somewhat familiar with this, having done her homework. But she still cast a questioning glance at Tianyi. From their earlier conversation, Kwang-san noticed that her information was more precise and extensive than that of an ordinary person. If it's the Dream Prayer Academy's Student Council, they can serve as external personnel for the World City Management Force, similar to the Chosen Hall of Tianchao, allowing free access to 10% of the forbidden areas of this world. Oh, Shana had an expression that conveyed, "Although I don't understand, it sounds impressive." Kwang-san wasn't entirely clear on what the concept of free access to 10% of the forbidden areas entailed, but judging by her expression, it must be quite impressive. But Ru Lucio. Now Area 10 belongs to Tian Chao. Oh, I wonder if you will encounter your good buddy Zhu Ke. Kwang-san silently complained in her heart. Then she heard Ru Lucio had finished his speech. Indeed, he was in a hurry. Didn't he just say his sister Nanali was waiting for him? Turns out this guy's sister complex can't be changed no matter where he goes. In any case, this unusual opening ceremony was finally over. Everyone began to look for their respective classes and take their seats. Then see you at lunch. All right. After saying goodbye to Shana and Tianyi, Kwang-san arrived at Class 3 of Year 1. Pushing open the sliding door, only a few sparse individuals occupied the seats. Since there were no assigned numbers, the early arrivals could choose their preferred spots. Kwang-san looked around 5 rows with 6 seats each. So 30 students per class. She chose a seat by the window at the far end. This wasn't because she thought the corner by the window was the true protagonist's position. It was merely a habit formed from years of living alone. She disliked drawing attention to herself, and if possible a quiet solitude seemed quite nice. She gazed out the window, her thoughts wandering, and she couldn't help but chuckle at some fleeting thought. Actually, speaking of it, protagonists in anime usually sit by the window because it offers a wide view, making it easier to observe the happenings outside to advance the plot right. And resting her chin on her palm, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle also adds to her charm. Moreover, Kwang-san glanced at the seat beside her. Because sitting by the window, novels don't matter much, but for artists it saves a lot of effort, eliminating the need to draw unnecessary supporting characters. She realized that this was truly a win-win situation. No wonder protagonists are almost always seated by the window. So that's how it is. Kwang-san silently rejoiced in her little discovery, and without her noticing, more people gradually filled the classroom. At this moment, she finally noticed, damn, nearly half of the familiar faces. Although she sat at the back by the window and couldn't see their fronts. But even from their backs and hairstyles she could recognize them. These people all seemed familiar. Incredible, truly incredible. This world is indeed quite interesting. If this is this world, if it is such a world. Kwang-san couldn't help but recall her former self tirelessly working day and night only to exchange that for endless overtime, deciding the monotony of her life from the start. In such a place there truly were no dreams to speak of. Hello everyone, I am your homeroom teacher. A suddenly bright, lowly-like voice pulled Kwang-san back to reality. Kwang-san looked up at the podium, her eyes met with an icy blue figure that felt incredibly refreshing. An elf. The petite physique immediately conjured the word elf, a pure and dreamlike figure. She had 6 blue wings behind her, and her voice still carried a hint of childishness fluttering as she spoke. Trying hard to appear authoritative, hoping to present herself as a strict teacher, yet her puffed cheeks only made her seem more like a cute creature rather than a teacher. At this moment, she stood on the podium, indeed, standing on the podium, as it was taller than her. With her ice blue long hair, shimmering ice blue pupils, and blue wings, she pointed firmly ahead, her chubby little face lifted high. From today onwards, I, the great Cirno, will be your homeroom teacher to accompany you through a delightful school life. Cheer, rejoice, feel lucky about your fate, then worship me, for I am the strongest and smartest existence in dream prayer. Cirno, the ice fairy of the lake. She possesses the ability to manipulate cold air, instantly freezing objects. Her hobby is freezing frogs, which likely puts her at odds with a certain character who adores frosh. Due to her exceptionally unique brain circuitry, whenever the arithmetic exceeds 10, her answer is always 9. Without a doubt, she is a fool who writes 9 and considers the readers to be the real fools. This is how Kurumi perceives her. Oh, by the way, because she is a fool, she always believes she is the strongest and smartest, which is also a characteristic of the number 9. Kurumi, standing with her hands on her hips, wearing an expression of I seek to conquer all, looks at Cirno on the podium, unsure of how to respond. So is it true that everyone from the principal to the teachers at Dreaming Academy is strange? Well, after all, they are teachers. Even a fool is still their student. At least Kurumi has the basic respect for her teachers, so she remains silent about it. Cirno's words did not cause a stir among the students. After all, they had just endured a mental bombardment from the principal, which was truly nothing compared to what they faced now. Now please take out the student handbook from your desks. Oh, everything you need to pay attention to is written in there. Kurumi rummaged through the drawer and found one, just as expected. The first page read, trust your companions, help your companions, rely on your companions. Kurumi closed it with little enthusiasm. She really did not want to see anything like sports shorts or dead water pants following that. After just one day at Dreaming Academy, Kurumi's sanity had already dropped below the average level. At that moment, the blue ice fairy jumped off the podium and flew midair. Now let's begin with self-introductions. Let's start with you. Huh, that seems rather normal. Kurumi looked at her homeroom teacher with a gaze of this guy's brain isn't broken and felt a sense of relief. Surprisingly, the one called upon stood up, being the first from her row. Then a calm and deep voice slowly emerged. Although the universe has its origins, it has no end. It's infinite. Planets also have origins, yet due to their inherent forces they march towards destruction. It's finite. To possess wisdom is the greatest folly, as history has countless examples. This can also be regarded as God's final ultimatum to those resistors. Kurumi, what is this all about? Wasn't this supposed to be a self-introduction? At that moment the classmate burst into laughter, covering his head, looking almost insane. I am Okabe Rintaro. No, sorry, that's not right. It should be. Ihoin Kyuma from this moment on shall enter the realm governed by the goddess of war. In the final phase, the moment of victory has arrived. I will not succumb to any conspiracy, but will see my convictions through to the end. We will fight to the last in the ultimate holy war. In honor of this victory, I salute my comrades who have become my brothers in arms. I thank all the memories that have been sacrificed. Finally, I will welcome the world I long for. Everything is the choice of the stone of destiny. The world will be reconstructed. I am sorry, comrades. Wait a minute, this is really strange. Why did the self-introduction turn into a Chinibu declaration? Also, why is everyone in this classroom so calm? Is this the correct way to conduct a self-introduction? Stunned, Kurumi hadn't yet reacted when the second person stood up. I am the dark flame, mage burdened with destiny, entwined in curses residing within my right hand. At some point his school uniform had transformed into a black robe, slowly raising his right hand to his face, gazing longingly. Is fate. I, Togashi Yudo, will bear this cruel fate and move forward without regret, even if consumed by the flames. Pung. The last sound was like flames leaping. Kurumi, oh whoa. There really is fire, black fire. Doesn't anyone know that playing with fire is not allowed in school? Also, the I you started with became I hey. If you're going to be Chinibu, at least do it professionally. The third person stood up, the one right in front of Kurumi, and it was almost her turn. Seeing the approving expressions on the students around her, Kurumi felt her heart collapse at this moment. Is this really the correct way to introduce oneself at Dreaming Academy? Public humiliation. I really can't do that. What should I say? The fleeting seconds, the constantly flowing sound of water, the rebirth of societal issues. Should I remind everyone to be cautious of time travelers? Or should I say, hidden beneath the appearance of a 17-year-old girl is the soul of a man? No matter how I put it, it feels shameful. With the extremely limited time, Kurumi quickly organized her thoughts in her mind. Then she refuted them one by one. Though she didn't need to stand out, she also didn't want to attract attention. It would be best to be just ordinary. Originally, she only needed to say, hello, everyone, I am Tokisaki Kurumi, and I am glad to be your classmate. I hope to share enjoyable times with you all in the days to come. But now she felt completely lost. Would an overly plain speech cause a backlash? To be honest, she didn't like the feeling of being in the spotlight. In the past, she disliked all kinds of gazes, whether they were sympathetic, pitying, disgusted, or annoyed. She hated them all. The feeling of being watched was truly unbearable. The person in front had already sat down, completely not hearing what she was saying. Is it my turn already? She stood up without any confidence. The words she had initially organized in her mind became a complete mess at that moment. It was just a self-introduction. She had clearly experienced this scenario countless times before. Yet here she was still feeling nervous. It was truly hopeless. Kurumi laughed at the panic she felt within herself. Really, is this the kind of thing that matters? Does it really matter how others perceive me? Since I am starting anew, perhaps I should change my appearance as well. With these thoughts, Kurumi, who had originally been struggling to breathe, felt herself relax. It was as if she had unlocked some shackles and her spirit had ascended to a new level. At this moment, Kurumi felt as transparent as glass, completely at ease. There was nothing left to fear. My name is Tokisaki Kurumi. It's that simple. Because I just wanted to say this, I didn't want to demand more from myself because of irrelevant people. To do what I want to do, that's all there is to it. Then she sat down. For the first time, Kurumi felt the exhilaration of conquering herself. What I want to do, I can still achieve it. Myself. She smiled. This is who she wanted to be. Suddenly, a sharp gaze swept over her. Did I just feel like I was glared at? Kurumi turned her head, scanned around, and saw no fierce-looking individuals. Just an illusion. The fleeting sharp sensation of being watched came swiftly like a tide, only to recede just as quickly. Kurumi took it as an illusion, for everyone experiences such feelings, don't they? For instance, thoughts like she likes me, or it feels like someone is behind me at night. These are psychological effects. However, if she were aware that the earlier feeling stemmed from a breakthrough in her consciousness, and that the more solid sixth sense had captured the information, she would surely think otherwise. At this moment, she was simply focused on the other self-introductions. I must say this self-introduction was hardly less entertaining than a grand performance. Now it was Kurumi's turn to introduce the boy sitting next to her. He was a blue-haired youth, not bad-looking, but perhaps more so, it was his inherent sense of justice that drew attention. I am Rimi Rintaro, a soldier of the 787th Mechanized Special Unit, New Humanity Creation Project of the Eastern Army of the 11th District, and an inheritor of the Tenda-style combat flow. Well, that's about it. He scratched the back of his head and suddenly seemed to recall something. Oh right, there's one very important point. I'm not a lolicon. If I had to say, it's just that the people I like happen to be similar to Lolis. Kurumi was already too tired to make a sarcastic remark. It was simply exhausting to comment on every introduction. Shinamaki, I like BL, I have a passion for BL, and I excel at writing BL. Wow, let reality explode. Shatter the spirit. Vanish this world. I am the evil king with true sight. Oh really? I am the great demon Lord Satania. Most of the self-introductions in the class were quite distinctive, but there were also some that were rather ordinary. However, there was one person who caught Kurumi's attention. She didn't know this person, but the aura she emitted was strikingly similar to the sharp gaze she had just felt. It was a girl with short blue hair. Her facial features were well-defined, perhaps too much so, giving her a somewhat stern appearance reminiscent of a Daredevil squad instructor. Excluding this unpleasant aura, she was indeed a beautiful girl. Radiating a hostile vibe like a hedgehog, she slightly parted her overly thin lips. Sadasaki. Then she scanned the room and spoke with words seemingly etched into her very bones. No matter how the world conceals it, peeling away the hypocritical exterior, humanity always exists in a world of the survival of the fittest. This is the one unchanging truth. The weak should have their own way of survival, hiding well in the corners and serving the strong. With that, she sat down. So clean and decisive. Wow, this kid is even more serious than a Chinibu. Is she a terrorist? That was quite the terror declaration, wasn't it? Absolutely right. Yet no one in this classroom questioned her words. Ooh, everyone had their own way of survival. Just as everyone would not pay excessive attention to others, they certainly would not take a negative stance on her speech. At most, they would quietly scoff in their hearts. At this moment, Kurumi also calmed down her delicate fair face, full of tranquility. Perform as you wish. Time passed swiftly without notice, and soon the morning had flown by. At noon, as she stepped out of the classroom, she saw Tianyi and Shana waiting for her at the door. Mengqi Academy cafeteria. The decor resembled a Miglon style, simple and natural, yet not lacking in elegance. The ceiling was constructed of transparent glass, while the walls extending along the edges were also made of glass, perfectly blending modern craftsmanship with a natural ambience. Today's weather was splendid, with sunlight filtering through the clouds in strips upon the ground. Occasionally, the clear sounds of birds could be heard. The three of them sat at an outdoor table, occupying a table that seemed a bit large for their meal. The table was filled with food, leaving not a single gap. From traditional Chinese delicacies to European pastries, it had it all. Tianyi, are you sure you want to eat all this? Shana remarked, looking at the table, which resembled more a feast than a banquet. What are you talking about? Shana, this is just an appetizer, Tianyi said as she casually grabbed a small dumpling and shoved it into her mouth, chewing just twice before swallowing. Shana and Kurumi. Though they had heard of the legendary gluttony of the world's #1 foodie, seeing it firsthand was truly an experience. Were these just appetizers? The school cafeteria employed chefs from various cuisines to cater to the tastes of students from all over the world. Moreover, it was not a profit-driven restaurant. The prices were absurdly low. Yet the table was filled to the brim with no gaps, and there were even stacked plates. Kurumi calculated a bit and concluded it was nearly the equivalent of the school's monthly stipend. I say, Tianyi, you aren't planning to eat your entire monthly stipend, are you? Although I don't think you would make such a mistake, I just want to ask, do you have any other sources of income? Suddenly, Tianyi, who was devouring her food, froze her head, turning towards Kurumi like a broken robot, forcing a smile, even as tears streamed down. Woo. Her voice sounded muffled, as if she had something in her mouth. Despite not being clear, the sparkle in her eyes seemed to glisten like the Emerald Lake fairy, now clouded with tears. She was clearly crying. Tianyi swallowed hard and touched her chest. Woo. What should I do? What should I do? I seem to have eaten it all. Does this mean I won't have anything to eat tomorrow? A month? A whole month? No ice cream, no cake, no noodles, no dumplings, no. Ah, Kurumi, Shana, the world is about to end. Tomorrow is doomsday. What should I do? What should I do? Woo. Indeed. Kurumi sighed and then smiled. Ah, this world is not so fragile that it would collapse just because there's no food to eat. Her merciless sarcasm pierced Tianyi's heart like an arrow. Tianyi slumped over the table. I'm practically a wasteful cat. Her emerald-like big eyes sparkled akin to ripples on the surface of the lake fairy. But it's okay. At least I still have food right now, and even if I go to the gallows tomorrow, it won't affect today's feast. Delicious. Taking a bite of the strawberry cake, Tianyi displayed a blissful expression. You're truly lethargic. Do you give no thought to the future at all, Tianyi? I agree, said Shana, nodding as she unwrapped and began eating a pineapple bun. Who cares? My life motto is simple. When the boat reaches the bridge, the path reveals itself. To ignore what's right before you is nothing short of sin. Kurisu and Shana. Half an hour later. It's been ages since I've eaten so thoroughly and joyfully. Tianyi sat on the white chair, hands resting contentedly on her belly, her expression one of pure delight. Her posture was decidedly unrefined, yet on her it only heightened her charm and innocent allure. Even while eating, she radiated a vibrant, refreshing energy that was utterly pleasing to behold. Kurisu lifted a cup of black tea to her lips and sipped gently. Her left eye, golden and luminous, remained half hidden beneath her fringe. Her right eye, a deep crimson, glowed with hypnotic allure. Watching her consume a lunch portion large enough to sustain a single person for an entire month, yet without the slightest distension of her abdomen, One could only marvel her throat must surely open into a black hole. The midday sun shone with perfect gentleness, bright, yet never harsh, fresh, yet warmly embracing. The three young women adored this feeling. As a soft breeze stirred pink petals into the air, even their very souls softened into languid ease. The sky stretched high and serene. Time slipped away like sand through fingers as the girls quietly savored the hush of afternoon. By the way, who's your homeroom teacher? Kurisu asked, suddenly setting down her exquisitely rimmed white porcelain cup and gazing across at Shana and Tianyi. Our homeroom teacher. She's named Nanyue. She's a spatial mage. Nanyue. A spatial mage. Could it be Nangong Nanyue? Kurisu murmured softly to Tianyi, whose memory of the teacher's name remained hazy. Yes, Nangong Nanyue. Wait, how did you know? She's a renowned spatial mage. It's perfectly natural to know of her. Kurisu replied casually, then recalled Nangong Nanyue was indeed a petite girl, and legally speaking a Lolita. Shana, ever composed and dignified, spoke softly. Tsukuyami Komo. She seems deeply devoted to struggling students. She kept us behind after class today because someone arrived late. Komo Sensei. Kurisu found herself momentarily speechless. This was absurd. Komo Sensei. Tsukuyami Komo. She too was a Lolita. What on earth was going on? Was having Lolita teachers a tradition at Mengqi Academy? Komo Sensei was an ordinary human, but possessed astonishing breadth and depth of knowledge. Her specialty lay in pyrokinetic research. Beyond that, she mastered numerous disciplines. Expertise spanning social psychology, environmental psychology, behavioral psychology, and traffic psychology. Still, Kurisu remembered Shana once remarking, on their first meeting, that achieving her ultimate goal would require formidable strength. Whether Shana might obtain that strength from Komo Sensei remained uncertain. Yet the very fact that Shana addressed her as sensei suggested, even if Komo were merely human, she had already earned a measure of Shana's respect. Suddenly Tianyi leapt up her chair, skidding backward a full meter. Isn't this afternoon free activity time? She blinked eagerly. Kurisu nodded, then added as if intuiting her intent, but only within the classroom. Edge. Tianyi froze midair, the excitement draining instantly. She'd already drafted detailed exploration plans for Mengqi Academy, complete with annotated maps and marked locations of famed local snack shops. Now those plans would likely have to wait until the weekend break. This restriction is probably meant to help everyone integrate more smoothly into the class, though it lasts only 2 hours. At 3:30 p.m., club activities began. Kurisu lifted her delicate teacup and took another gentle sip. By the way, speaking of clubs, what are your thoughts? With a smile that seemed capable of ensnaring hearts, Kurisu turned her gaze toward the two. Clubs? Probably kendo, but I'm unlikely to join any. Training independently yields far better results than wasting time on club activities. Shana paused, then ran her fingers lightly over her katana zabaniya. You aren't planning to join a club, Shana? Tianyi wore a look of genuine disappointment, before adding brightly. As for me, I'll definitely choose a music-related club like music club or vocal club perhaps. Singing is without question the pursuit of a true lady. Her enthusiasm here was unmistakable. Unlike Shana, who carried a clear purpose or dream, Tianyi chose above all else to savor the joys of school life. Kurisu had anticipated both answers. Shana, the solitary home-study type, Tianyi drawn inevitably to music. Yet, have either of you considered founding your own club? Kurisu raised her teacup with elegant poise and smiled. Last night, she'd researched Mengqi Academy's club policies thoroughly. Unlike most schools here, there was no minimum membership requirement. Only a single student was needed to establish a club. All that was required was written approval from any faculty member and verification of the applicant's competence to run such a club. Upon approval, the school would assign a dedicated activity room in the club building fully equipped with necessary facilities and generous funding. However, the assessment of competence was conducted by specialized faculty experts appointed by the administration. This hurdle had stymied many prodigies. Even the legendary spearmaster Ku Chulin failed his examination for founding a spear arts club, officially dismissed for excessively poor luck. Yet he ultimately won over the examiner through sheer force of will, successfully launching a club that became infamous across campus, though not for its martial excellence. After all, members who could dodge bullets instinctively still managed, while walking down a classroom corridor, to step perfectly onto banana peels. Such individuals were bound to draw attention wherever they went. That changed, however, once a vampire Lolita with the power to manipulate fate joined the ranks. Hearing Kurisu's words, Tianyi's eyes sparkled. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Let's start our own club. As if envisioning something wondrous, stars danced in her gaze, her words already drawing Kurisu and Shana into the shared dream. Yes, let's do it together. Shana, you'd agree this is a splendid idea, wouldn't you? A self-founded club offers unparalleled flexibility, and the school provides dedicated training spaces. Practicing martial arts and swordsmanship would become exponentially more effective. Kurisu smiled at Shana, who neither objected nor assented. Beside her, Tianyi pouted slightly. Training. But isn't this supposed to be a music club? Of course music is included. Whoever said a club must revolve around only one activity? The club we form will embrace each of our passions and visions, united yet gloriously diverse. Kurisu explained. Mom. Tianyi laughed and moved to sit, but forgot her chair had slid far away. With a soft thud, she landed squarely on the floor. After lunch, everyone returned to their respective classrooms. There was no need to rush with the club. As Tianyi would say, we must choose a resounding name. Moreover, if possible, it is also very necessary to understand the content of the club establishment assessments from the seniors. At this moment, Kurumi sat at her desk dressed in a fitted white shirt and a Western-style jacket paired with a deep blue skirt. One must say the school uniform of Dream Prayer Academy is indeed quite beautiful. When worn by Tokisaki Kurumi, it radiated even more youthful vitality enhanced by the alluring aura she unintentionally exuded, truly giving one a sense of intoxication. At this moment, Kurumi took out a small round mirror that came with the stapler she bought. It's truly unbelievable. With her slender jade-like fingers, she gently brushed aside the hair covering her left eye, gazing into the mirror at her golden pupils, which reflected the ticking clock like a pocket watch. However, at this moment, both the hour and minute hands were completely stopped at the 0 position, as if they had been frozen since ancient times. Golden clock pupils. At this moment, they emitted a dazzling and magnificent light, imbued with a mysterious quality. The right pupil, on the other hand, appeared somewhat eerie with its crimson hue, as if condensed from fresh blood. No matter how many times I look, it's still impressive. But I remember the clock's position should be 3:05 right. Kurumi stared blankly at her heterochromatic eyes, her gaze slightly lifting as she tried to recall. After a moment, Kurumi seemed to sense something. She did not feel any special power from her pupils and questioned herself with suspicion. Could it be that this is just for show? Or do I need to develop the so-called latent power myself? Then she glanced at her right crimson pupil, its eerie red. As if recalling something, she couldn't help but smile. If this right eye awakens the Sharingan, that would be a masterpiece. At that moment, Kurumi felt a shadow enveloping her. Looking up, she saw a smiling face. It could be described as pure and simple, or perhaps a bit foolish. At this moment, a boy with short orange-haired hair was scratching the back of his head, greeting Kurumi. Hello, I am Shirou Amiya. Ah, hello. Kurumi tilted her head and smiled at the boy before her. May I ask, Shirou, do you need something? The overly respectful words caused the boy to pause slightly, and then he awkwardly raised his hands, looking a bit cute. There's no need to be so polite. We're all classmates from now on, and if you need any help, I would be very happy to assist. Help, huh? Kurumi looked at the boy before her. His character had not changed. Shirou Amiya, honest and earnest, consistently devoted to his tasks. Foolish, clumsy, naive, and idealist. His definition of life's value was to help others, hoping that those he encountered could find happiness. The belief in becoming a partner of justice was always his guiding principle in life. Kurumi was slightly taken aback, then showed a polite smile. It is truly an honor. Shirou, you are really a good person. Well, thank you. Why did I say thank you? Looking at the boy's almost clumsy smile, Kurumi could only respond with a smile. Then he sat down behind Kurumi. His seat was right behind hers, also by the window. Could this Shirou be the main character? With this thought, Kurumi elegantly turned around. Although she was unaware, the smile on her face indeed stirred people's hearts. Seeing such a smile, Shirou immediately averted his gaze, his hands fidgeting as if unsure where to place them, his face beginning to blush shyly. Then he heard the girl across from him speak in a polite tone reminiscent of a young lady. Are you alone now, Shirou? Although he didn't know why she was asking this, he still replied, No, I have a younger sister at home. You have a sister? Kurumi showed an inquisitive look. Although it seemed rude to ask about family members upon just meeting, it was fine if it was Shirou Amiya. He would not mind such a degree of questioning. Knowing this, Kurumi slightly indulged her curiosity. Yes, Iliasville. When she mentioned this name, Kurumi could clearly see Shirou's smile, filled with happiness so pure and without a hint of impurity. Iliasville von Einsburn. Yes. How do you know? Shirou finally revealed a different expression from his usual kind demeanor, looking at Kurumi with curiosity. Seemingly realizing her slip of the tongue, Kurumi placed her finger next to her cherry blossom-like lips, tracing a seductive arc, and then squinted her eyes and smiled. That's a secret. Seeing such a Kurumi, Shirou's heart skipped a beat. It wasn't that he felt any romantic feelings, it was merely a primal reaction to encountering something so perfect. Then, sensing a wave of embarrassment, Shirou unconsciously leaned back. All right. Have you received your terminal? Speaking hastily, as if to cover something, Shirou spoke in a hurried voice. Terminal? You really haven't received it yet. Shirou was relieved to find he was right, and let out a sigh of relief. That's not good. Our courses are over 80 reliant on the terminal distributed uniformly by the school. Aside from confidentiality and practicality, our academy's terminal can access more addresses. How do you know? Wasn't he a new student too? And with only one sister at home, there shouldn't be anyone to inform him about this. Shirou glanced at Kurumi. Didn't you read the new student manual? It's all in there. Kurumi was momentarily taken aback. She really hadn't read it. Upon seeing the first page about trusting and relying on companions, Kurumi had abandoned her intention to continue reading. She didn't expect to miss so much important information. It was truly a blunder. No wonder I haven't received any books yet. It turns out classes are conducted via the terminal. Kurumi realized and spoke. Also, the school that Tokisaki attends also uses physical books. I do too. I wonder if I can adapt. Shirou showed a worried expression and then continued, by the way, it'll take you to receive your terminal. You don't know the location, right? There might be a record in the student manual, but having someone guide you is more convenient, isn't it? Thank you. I'm grateful for your help, Shirou. No need to mention it. I'm happy to help. Just call me Shirou. Alright, Shirou. The terminal was initially developed by the Alliance to cope with the war against the extraterrestrial evil gods as a large-scale data processor. It was used to observe, collect, and analyze various complex factors, providing the most timely and reliable information for the battlefront. However, as the Millennial Blood War escalated into a full-blown conflict, the Heavenly Dynasty's Tianyi Pavilion recognized its practicality and adaptability, intervening to undertake a comprehensive upgrade. Of course, both parties had to fully share intelligence, and the root permissions had to be completely opened to the Heavenly Dynasty. From the moment the Heavenly Dynasty intervened, the terminal had already departed from the so-called technology track and began to evolve towards the mysterious. Later, after the addition of the Akasha system developed by Mengqi, it completely transcended human control. This was also the result that all three parties hoped for, as once this system was in place, no one could maliciously tamper with or control it. It possessed a computational capacity beyond that of all humanity combined, continuing to operate endlessly and without self-awareness, bringing unimaginable convenience and blessings to humanity. Because Akasha lacked a self-regulating persona, it would not favor any party, and this characteristic could not be controlled, thoroughly eliminating the plans of certain individuals with ulterior motives. In a time when unity was required to face external challenges, the three parties inadvertently reached a tacit understanding. Akasha is the ultimate system that continuously records human experiences and universal knowledge, serving as a structured and profound repository of all knowledge. It is a natural phenomenon related to life and interdimensionality, a medium that can be reached and perceived in an obvious structured manner. Originally, such information as Akasha, which approached the void, was imperceptible to ordinary people and could not be accepted. However, the guardian of the land of Mengqi, Alay, discovered the inherent coding patterns and used it as a reference to create the Akasha system. Today, after continuous updates and improvements by the three major players, it can gradually be utilized in civilian life, becoming a facility for pan-entertainment. It perfectly connects people from all over the world, providing a platform for mutual communication. And because its computational capacity is several levels higher than what people can imagine, it will never experience overload under any circumstances. Simply put, it can be understood as the ultimate form of a computer at a dimensional level. Due to its absolute confidentiality and excellent performance, almost every ordinary citizen possesses a terminal. Kyuzo flipped through as she headed to collect her terminal, listening to Shirou's explanation. So does that mean that even the upper echelons of the Mengqi land, the Heavenly Dynasty, and the Alliance cannot access personal data processed by the Akasha system? That's quite outrageous, isn't it? Kyuzo blinked, displaying a look of disbelief. This is a bit like the internet from my previous life. Are you saying that personal privacy is absolutely confidential on the internet? Isn't that a joke? Of course. Shirou found Kyuzo's question somewhat unbelievable. Wasn't this common knowledge? Even the children of the Alliance's council and those from the 6 major families of the Heavenly Dynasty all use this terminal. Because the Akasha system lacks a self-regulating persona and does not have a permissions program, it merely records and analyzes, and was tested by relevant personnel worldwide when it was made public years ago. Even the genius scientist Shino no Shizuku, who invented the super weapon and the head of Tianyi Pavilion, clearly stated that even after 10,000 years, it would be impossible to breach the defenses of the Akasha system. At this moment, Shirou was leading the way, and although the girl in front asked questions that were common knowledge, such as do humans need to eat, he answered each one. Soon, Kyuzo followed Shirou to the school's logistics department, opened the metal door, and saw a vast silver space filled with shelves laden with goods. Why do I feel like this space is larger than the entire teaching building? Staring at the visually striking room before her, Kyuzo momentarily lost her focus. It was almost as wide as an airport. However, considering that even floating vehicles used spatial folding technology, Kyuzo wisely kept her fleeting thoughts to herself. After quietly receiving her terminal, she returned to the classroom. By this time, it was nearly 4 o'clock, and most people in the classroom had already left. After all, there were many things to do at Mengqi Academy. Shirou also greeted Kyuzo before shouldering his single backpack and stating he was going back to cook. Kyuzo sat quietly in the classroom, following the instructions to start fiddling with her own terminal. At 4 o'clock in early spring, it was already close to dusk. The orange sunlight filtered through the white curtains, quietly illuminating Kyuzo's fair skin, which looked crystal clear and almost transparent. In her delicate hands was a strip-like object resembling a folding knife designed for individuals with special abilities, specifically those capable of manipulating spiritual energy. To power it on, one only needed to inject their own spiritual energy, a process that borrowed heavily from the blood oath procedure used in the Heavenly Dynasty. In this world, everyone's spiritual energy's fluctuation, frequency, and attributes are unique. By injecting one's own spiritual energy into the initial recognition program of the unopened terminal, only that specific energy can activate it in the future. Kyuzo followed the method in the manual to inject her energy, and sure enough, in an instant the folded strip opened at a 90-degree angle, revealing a blue light membrane displaying various icons and images. The manipulation method was also quite simple, divided into touch-based and mental-based. Touch-based manipulation needed no explanation, while mental-based was a way to control spiritual energy through one's thoughts. Next, Kyuzo saw that she needed to fill in her relevant information, though this was not mandatory, and she could choose to skip it. Kyuzo directly skipped this step and arrived at the main interface. Since it was a newly unsealed device, there wasn't much on it. There were only 3 networks: Mengqi Academy Network, Mengqi Land Network, and World Network. Kyuzo clicked on the Mengqi Academy Network and immediately saw various information about the academy. However, when Kyuzo attempted to access it, she was reminded that her permissions were insufficient. Do I need to verify that I am a student of Mengqi Academy? Kyuzo then exited to complete her personal information. Soon she filled in her details for Class 3 Year 1 and was successfully verified. Is this enough? Kyuzo looked at the completed verification prompt in confusion. Is it just about filling it out? How do they determine the authenticity? Alright. Kyuzo suddenly remembered that during class division, she had placed her palm in a groove, so they must have recorded her information back then. And the injection of spiritual energy just now was also a method of identity verification. With a look of realization, Kyuzo re-entered the Mengqi Academy network. Sure enough, this time, she smoothly opened the secondary connection. Then she saw a striking message marked in bright red letters: Mengqi Land, a land of talent. Mengqi Academy, a gathering of heroes. We the brothers and sisters have set up a challenge stage again. As long as any of the following games can surpass us, we will pay a challenge fee of 1,000 times. The signature was A and the challenge fee was 1,000 yuan. These are all legends. They are passed down in the land of dream prayer. Although most of them are things that people fervently hope happen, but do not exist, they hold on to the thought of it would be fun if it were real, causing various unfounded rumors to spread like wildfire. Indeed, people prefer the idea of coincidence over inevitability. Urban legends precisely satisfy this curiosity, so it can be said that urban legends are merely born from people's earnest wishes. However, there are events that are clearly facts, yet treated as legends. Rather, it could be said that the overly surreal rumors gradually evolve into urban legends. This is a true legend that circulates in the land of dream prayer. No defeat in the game. The creator of it is the one who is before Kurumi signed as. Since the Dream Prayer Campus Network is only open to students, relatively more people just don't know where they heard about it, creating an undefeated record among countless games in the online rankings. This name stands proudly at the pinnacle of the world, yet the name field is. It indeed sounds like a legend. This is the land of dream prayer, a gathering place for the bizarre and mysterious from all over the world. Even if it's just a game, it's absurd that someone could reign supreme in this realm and remain undefeated as if it were a tall tale. No way that could be possible. People are more willing to believe what they believe rather than the truth. More specifically, people are more enthusiastic about it being an urban legend than accepting such facts. La. Kurumi let out a laugh of ambiguous meaning. It really is blank. She looked at the comments on the announcement board, which were nothing but the lamentations of weaklings after failing challenges. The challenge fee is 1,000. Is that a month's living allowance? But with the temptation of losing means paying 1,000 times the challenge fee, there will surely be many who take a chance and rush in, right? Kurumi's mouth curved into a tempting arc. Now that's a good way to make money, but... Kurumi tilted her head slightly, revealing a puzzled expression. Even if it's just losing money, why is everyone's reaction so intense? Indeed, it's just money. Those who can enter here must be students of Dream Prayer Academy, which means everyone possesses the ability to wield extraordinary powers. Compared to their own strength, such external possessions should be quite insignificant, right? Yet looking at the comments, they seem to be in great distress. If it were just one person, it could be understood. After all, there are all kinds of people in this world. But more than half are expressing, I lost 1,000, it hurts so much, which is rather strange. Kurumi combed her hair, which was tousled by the gentle breeze, staring blankly at the blue light screen, wondering if she had overlooked something. After all, having just arrived in this world, there are many common knowledge aspects she is unaware of. Yes, indeed, if there is a sense of discord in certain aspects, there must be facts that contradict her own views. Wait a minute. Kurumi raised her head, her beautiful eyes forming crescents, suddenly coming up with a good idea for making money. Since entertainment is so developed in this world, could it be possible for her to... Kurumi, there you are. Tianyi's voice came from the entrance, interrupting Kurumi's thoughts. I came to your classroom right after school, but you weren't there. Then I waited for you at the school gate. but still no one was there. It was indeed the right decision to come check on you. Initially spoken with a tone of complaint, she later expressed her joy at having made the correct decision. I'm really sorry. Kurumi placed the terminal down, stood up, and looked apologetically at Tianyi. I just picked up the terminal and didn't inform you in advance. I'm truly sorry. Seeing her look so worn out, she won't be looking for me every day after school, right? It's fine, it's fine. Tianyi waved her hand generously, her expression mysterious. Just now when I was wandering around the classrooms with Shana, guess what we found? She leaned closer to Kurumi, her eyes shining with excitement like a child who has found a favorite toy. At this time, Shana also walked over. Tianyi tilted her head towards Shana. Right. Isn't it strange? Kurumi was bewildered, quietly waiting for Tianyi to give the answer. Follow me. Saying this, Tianyi grabbed Kurumi's hand and walked to the classroom door. Count how many seats your classroom has. Kurumi merely glanced over 5 rows, 6 seats, 30 in total, very easy to count. 30, what about it? Still not quite understanding what she wanted to express. Right. Tianyi jumped up. It's 30, don't you find it strange? What's strange about it? Kurumi, come here. Then Tianyi continued, pulling her toward the next classroom, making Kurumi count the seats in every classroom they passed. Did you notice anything? Tianyi raised a finger, speaking as if it were a profound matter. Isn't it just that each classroom has 30? Wait a minute. Kurumi displayed a look of realization. Seeing Kurumi's expression, Tianyi chuckled. Right. You've noticed it too, haven't you? Every classroom has 30 people, yet we have 1,000 new students enrolled. I just asked the teacher, and indeed there are only 33 classes, each with 30 students, so. If conditions allowed, Tianyi would have taken on the role of Sherlock Holmes, puffing a pipe, making the final conclusion. Where have the other 10 people gone? Perhaps those 10 didn't come. Impossible. Every session of Mengqi Academy enrolls 1,000 students. If there are any dropout, substitutes will be arranged immediately, Tianyi stated confidently. Then, perhaps those 10 people received some special treatment and didn't share a building with us. Kurumi attempted to provide a possibility, but was refuted by Tianyi one by one. That's even more impossible. No place in this world is fairer, more just, and more open than Mengqi Academy. No matter what kind of talent one has, or what kind of background, everyone is treated equally here. It's hard to say what happens in higher grades, but this has always been the principle in the new semester. Kurumi cast a questioning glance at Shana, hoping to gain some information from her, but Shana just shook her head, indicating she was also unclear. Then Tianyi jumped up. This is a bizarre tale. Clearly 1,000 people entered the school, yet the school only has 990 seats. No matter how you think about it, it's very strange. Tianyi grabbed Kurumi and Shana's hands. Let's go explore and uncover the hidden secrets. Kurumi turned her head. What she wanted to say was that isn't it better to directly ask a teacher or a senior about such matters? But seeing Tianyi's excited and eager expression, it would be too pitiful to refuse her like this. Well, all right. Shana also nodded helplessly. Tianyi pulled the two like birds released from captivity, running down the corridor. After spending more than 2 hours, Tianyi dragged them to count all 33 classrooms thoroughly. Didn't you say you already confirmed that each teacher has 30 students? Why are you still running through them yourself? Feeling that she was merely engaging in a futile exercise, Kurumi looked at her helplessly. That's just what the teacher said. As the saying goes, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. This notion is quite popular in our Tianchao. Tianyi appeared as if she had gained significant insights. Oh, is that so? Kurumi's lips twitched. This really was quite the cherry blossom warrior. I'm going back. Shana probably thought that continuing like this was just a pure waste of time. After examining 33 classrooms, she expressed her intention. Why? Shana, we just got started and next we need to investigate around the teaching building. Tianyi looked at Shana with pleading cat-like eyes, but Shana stood straight, her stern little face unmoved. To be honest, it was quite surprising that Shana, with her strict and serious personality, accompanied Tianyi for 2 hours of this absurd so-called investigation. Her character was strict and earnest. Although still young, she always demanded herself to maintain the most perfect form. This was the education she received since childhood. At this moment, her suggestion to go back was within Kurumi's expectations. Kurumi glanced at the sky, unaware that the shadows stretched by the evening sun were being engulfed by darkness. Twilight had descended, and only a thin line of white light remained on the distant horizon. A hazy crescent moon floated on the horizon, with a few sparse stars dotting the purplish-blue night that was yet to fully descend. How about we eat dinner before heading back? Kurumi suggested. Dinner. I'm not hungry. Upon hearing Kurumi mention food, Tianyi raised her hand and frantically shook it. Tianyi isn't hungry. But I am. You've accompanied us for so long, you just joining us for a bit of dinner would be a way to repay you. Such a small request Tianyi shouldn't refuse, right? Kurumi flashed a mischievous eye and looked at the girl who was about to eat up all her living expenses in front of her with an exceptionally warm smile. You won't refuse, right? Kurumi pressed her tone gentle and smile inviting, yet for some reason despite the cuteness of the smile, Tianyi felt an irresistible urge to comply. I understand. The three arrived at the cafeteria, which rather than just being a cafeteria, was more fittingly described as a five-star restaurant. Even at night, it was brightly lit, operating until dawn, and then switching to another shift, never closing its doors. Kurumi ordered 2 bowls of udon noodles. She had always wanted to try it, but unfortunately her financial situation did not permit. Kurumi elegantly picked up the slippery noodles, gently blowing on them, and immediately a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, filling the hall with a sense of happiness, as if everything was sparkling, lost in an ocean of bliss. To be honest, from Tianyi's perspective, it simply looked like Kurumi was eating udon. Although Kurumi's actions were incredibly graceful, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she exuded the aura of a refined lady, yet it was merely blowing on the noodles, not to the extent of being dazzling. Shana was still having her pineapple bun with the packaging piled up in front of her like a small mountain. Ugh! Tianyi emitted a pitiful sound reminiscent of an abandoned cub. Although Kurumi claimed she wanted her to join for dinner, she actually just wanted to treat her, but she was afraid of hurting her pride, which is why she didn't say it directly. However, if food was placed in front of her, what was it Tianyi said? Alright, it's a sin not to eat what's in front of you. Kurumi put down her chopsticks, slightly tilted her head, smiled at Tianyi, and then pushed her udon noodles over. Oh dear, I've ordered too much. Could you help me out? Me, eh? Suddenly, there was an incredibly bright light in Tianyi's eyes. I would be very happy to help. It might have been an illusion, but Kurumi saw her hand tremble slightly as she took it, and then with just one slurp, half of the noodles in the bowl disappeared. Shana also pushed half of her pineapple bun over. Facing Tianyi's gaze, she turned her head away. Don't get me wrong, it's just that I ordered too much. Oh. Tianyi made a sound like a wolf, but no one could see the softness and gratitude that flashed in her eyes while eating the bun and noodles. Everything was conveyed in silence. Sometimes no excessive words were needed. Kurumi still elegantly held her red tea, revealing a smile that reflected etiquette. Shana's stern little face occasionally flashed with an expression suitable for her age, but it was quickly replaced by her authoritative demeanor. Upon returning to the dormitory, Kurumi's first action was to take out her terminal for research. There were simply too many interesting things on it. More importantly, she saw a novel on it, Intimate Paradise. At that moment, Kurumi felt like she was going to spit blood. Oh, wasn't this a little yellow book? How could it be forcibly pinned to the top? Without even thinking, it was obvious that being able to remain pinned at the top of the Dream Prayer Campus network was the result of some unspeakable transaction between a certain white-haired frog and a hentai principal. However, this was not the main point. The focus was that people in this world still valued the entertainment industry, as that book, Intimate Paradise, surprisingly achieved sales of 30 million copies. Although it was unclear how large the population base of this world was, selling 30 million copies at 30 yuan each was simply explosive. So it means I can blatantly copy novels from the original world. Kurumi muttered to herself, maybe I could become the new era's Kamisama in the novel industry. Without hesitation, Kurumi re-registered her virtual online name, Nightmare. Then she became active online under this name, writing novels. Kurumi lifted her head, her fair and slender index finger resting on her petal-like lips, her eyes drifting upward as she struggled to recall something. How about Battle Through the Heavens? Saying this, she began typing on the keyboard projected by the terminal. This is a world of fighting energy. Without flamboyant and brilliant magic, there is only the fighting energy that has reproduced to its peak. An hour later, Kurumi felt as if her body had been drained. Even if I know the plot, I can't reorganize it into words. I miscalculated. Writing novels is much harder than I imagined. 2 hours later, Kurumi tugged at her hair, helplessly staring at the blue projector that had only produced 1,500 words of draft, feeling a wave of exhaustion. 3 hours later, Kurumi wore a crumbling smile. I see those who are proficient in the world of novels are truly loathsome. Why can they be so skilled? Was it excessive indulgence by the author? Did they not consider the actual situation? Even if they knew the plot, they couldn't put it down on paper, at least not for ordinary people. The next day, Kurumi woke up with weary eyes. Glancing at the time, she sighed, lamenting that it was only the second day, yet her biological clock was so precise. She sat dazed on the bed, her nightgown barely covering her hips. The smooth, delicate curve of the young girl's white calves and thighs formed a perfect line, undeniably more exquisite than any artistic piece displayed in a glass case, making one wish to hold and admire them. It is widely known that both tights and knee-high socks have a shaping effect, making a girl's legs appear more alluring. However, Kurumi achieved this allure solely with her bare legs, a charm that others could never catch up to no matter how they tried to cheat. Smooth as cream, pale as fine snow, her legs created a golden ratio with her entire figure. Naturally beautiful, it was ineffably alluring. If one day these legs were to be encased in black stockings, it would undoubtedly bring a temptation far deadlier than that of a demon. Yet at this moment the girl was completely unaware of her charm. With a dazed face and sleepy eyes, she sat there as if suffering from low blood pressure upon waking. After some time, she finally snapped back to reality. Alright, I have class today. Climbing out of bed, she stumbled to the sink, turned on the faucet, and when the cool water splashed on her face, she finally felt a bit more awake. After washing up, she casually tied her hair with a ribbon into 2 pigtails in front of her, changed into her school uniform, and headed out. Upon arriving at the classroom, "Kurumi, you look so tired." Kurumi nonchalantly replied to Shirou, recalling last night, and feeling a headache coming on. No matter how she wrote, she could never convey the feeling she desired. Often a single adjective would take her ages to think of, and yet it would still miss the mark. Moreover, whether in novels or anime, she could only remember the general gist with many details completely forgotten. Thinking about becoming a literary genius seemed but a distant dream. "I initially thought I had found a decent way to earn money." "What did you say?" Shirou, not concerned about Kurumi's dismissive attitude, instead showed a warm demeanor. "Do you need money, Tokisaki? I know a good part-time job. Do you want me to introduce it to you?" Sure, thank you, Shirou." Kurumi thought to jot it down, or it might come in handy later. Kurumi politely smiled as she tucked away the address Shirou wrote on a note. Lost again. Cheating. That guy is definitely cheating. My spirit coins." A frantic voice suddenly came from beside her. It was Rintaro, clutching his head and banging it against the desk. "Wow, that looks painful." However, one word in his speech caught Kurumi's attention. "Spirit coins." Kurumi walked over to Rintaro with steady steps. "Hello, Rin." Kurumi approached with a ladylike demeanor. Hello." Rintaro lifted his head, momentarily stunned by the beauty of the girl before him. But he quickly snapped back to reality, saying, "You are Tokisaki Kurumi, right?" "Yes, I'm surprised you remember my name, Ren. I'm quite flattered. I'm curious though, what are spirit coins? Could you tell me?" Rintaro blinked, a strange expression crossing his face, as if to say, why would someone ask such a common knowledge question? Are you kidding me? However, seeing her eager expression, Rintaro seriously explained, "Spirit coins are a manifestation of spiritual energy that exists between the virtual and reality, a way to digitalize spiritual energy data. While they can serve as currency, they have many more uses." Digitalizing spiritual energy. Kurumi frowned slightly, indicating her lack of understanding. Seeing Kurumi's expression, Rintaro Wellmanner did not jump up and shout, "You don't even know this." After all, there are those who have lived in secluded villages or hidden realms untouched by the outside world. They were brought into Dreaming Academy, so they might not be familiar with common knowledge. She was probably one of those people. After thinking this, Rintaro began to elaborate further, while digitalizing spiritual energy. Long ago, scholars proposed, since spiritual energy can manifest in various forms, it should also be expressible in the form of information. This speculation continued until 100 years after the comprehensive defensive war against the outer evil gods, and through persistent research, humanity finally realized this speculation: the mutual conversion of spiritual energy and information. This is what we now commonly refer to as spirit coins. What use does this have? Surely all this effort was not just to realize a virtual currency, right? Kurumi asked again. Of course not. Rintaro replied with a pained expression, likely due to his recent losses. He continued, not to mention other aspects. Since spiritual energy and data can be mutually converted, spirit coins can be directly transformed into spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the air is relatively thin, and the converted spiritual energy is purer. In other words, having a large number of spirit coins means access to more and purer spiritual energy for cultivation. It's not just as simple as being currency. After hearing Rintaro, Kurumi finally understood. No wonder she had seen so many complaints on the message board under the announcement yesterday. Wait, hold on, that's not right. Kurumi recalled the subsidies the school had given her, which were real cash wrapped in envelopes. Moreover, she had seen comments like, "I just lost my month's living expenses." So does that mean currency is equivalent to spirit coins? I have a question: can spirit coins be purchased with money? Well, how to put it, generally speaking, such situations do not occur. There are 2 types of terminals, one activated by injecting spiritual energy and the other by recognizing personal genes, catering to ordinary people and those capable of sensing spiritual energy respectively. Spirit coins typically circulate only among the latter group, and no one would specifically exchange spirit coins for ordinary money. As for converting ordinary currency into spirit coins, I doubt any spirit coin owner would do that. Kurumi's confusion deepened. So is our living expense distributed as ordinary currency or spirit coins? Of course it's spirit coins. Alright, in the first month, since there were no terminals, it was given in ordinary currency, but you could exchange this money at the logistics office Wonton. This was something only possible in the first month at Dreaming Academy. Huang-sen could not fathom why such an unnecessary step had to be taken. Why adopt this procedure at all? What is the point? Anyone can see that spirit coins are far more valuable than ordinary currency. And yet I treated spirit coins as if they were common money. Huang-san felt ill at ease. If she told Tianyi, her heart would surely bleed. After all, an entire meal had been consumed. I nearly forgot to mention Li Jian Lian Tailang added only currency issued by the Academy can be exchanged, others cannot. They bear a special mark. Although annoyed, Kwang San smiled at him and said she was grateful. Thank you, classmate Li Jian. By the way, how did you learn this? Lien Tailang scratched the back of his head and replied that an old acquaintance who taught here had told him. I see, so that's how it is. Upon hearing Lien Tailang, Kwang San began to piece the clues together. At last she understood why such a deceitful arrangement existed. At first she thought only she had been kept in the dark, now it seemed everyone was unaware. A delighted smile bloomed in Kwang San's heart. Could that really be the case? This requires investigation. She could not let it pass. Kwang San bowed slightly. Thank you, classmate Li Jian, your information is most useful. She had unexpectedly learned something valuable. She remembered the book she had seen last night, Qinren Tiantong. Its listed price had not referred to ordinary money but to spirit coins. No wonder it was so popular. Recalling its extraordinary sales, Kwang San's lips twitched as she courteously thanked Li Jian Lien Tailang. Also a word of warning. Her eyes turned to Lien Tailang's terminal screen. Pointing at the blue display where the name appeared, she said it would be best not to challenge that fellow, Kong Bai. After all, you gave me such useful information, I do not wish to see you fall into another's trap. That one called Kong Bai. Kwang San raised a finger and smiled. He had never once been defeated. Then she returned to her seat, and soon Bindan 9 flew in. Today she was as energetic as ever. Seeing Qi Lu Nua brimming with excess vigor, Kwang San could not help but tease her. Class 1 Grade 3 assemble on the playground downstairs. The small Lelouch homeroom teacher had barely entered when she forced her voice higher, attempting to assert authority and embody the gravitas of a class master. But the response was immediate. How adorable, I want to take her home. Lolas are the best. Hee 3 years well spent, a truly no regret. Oh, I want to cuddle her, I want to cuddle. At first the students had been restrained by unfamiliarity, but after these few days together, they had come to understand the little homeroom teacher before them. Seemed, well, how to put it, simply very endearing. Qi Lu Nua heard the commotion. Her wings fluttered behind her, her small hands balled into fists, and she looked as if she were about to thump someone in the chest. You lot listen properly. I said go to the playground downstairs. Oh, Xiong Jiliku, what are you doing? Let go of me. Don't drool on me, you idiot. You foolish mule. I'll freeze you. After a bout of erotic teasing and the lawless counterattack, and after everyone had had their fill of spectacle, they finally reached the playground, a flat expanse as large as 3 football fields. 30 circular stone pillars, each about the height of a person, stood in a matrix. Above them rested ancient stone slabs carved with intricate patterns like magic circles. The pillars themselves seemed to possess a mysterious quality, as if something flowed within them. The Lelouch homeroom teacher lifted her head, her expression brimmed with self-satisfaction. Next comes a small test. You only need to use your spiritual energy to activate the patterns on the stone slabs. The more patterns you activate, the stronger you are. By the way, your esteemed Qi Lu Nua is a 4th rank super strong. She can activate over 100 patterns. The moment the small teacher spoke, the crowd erupted. 4th rank? Are you joking? How could that be? Yet it was not entirely strange. At Mengqi Academy, the minimum requirement for teachers was 4th rank. Still she. Qi Lu Nua relished the students' astonishment. Her words achieved the desired effect. She crossed her arms and nodded with satisfaction. 4th rank, what of it? Kwang San asked, puzzled. Standing behind her, Shi Lang wore an expression of reverent longing. An imperceptible glint of resolve passed through his eyes, as if he would gladly sacrifice his life for that radiant steadfastness. So is it really that extraordinary? Kwang San tilted his head slightly at Shi Lang. Shi Lang withdrew his wandering gaze, and as if making a solemn decision, explained geniuses can typically reach, at most, the 3rd rank. But the 4th rank implies excellence in some singular aspect that ordinary people cannot hope to attain. That barrier is not something one simply surpasses by effort alone. Excellence beyond ordinary reach in some aspect. Kwang San glanced at Qi Lu Nua, hands on her hips and chest thrust proudly. Could it mean she was unmatched in the art of being foolish? Shi Lang continued, if one were to offer an analogy, an otherworldly great demon lord would probably be around 4th rank. The comparison left Kwang San speechless. Demon lord and Qi Lu Nua. An image rose in Kwang San's mind. On a field of blood and fire, a little girl with 6 wings wearing a queenly triple laugh. The picture was so absurdly splendid that he burst into laughter. Shi Lang looked at the suddenly laughing Kwang San with a puzzled expression. Nothing, please do not mind, Kwang San murmured, covering his mouth. By the way, how is 4th rank determined? Shi Lang, apparently accustomed to Kwang San's curious questions, answered without surprise. The Uksha system conducts a comprehensive analysis of a person's overall qualities and provides a holistic evaluation. A comprehensive evaluation. At that ambiguous phrase, Kwang San smiled. Indeed, a person's worth cannot be fixed by combat prowess alone. So 4th rank does not merely denote destructive power or fighting ability. Teacher Xiaoming. If Mengqi Academy requires teachers to be at least 4th rank, then the ordinary teacher, Xiaoming, must also rank 4th. In other words, extraordinary knowledge or other uncommon qualities might be taken into account. From Shi Lang's brief words and the students' reactions, Kwang San instantly inferred more. Fourth rank it seemed might indicate a truly remarkable existence. Kwang San composed his thoughts and offered Shirlang a grateful smile. Thank you, Shirlang. The test will begin shortly, let us go. There were 30 stone pillars arranged in 5 rows and 6 columns perfectly corresponding to the 30 students, each standing in their designated spot. Suddenly a chaotic and violent force surged forth. Is this chaotic spiritual energy? Each line on its surface exuded an uncomfortable sensation that made Kwang Sin instinctively withdraw her hand. Kwang Sin glanced around, noticing that anyone who had touched the stone slab wore expressions of shock and fear, with some even sweating profusely, their eyes filled with terror as they stared at the stone. Humph! A cold snort sounded, and Kwang San turned to see a beautiful girl with blue short hair. Her excessively fierce demeanor, more violent than just fierce, detracted from her softness as a girl. She seems to be called Satakaname. Kwang Sin recalled that she had no impression of her since she had never seen her before, but the aura emanating from her body, a strong eye, and the big sister presence slightly jogged her memory. She placed her palm against the stone pillar and looked at Cirno, speaking in a deep voice. So activating means just aligning the spiritual energy along each line, right? Cirno nodded. Then, as if exerting herself, she pressed her palm down deeply, causing the spiritual energy to swirl around and the stone pillar to emit a brilliant light. It was as if the lines had been electrified and the previously recessed grooves shone brightly like LED lights. 1, 5, 15, 23. Finally, a total of 24.5 lines lit up. The classmates who had just touched the stone slab all displayed expressions of admiration. Because they had touched it, they understood just how difficult it was to activate the lines. If it were themselves. She is Satakaname. That name seems somewhat familiar. Alright, Satakaname, she is a candidate for the World City Management Corps Reserve. No wonder she's so strong. The World City Management Corps was a force established by a coalition of 3 factions, and only the elite among the elite could join. Hearing the astonished murmurs, Satakaname simply withdrew her hand with indifference, showing no signs of conceit or pride, standing there, as if everything were perfectly natural. With the first one done, the others also sought to try activating their own lines. Most managed to reach around 20, but that was where they stopped. The further they went, each additional line became increasingly difficult. Moreover, most of the activated lines were dimmer than Satakaname's. However, about 10 or so reached her level, with even some surpassing it. Seeing classmates who were even stronger, Satakaname's eyes sharpened, and a slight smile curved her lips, as if to say, good, this is the class of the strong. However, when she looked in a certain direction, her face suddenly darkened, as if shrouded in gloom. At this moment, the stone pillars arranged in a matrix on the playground lit up with a ghostly flickering pattern, creating an oddly beautiful, mysterious sight from afar. Yet one of them remained dim, not even a single line illuminated. Kwang Sin stuck out her small tongue and unconsciously licked her cherry blossom-like lips, revealing a hint of surprise before quickly regaining her composure. Activating the lines means guiding and clearing the chaotic and violent spiritual energy within the stone pillar with one's own spiritual energy, allowing it to arrange itself in a generally orderly direction. The more unified the direction of the spiritual energy, the brighter the glow. Although it was only a brief contact, Kwang San could immediately ascertain that there were at least 2 ways to activate it. The first is to guide each misaligned strand of spiritual energy with one's own power towards the correct direction, which tests one's control over spiritual energy and is a highly skillful manipulation. The second is to forcefully alter the flowing energy in the lines using one's vast spiritual energy. Satakaname probably used this latter method. In fact, it seemed that the vast majority employed this approach. However, just as Kwang San was about to activate the chaotic and violent spiritual energy in the pillar, surged forth with an affectionate wave. Indeed, affectionate. Although spiritual energy lacks the concept of emotion, Kwang San felt this way inexplicably. It was as if this sensation was transmitted directly to her mind, causing Kwang San to instinctively think so. Then she realized that she didn't need to do anything extra, as she only had to concentrate her thoughts, and the violent spiritual energy would calm itself according to her wishes. As the spiritual energy settled, Kwang San's perception deepened again, as if she were touching the core of the stone pillar. She felt a spiritual energy 1,000 times stronger than before, forming a storm of energy, swirling like a dragon at the center. Her intuition told her that only someone who had complete control over the outer layer of the spiritual energy could see this. Yet it seemed only she had reached this step. Kwang San tried to manipulate the spiritual energy at the center of the storm. Though she could faintly sense the affectionate quality, this time was different. The fully condensed storm of spiritual energy offered no opportunity for her to intervene. Even with great effort, she could only extract a trace of energy from the storm. Then it felt as though her mind had been struck a heavy blow. She felt dizzy, and as if her chest was blocked, making her feel nauseous. Buzz. A strong buzzing resonated in her ears. Kwang San couldn't help but take a step back, her hand pressed to her dizzy head. This is truly. Then it seemed that Kwang-san felt a very slight increase in her control over spiritual energy. Although there was no obvious effect, she indeed felt more unblocked. Before Kwang-san could rejoice, a comforting voice came from behind her. Tokisaki on this test is merely to assess one's control over spiritual energy and the amount of energy. Shirou, are you concerned about me? Kurumi smiled, covering her cherry blossom-like lips. Seeing Kurumi regain her smile in the blink of an eye, Mengqi Shirou felt he might have said something unnecessary and stood there awkwardly. I appreciate your kindness, but the reality may be a bit surprising, Shirou. Although she misinterpreted her contemplative expression as disappointment, at least others were genuinely kind, and Kurumi would not hesitate to express her gratitude for such heartfelt intentions. After thanking Mengqi Shirou, Kurumi turned back to feel the spiritual energy in the air again. But this time she did not sense that familiar closeness. Can't it be felt in the air? Then why can it only be sensed within this stone pillar? Kurumi stared at the stone pillar in front of her. Undoubtedly it would help her enhance her strength. A smile curved at the corners of Kurumi's mouth. It seems I must find a way to obtain it. The entrance exam merely assessed the student's basic skills related to spiritual energy. After this, it would likely see little use. After all, Mengqi Academy has never measured the value and potential of students solely by their spiritual energy. While it is indeed an important reference, who can deny that in countless worlds some individuals can carve their own paths? Take for example the EA Alliance's clock tower, where the current head of the summoning department is less skilled in spiritual energy than any student at Mengqi Academy, yet no one dares to underestimate him. Simply because he has the incredibly powerful contract spirit, the king of heroes Gilgamesh. Or the manifestation device under the Free Alliance's DM Corporation, which reproduces computational results in the real world, completely distorting the laws of reality, and is known as a device that achieves magic through scientific means. As long as it is suitable, even ordinary people can gain immense power by equipping such near-magical scientific devices. There are countless other methods. Moreover, students at Mengqi Academy are no exception. Exploding potential. Cheating. Everyone here possesses such means. They are the best of the best, the elite among elites. Being able to enter this academy is a recognition in itself. Even situations where a first-stage student can dominate a third-stage student are not unheard of. Thus, the spiritual energy test is truly just a very basic symbolic assessment. Though it must be said, some do not share this opinion. Kurumi's sixth sense caught a gaze filled with malice. Turning around involuntarily, she saw a pair of narrow and sharp eyes now squinting, making them appear even more sinister. Her originally beautiful features were ruined by this rampant malice, evoking a sense of sharp and acerbic. Why is that guy staring at me? Kurumi was puzzled. However, if Kurumi had turned around earlier, she would have realized that the person with short blue hair, bearing a gentle name like Hanyo, was not initially looking at her, but rather at the less than half-activated spiritual pattern on Kurumi's pillar. Only then did her expression turn sour, revealing her disdain. Satan Hanyo noticed Kurumi's gaze, but did not meet it, as if doing so would insult herself, and slowly closed her eyes. Then, taking steady breaths with her head slightly raised like a proud swan, she looked down on the ugly duckling. What? Someone like her is in the same class as me. Thinking of this, her hand unconsciously clenched tighter. Strong individuals have their own circles, being placed alongside the weak, especially as recognized by the school at the same level, instantly gave her a sense of defeat, as if she were being dragged down a level. I must become stronger, so those around me must also be strong. Why what? In her worldview, just as she introduced herself at the beginning, the essence of the world is the survival of the fittest. And now, as a predator sharing the same level as prey, is this a joke? This is absolutely intolerable. Not even able to activate a single spiritual pattern, it's simply a disgrace to the class. It's also a shame for me to be in the same class with her. Taking a deep breath, Hanyo had her own plans. However, what she did not realize, and what everyone else thinking the same did not realize, was that within the half-activated spiritual pattern, Kurumi had, unlike others emitting gaseous light, her radiance flowed like a liquid, almost tactile, on the stone surface. Yet because of this, although it was as solid as mercury, its light was reclusive, appearing quite dim compared to the patterns beside her that seemed eager to emit all their brilliance. And the brightness of the radiance was also one of the standards for judgment. However, Kurumi had already transcended this category. No one would have thought that among the newcomers there could be one who could control it so perfectly, thus it was overlooked. After the test, they returned to the classroom. This result would also be recorded in the students' files. Upon hearing it would be recorded, Kurumi's first reaction was, "Oh no. If I had known, I would have activated 20 patterns first. Oh, I don't know how this score will affect me in the future." But she quickly calmed down. She thought that even if it had an impact, at most it would just be the teacher's impression of her. And the teacher? That Cirno with the 9, right? Moreover, over these past few days, Kurumi discovered that Mengqi Academy does not require students to develop comprehensively, but rather encourages them to explore their potential and talents, walking their own paths. So there was no need to worry that the school would give up on her for such trivial matters. It was purely unnecessary worry. While Kurumi rested her chin on her hand, gazing out at the white clouds under the blue sky, a tall figure with short blue hair, exuding a strong presence, approached her and tapped on the table. "I'm thirsty." Kurumi turned her head and blinked. "Go get a bottle of water." "Huh." Kurumi looked at the girl in disbelief, thinking to herself, does this person drink water, using her brain, causing her to be full of water? Then with a polite smile, she revealed a confused expression. "Are we familiar?" "Not familiar," she replied succinctly. But her tone left no room for doubt. "But how does that relate to you going to buy water?" Kurumi's smile twitched, gradually stiffening, indicating that she had a phrase she wasn't sure if she should say out loud. This person has her brain replaced with water. "Oh, how convenient, I'm thirsty too." "You want water, right? I'll help you get it. Just a regular bottled one will do." Suddenly Shirou appeared, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Henio glanced at Shirou, knowing that continuing to entangle would lead to no result. Then with a sidelong glance at Kurumi, she walked straight back to her seat. To be honest, being approached so inexplicably completely caught Kurumi off guard. She couldn't think of a reason why she would be targeted, but it didn't matter. That wasn't the main point. As long as she knew that she was certain of the other's malice. That guy indeed seemed to want to trouble her. Does this count as a case of bullying in school, eh? Hee, this is truly amusing. Kurumi's eyes shone with a strange, enchanting light, revealing an excitement that seemed almost like an illusion. She quickly withdrew her thoughts. Such trivial matters only amused her, and she wouldn't dwell on them. This was her confidence in her own strength. At that moment, Kurumi was downloading textbooks of interest from the terminal to read for reference. The classroom was very quiet, as everyone had entered their own state of study, which was also the reason Hanan didn't continue. Most of the time at Dream Prayer Academy, students learn independently, and the academic office publishes all textbooks on the Academy's website, allowing students to freely choose their subjects of interest. After all, the paths of predecessors may not necessarily suit one's own path, so exploration is a fundamental requirement for every student. Therefore, contemplation is particularly important. Only when faced with problems deemed unsolvable alone will the school provide targeted solutions. Of course, these answers are not provided by the homeroom teacher, who is more focused on handling students' trivial matters and serves as a link between students and the school. They also pay attention to the psychological growth of students. Due to possessing rare talents, they receive high social evaluation, and few would abandon such gifts. As for the immature boys and girls, they only envision their futures as shining and brilliant. Although this isn't necessarily a bad thing, such a utilitarian value system can indeed lead to immeasurable consequences at times. In fact, every year there are a considerable number of individuals who falter under setbacks. Moreover, during the adolescent phase, which can be described as a state of vitality or excessive hormonal excitement, it only takes a little provocation for someone to be led astray. Thus, education is very necessary to correctly guide this group of young people who are always in a state of excitement, both psychologically and physiologically. The Triad Alliance has put in considerable effort. To this end, they established the Stability Independent Investigation Corps, abbreviated as the Independent Corps. It is an organization specifically created for students to investigate the dark aspects hidden in this world. This not only allows those individuals to vent their excess energy, but also helps them understand the cruelty of the world at an earlier stage. It also alleviates the workload of relevant departments and provides them with corresponding rewards or even honors upon completion of tasks. This is simply a win-win situation. Well then, that concludes the relevant information about the world. Kurumi has finished reading the downloaded materials. It was just in time for lunch after class. Like eagerly awaiting the bell, Sato Hikari stood up as the bell rang. Kurumi sensed this and turned to look at her. The other party raised an eyebrow, provocatively staring at Kurumi, as if to say, "Come with me." Kurumi merely returned a polite smile, then ignored her and walked past. When Kurumi disappeared through the classroom door with the crowd, Sato Hikari's face darkened completely, the faintly throbbing temple hinting at her furious mood at that moment. Yet Kurumi maintained her smile throughout as she walked past. From the beginning, she had sensed the other's ill intentions. Unclear as the reason was being targeted was certainly not a pleasant experience. However, Kurumi did not deliberately act against this matter, remaining in a state of disregard throughout. Ironically, those who made her unhappy turned out to be even more displeased. It wasn't that Kurumi excelled at making others unhappy, it was simply that she had never taken Sato Hikari's threats seriously. This nonchalant attitude was what made the proud other party most intolerable. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I want to see how long you can keep this up. Angered, Sato Hikari roared like a beast ready to pounce, her tightly clenched fists bulging with veins. The school does not encourage private fights, but it does not explicitly oppose them either. This attitude is quite ambiguous, and the degree is left to the students to control. However, as far as Sato Hikari was aware, there had never been a case of a fight occurring in the classroom without repercussions. Otherwise, she would have acted long ago. At this moment, the self-proclaimed Lord of Hell Demon King Satania saw her standing there in a daze, completely oblivious to the atmosphere, and patted Sato Hikari on the shoulder, saying, What's wrong, my beloved servant? Servant? Isn't that just a term for a subordinate? Sata Hikari's already gloomy face completely darkened. Get lost. Ugh. Satania was startled by her imposing demeanor and took a step back with tears welling in her eyes. She really just wanted someone to have lunch with out of loneliness, and when she saw Sata Hikari, who was similarly alone, she felt inclined to strike up a conversation. Hey, what's wrong with you? Shindu Rika, the evil King Shirou, I exchanged a brief glance with Satania while introducing herself. At that moment she confirmed. There was no mistake this sense of encounter. Just a moment ago she was with the black flame demon Togashi Yuta and was excluded by Satania. Seeing her friend in distress, she immediately stood up. Oomph. Sata Hikari noticed that things seemed to be heading in an unfavorable direction, and she indeed hadn't controlled her emotions earlier. She had already lost. But she would never admit that, leaving with a cold snort as she exited the classroom. At that moment Satania, still looking like a dumpling, rubbed her tear-streaked eyes and with a forced bravado said to Rika, Ugh, I'm not afraid. I could take on 10 of her with one hand. So can I. Rika nodded proudly. No wonder you're my destined rival, Demon King Satania. What a fateful encounter. I am Shindu Rika, the evil King Shirou. Hearing Rika's voice, Satania once again put on her hands on her hips and laughed like a demon king, seemingly completely forgetting her earlier tearful self. Ha ha ha, is that so? Is that so? So you're the evil King Shirou. My fated star. The wheels of destiny have begun to turn, and we will be entangled from now on, and this is what is called a fateful bond. Ha ha. Finally Togashi Yuta couldn't hold back any longer. Although he looked quite Shinibu himself, dressed in a black coat and gloves with a cool pose covering his right eye, the words he spoke were surprisingly normal. Can't you just say directly if you want to be friends? Dream Prayer Academy Cafeteria. The European-style decor is complemented by traditional wooden panels, with intricate Chinese carvings visible in the details, creating a perfect fusion of various architectural styles that imbue the place with a classical charm while remaining filled with serene bustle. The sunlight of this season is golden and bright, streaming through the skylight, like pillars of light, casting a dreamlike aura around the dining tables. This time Kyuko and the others chose not to sit at the outdoor tables, but inside the building. As she slowly surveyed the area, Kyuko couldn't help but show a hint of admiration. It's just a student cafeteria, yet it's extravagantly luxurious. This time Kyuko and Shana accidentally ordered too much for lunch. The excess could only be entrusted to Tianyi. Although Tianyi initially sulked and refused to come over, Kyuko eventually found her behind the teaching building, and after delivering a swift chop to her shoulder, Tianyi chose to relent. Alright. Kyuko set down her fork, gently wiped her lips with a napkin, and slowly said, I have a good job opportunity here, introduced by a nice person. Tianyi, would you like to give it a try? Kyuko recalled the note Shirou had written for her. If it was a place he recommended, it should be good enough, at least it wouldn't swindle her. Yes, I want to go. Where is it? Is Kyuko working there too? Let's bring Shana along. Hehe. Tianyi nodded vigorously at the mention of a job, her eyes shining with excitement. For the first time she understood the importance of money. No, to be precise, she understood the importance of money in exchange for delicious food. I heard about it from a classmate too. If you're interested, let's check it out after school tomorrow. Shana was indifferent to the idea, showing neither strong interest nor rejection as she continued to munch on her pineapple bread, occasionally sucking her thumb. However, if they were all going, it wouldn't be a problem to accompany them for a bit. But this was definitely not an intentional effort to carve out time. It was merely a matter of being free. With that thought, Shana nodded in response to Kyuko and Tianyi's smiling faces. At this moment, any campus ghost stories Tianyi had discovered were long forgotten. Food outweighed everything. Discussing ghost stories could wait until her hunger was satisfied. The previous discussion about club issues remained unresolved. Without food, Tianyi felt she would slowly turn into a useless cat. Shana wasn't particularly concerned about this either, and Kyuko also maintained a calm attitude. Thus, these issues could be addressed later. Moreover, the most pressing matter was that they had not yet thought of a club name that would satisfy everyone. As lunch was nearing its end, Kyuko informed them that they need not wait for her to return home in the afternoon, as she had some matters to attend to. Although Tianyi and Shana looked at her with questioning eyes, Kyuko simply smiled and said nothing. Thus, they did not press further. Kyuko also did not mention the matter of paper currency being exchangeable for spirit currency during the first week of school. Firstly, Tianyi had already used hers up, mentioning it would only cause her distress, without any benefit. Secondly, it might be different elsewhere, but here at Dream Prayer Academy, if used for equivalent trade, paper currency and spirit currency truly held no difference in value. The same amount could only be exchanged for the same goods. The only difference was that she could utilize it for spiritual training. Kyuko could see that Shana preferred honing her true strength and tapping into her potential over relying on external resources. Since both Tianyi and Shana didn't require it, there was no need to complicate matters. Kyuko also had her own plans regarding this. After school this afternoon, she would go to confirm. If it truly aligned with her expectations, then perhaps the spiritual pillar from the last test would finally have a resolution. But before that, Kyuko's lips curved up slightly, forming a wicked arc. Some matters must be resolved first. Satan Ruko, although Kyuko had never formally confronted her, it's quite annoying to have someone buzzing around like a mosquito. She understood that someone like that would never back off until they achieved their intended goal. Although she didn't know why they targeted her, if she guessed correctly, perhaps after school today, I could catch a glimpse of her on a secluded path. Kyuko danced lightly as she walked, her footsteps even as she approached the classroom, every movement resembling a graceful dance. She seemed to be in a rather pleasant mood. Kyuko did not glorify violence, nor did she believe that force could solve everything. However, if it could bring her some peace, she wouldn't mind taking action. Upon returning to the classroom, she confirmed with Shirou once more. It was a cafe called Rabbit House, which was short-staffed due to the school season, and was now looking for waitstaff from Mengqi Academy located on the Fantasy Street to the east of the academy. After obtaining more detailed information, Kyuko thanked Shirou. She then buried herself in downloading courses on the terminal. Regardless of where one was, knowledge was undoubtedly power, and it could be transformed into a potent weapon. For instance, in the Eastern Celestial Empire, mastering sword flight required knowledge of how to practice it right. Or like the Western Clock Tower, constructing magic arrays required an understanding of how magical energy operates, how to sense spiritual energy from the air and absorb it, then convert it into magical power. Perhaps one had to know to succeed. Likewise, the god revered by the Vatican is omniscient and thus omnipotent. This is what is meant by gaining power through knowledge. It is the recognition of the essence at its root, and the enhancement of oneself, a power that cannot be stripped from anyone. Because I know. Now a pathway to acquire a wealth of precious knowledge lay before Kyuko, with no reason to miss out. She continued to study until the bell rang, slowly standing up, packing her bag, and walking toward the campus exit. While being engrossed in learning is a good thing, efficient allocation of time is also extremely important. How to utilize the least time to gain the most benefit is what a wise person would do. After all, it's impossible for everyone to be solely focused on cultivation during their teenage years. During this time, there is one thing that is absolutely indispensable for everyone: entertainment. Moreover, a balance between work and leisure might yield even better results. Such matters are not easily defined. At the very least, Kyuko couldn't spend her entire day only eating, sleeping, and studying. At this moment, it was only 3:30 in the afternoon, the time designated for club activities. However, Kyuko did not stay at school, but instead took her newly purchased stapler and some related stationery, preparing to return them for spirit currency. Anyone paying a little attention would notice that the path she took seemed unusually secluded, with few pedestrians around. Kurumi walked gently along a sparsely populated path flanked by lush green trees. At this time, it was nearing 4 in the afternoon, and the sunlight in spring was gradually turning orange. The sunlight, piercing through the gaps in the trees, danced vibrantly on Kurumi's shoulder. She moved forward at a steady pace, gazing down the straight path that disappeared into the shadows and light. She brushed her braid that rested on her chest, wondering if that person was almost there. Just as she thought this, a shadow suddenly appeared in her previously unobstructed line of sight. It was a student in a black coat from the Mengqi Academy with blue short hair and an overly rigid expression. At that moment, the person stood there quietly, seemingly without any movement, yet the air around her began to stir, as if sensing her sharp aura. Kurumi stopped, tilting her head slightly and revealing an attractive smile. "Ah, it's you, Conan. Blocking my path. I wonder if there's something you need." Satan Conan slightly raised her eyes, showing a look of disgust. "It's commendable that you remember my name, but this familiar attitude makes me want to vomit scum. I truly apologize for that." Kurumi lowered her head and sincerely apologized. "However, names are very important. Even I would feel sad being called scum. If possible, could you call me Shiduki Kurumi?" Shiduki-san would be fine too. Hearing Kurumi's words, Conan frowned even more, squinting her eyes as she stared at the girl who looked like an aggrieved young lady, her head lowered. "It's precisely because it's important that I don't want you to call me that. Because it's important, being called scum by someone like you would make me feel quite uncomfortable. Oh, that's really quite embarrassing." Kurumi clasped her hands in front of her, and despite being treated this way, she did not show any unfriendly or rude expression. Instead, she curiously asked, "Why is that? Did I do something wrong that made you unhappy?" "Wrong." Satan began to step forward, her movements steady and powerful, advancing towards Kurumi. The air around them formed an invisible pressure, making it hard for anyone within to breathe. Satan Conan continued, "Your brazen appearance at the Mengqi Academy, sharing a class with me, is a mistake. I should have mentioned this before, right? The weak should have their own way of survival, yielding to the strong, surviving under their protection, and then serving them wholeheartedly. And now you have thrown away even that solitary value, so you have no reason to stay here." Kurumi looked at her as if the air had solidified around them and walked over, still maintaining her original smile. "Ah, what you said. I'm truly sorry, my memory isn't very good. Even if you say it again, I won't remember. However, is the reason you dislike me that you find me too weak?" Seeing Kurumi remaining unfazed by her imposing presence, and that her relaxed demeanor was clearly not an act, Satan realized she might have underestimated her. However, the arrow was on the string and could not be retracted. Things had reached this point, there was no turning back. Ah, yes, weakness is the original sin. At this moment Satan was only 2 meters away from Kurumi, as if she could almost reach out and touch her. Will you leave the campus on your own, or do you need my assistance? Her tone was quite bland, not attempting to sound intimidating, as if stating an established fact. So that's how it is it? Kurumi held a stationery bag in one hand and tapped her chin with the other, appearing to suddenly understand. Then she spoke sincerely, a smile forming at the corner of her mouth. Thank you for your guidance. After Kurumi said this, Satan felt an unparalleled sense of betrayal, as if her heart had been tightly gripped. The air around her became thick and suffocating. No, it wasn't that the air was manipulated by Kurumi, but rather Satan's instinctive sense of crisis. Having fought countless battles, she had already developed a keen sensitivity to killing intent. Her intuition told her that the presence before her was something she could not contend with. What was this frenzied, violent aura? Is it her? This smile reminiscent of a sickly young lady from a secluded manor. Impossible. This is bad. This is truly bad. It was completely beyond her expectations, already straying from the anticipated course. As Kurumi's mouth curved into a sinister smile, Satan felt as though her entire body was filled with lead, her movements slow as she could only watch helplessly as Kurumi's hand reached towards her. And she could only widen her eyes in disbelief, unable to react. Kurumi's golden pupils brightened slightly. The extent of her control over time was at a level, Aleph, allowing her physical body to accelerate in time, reaching a point where even teleportation could be easily achieved. Kurumi still wore a smile, though now her smile was as vibrant and enchanting as a blooming red spider lily. She inserted a stapler into Satan's mouth. Of course, she didn't insert it entirely, just using it to press the staple against the right side of Satan Cannon's face. Leaning her head closer to Satan's ear, she whispered sweetly, "Hey, is strength what you mean by this?" The stapler's filling mechanism was entirely inside, leaving Satan unable to voice anything, only able to make muffled sounds. Satan desperately tried to lower her eyes, seeing Kurumi lean her head to the side, realizing she had lost her line of sight to observe her movements. Therefore, she tensed her calves, pushing off the ground with her feet leaping back in an attempt to escape her grasp and regain her stance. The gap in strength shouldn't be this vast, it was just that she hadn't been prepared. If she could just create some distance, she was certain she could find an opportunity to turn the tide. This was her judgment. However, reality dealt her a painful blow. No way. While Satan was retreating, a smiling face once again filled her entire field of vision. Kurumi closed in on her, like a shadow, unbroken and fluid in her approach. The stapler still pressed against the flesh of her right cheek, and furthermore Satan noticed that Kurumi's left hand was leisurely holding the stationery bag. At this moment, Kurumi's voice remained gentle, like an old friend greeting her after many years, but to Satan's ears it was akin to the whisper of a demon. Don't move, okay? I'm not very confident in my control over force, unless you wish to leave a few staples on your face. Sakurami Hanan could only stare wide-eyed, frozen motionless in place. Seeing her like this, Kurisu Kanzen tilted her head. Oh my, surely not. You aimed your power at a specific being, yet never considered the possibility of counteraction. Doesn't that mindset strike you as profoundly strange? To wield force against another is precisely this, an act of unilateral imposition. Sakurami stood dazed, her mouth forcibly invaded by something thick and rigid, an experience entirely unprecedented in her life. Yet what truly panicked her was the suffocating sense of utter helplessness before overwhelming strength, so paralyzing that even the flow of spiritual energy within her body ground to a halt. She was a natural talent. This single thought flooded Sakurami's mind completely. Those capable of wielding spiritual energy numbered merely 1 in 100. And among them Sakurami stood far above her peers. Her spiritual energy's purity, her mastery over its control, the speed of its circulation, and her command over its myriad transformations and refinements, all surpassed those of her contemporaries by a wide margin. At the very least, since awakening her ability, no one in her region had ever bested her. Though spiritual energy indeed serves as one metric of strength, it is by no means the sole determinant. Beyond cultivation, some individuals are born with extraordinary innate powers, manipulating elements, matter, time, and space, or even physiological functions, spanning nearly every domain comprehensible to humankind. These gifts are as natural and effortless as breathing or drinking water for ordinary people. While ordinary cultivators may, through arduous postnatal training and relentless effort, eventually achieve similar feats, for true natural talents, such attainment remains immeasurably distant, beyond reach, beyond comparison. Take, for instance, certain clans in the Celestial Dynasty who have unlocked esoteric temporal arts for their descendants' cultivation. Yet even after exerting 1,000-fold effort, they might still fall short of a single casual meditation by someone born with temporal aptitude. This chasm between ordinary cultivators and natural talents is unbridgeable. And before her now, Sakurami Hanan could discern with absolute certainty this opponent was undeniably a natural talent. Though she could not yet identify the precise nature of the other's ability, she sensed clearly that the output of spiritual energy bore no proportion to the displayed power. Thus another method must be at work. and evidently no external aid was involved. This much Sakurami inferred. Yet constrained by the limits of her knowledge and current cultivation level, this was all she could deduce. And yet she was correct. Kurisu Kanzen. A natural talent. Mastery over time itself. Hearing the other's quiet words, indignation and humiliation surged simultaneously within Sakurami, twisting her expression into something grim and strained. Don't you even bother gathering intelligence before launching an attack. What an impetuous person you are, Kurisu continued, slowly tightening her right hand around the stapler. Sakurami felt the interior of her mouth gradually constricting. Then, as if recalling something, Kurisu offered an apologetic smile. Well, even if you did inquire, you'd likely uncover little of value. For some inexplicable reason, the lighter Kurisu's tone grew, the more suffocated Sakurami felt. Her heart gripped tight, breathless, and hollow. Yet her small mouth stuffed full with the oversized stapler rendered her utterly speechless. No, were she able to speak, even then Sakurami would find herself unable to utter a word under such circumstances. A stronger person. Kurisu blinked, murmuring to herself, what then defines strength? Merely surpassing others. Then surely there exist those even stronger still. So by your logic, should the former strong bow and scrape before the latter? Can one who commits such acts still be called strong? Ah, never mind. Such distinctions hold no meaning for me. Kurisu paused briefly. Did you know? Suddenly Sakurami felt her inner cheek pressed harder. Sharp, unyielding pain flared. Such pain should long have ceased to trouble her. Along her path of cultivation, she had endured far greater torments. She ought to have grown utterly indifferent to discomfort of this magnitude. Yet why? Pinned by the stapler, Sakurami felt her strength ebb away, limbs turning slack and leaden. Though she fiercely denied it, deep within she silently pleaded, don't close it. Please don't close it. Kurisu continued, voice tinged with mild exasperation. Without rhyme or reason you barged in seeking trouble. How thoroughly unpleasant. She sighed softly. How tiresome. Utterly incomprehensible. So I say it again. Yes, I repeat it. Hanan, Sakurami, Hanan. Kurisu repeated her name, then added. I cherish tranquility. I love strolling alone down sun-dappled streets at dusk. I love sitting by the sea, quietly savoring the cool caress of wind through my hair. Do you understand what I mean? You remain silent. Miss Hanan, I detest having mosquitoes buzzing incessantly around me. That should make things quite clear, shouldn't it? So, may I ask a favor? Kurisu adopted a pleading expression. From now on, wherever I am, please maintain silence. Just a little for my sake. Kurisu smiled faintly. Even someone whose head is packed solid with muscle ought to grasp such a simple request, wouldn't you agree? Then if you consent, please nod twice, Miss Hanan. Any other movement will be interpreted as hostility and met with immediate retaliation. Her words were unambiguous, delivered with crystalline clarity. Sakurami heard them perfectly. Inside her spirit screamed refusal. To do this, to submit like this. Yet beneath Kurisu's serene, unwavering gaze, her shattered instincts compelled her, rigid and voluntary, to nod. Excellent. Kurisu offered a grateful smile. Your understanding and cooperation are deeply appreciated. The moment Sakurami nodded, her face drained of all color, ashen, lifeless, as if something vital had fractured within her, her pupils dulling, devoid of light. For her this was indeed a crushing blow. Kurisu slowly withdrew her right hand holding the stapler, retracting it not hastily, but with deliberate, almost reverent care. Gentle, cautious, inflicting no injury to the oral cavity. Just as Sakurami began to believe she had truly been spared. Click. Without warning, utterly unforeseen. Across the hushed amberlit pathway a sharp, crisp sound rang out. The stapler slammed down, hard, merciless, with full force. And before Sakurami could register the searing agony, Kurisu swiftly retracted it. Sakurami crumpled instantly to her knees, hands clamped over her mouth. An overwhelming wave of pain radiated through her entire body, making her tremble violently. No doubt the staples had driven deep into flesh. You. Sakurami glared up at Kurisu, venom barely forming in her eyes, when click came again. As if deliberately drowning out her voice, Kurisu pressed the stapler once more into empty air. The warped staple landed before Sakurami's eyes. Sakurami instinctively recoiled backward, a reflexive shudder. A conditioned response. In just one instance, Kurisu had etched terror into her very being. Then from somewhere high and distant a voice drifted down. That manner of address just now, I rather dislike it. If you please call me Kurisu Kanzen, or Kurisusan, I'd be delighted. Kurisu slid the stapler back into her document folder, hands folded neatly before her skirt. Then Miss Hanan, from tomorrow onward please regard me as invisible. Pleasure doing business with you. It's been a pleasure. The path at dusk, paved with cobblestones, extends toward the horizon. The leaves on both sides are tinged with an orange hue, swaying gently in the evening breeze, as if in this tranquil moment they have been infused with vitality. Kyuko walked lightly, the dimming sun filtering through the gaps in the branches, casting scattered dots of light upon her black school uniform. The haziness of the moment made her seem like a figure walking through a dream in a fairy tale. Her steps were slow and light. It felt as though she had melded into the gentle breeze ethereal. Kyuka extended her right palm, gazing intently at her fair hand. It was the same hand that had just decisively inserted a staple into another person's mouth. Clean meat without a hint of hesitation. I originally thought that when it comes to harming others I would hesitate more, even if it were someone I disliked. Kyuka murmured softly to herself, reflecting on her actions. This had always been a good habit of hers. It allowed her to maintain a clear state of mind and awareness in most situations. Even now, she quietly recalled the events of the past few days, forming her judgment. Indeed, after coming to this world, things have changed. But without a doubt, I am still me. Kyuka looked up toward the distance. It's just that the current me feels even more like me. In her previous world, there were too many constraints and restrictions of freedom that was shackled. Now this way of acting in accordance with her true self seemed unexpectedly good. This change is quite nice. Yes, the only constant in the world is change. People too are either changing for the better or for the worse. However, Kyuka was slightly mistaken. She had not changed, but was instead following her true self as closely as possible under the constraints of rationality. But speaking of which, Kyuka smiled as she reflected, her eyes curving into a lovely shape. It seems that my personality is indeed somewhat similar to Kyuka's. Perhaps that's the reason I became Tokisaki Kyuka. After all, the compatibility is so high. Yes. Kyuka pinched her fair chin, nodding vigorously, almost convincing herself. Then she recalled the battle with Sadakane. The entire process lasted no more than 3 seconds, yet Kyuka accomplished many things. One particularly important aspect was that the violent spiritual energy she had extracted during the spiritual power test from the core of the stone pillar had actually been preserved within her own spiritual energy. During the battle, when Satu approached, she released it suddenly. This was also why Sadakane felt her movements slowing, as though the surrounding air was like a quagmire. Even though that surge of violent spiritual energy disappeared quickly into the air and got diluted, it still affected the flow of her spiritual energy. After all, even Kyuka, who could perfectly control the outer layer of the stone pillar, felt a sense of dread from that core storm of spiritual energy, let alone Sadakane, who could only rely on brute force to activate the patterns. At the moment it was released, the chaotic, violent spiritual energy disrupted her flow. Though it lasted only a brief moment for Kyuka, that brief time could accomplish many things. And Sadakane, feeling Kyuka's spiritual energy as so violent, was actually due to that surge. What a nice thing that stone pillar is. Kyuka again felt an elevated disposition towards obtaining the spiritual text pillar. However, such things are unlikely to be easily lent to students by the school. Kyuka revealed a troubled expression. Even if they are willing to lend it to me, what I need is the storm of spiritual energy inside that pillar. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the core. If I absorb all of it, well, that pillar will probably be ruined. Oh, what a hassle. As for wanting to absorb a small amount from each pillar and then cycle through them, that is impossible. Not to mention whether the school would allow the pillars to be borrowed. Even if they were willing, the number of times would certainly be extremely limited. I've never heard of any important facilities of a school being casually handled by ordinary students, especially since that pillar looks very impressive. Kyuka's goal is to leverage the core storm of spiritual energy inside for her own enhancement. This is clearly about damaging school property. So I can only take it step by step. For now, I should exchange the items in my stationery bag for money, although it requires the special mark of Dream Prayer Academy to exchange for spirit currency. Kyuka lowered her head, as if recalling something joyful, a shallow arc gradually forming at the corner of her mouth. The first month of school, the issue of exchanging paper currency for spirit currency is rather odd. There's no need for such an unnecessary step. Moreover, even if everyone doesn't know now, if it weren't for Rintaro having acquaintances among the teachers at school, they probably wouldn't know either. So why does this situation occur? Thinking was something she used to enjoy doing the most. Some things seemed utterly illogical, even excessive. But as long as she collected the fragments of chaotic information and sorted them out clearly, she would find that there is meaning behind every existence. At this moment, Kyuka had already sold the items from her stationery bag to a second-hand shop, though the price was quite exploitative. There was no need to dwell on this aspect. The main purpose of this outing was to resolve the situation with Sadakane and then check the logistics department of the school. However, this time it was not the location that Shirou took her to. Last time Shirou took Kyuka to collect the terminal, which was just a small division, merely serving to distribute what was sent down from headquarters to the students. This time Kyuka was headed to the logistics center of Dream Prayer Academy. All the facilities in the academy are dispatched from there, delivered in stages. Kyuka looked at the map, feeling a bit overwhelmed. No wonder no one knew. The extremely long journey was part of the reason. Even though it was within the same school, walking from the teaching building would take at least 3 days. Rubbing her temples, Kyuka exhaled a sigh. Hey, wait, the floating tunnel car. The transportation network that spans the entire Dream Prayer territory has transportation nodes at every location. As a student of Dream Prayer Academy, one can ride for free using the terminal. Initially overlooked was because the floating tunnel car Kyuka rode daily was a designated special train explicitly stated by the school, exclusively shuttling between the dormitory and the school. Fortunately, I read the student handbook carefully afterward. Kyuka walked toward the nearest platform, vowing not to repeat the same mistake. Last time, she almost failed to collect the terminal because she hadn't read the handbook. Through the free-floating tunnel car, Kyuka quickly arrived at the logistics center of Dreamprayer Academy. When she entered the building and reached the logistics management office, seeing a person dressed in a red and white shrine maiden outfit looking like a salted fish lying on the desk, Kyuka knew she had come to the right place. P.S. Thanks to Anesthesia Zero for the 600 reward. The sun shone brightly, and the weather was delightful. Blocking her eyes with her hand, she could see vibrant colors flashing through the gaps, just like the emotions of the girl at this moment. The girl walked with a light step, her mood as radiant as the weather. I won. Stars seemed to light up her eyes, their brilliance nearly eclipsing the dazzling sun. Dressed as a shrine maiden, she wore a simple red and white outfit with her long, beautiful hair tied back in a giant bow. Wrapped entirely in her shrine maiden attire, only her shoulders were exposed. The smile on her lips made it clear to anyone that her mood was exceptionally good today. Despite her exquisite beauty, she emitted a somewhat eerie laugh at this moment, a manifestation of extreme satisfaction and joy. To be honest, such a smile could evoke an inexplicable discomfort, sending chills down one's spine. As expected, those fools didn't notice. Although a few came to exchange for spirit coins, they are hardly worth mentioning. She Hakurii Raimu, known as the Red White, who could buy integrity for 100,000, finally could not help but burst into laughter. Spirit coins were supposed to be distributed to students on the day school started due to a terminal issue. However, she had found a wealthy individual in advance and exchanged most of her spirit coins for regular money. Such transactions were quite rare. Firstly, spirit coins had a market value equivalent to regular currency, which meant that for those capable of spiritual cultivation, exchanging spirit coins for regular money was akin to madness. Secondly, ordinary people had no other use for spirit coins besides them being a medium of trade, so they would never purchase spirit coins at a high price. Although spirit coins were recognized as a hard currency by all nations in this world, their intrinsic value did not appreciate for ordinary people. This led to the situation where exchanging spirit coins for regular currency was virtually non-existent. Yet the world is vast and wonders abound. Just like there were individuals in Kurumi's original world who collected various currencies from different eras, there were also ordinary people in this world who enjoyed collecting spirit coins. Though the offered rate was 1-1. 5, Raimu happily agreed at the time. 1,000 spirit coins per student, wouldn't that be 1,000,000 overall? The amount she could exchange would be 1.5 million. Aside from the allowances distributed, the remaining 500 would be entirely hers. To achieve this, she went so far as to divide 1 million into 100 portions and place them in the 100 rooms of the new student dormitory at Dreamprayer Academy. Her actions were swift and her movements were nimble, unmatched by anyone in the world. Originally, these tasks shouldn't have been hers, but upon hearing of such a sum, she happened to know an ordinary person who collected spirit coins. So with a clap of her hands, she forcefully took on this task. The smoothness of the process exceeded her expectations. Dreamprayer Academy emphasized students' autonomy in learning. If they couldn't even notice such a small matter, it only pointed out their inadequacy. Therefore, even if someone from the school noticed, they would not deliberately remind the new students. Moreover, the existence of Hakurii Raimu herself was somewhat special. She was indeed an external member of the world's city management force, colloquially known as the urban management. Here's a point not to be mistaken: external members are much stronger than regular members of the force. If only the elite of the elite could become members of the world's city management force, then only monstrous beings of an extraordinary caliber could attain the status of external members. As for the reason, it was stated from the beginning that the force was established by 3 major powers collaborating. This means that within a single force there would be 3 different voices. What happens when an army receives orders from different superiors with the same rank? This question can be answered instantly without thinking: chaos and ineffective management. At such times, being a formal member of the force becomes quite awkward. Some might say people from Tianchao only listen to Tian Chaos leaders, while those from Dreamprayer only heed Dreamprayer's leaders. Isn't that sufficient? But then wouldn't the original purpose of their joint establishment be rendered meaningless? The initial goal was to learn from one another and complement each other's strengths. After all, the world is not as peaceful as it appears. Cooperation is essential. Moreover, although it's merely a rumor, there are whispers that a tentacle of that great existence has reached into reality, which has left everyone anxious. Thus, the 3 major powers decided to form this force to investigate various mysteries and alleviate lurking crises. They also unanimously agreed to various protocols that once in the force, one must abandon their original identity and not side with any party, otherwise they would be expelled. However, while the idea is good, the actual implementation boils down to individuals. When there are people, there are thoughts, and where there are thoughts, desires will exist. Moreover, for a force capable of exercising authority worldwide, everyone wishes to grasp as much power as possible. Thus, it's only natural for different voices to emerge. This is the awkwardness of formal members, One wants you to advance, while another wants you to retreat. What should be done when such commands arise? However, external members will not face such issues. They enjoy all the rights of the urban management force while remaining unrestrained by superiors. They simply complete tasks when commissioned, but that still depends on the individual's mood. With that said, it's clear how remarkable it is to become an external member, isn't it? Thus, even if teachers at Mengqi Academy noticed Rima's actions, they would pretend not to see. After all, that money-obsessed individual blocking her path to wealth would be tantamount to seeking her life. This is a profound enmity. Yet despite this, someone informed Rintaro, who then told Kurumi. But that's where it ended. If Kurumi hadn't actively approached him for a conversation, Rintaro wouldn't have shared this information. Perhaps he was reminded by the first source of information, which prevented him from making a fuss. Regardless of how it turned out, Rima's mood at this moment was like clouds in the blue sky drifting freely. In that case, shouldn't the shrine be repaired a bit? Yes, after a good makeover, surely more people will come to worship. It seems that working here was the right choice. I'll come back again next year when school starts. The red-white shrine maiden lay on the desk at Mengqi Academy, wearing a dreamy smile. After quietly getting through this month, she would return to her shrine and brew herself a cup of green tea as a reward. Such days would be truly leisurely and comfortable. It seemed she was envisioning a beautiful future, and a landscape gradually appeared in her mind. The Martin shoes, made of glossy leather though not high-heeled or high-topped, are honestly quite comfortable to wear, yet Kurumi prefers cloth shoes even more. The leather, with extremely low elasticity, offers no cushioning, resulting in a rather hard sensation. Thus, Kurumi could only tread softly in the seemingly spacious corridor of the high-rise. Orange light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting elongated shadows. With a creaking sound, Kurumi pushed open the tall circular archway and saw the person she wished to meet. Raimu Hakurii. Kurumi softly murmured the name of the girl in her heart. With various speculations and fragmented information from before, upon seeing her, the Thousand Shrine maidens, Kurumi couldn't help but feel a wave of contentment. At this moment, without a doubt, the girl laying there could be described as an exceptionally rare beauty. The lazy aura emanating from her made one feel an urge to sleep just by being near her. It seemed that the other party did not notice her entrance. Or rather, did she notice, but choose to ignore it? Kurumi clasped her hands in front of her deep blue skirt, trying hard to appear like a good girl. Hello, may I ask if this is the Logistics Management Center? In the vast and tranquil management room, even the faintest sound seemed to be infinitely amplified and resonated clearly. Moreover, Kurumi's voice was exceptionally crisp and melodious, so even if the other party intended to pretend not to hear her and remain lying down, it would be quite unwise. Raimu rested her chin on the desk, opening her eyes with an utterly listless expression. Let's just consider that as a greeting. Raimu merely glanced at Kurumi before looking away, showing no awareness as a current staff member, though she was only temporary. You are Raimu, right? Seeing her like this, Kurumi decided to close the distance. You know me. The red-white shrine maiden finally lifted her head, yet her tone remained lethargic. Of course, I have always admired the elegance of Lady Raimu. If possible, please allow me to pay my respects at your shrine. Kurumi feigned sincerity. Where did that come from? You flatter me too much. This must be the first time I've heard such words. Raimu scratched her head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Then her eyes lit up. So, when you visit the shrine, you are sincere, right? After all, my shrine does not accept unknown individuals. But looking at you, you must be a good person, so you can rest assured about your visit. Upon hearing her words, Kurumi was momentarily taken aback. This girl really has no shame. What was supposed to be a request now turned into a favor received. Nevertheless, Kurumi still covered her cherry lips, displaying a very pleased expression. I am flattered. I will trouble Lady Raimu then. Oh, come on, just call me Raimu. She suddenly appeared cheerful. By the way, I forgot to ask for your name. How rude of me. What is your name? Raimu. Is that okay? Raimu, I'm Kurumi Tokisaki. If you don't mind, just call me Kurumi. Kurumi. Raimu nodded continuously, seemingly quite satisfied. There are not many people with such insight like you anymore. In this society, people's hearts are not what they used to be and faith is lacking. They simply do not understand the respect and love for deities. Even during the new year. I'm not saying that no one comes to my shrine. I just mean. Kurumi-kun, would you like some tea? This is a rare delicacy brought from the Heavenly Empire. Kurumi thought to herself that her topic-shifting skills were quite poor. She looked at the currently flustered Raimu, feeling powerless to comment. Thank you, but there's no need for tea. Before Kurumi could finish, the red-white shrine maiden sprang up and grabbed Kurumi's hand. In that case, let's not delay any longer. We should head to the shrine quickly. It's getting late. Raimu glanced at the setting sun and urged, please wait. Kurumi did not expect Raimu to be in such a hurry, so she decided not to engage in excessive pleasantries and went straight to the point. Actually, I came this time to ask for your assistance, Raimu. Assistance? Yes, it's about the spirit coins. They can be exchanged here, right? Oh, that's a trivial matter, Raimu readily agreed. Spirit coins are equivalent to the currency of the Dream Prayer Land, which for Raimu is merely a different form of existence, so it's not a big deal if it's just a small exchange. I had anticipated that such a situation might occur, so I kept a small amount of spirit coins. After all, these are the assets of the Dream Prayer Academy. If a student were to come and blatantly pocket the coins, it would not be such an easy matter. However, if the amount exceeds a certain range. At this moment, Kurumi was somewhat taken aback by Rima's prompt agreement. But soon she realized that as long as the value was equal, it was the same for her. However, this meant that it would be challenging to take the initiative in the upcoming negotiations. From the moment Kurumi saw Rimu, she knew that exchanging ordinary currency for spirit coins was definitely not straightforward. Yet now, seeing her agree so readily to the exchange, Kurumi couldn't help but feel her suspicions waver. What is your terminal account number? Just as Kurumi was repeatedly pondering the discrepancies in her thoughts, Rimu raised one hand forward while holding the terminal in the other, asking. Breaking her train of thought, Kurumi took out about 700 paper bills from her bag and handed them to Rimu, then told her account number. Rimu pressed something in the air, and soon with a ding, 753.6 appeared in the spirit coin section of Rimu's account information. She truly wouldn't give even a bit more. But is this what spirit coins are like? I'll have to study it well when I get back. Then Kurumi smiled and thanked her. Thank you so much, Rimu. No worries now, let's hurry to the shrine to pay our respects. Please wait a moment. What is it? Kurumi tilted her head, pretending to be very innocent. It's too cunning for only me to exchange for spirit coins. Kurumi further probed, noticing Rimu's gradually stiffening smile. I'll post this information on the campus network. That way everyone can exchange for spirit coins that hold greater value for those of us cultivating spiritual energy. Saying this, Kurumi extended her delicate finger and pretended to gesture on the terminal. The sky stretched endlessly cloudless and blue. The entire space was filled with the innocent face of Kurumi. My apologies, I forgot it is now dusk. The interplay of light and shadow, the tranquil dust at the window sparkling under the orange sunlight. Two black shadows stretched straight like utility poles. With a pure expression, Kurumi pointed her jade-like fingers at her soft white chin, her brows slightly furrowed, seemingly puzzled. Why? What? Rimu turned her head aside, her eyes drifting awkwardly. Is this person deliberately trying to provoke me? This thought flashed through her mind, but as she gazed into Kurumi's incredibly pure and strikingly black and white eyes, she instantly dismissed it. How could someone with such a kitten-like gaze intentionally cause trouble? Thus she immediately abandoned the thought of giving her a beating. Moreover, Kurumi just mentioned admiring her and wanting to visit the shrine, perhaps. She really is a kind-hearted person. People like this are the most troublesome. It's really hard to deal with them. In any case, I must not let her post anything online, otherwise I'm doomed. Rimu currently has no extra spirit coins to exchange, and most of them have been converted into ordinary currency at a rate of 1.5. This approach can be said to be unprecedented. Spirit coins can indeed be used as ordinary currency, but no one actually uses spirit coins as money. Their usage is primarily limited to those who can activate terminals with spiritual power. Thus, even though Rimu holds an excess of ordinary currency, she cannot find anyone to exchange for spirit coins. Not everyone is like her, being more interested in money than in cultivation. This behavior can be likened to exchanging gold for spirit stones in the Heavenly Empire. It can be considered an incredibly bizarre act. As for why spirit coins are equivalent to ordinary currency when purchasing items, there are many underlying reasons involved. Setting aside cultural, economic, and political issues, it is important to note that while the cultivation of spiritual power is mainstream in this world, there still exist groups and strong individuals who follow other cultivation paths, and even ordinary people can cause terrifying destructive power with devices and equipment. Under the overarching premise of unity and progress, the notion that using spirit coins places one above others is a sentiment that must be avoided. Even if it is just a potential possibility, it must be extinguished in advance, as it can easily lead to class conflicts. Setting these aside for now, at this moment Rimu was scratching her head in her mind. If she were to post information online, she wouldn't have any extra spirit coins to exchange. Otherwise, she would be facing the wrath of nearly 1,000 new students in the school, as well as the student council and Mengqi Academy, which would have to take measures to handle the situation along with her reputation. Excuse me, forget about reputation. Rimu's mind was racing, hoping to gloss over this. Well, Kurumi, before visiting the shrine, although it's not necessary to bathe and burn incense, sincerity and calmness are essential. Therefore, it is necessary to avoid all mundane behaviors as much as possible before this, the shrine maiden said earnestly. However, it was ultimately in vain. Kurumi, who had already grasped the crux of the matter, would not give up such a good opportunity. Is that so? I've never heard of it. Yes, that's right. Seeing that the other party seemed to believe her, Rimu nodded repeatedly. Then she heard the words that made her instantly deflate. I see, so that's how it is. Then I'll post it after I finish visiting. Kurumi cheerfully withdrew her terminal. Rimu staggered forward, nearly falling to the ground. She still wants to post. If it were an ordinary person, Rimu would have long since beaten her up. But this girl who spoke of visiting her shrine, while appearing to be genuinely considerate of others, made it hard for her to take action. It seems that I must be more direct. Rimu cleared her throat. Let's put it this way, if you post this information online, I will be very troubled. Am I already losing my composure? Seeing her like this, Kurumi chuckled, inwardly feeling that the timing was just about right. Troubled. Speaking of which, I've been troubled lately too. It seems that Ryamukin and I are truly the same kind of person, even our timing for encountering such matters is similar. Kurumi suddenly avoided the topic of spirit coins, only trying to hold back her tears. What trouble? As long as it's not a problem that can be solved with money, it's not an issue. Under the preconceived notion she had of Kurumi, Raimu was completely unaware that she was already falling into the trap Kurumi had been weaving since she entered. In her mind, she simply thought that if she helped her solve her troubles, she could be more justified when making her own request later. However, this was premised on excluding any issues related to money, such as borrowing money. Sigh. Kurumi sighed deeply. Lately, I've hit a bottleneck in my spiritual power cultivation and can't seem to improve. Oh, that's common. Cultivation is never a smooth journey. Hearing it was about cultivation, Raimu breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't about borrowing money. Then Kurumi continued, however, the last time I used that pillar that activates patterns, I found it to have remarkable effects on breaking through my bottleneck. Sigh. As she spoke, Kurumi sighed again. But that pillar is a facility of the school, and I have no authority to use it. Oh, what a pity. I'm sorry, I just met you, and am already bringing up such an unpleasant topic. I truly apologize if I've troubled you. After saying that, Kurumi seemed to realize something, covering her lips with her delicate hand, embarrassed. It's fine, it's fine. Raimu waved her hand grandly. You were referring to the spirit pattern pillar, right? It can test the quality and manipulation level of spiritual power. Also, that's what it's called, the spirit pattern pillar. Yes, aside from looking nice, it doesn't really have much use. It's more fragile than the Bullhead Tribe's totem from the Free Alliance. It shatters at the slightest touch. With so many points to critique, Kurumi didn't know where to begin. But leave that little matter to me. What matter? Kurumi tilted her head, looking at Raimu in confusion. It's about the spirit pattern pillar. Don't you need it? I can help you get a few. Yay. Can you really do that? Then she lowered her head and said in a small voice, will it trouble you? After all, that's the school's property, and I don't need it urgently. As she spoke, Kurumi bit her lip, her expression resembling that of a child who desperately wanted a toy but felt guilty about their family's poverty. It's okay, don't worry. Aren't we friends? Just leave this to me. Please be ready to receive them at the dormitory at 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Raimu thumped her chest, declaring boldly. As long as the problem isn't solvable with money, it isn't a problem at all. Lingming promised heartily after hearing Kwangsan's complaints. Regardless, she is currently working in the logistics department, and the spirit pattern pillar is also handled here. At this moment, Kwangsan did not refuse, as it would seem overly pretentious. Furthermore, if she took her polite words seriously, there would be nowhere for her to cry. Thank you so much, Lingming. Kwangsan sincerely expressed her gratitude. Although the process was somewhat convoluted, she ultimately achieved her purpose for coming here. Exchanging for Ling coins was merely a side matter. As for her dormitory location, it would be very easy for Lingming to find it once she knew her name. Kwangsan, regarding the information posted on the campus website. Lingming said with a pained expression, looking at the stunning girl who seemed to blend into the shadows. Would that cause you trouble? Kwangsan made a show of solidarity, raising her small fist with a smile, and said, don't worry, I know nothing at all. Huff. Upon hearing Kwangsan's words, Lingming finally let out a deep breath, as if releasing all the burdens from her body, then lazily slumped into a chair. It's really great that Kwangsan understands things so well. I mean, it's wonderful that friends help each other out. I'm also very happy to become friends with Lingming-chan. This was a true statement, and Kwangsan said it very naturally without any embellishments. It's getting late. I'm sorry for bothering you for so long. I must take my leave now. If there's a chance, please allow me to host you properly. Kwangsan bowed her head and prepared to leave. Alright, goodbye. Come and visit again if you have the chance. Seizing the moment while Lingming was still in a state of relaxation after being tense, Kwangsan swiftly walked out the door, not wanting to be dragged by Lingming to the shrine. Although there was no harm in going, it wasn't something she completely ruled out. However, at this moment, there were more important matters to attend to. She needed to study how to use the Ling coin she had just acquired. So other matters had to be put on hold. In the logistics department, Lingming was stunned. I forgot to take her to the shrine. Meanwhile, Kwangsan had already boarded the floating transport and returned to her dormitory. The sky had almost completely darkened. The starry sky here is beautiful, with a translucent night sky glowing faintly. Under the icy blue moonlight, the stars filled the sky. The ocean outside seemed to be veiled by a layer of glowing gauze. Just looking at it brought a sense of tranquility that felt like a cleansing of the soul. Kwangsan sat on the bed, having already removed her marten shoes and skirt. It must be said, even after 3 days, she still felt somewhat unaccustomed. Although she wouldn't show such emotions outside, upon returning home, she would immediately change into her kitty pajamas. At the very least, they were comfortable and gave her a sense of freedom. This is a one-piece pajama, like a long coat, with the fabric extending down to about 3 inches below her hips. The kitty pajamas, with their cute design, should be very adorable and definitely cannot be considered sexy. However, with just a slight movement, the hem of the garment rolled up, revealing her entire thigh. The white skin, accentuated into a sensual curve, made hearts race. What was even more irresistible was the upper part of the skirt, a mysterious darkness that hinted at the entirety elusive, yet always remaining concealed, existing between the visible and the invisible. Clearly visible, yet perpetually unseen. This fatal temptation did not require Kwang-san to deliberately create an atmosphere. Her simple movements were already filled with allure. At this moment, she was completely unaware, pulling out her terminal and lightly rubbing her knee on the bed, the smooth sensation on her skin sending delightful shivers through her. She opened the terminal and entered her personal panel. In the Ling coins section, the original 0 had changed to 753. The transaction seemed quite simple, just like the old Alipay. All you needed to do was confirm the account number and name of the recipient. However, how to restore the data after digitizing spiritual power? Kwang-san pondered. Since it has already been fully popularized, that means it's common knowledge, and there's not even an explanation. Wait, if it's common knowledge, can't I just search for it online? Kwang-san opened the search engine and soon smiled. Hoo-hoo, there it is. The internet here is truly omnipotent. Basic knowledge about spiritual power was indeed available online, even ordinary people could find it, but it was limited to the dream prayer realm. Regarding the control of important knowledge aside from dream prayer, no other country or force would be so generous. There are 3 networks: Dream Prayer Academy Network, Dream Prayer Realm Network, and World Network. Most people can only access the World Network, while those living in the Dream Prayer Realm can connect to the Dream Prayer Realm Network. Lastly, the Dream Prayer Academy Network can only be accessed by students of the Dream Prayer Academy and outstanding talents from other academies on this giant island. Following the steps above, Kwang-san restored the digitized spiritual power to its original form. To her sight, the restored spiritual power was so pure that it could even be captured by her vision. It appeared concentrated and pure. The spiritual power inherently contained in the air was hardly comparable. Kwang-san could clearly see wisps of mist drifting around her like threads. 1 Ling coin represented 1 strand of mist, and at this moment 10 strands of spiritual power had been restored. They danced around Kwang-san like small serpents. However, slowly they began to thin out. Have they been diluted? Are they reintegrating into the air? How fascinating it is that such things can exist in a data form. Without delay, Kwang-san immediately absorbed these 10 strands of spiritual power into her body, laying a solid foundation for her future advancement. From her studies over the past few days, she had learned how to inhale and exhale spiritual power. It seems. I didn't feel much. Wait, no, it does feel a bit more condensed than before. Indeed, that was correct. It was only 10 strands. If she could feel a significant difference, that would be strange. After confirming that the Ling coins indeed benefited her cultivation, Kwang-san nodded in satisfaction. However, she soon realized, so I was mistaken. Ling coins aren't for buying things for students, but rather for cultivation. This shameless, which truly causes trouble for others. Today I played Honey Select. The loading became too hot, and then with a ping the screen went black. The exhaust fan stopped working while booting, and the computer shut down automatically while I was using it. I'm really in despair. Tomorrow we'll check with the repair place. It should just be an issue with the exhaust fan. If the wiring is burned or something, I'll really cry. This was typed on a mobile phone. I'm really sorry I can't type on my phone. It feels like my intelligence is being drained and I can't type anything. If all goes well, I should be able to resume updates tomorrow. Wish me luck that my device doesn't have major issues. As for what Honey Select is, don't ask me, just buy do it yourself. That game is 50 GB. Please wait a moment while I type it out. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest updates. She calmly organized her thoughts and recorded her insights on spiritual energy manipulation into a digital folder. Kurisu withdrew from the interface and logged into the Mengqi Academy intranet. The languid girl knelt lazily on her bed, scanning a flood of familiar and unfamiliar information. Everything from step-by-step instructions for boiling an egg to rigorous theoretical arguments concerning the multiverse. All posts originated from students of Mengqi Academy. It served as an exceptionally convenient platform for campus-wide communication. To Kurisu, this felt deeply familiar, akin to internet forums and bulletin boards from her past life. Upon opening the page, her gaze was immediately seized by bold, oversized crimson text. Shocking, a profoundly disturbing individual has appeared on campus. Their conduct is utterly abhorrent. The post launched a scathing, contemptuous critique of the subject and included photographic evidence. Clearly, he had already inspired profound revulsion. After all, every post on the Mengqi Academy intranet was permanently log traceable to its specific author. And since everyone shared the same physical campus, the digital veil between users was little more than a translucent gauze, easily pierced by school authorities yet impenetrable among ordinary students. Amakusa Kanade. So it's him. Kurisu shook her head with quiet pity. Amakusa Kanade was the young man burdened with the absolute option whom she'd encountered on the roadside during orientation. Though his eyes were obscured by thick black bars, anyone who had seen him before could still recognize him instantly. Kurisu clicked open the thread. Only 2 hours had passed, yet hundreds of replies already filled the comment section. The academy enrolled only 1,000 new students. Even counting all 5 grades, the total remained just 6,000. Could word truly have spread so swiftly? Though Kurisu knew Kanade's rise to infamy was inevitable, she hadn't expected it to happen quite this fast. This speed was entirely attributable to the campus's tightly woven communication network. She scrolled downward and nearly choked on her breath at what she saw. Oh, I know. I've seen him. Once while passing his classroom, I caught him saying to his silver-haired maid, "Would you let me touch your chest? Just once." Just once. Then what happened? Someone asked in a follow-up reply. Then, I'm not sure. One moment he was there, and the next his body was bristling with tiny knives like a porcupine. The questioner, evidently unsatisfied with that answer, did not press further. Scrolling on, I saw him on the street too. He stared at a passing little girl with that grotesque, leering gaze. Ugh, how revolting. I reported him to municipal security on the spot, but he escaped anyway. You might not believe this, but when I saw him, he had buried his face deep in a hentai manga, breathing heavily. I wish I'd captured it on camera. Upstairs poster, you mentioned an image. Hentai manga pressed against his face. JPG. No way. There's actually someone this depraved. Kurisu exited the page. She could already envision the sheer difficulty of that boy's daily existence. He would be forced to survive under glances as scornful and dismissive as those cast upon a gutter rat. And this was no ordinary world. Should he cross paths with a sadistic dominatrix of extraordinary power, he might not last even a single episode. Next, she spotted a plea for help. I've developed feelings for a dragon girl, but apparently such affection violates draconic law. This is utterly absurd. I intend to resist to the very end, and declare openly that humans and dragons can love one another, thereby shattering these archaic prohibitions. Times advance, clinging blindly to tradition leads only to self-annihilation. Even dragonkind must embrace fresh, superior genetic lines. Yet I've just received a summons from the Yumakari court. My indictment isn't for loving a dragon, but for lewd conduct toward a minor. What should I do? Uffed. This time Kurisu genuinely burst into laughter. She rolled onto her back, settling into a more comfortable reclining posture. A faint smile lingered at the corners of her lips as she typed in Chinese characters. Yes, Chinese characters. Though this world stood divided among 3 great powers, the influence of the Celestial Dynasty remained unimaginably vast. 3 words suffice to summarize them. The Celestial Dynasty, the strongest. Yumakari, the most enigmatic. And the EA Alliance, the most unscrupulous. This supremacy extended even to linguistics. Yumakari, as a nexus of infinite phenomena, gathered nearly every form of mysticism and anomaly known to the world. Each race possessed its own script, and the administrators, having no interest in engineering a new linguistic system, chose instead the language best equipped to convey the full depth of human thought, classical Chinese script. Though the glyphs differed slightly from those of her former world, her foundational literacy, coupled with dramatically enhanced cognition and memory, made adaptation effortless. Within days, she had mastered it completely. Her slender fingers danced across the air as she typed into the terminal, a subtle, knowing smile playing upon her lips. How foolish. You don't break any law by courting a dragon. She skimmed several top-ranked posts. For instance, the Narahayan clan was recruiting members for their 100 Oni night parade, yet their 3rd head was mocked as a mere child by a horned Oni. Enraged, the crowd surged forward, only to be effortlessly subdued by a single figure who never spilled a drop of sake from the cup he held aloft. Or take her classmate Haruai Suzumiya, who had also posted. Though anonymously, her identity was unmistakable. I have no interest in ordinary humans. If there are aliens, time travelers, or espers among you, come to me. Another post announced a competitive eating contest, suspended mid-event upon the entrance of a petite nun crowned with a single golden hair, and provoked aggrieved complaints. I hadn't even started yet. She even glimpsed a solemn vow etched in iron resolve. One day, I shall fill this place to overflowing. There was simply too much, too rich, too dazzling, too overwhelming to absorb all at once. Time slipped away unnoticed. When she finally looked up, a colossal full moon hung low over the sea. Its cold, crystalline light shimmered across the restless waves. Without checking the clock, Kurisu instinctively sensed it was well past midnight. It's already deep into the night. She sighed softly, wistfully. Even as a time maiden, I cannot grasp the moments that slip unbidden through my fingers. Time, what an astonishing, ineffable thing it is. So intimately known, and yet profoundly alien. Even though her innate gift lay in commanding time itself, she dared not claim she had glimpsed even a sliver of its true nature. Enough melancholy moon-gazing. Better finish this first, and then sleep. She had just discovered a small feature within her personal attribute panel. She could create a private chatroom, inviting others via account ID, or allowing them to locate and request entry through search. This seems rather useful, enabling instant connection anytime. Tomorrow I'll invite E and Shana. As for the chatroom's name, tilting her head, Kurisu tapped her chin thoughtfully. Let's call it the Dimensional Chatroom. The next day at noon after school, the bell rang, and the once silent classroom instantly became noisy. Do not underestimate the bell of Dream Prayer Academy. It not only incorporates the calming techniques of the Taoist schools of the Celestial Empire, such as the calming mind method and the tranquil heart spell, which protect practitioners from external stimuli while their brains are in deep meditation. It also employs a special sonic frequency vibration developed by the Free Alliance, allowing the brain's nerve center to adapt to external stimuli in advance. Every student here can enter a deep state of cognitive processing where the mind focuses entirely on a single consciousness. In this state, people feel as though they have entered a deep sleep and their thoughts can connect to the ethereal soul. The efficiency of learning is significantly enhanced. If suddenly disturbed harshly, it may not have a significant impact on the body, but for the individual, it is undoubtedly a terrible experience. It can even affect one's mood for days or weeks. Therefore, the ability to switch freely becomes very important. On a spiritual level, there are the calming techniques of the Celestial Empire. On a physiological level, there is the special sonic frequency vibration from the Free Alliance, which allows the brain to complete a series of complex transitions in microseconds. Environment safety, check subconscious switching nervous system reboot, full awakening. At this moment, although Kwang-san had studied for an entire morning, when awakened by the bell, she felt relaxed, completely free of the heaviness that usually follows study. Instead, she felt light all over, yet her thoughts were rich. This was a sign of having gained significantly from her studies. Kwang-san gently closed her eyes, experiencing an unusually pleasant flow of thought without any sense of blockage. She gently rose and saw Shirou behind the desk taking out a bento, then clasped his hands together and placed his chopsticks between his thumb, saying, "I'm starting now." Kwang-san looked at the contents of Shirou's bento and couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. His bento contained only white rice and egg rolls, most of which were blackened and burnt, clearly scorched from excessive heat. While not as exaggerated as dark cuisine, it certainly didn't invoke the feeling of enjoyment typically associated with lunch. In Kwang-san's impression, Shirou Amiya was quite skilled in cooking. Calling him Chef Amiya would not be an exaggeration. What was this subpar dish that even a novice could hardly claim to have made? So Shirou is the type who makes his own bento? Kwang-san tilted her head and asked. "Yeah, I used to make them." "Used to? Then you didn't make this one." Kwang-san looked surprised. But this guy has someone to help him make bento. How lucky. It made her want to tease him. Shirou's face revealed a satisfied smile, a different kind of smile that seemed to shine under the sunlight streaming through the window. "No, this bento was made by my sister." "So it was Ilya? What a thoughtful little sister you have." "Yeah. Haha." Just mentioning his sister seemed to change Shirou entirely. But looking carefully, there was no real change. In the end, it seems one could really only trace it back to his inner feelings. "By the way, I haven't properly thanked you for the job information you gave me last time. It was very useful to me. Thank you so much." After learning about the function of spirit coins, Kwang-san certainly couldn't use them for shopping. So having a source of income was undeniably a great thing. "Oh, no need, no need." Shirou waved his hands repeatedly. "I'm just happy to help you, Tsukiyasaki. How have you been feeling over there?" "Well, I haven't gone yet. I'm planning to go with friends after school this afternoon." "I see. I wish you luck." "Thanks. I'll head to the cafeteria first, so I won't disturb your lunchtime." "Okay, see you." Kwang-san elegantly turned away while Shirou, with a face full of smiles, brought an egg roll to his mouth. Despite its unappetizing appearance and taste, Shirou felt it was the most delicious food in the world. As Kwang-san walked towards the door, her gaze casually swept across the classroom. Although a few days had passed, the classroom had not divided into small groups. Most students acted alone. However, there were some who gathered together. That's Takanashi Rika and Satania Wright. Next to them were Togashi Yuta and Phoenix Suzaku. Kwang-san continued walking forward and spotted the bright-eyed Shina Mashiro. With a dreamlike appearance, she seemed to have fallen into a daze as if lost in a dream. She took out a small notebook, glanced furtively around, then quickly stuffed it into the drawer of her classmate Kuma Shizuku, giving her a thumbs up. Kuma Shizuku returned with a knowing smile. Believing she was unnoticed, she sat at her desk like a good girl playing on her game console. That cover. Kwang-san saw the words "night sound and chaos" along with the image of a naked male body and couldn't help but recall her self-introduction at the start of school. "What I like is BL, my hobby is BL, and am good at writing BL. Truly birds of a feather flock together, huh?" If she recalled correctly, while Kuma Shizuku's views on BL were unclear, she certainly had a great passion for H things. Then Kwang-san's gaze lingered for a moment on a particular seat, which was Sada Kori's. At that moment, it was empty, the chair arranged very neatly. "Not coming. Well, it doesn't really matter to me whether she comes or not." Ultimately, Kwang-san walked out the door to join Tsubaki and Shana. In the Dream Prayer cafeteria, there were outdoor round tables and deep blue umbrellas. The three of them sat facing each other. "Let's go apply to Rabbit House after school this afternoon," Kwang-san said. "Yeah, I really hope the pay there is daily. I want to eat cake, I want to eat glutinous rice balls, I want to eat. So many things I want to eat. Do I have to go too?" Tsubaki and Shana both voiced their different opinions at the same time. Kwang-san ignored Tsubaki, who was lying on the table, and said to Shana, "Of course. You wouldn't just leave us behind, would you? And that cafe's uniform would suit you perfectly, Shana. I really want to see it." Pretty, I mean, it doesn't matter how it looks as long as there's pay," Shana said. Tsubaki slumped over, resting her chin on the table, speaking weakly. This girl seems to have the potential to develop into a Rei-Mu type. Seeing Tsubaki like this, Kwang-san shook her head with a smile. Fantasy Street, located east of Misty Lake and Dream Prayer Academy. The redstone road, rushing clear streams and arched stone bridges beneath a blue sky, occasionally crossed by white doves. The street, primarily made of wood, seems to carry the scent of sunlight. Fixing her gaze on a wooden small door at a certain point on the street, adorned with a black plaque in the shape of a rabbit displaying the name of the shop, Rabbit House. A cafe, Rabbit's home. Rabbit. Hee. Tianyi revealed a mesmerized expression at the door. Is this the place? Yes, Shana. Tianyi, let's go in. Gently pushing the door open, a rather petite figure came into view with blue and white long hair cascading to her waist. Hearing the sound of the bell on the wooden door, she turned around, her hands cradling a wooden plate, just covering her lips, saying welcome. Her tone sounded flat and emotionless, yet surprisingly melodious and magnetic. Hello, is this place hiring waitstaff? Kurumi smiled. Yes. Are you students of Dream Prayer Academy? Yes. Kurumi nodded gently. In fact, the inquiry was merely a formality, one could tell just by looking at their uniforms. Then follow me. Shana and Tianyi were slightly taken aback. Could this little girl who looked only about 13 be the owner of this place? Despite her appearance, she exuded a remarkably calm and composed aura. Therefore, it was easy to overlook the fluffy thing atop her head. Turning back, the little girl leading the way introduced herself. I am Kaze no Chino, the granddaughter of the shop owner. Tokisaki Kurumi, pleased to meet you. I am Luo Tianyi, I look forward to working with you. Shana, just Shana. Upon hearing the three responses, Chino made a gesture, as if taking a deep breath. It's truly unexpected to have three come. Huh, is 3 too many? Tianyi was startled by her words. No, rather the opposite. If you are students from Dream Prayer Academy, it might be a little reassuring. Chino sighed. Actually, it's like this. It seems there is a ghost appearing in this little street. A ghost? Tianyi froze, her expression somewhat stiff. Kurumi and Shana listened calmly as Chino continued. Yes, a ghost. Recently, some things have been going missing from my home's kitchen. At first, I thought I was mistaken. Then I inquired around the street and discovered that there's a ghost that steals food, and each shop's food mysteriously disappears. Kokoro is also a waitress at the shop. A ghost? It sounds more like a thief, Shana remarked. Chino gently shook her head, her expression showing signs of concern. It's not a thief, it's a real ghost. Last time after I'd brewed coffee, the cup suddenly flew up, and then I heard a gulping sound. By the time the cup returned to the plate, the coffee had already been drunk. Chino's tone finally changed slightly. What a dreadful ghost that was brewed for the customers. If it wanted to drink, it could just order. It seems the focus is misplaced. Kurumi suppressed her desire to retort. Moreover, Chino was just an ordinary person, only in the 13th grade, yet managed to remain so composed in the face of such a situation, which was truly admirable. In contrast, Tianyi appeared a bit nervous. Aren't you afraid? She asked. Chino tilted her head and thought for a moment. At first, I was indeed a bit scared, but after confirming that the ghost had no malicious intent and was just a bit gluttonous, it was no longer a problem. Are you scared? Kurumi glanced sideways at Tianyi, a smile creeping onto her lips. Scared? How could I possibly be afraid of something like that? It's just a ghost. Oh, I'm not scared at all. Tianyi spoke loudly as if trying to convince herself. Seeing her like this, Kurumi smirked, and then turned to Chino. So you want to recruit Dream Prayer students? Yes, I think if it's you guys, there should be a way to solve the ghost problem. Wouldn't it be better to find an onmyoji or an exorcist for such problems? Kurumi expressed her confusion. Upon hearing the question, Chino explained, I don't want to expel it or eliminate it. I just hope it can behave and stop playing these pranks. If an onmyoji were to handle it, the situation would certainly become more troublesome. That's true. If two opposing sides met, they might end up fighting directly. And right now we indeed lack manpower. Chino added, recalling the bedridden Kokoro, her face showing worry. Even understanding that there are mysterious existences dealing with such bizarre phenomena happening to oneself is not something every ordinary person can take in stride. We've arrived. Chino led the three to the second floor's attic, standing before a wooden door. This is the changing room. Please use the 3 wooden cabinets against the wall as you enter. I will go get the uniforms. After saying this, Chino walked toward another room, while Kurumi and the others approached the cabinets, preparing to change into their new uniforms. Wait, change clothes. Change clothes. Kurumi froze in place, unable to hold back cold sweat. Fine, she is indeed a girl now, so it shouldn't be a big issue for girls to change clothes in the same room. Moreover, she didn't have any inappropriate thoughts, but didn't seem like a big deal. But that's not the key. The key is Kurumi not wearing underwear. Although she herself doesn't care much about attire, the universal ethics of this world aren't too different from those of Kurumi's original world. Because she wasn't used to wearing a bra, Kurumi only wore a layer of black school uniform over her white shirt, while below she used safety shorts instead of underwear. Completely and utterly in a state of absolute vacancy. To think there would be girls walking around openly without wearing underwear, it's disgusting, and Such a thought. Ah, what should I do if they find out? They wouldn't think I'm some perverted girl, would they? Just thinking about that scene sent a chill down Kurumi's spine. Kurumi stood stiffly, feeling somewhat lost, wanting to escape from there. But everyone had called her over, it wouldn't make sense to just run away. What's wrong? Kurumi, come in. Seeing Kurumi, who hadn't responded for a long time, Tianyi and Shana cast questioning looks at her. P.S. Thanks to Momoon for the 2000 tip and to Book City Dong Huang Tai E for the 100 tip. P.S. By the way, I won't have recommendations next week, so I'll be running naked. This chapter is indeed quite timely. Tianyi was urging, her eyes sparkling as she stared at Shana and Kurumi. Kurumi shuddered slightly at the shout, then walked inside with a stiff demeanor. The wooden floor creaked underfoot, creating a sensation as if the air itself had solidified. At this moment, Kurumi hung her head, hearing the rustling sound of clothes being shed. Really? There's always this feeling of something slipping away. Regardless of anything, her heart was not that of a woman, so was it considered fulfilling a certain dream to openly watch girls change clothes? Even so, Kurumi felt a sense of guilt for peeking at something. It felt as if her conscience was subtly aching, facing a situation she found difficult to accept. If they knew my true situation, they would definitely be angry, right? This thought suddenly surged within Kurumi. Whether in her past life or this one, Shana and Tianyi were her first true friends. Even if she herself didn't realize it, Kurumi truly valued this innocence. She didn't want to do something so embarrassing and disliked using this body to satisfy her own base desires. But now was not the time to consider such matters. Kurumi's mind was a mess, not only feeling guilty toward Shana and Tianyi, but also realizing she wasn't wearing underwear. What a blunder, I forgot such an important step as changing uniforms. Kurumi inwardly lamented. At this moment, Shana had already efficiently removed her outer clothing, seemingly unaware of matters concerning femininity. She had never been concerned with concepts like feminine power or charm. Pure as a child, she felt no embarrassment at all exposing her body to the sight of others. Even though they were all the same gender, facing each other completely nude would surely invoke shyness or other emotions, right? Yet Shana showed none. With an expression of calm composure, it was as if the two others nearby were merely stones standing bare in the changing room. As soon as Kurumi raised her head, she was dazzled by the scene before her. Seeing only a blurred outline, Kurumi quickly froze, turning her back, her face extremely awkward. This was the first time she'd encountered such a situation. Honestly, she was quite unskilled at it. Shana, your clothes. Why are you completely undressed? Isn't it time to change clothes? Shana tilted her head, looking puzzled. Since childhood, she had been trained as an elite fire fog warrior under the tutelage of the many skilled hands of Wei Er Ai Mi Na at the Tiandao Palace. Her only childhood memories revolved around combat, and more combat, endless training. At that time, her outfit was quite simple, just a single outer garment. To describe that attire as clothing would be more appropriate to say she wrapped herself in a layer of cloth. Naturally, her impression of changing clothes was simply to take off all the fabric on her body and replace it with another. By the way, she wasn't wearing a bra. Perhaps no one had ever taught her about such matters, but Kurumi felt the more significant reason was that her flat chest simply did not require such an advanced item as a bra. Wow, Shana's skin is so white, so soft, it feels so good to touch. Hey, rub. Tianyi too had most of her skin exposed, wearing only a cute blue bra and blue and white panties. Her overly fair skin made her appear as if she were composed solely of blue and white colors, pure and transparent. Ugh, Tianyi, what are you doing? Turn your face away, this feels so uncomfortable. Shana pushed Tianyi's head away from her neck, letting out a whimpering sound. Sad Shana, are you rejecting me? Boo-hoo, tears falling. Tianyi, being pushed away, turned her gaze back to Kurumi. Kurumi, why are you looking at us like that? Hurry up and take off your clothes, let me assess your... Hee. Huh. Hearing Tianyi's voice, Kurumi let out a sound akin to a fool. Suddenly she felt a pressure at her chest, two soft mounds, shifting in shape. Wow, so springy, so comfortable. It feels like touching jelly. No, not even jelly can compare to this feeling. Kurumi, how old are you? Are you AB? Or AC? Never mind, I'm going to squeeze. Tianyi leaned in, her whole body pressed against Kurumi's back, genuinely marveling. You little pervert. Kurumi was startled, her stiffness and confusion instantly turned to embarrassment as she turned to Tianyi and delivered a chop to her smooth forehead. Ow. Tianyi covered her head, resembling someone protecting themselves, squatting in front of Kurumi. Then she raised a pair of pitiful eyes, attempting to squeeze out a bit of glistening liquid. Ugh. Kurumi, you're so heartless. I just wanted to strengthen our bond. Didn't we say that once we're honest with each other, we belong to one another? Where did you hear that? Kurumi rubbed her forehead. I don't care. Either way, you've seen me naked and had skin contact, so you have to be responsible for me from now on. Tianyi pouted. Although she knew she was just joking about friends, she still didn't know how to respond. Don't do this kind of thing next time, people will misunderstand you as a pervert. Kurumi could only say this. Moi. Tianyi tilted her head, her big eyes sparkling. I was born a foodie. Kurumi's mouth twitched as she looked silently at the foodie in front of her. It seemed she was quite fond of this trait. Hee. Oh. At a loss for words, Kurumi mercilessly delivered another chop to Tianyi's head this time, without holding back, and Tianyi should have truly cried out in pain. Creak, a sound of a door opening came from behind. I'll get your clothes. Then the voice fell silent. Zeno completely did not understand why she had left them in the changing room, only to encounter such a scene. Shana stood completely nude in the center of the room, while Tianyi was crouched in front of Kurumi, covering her head and on the verge of tears. Why is it that she is completely naked? Why is there no naked person being hit? Zeno thought as she took a step back, her mouth slowly forming a triangle like a rabbit. How should I respond? Could it be? Something indescribable happened here. The sudden silence was the most frightening. A silence without reason. Both sides had no idea what the other was thinking. However, merely gazing at each other in silence would evoke embarrassment, and ultimately Kurumi stepped forward, revealing a polite smile. Thank you, Zeno, the clothes are so cute. Well, the clothes are placed here. I'll wait for you guys downstairs, you can continue. After saying this, she dropped the clothes and fled, as if escaping. Continue. Continue what? Kurumi tilted her head, not understanding. The azure sky and the azure sea. Here there are parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. The warmth of the sun, the floral fragrance in the breeze meanders into the sea through a small river. This is Fantasy Street, located in the east of Mengqi Academy. I have been working at the Rabbit House Cafe for several days, but have not encountered the ghost that Zeno mentioned. However, Zeno also said that such occurrences are rare and not very frequent. Initially, Kurumi found it strange why there weren't dedicated individuals to handle such matters. But later she came to understand. This place gathers almost all the anomalies and mysteries in the world, and even beings from other worlds and aliens exist here. Every race has its own customs, cultures, and habits, many of which are vastly different from those of humans. For instance, for the undead race, a skull represents goodwill and blessings, making it a popular gift during festivals. But imagine if someone gave you a skull for your birthday, how would you feel? Is it a curse? It must be some kind of evil curse. Such thoughts would certainly cross one's mind to some extent. Another example is the heavenly winged race, once the vanguard of god slayers. In the relatively peaceful land of dream prayer, the thirst for knowledge is unparalleled, so much so that it can be equated with life itself. If a heavenly winged being were to see someone burning books, one could easily imagine what would happen. After all, they were once beings that slayed gods. When she sees her cherished things being destroyed. Thus, some things that seem ordinary to us may be taboo to other races, while what they cherish may seem trivial to us. In the land of dream prayer, where myriad races converge, there exist countless irreconcilable contradictions akin to the stars in the sky. Generally speaking, unless a particularly vicious incident occurs, the administrators of dream prayer will not intervene. The assessment of what constitutes a vicious incident is determined by the nanorobots scattered throughout all public areas of Dream Prayer Academy, excluding private areas forming the stasis return line. This monitoring tool feeds data back to the Akasha system for evaluation. The stasis return line does not interfere with daily life in the slightest. It is made using nanotechnology, with a mother unit only 70 nanometers in size, completely invisible to the naked eye. However, given the presence of numerous capable individuals in Dream Prayer, many magical formulas and Eastern formations were added to its nanorobots. This places them in a state between the virtual and the real, significantly enhancing their concealment and resistance to damage. To be classified as a vicious incident, although the criteria are unknown, merely a ghostly prank would not suffice for Dream Prayer to take action against it. Kurumi retracted the terminal, shutting off the screen, displaying the book overview of Dream Prayer, which contained approximately 1,000,000 words. At this moment, Tianyi was savoring her coffee. Well, although this perspective is solely from Kurumi's point of view, it is essentially correct. Tianyi sat upright at the round table with 3 cups of coffee in white porcelain cups before her. Ah, the aroma is so delightful. Tianyi rested her chin on her hands, letting out a sound of ecstasy. Please finish your coffee before it cools down, and then tell me the types of coffee you have. If you can't even do this, you won't be able to serve guests. Zeno said sternly. Although her tone and expression had not changed at all, it still gave off a serious feeling. Oh, that's true. Tianyi sat up straight, lifted a cup to her lips, and closed her eyes in enjoyment. This noble flavor. This is Blue Mountain. No, it's Colombian. Tianyi denied, showed no signs of defeat, and picked up another cup. This acidity, it's Kilimanjaro, right? Using a rhetorical tone to strengthen her affirmative statement, Tianyi confidently stated, Zeno. This one is Blue Mountain. Tianyi skillfully set down the cup in her hand and picked up the last cup of coffee. Oh, what a comforting taste. This is instant coffee. Zeno, this is our shop's special coffee. How should I put this? I'm sorry. Tianyi honestly lowered her head and apologized. Kurumi also pressed her forehead, looking awkwardly at Tianyi. To be honest, at first she thought Tianyi was doing it on purpose. After all, as a practitioner of spiritual power, her memory is certainly not something an ordinary person can compare to. Kurumi deeply felt this, but having an extraordinary memory is about all she can say. It's just a matter of different types of coffee. For ordinary people, it might be difficult to distinguish them based on taste and aroma in a short time. But for them, it hardly poses a problem. Kurumi and Shana memorized all the drinks in the cafe in less than half an hour. But Tianyi, even aside from her spiritual practice, her foodie traits should contribute positively in this regard. Holding such doubts, Kurumi did not believe that Tianyi would act thoughtlessly in this matter, so she seriously approached Tianyi to inquire and learned that she truly found it difficult to distinguish. The reason lies in her foodie trait. If I forget the flavors of the food I've tasted, wouldn't that be quite sad for the foods that have been eaten? At that time Tianyi said this, and then, as if to make a grand vow, proclaimed, therefore, I want to remember the taste and flavor of every food I consume, so they will forever remain in my heart. Indeed, it does sound like something she would say. But heaven knows how many types of food she has eaten up to now, each food's color, aroma, texture, and touch. The vast amount of information within could probably overwhelm a small terminal. Naturally, the further along it goes, the harder it becomes to remember. There is a solution, though, and that is to advance. New students at Mengqi Academy who practice spiritual power are at least of the second-tier low rank. After advancement, aspects such as physical abilities, brain regions, spirit, and soul will all be enhanced. And information processing capabilities are just a bonus. By the way, if the limit that geniuses can reach is tier 3, then the limit for ordinary people is tier 1 high rank. The second tier is a threshold that has stumped countless individuals. When reaching this level, the body undergoes a dramatic transformation compared to ordinary people. The most notable point is the pure and untainted body. Spiritual energy refining the body expels all impurities and no filthy substances will be produced. While this may not be very intuitive, so let's put it another way. Now, at the very least, Kurumi, being at the second-tier low rank, does not need to worry about the torment of once a month, nor does she need to think about whether to stand or squat when relieving herself. Of course, this is not a passive skill. It requires actively guiding spiritual energy to refine the body. If she stops refining, various impurities will still be produced. After all, the body is exposed to the outside world, constantly coming into contact with and absorbing various substances. The body is pure and flawless, crystal clear like glass. Even the sweat that drips down seems to carry a fragrant scent under the refinement of spiritual power, which is certainly what a woman would deliberately create. After intense exercise, describing oneself as drenched in fragrant sweat is not an exaggeration. Unlike the original world of Kurumi, where beauties appear like blue lotuses from a distance, upon closer contact one realizes they are no different from ordinary people. There are also things that ordinary people find unbearable. The sweat that flows also has a fishy taste. Though the outward appearance remains unchanged in the second stage, it represents a qualitative leap compared to an ordinary body. The midday sunlight streams through the glass window, casting a warm, creamy light that adds a tranquil atmosphere. The bell on the wooden door jingles as two figures walk in. Welcome. Kurumi, dressed in uniform, displays a flawless smile. In this moment, even the sunlight seems to dim. Is it an illusion? Wearing a black cloak that would appear exaggerated even in a dream, she carries two crossed swords on her back. The other figure is a girl with long golden hair and pointed ears, resembling an elf from a Western fantasy world. Moreover, her bust appears rather unusually ample for her age. Wow, is this the standard? Kurumi secretly marvels, as she has encountered only those of average or lower caliber. Let alone the two girls beside her, they can only be described as disappointing. Only her own skills could barely pass. The moment the newcomers appeared, Kurumi recognized them. Nevertheless, she merely maintained the etiquette of guiding them to the table. May I ask what you two need? Kurumi inquired while holding a notepad. 2 cups of special coffee, please. The special coffee is Chino's confident creation and is quite popular. All right, that will be 60 yuan. Holding the notepad, she returned to the counter and handed it to Chino. Then she heard a faint voice of a girl sulking from behind. Anakin, you were just staring at her, weren't you? With those lecherous eyes. That wasn't the case at all. The black-clad dual sword wielder's gaze unintentionally drifted away. So we are officially lovers now, right, Anakin? The boy affirmed. In a lover's eyes, there cannot be even a grain of sand. If anything impure were to mix in. The elven girl formed a wind blade in her hand and pointed it towards a certain spot, sending chills down the boy's spine. So do you understand? The elf smiled sweetly, half opening her eyes. I understand. But I have to say, Chio, aren't you a bit too sensitive? I really didn't have those kinds of thoughts just now. The boy sighed, internally wondering where that adorable, clingy, and understanding little sister he once knew had gone. Is that so? Then what about that blacksmith from the last time, calling you by name so affectionately? The boy couldn't help but smile wryly. The swordsmith was referred to as a blacksmith by Chio. It seems she is indeed quite concerned about that matter. Though she says, I won't be angry, so please speak your mind. If she truly believed it, endless troubles would follow. Kirito rubbed his aching temples, understanding deeply that even if one has to speak the truth, the occasion matters. He had no real connection with that swordsmith. They merely spent a night together in a canyon after an incident while forging a sword to collect materials from the ice dragon's lair. Yet even so, it would be intolerable in the eyes of a lover. Sigh, the elven girl suddenly sighed. I know Anakin is excellent and will be liked by many. Even so, I hope Anakin can always keep his eyes on me. Even if you turn your gaze away, as long as you can still remember our initial promise, that would be enough." As she spoke, the girl began to mumble, her voice barely audible. Yet the boy still heard her, perhaps sensing her unease. Kirito reached out to stroke his sister's head. Well, always be together. Kurumi at the front desk was bored and resting her chin on her hand, witnessing these two indulge in a romantic display. Though she did not eavesdrop on their thoughts intentionally, her heightened senses and the lack of soundproofing made their conversation quite clear. Are Kirito and Shio together? Oh, I see. Kurumi suddenly recalled the first time she checked the information on the giant sky castle Aincrad. There had been an introduction. It was said that after a wind elf cleared a challenge, they left a confession message for a certain black-clad dual sword wielder on the announcement board, and after successfully winning the misty lake beneath that area, became a confession holy land. It couldn't be them, could it? This is quite. Kurumi's lips involuntarily curved into a tempting arc, smiling as she looked at the two by the window smiling at each other. Kurumi. A voice suddenly came from behind her. She turned her head and grinned. Have you remembered the types and flavors of coffee? Are you planning to help out now? Ugh. Kurumi, you're so mischievous, Tianyi pouted. What I wanted to say isn't this, it's that the exploration of the school ghost stories will be launched again. School ghost stories. Kurumi displayed a puzzled expression, unable to recall for a moment. It's about those missing 10 people, didn't we go to confirm that last time? The new student campus only has 990 seats. That. Don't you think it's strange? Well, it is indeed quite strange. Kurumi turned her head away, feeling that such matters didn't require too much seriousness, and perhaps the answer would reveal itself in the course of daily life. After all, there was still a long time to spend at Dreamprayer Academy. So we need to find those non-existent 10 people. Tianyi was full of enthusiasm. After securing a part-time job to solve her food concerns, her excitement seemed to soar. Though it still couldn't compare to her time at home, she could maintain a normal diet. Occasionally, she could even treat herself, though overall it was countless times better than a few days ago. Indeed, one only appreciates the value of certain things after experiencing hardship. If it were in the past, the amount of food they had now would surely earn Tianyi's complaints. However, her current vitality seemed not to be a good thing for Kurumi. If possible, Kurumi would still prefer to take a quiet nap during the afternoon and enjoy a cup of tea. With her eyes closed, Kurumi extended a finger forward. In the meantime, shouldn't you first take care of your work responsibilities? Ugh. Tianyi puffed her cheeks, looking utterly aggrieved. Just as Kurumi was about to shoo Tianyi away, Kirito, the black-clad dual sword wielder, spoke up. Are you referring to the 10 missing seats at Dreamprayer Academy? I have a slight understanding of the situation. Tokiwa said this, and instantly Kurumi and Tianyi turned their gazes towards him. What is going on? Please do inform. Ow. Seeing Tianyi sit down at the guest position, Kurumi pinched her little face, urging her to calm down, and then leaned down to say, I truly apologize, my companion must have disturbed you all. Oh, no, not at all. Tokiwa was slightly taken aback, shaking his hands in front of him. Who? They said no, Kurumi, you really. Eek. Tianyi said this, but was startled by Kurumi's sidelong glance, and quickly closed her mouth. Then she saw Kurumi still smiling. Although I apologize for the disturbance, would it be all right for us to sit here? Tokiwa looked at his sister, who seemed to have no reaction. I don't mind. Thank you. Kurumi also smiled as she sat down, her fingertips still lingering with the smooth sensation. Tianyi's skin seemed extraordinarily perfect, almost like water. What do you mean by having a slight understanding? Upon hearing they finally returned to the key issue, Tianyi revealed a curious expression as she stared at Tokiwa. That. Do you know about the information integration thought entity? Kurumi nodded. I have a slight understanding. It refers to a non-corporeal life form born within the vast ocean of information, right? Tianyi exclaimed. So it's them. Yes, the Dreaming Academy designates to recruit 10 information integration thought entities each year. Because of the ambiguous existence they have as information carriers, it's only natural that there are no desks. So that's how it is. I thought I had discovered something remarkable. Tianyi's expression suddenly dropped, seemingly far from her expectations. Designated recruitment. Kurumi felt a bit curious. In other words, each year the information integration thought entities can introduce 10 to the Dreaming Academy. It's simply unbelievable. Even the 6 great families of Tianchao do not enjoy such treatment and can only rely on their own abilities to take the exam. Due to the Spirit Network, it's reasonable that they recruit information integration thought entities every year. Tokiwa took a sip of coffee and continued, the Spirit Network is currently the largest network communication system in operation, and its role is self-evident to the world. Since spiritual energy permeates all dimensions, even in different planes, the network can remain unobstructed largely thanks to the efforts of the information integration thought entities. Even though the Spirit Network relies on the most powerful Akasha system for its computational capabilities, there are bound to be various bugs in the network spanning all dimensions, which they are responsible for fixing. We are able to use terminals freely thanks to their maintenance care and upgrades. Although information carriers process information, it can be said to fit rather well. But please don't tell me that the all-powerful godlike information integration thought entities are merely programmers. Kurumi smirked and asked, then they must be quite strong, right? Unknown. Tokiwa replied succinctly with just 2 words. Everything about them is a mystery with no records whatsoever. I've never. No, it should be said that apart from high-level personnel, no one has ever seen them or can see them. After all, they exist in the form of information. Speaking of information, there are indeed some rumors about them stating that each information integration thought entity possesses the ability to manipulate information. Every single one is a gifted individual, a race. Moreover, the talent is the manipulation of information, able to alter, repair, and even create surrounding information. This ability is termed as omnipotence. Ordinary people in this world might not notice how astonishing this ability is. After all, the information integration thought entities have only ever maintained the Spirit Network, giving people the illusion that manipulating information is similar to programming. But Kurumi is different. Her mind carries information about a significant portion of the people and matters in this world, and she is not far off. She quickly understands how truly extraordinary the actual information integration thought entities are. Well, after all, since the leader has them, it's not surprising that the information integration thought entities have emerged. Kurumi muttered softly. What? Oh, it's nothing. The 10 information entities that came this time should have names, right? They themselves don't have names. They were given names only for convenience after arriving, but only the teachers know them. Wait, now that you mention it, I do remember there is one particularly special existence. Tokiwa revealed an excited expression as if talking about his idol. A special existence. Yes, very special. He was just an ordinary person, not even a spiritual practitioner. But with his own wisdom, he stepped into the realm of information, injecting his thoughts into the network through information, becoming a half-information entity prodigy, Kazuma Kirigaya. I know. Tianyi exclaimed excitedly. Kazuma Kirigaya can be considered an outstanding figure even among all humanity. Someone in my family once mentioned him. If I could collaborate with him, perhaps my family's talent would also benefit, but unfortunately it seems he went deep into the universe at that time, visiting the information integration thought entities. Is that so? I didn't realize he was such an impressive person. Kurumi sighed. Although she didn't know what Tianyi's family did, being able to go deep into the universe must be quite remarkable. Mentioning Kazuma Kirigaya, Shino also nodded repeatedly. He is indeed very impressive. The giant floating castle Aincrad in the sky was also designed with his involvement. Shino seemed to think of something and glanced at her brother with a slight blush. Aincrad? Is it a... Kurumi looked through the glass window, gazing at the vast blue sky. It was impossible to imagine that a sky city comparable to a continental plate was actually floating above. Shana also mentioned that her house is located in the sky. I really want to go up and take a look. Kurumi said while looking at the sky. That experience must be quite wonderful. You can. Shino blinked and said, as long as you reach the 4th grade, which is the 3rd level, students of the Dreaming Academy can freely enter and exit the 1st to 10th floors of Aincrad. While the premise is having enough ability to reach the 10th floor. At this moment, Kwang-san and her 3 companions were joyfully conversing, and upon realizing that they were all students of the Dream Prayer Academy, both their topics and camaraderie deepened further. Tuya and Naoya were at least at the 3rd tier intermediate level. This was not something they directly told Kwang-san, but rather information gleaned from their conversation. Initially, the Dream Prayer Academy had only 6 grades corresponding to different stages from 2nd tier lower to 3rd tier upper. For instance, the current 5th year student Tuya was at least at the 3rd tier intermediate level. How could this be so certain? Because any spiritual practitioner who fails to advance after a year will be directly expelled. The school does not explicitly inform the students, it simply enforces this when the time comes. Excluding those who are stagnant. Yes, 1st year students are at least at the 2nd tier lower level and 2nd year students are at least at the 2nd tier intermediate level. As for why the phrase at least is used, it is because some individuals may not need that much time to advance. Other practitioners have specific assessments tailored for them, but similarly the school does not make this clear. This approach is not absolute. The Dream Prayer Academy employs it merely to weed out those students who lack ambition. Of course, this refers to ordinary spiritual practitioners, and the assessment method is quite straightforward and blunt. Before reaching the 3rd tier, anyone who enters Dream Prayer can achieve an average of 1/3 of a tier each year over 6 years, provided they are willing to put in the effort. With the vast experience of cultivation and talent recognition that Dream Prayer possesses, such practices are certainly based on their own considerations. However, it is not absolute. If someone can awaken their spiritual gear, the time limit can be relaxed by at least 3 years. Essentially, this means that as long as one awakens their spiritual gear, they need not worry about the possibility of being forcibly expelled. Spiritual gear awakens within the soul and belongs to one's own soul armament. Different regions have different names for it, and even the awakening methods vary. Some places call it a treasure, others refer to it as a life weapon, while some name it a personal magical artifact. Kwangsan did not know whether Tuya and Naoya had awakened their spiritual gear, nor would she casually inquire. That would be too abrupt and impolite. The midday sunlight was pleasant, and the air carried a lazy warmth. The four's coffees had long since run dry. Smiling, Kwangsan said, "So, Tuya-kun, are you considering joining the World City Management Force?" "Tuya, please do not mind these details. You just mentioned that you have already become a reserve member of the force." Kwangsan rested her right hand on her cheek, gently stroking the cup handle with her left hand. "Yes, the world is vast, and I wish to gain more experiences. If I become a member of the World City Management Force, I will have the opportunity to travel to various worlds." From their conversation, Kwangsan understood that this world was at the center of a multiverse with gates leading to other worlds. Though this was common knowledge, precisely because it was common knowledge, no one would bother to explicitly tell Kwangsan, and she could only infer from their words. "However, according to what you said, it seems you still lack a little bit, right?" The ranking of the Independent Investigation Corps. The Independent Investigation Corps, abbreviated as the Independent Corps, is an armed organization set up for capable students. In literature, there is no first, and in martial arts, there is no second. Where there is armament, there will be competition, and where there is competition, there will be rankings. If a team can rank within the top 1,000, they can receive a preliminary nomination for the World City Management Force and become reserve members, eventually qualifying as official members after assessment. Though there is an assessment, the ranking is actually the best reflection of strength. Just a little bit more. Tuya said with a wry smile, "There's no need to comfort me. Our current ranking is only 953. The hope is bleak. But I will work hard. The third tier is the limit that only geniuses can reach." In Kwangsan's original world, given time, one person could independently destroy a city with a population of millions. Such a person, someone who could be called a monster even if placed in a place like the Independent Corps, would still only belong to the upper middle tier. "Tuya-kun, do you really want to become a city manager?" Tianyi also followed Kwangsan's lead and called Tuya as Tuya-kun. There are too many points to consider. I don't even know what to say," Tuya said, looking embarrassed. "Well, although I think becoming a city manager isn't exactly a good job, if this is your wish, I must remind you, consider it a return gift for telling me about the Academy's ghost stories. As a member of the World City Management Force, you..." Tianyi lifted her head, revealing a completely different gaze than before. This atmosphere, as if engraving an oath, caused even Kwangsan beside her to hold her breath. "Are you prepared to die?" "Prepared to die?" Tuya looked at Tianyi, who had suddenly become serious, murmuring her words. Though he did not understand why, even though it was their first meeting, her statement unexpectedly instilled a sense of belief. Uncertain of what kind of resolve Tuya possessed, nor what answer he would give. Suddenly his terminal beeped. "You have a commission, is it?" Class. Outside the azure planet, the profound outer space seemed to fall into an eternal stasis. In this silent space, abruptly a row of charged railguns emerged from the fissures, gleaming with metallic luster. They were arranged in a circular arc aimed at a certain area of the South Pacific. The spiritual energy in this area surged, causing extreme chaos in the spiritual field, magnetic field, and gravitational field. Above this sea area, a global-scale wide area sensing magic array, formed by clock towers, continuously infused magical power, and the magical patterns became increasingly dazzling, attempting to record all information here and report back to the main office of the Investigation Department, one of the 12 branches. However, it was disturbed by chaos and the power of disorder. In the Celestial Empire, a person sleeping in an ancient cave opened their eyes. Dozens of divine senses swept back and forth across the sea area before ultimately retracting. Then they closed their eyes once more and continued to sleep. Subsequently, the seawater here began to boil, and massive stone pillars slowly rose from the surface, revealing a coastline made up of gigantic stones composed of mud, wetlands, and moss. It was a colossal city. The buildings were constructed from enormous green stones that could not possibly originate from Earth. Along with towering stone sculptures, grand statues, and splendid reliefs, the entire city exuded a strong sense of uncleanliness. The city's architecture resembled futuristic art with structures that were abnormal and completely contrary to Euclidean geometry. Its unprecedented spatial structure and dimensional proportions would evoke a strong sense of aversion. Even for humans with weak mental fortitude, merely looking at it for a moment would drive them insane. Thus, the gigantic, bizarre, chaotic city abruptly rose from the South Pacific Sea area. When the stars are in their rightful place, a layo will rise from the depths of the sea. Thus begins the feast of chaos and confusion. Like whispers in the mist, the sunlight gently shines and then drifts away with the wind. Kurumi seemed to sense something and turned her head, the ethereal breeze lifting her hair and ringing the bell on the door as it flew into the sky. Tianyi, are you talking to me?" Kurumi frowned, for she had indeed heard a whisper that felt ghostly. What is being said? Tianyi, while savoring the aroma of coffee grounds, raised her head to look at Kurumi. Nothing. Just an illusion. Kurumi shook her head and picked up the broom to continue sweeping the already clean wooden floor. Just now Kirito, who had received and shrank commission, apologized and hurriedly left with Shino. This was a great opportunity to improve his ranking, and he needed to seize it. The shop had returned to its usual peace and coolness. News of a ghost playing pranks here spread through the small streets, causing ordinary people to avoid coming here. Although no substantial harm had been caused, it seemed that only time could calm the unrest. Ah, Tianyi exclaimed from the stage, what happened? The coffee is gone. You must have accidentally drunk it yourself, Kurumi said lazily while leaning on the broom. Not at all. Tianyi wrinkled her small nose, looking like an angry little animal. I just brewed it and left it here, and in the blink of an eye it's gone. Yes, even though we are staff, we shouldn't act like that. Although Chino won't say, anything disappearing without a trace is not something you encounter with a ghost. Wait a minute. Kurumi and Tianyi seemed to realize something at the same time, raising their heads and widening their eyes. A ghost. X2, it must be it right. Indeed, it has appeared, and we didn't even notice. Unless they constantly channeled their spiritual energy to their eyes, they wouldn't be able to see. After all, they were not born with spiritual eyes, nor had they specialized in eye techniques. There really is a ghost that eats. At first, Tianyi didn't believe it when she heard Chino's introduction. A ghost has no physical form, just a pure mass of energy. Even though it can interact with matter and interfere with the real world, it does not experience taste. If that is the case, then the meaning of eating is lost. Eating without taste is not a necessary energy supplement for life. It serves no purpose and feels superfluous. Thus, at first, Tianyi did not believe it until now. It's hard to believe, but where did the things it ate go? Tianyi seemed to always focus on eating, completely neglecting how to deal with the ghost that had just appeared before her eyes. Wherever it ate, that is where it went, Kurumi replied. Are you saying that the things it consumes are also broken down into energy by spiritual power? But ghosts are different from us. They have no physical bodies. The things we consume are refined into pure energy by spiritual power, converted into life force to sustain the body. But what about ghosts? Tianyi pondered, seriously calculating with her fingers. Even if it's just a cup of coffee, according to the mass energy equivalence formula, MC superscript 2. While the world is going to be annihilated. According to this calculation, you would have exploded long ago. Speaking of which, our job is actually to communicate with ghosts, right? So I'm missing that chance just now. I wonder how long it will be until the next one. Kurumi sighed. Well, our lack of reaction just now confirmed the ghost's harmlessness, right? Otherwise, if she had malicious intent, our sixth sense would have definitely picked it up. Tianyi was always very cheerful. What troubled Kurumi was not only this, but also the issue of the spiritual pattern pillar. Recalling that dusk, Lingming had given a thumbs up with an expression that said, leave it to me, and said, please receive it in the dormitory at 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. However, it has already been a week and not even a shadow has been seen. I went to the logistics office a few times during this time, but Lingming just happened not to be there. It wasn't until yesterday that I encountered her again. She was smiling broadly, scratching the back of her head. Sorry, I forgot. She said this. I really overestimated her integrity. Kurumi felt a wave of shame for having blindly trusted Lingming at that time. I should have made her fulfill it back then. Then Lingming vowed again. Please receive it in the dormitory at 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Kurumi scoffed at that moment. However, she did not want to threaten her again with posting this information on the campus website. Unable to do so, in order to show her sincerity, Kurumi could only request to go to the shrine, hoping she would seriously remember the matter of the spiritual pattern pillar. As a result, under the gaze of that unscrupulous shrine maiden saying please donate a little more, she threw half of her wages in, and then once again spoke of the spiritual pattern pillar under the expression of you are such a good person from the red and white. I hope this time it can be more reliable. Although Kurumi wanted to obtain the spiritual pattern pillar, it had reached a point where it was absolutely necessary. Rather, she was in a state of it would be even better if I could get it, so just having these was enough. She now needed to not only familiarize herself with and fully master her innate abilities, but also to comprehensively develop and explore them for a deeper awakening. Moreover, her fundamental skills and spiritual practice were far from sufficient. These were all issues that needed to be resolved quickly. The importance of foundation cannot be overemphasized. Her innate abilities are the fastest way for Kurumi to progress. Last time she incorporated about 2/3 of her abilities into the subsystem derived from Akasha. Usually, it is the subsystem derived from Akasha that is used. The main body is only used in very special circumstances. It was concluded that she was currently at the peak of the second tier. Why only incorporate 2/3? Because these are all on record in the Dream Prayer Campus network. Thus, when not yet strong enough, keeping a backup is a basic rule. The system completed the interpretation of Kurumi's information and immediately displayed the rankings. Only within the Dream Prayer Academy, Kurumi's ranking was over 1000. In the global ranking, the long string of numbers was something Kurumi couldn't even be bothered to count. This also indirectly indicated that the population base of this world was unimaginably large. However, what puzzled Kurumi was that in the Dream Prayer Academy, there were a maximum of 100 students in each of the 6 grades. So what on earth does the ranking beyond 1000 mean? Fine, Kurumi didn't want to dwell on this point any longer. It was meaningless. Only this kind of ranking hit her a bit hard. I thought I was strong. This unfounded feeling of defeat made her want to become stronger. It wasn't about proving anything, but being surpassed like this was truly disheartening. Moreover, this world seemed to lack the peace it presented on the surface. How leisurely. Tianyi rested her chin on the table. Indeed. Kurumi replied, propping her chin up. The shop appeared quite desolate due to the presence of ghosts. In a short time, Kurumi's coffee brewing skills had gained recognition from Shana. The little loli with blue and white hair confidently entrusted the place to them, while she went to take care of her beloved, who was overly startled. Moi. Tianyi suddenly voiced her confusion. What's wrong? The bill seems to have a problem. The bill, eh? Kurumi leaned over curiously. There were only 2 customers today, 2 cups of coffee. What could possibly be wrong with the bill? Look, a special coffee is 35 yuan, but the final amount is 60 yuan. Tianyi pointed to the bill. Kurumi picked up the bill and carefully examined it from top to bottom, once more feeling instantly embarrassed. It seems there really was a mistake. How could she miscalculate such simple arithmetic? Aside from a bit of embarrassment, Kurumi felt more surprised. The refinement of her spiritual power had not only enhanced her body, but had also significantly developed her mind. Even at the level of calculus, she could instantly compute answers in her mind. Why did she make an error in such a simple arithmetic operation? It seems I have indeed overexerted my brain from writing novels. Kurumi could only offer this conjecture. With countless stories and tropes filling her mind from her past life, it was truly a pity she wasn't making money from writing novels. Although her command of words still needed improvement, she had plots. So she had been trying her hand at it recently, and had made considerable progress. Kurumi set the bill down. I'm really sorry. I'll make up the difference later. Stare. Why are you looking at me like that, Tianyi? Feeling as if she was being scorched by a gaze, Kurumi picked up the bill and waved it dramatically. It's nothing, just that it's unexpectedly cute to see a side of Kurumi like this. Kurumi rolled her eyes at Tianyi. Sorry, I'm definitely not the airhead type you think I am. Well, now you have another trait, Sundara, Tianyi chuckled. Humph, Kurumi sighed. Truly a single misstep can lead to eternal regret. Ding, at this moment the terminal chimed. It was Shana. After establishing her own room and dimensional chat room, the first thing Kurumi did was bring Tianyi and Shana in. Today is the weekend, and Shana, who holds herself to perfection with hopes of becoming a qualified flame haze, continues her rigorous training. Thus she did not come to work at the cafe. Kurumi opened the terminal, which displayed a dialogue record. The flame-haired conqueror Kurumi, there's a large stone at your entrance. Do you need me to help clear it? Large stone. Kurumi immediately realized. It was the spiritual pattern pillar delivered by Ling Meng. But didn't Shana recognize this big fellow? Or perhaps they had not tested it. Maybe each class has different circumstances. Nightmare, please wait, Shana. Could you first put it in your room and let me collect it when I return? The flame-haired conqueror, sure, no problem. Nightmare, thank you. Kurumi did not expect Ling Meng to be unexpectedly proactive this time. She was a bit caught off guard. However, placing it outside without prior arrangement truly bore the style of an unscrupulous shrine maiden. Stone, what stone? Tianyi's little head also leaned in. It's a pillar that can test spiritual power. It has a great significance for me. Oh, even though I don't know what's going on, Kurumi, good luck. Then Tianyi also accessed the terminal and entered the chat room. World's #1 foodie, Princess Shana. When we return, I'll bring you some delicious food. The flame-haired conqueror, thank you, just the pineapple bun will do. World's #1 foodie, Princess, hee. Such a lack of understanding. Tianyi puffed her cheeks. World's #1 foodie, Princess, I'm saying there are so many delicious foods in this world, don't just eat one kind all the time. Otherwise you won't grow tall, and you won't grow up. Moi. Shana on the public balcony tilted her head, her long eyelashes fluttering. She felt as though she had been told something quite rude. But she did not know what was wrong. The girl who had never received knowledge in this area could only show a more puzzled expression. An inexplicable emotion rose within her heart, as if she was experiencing something for the first time. It wasn't a pleasant feeling. The flame-haired conqueror, okay, got it. World's #1 foodie, Princess, hee. I'll bring back some snacks from Fantasy Street, and then we can have a tea party together. Hee oh, the flame-haired conqueror, oh. Time flowed like fine sand slipping through fingers. The sunset quickly inclined to the west, dusk enveloping the world, the last rays of the setting sun lingering on the horizon. The arrival of twilight was always gloomy, with mist spreading across the land. At this time, Fantasy Street was just beginning to unfold. Glowing spheres resembling snowflakes rose from an unknown source, reflecting in the winding river flowing towards the ocean, forming a dreamlike river of stars. At night, the life belonging to Fantasy Street was just beginning. No matter how many times I see it, such a scene never fails to impress me with its beauty. Tianyi holding a food box woven from bamboo. turned around, hands behind her back, gazing at Kurumi, who was following her slowly. Is it called Fantasy Street here? I feel like calling it Fantasy Land sounds better. It has a pure and clear quality to it. Kurumi chuckled softly, covering her mouth. She felt that Tianyi, who said such things, seemed rather childlike in her pretentiousness. Wow, Tianyi noticed the gaze directed at her, resembling a dreamlike fairy under the glow of the lights, and glared back in dissatisfaction. Sorry, I just think that Tianyi is very cute like this. Kurumi folded her hands in front of her skirt, tilted her head, and winked playfully. Even if you compliment me now, I won't be happy. Tianyi stopped, looking up at the string of lanterns that stretched into the black sky. Her small face, illuminated by the lanterns, appeared flushed like it had been dyed with fluorescence. She looked at the food box in her hands with some concern. I wonder if Shana will like it. She'll definitely like it. After all, it's handpicked by the world's #1 foodie princess. That's true. Under the starry night sky, the two girls walked along the stone path beside the river. Such a scene alone evoked a thought of, if only we could walk like this forever, akin to an illusion. If possible, Kurumi sincerely wished to have their company on the journey of life to come. It would be quite nice. Stars filled the sky, moonlight flowed like water. Returning to the dormitory, Kurisu's heart truly settled upon seeing the spirit-etched pillar in Shana's room. Frankly speaking, she no longer harbored even the faintest expectation regarding Ramon's moral restraint, lethargy, and utter lack of motivation. Truly, it was impossible to feel at ease around her. Kurisu joyfully carried the pillar into her own room. To her surprise, it felt far lighter than expected, hollow as if its core were empty. She placed it carefully on the open floor space in her room, then returned to Shana's dormitory. Tianyi proposed that the three of them hold a small tea gathering in Shana's room. The centerpiece of the gathering was tasting assorted snacks. After holding out for an entire week, their wages had finally been dispersed. Tianyi could hardly contain herself. She seized her fork, eyes gleaming, and pounded the table eagerly. Where is Kurisu? She's taking forever. Though voicing such impatience, Tianyi still restrained her appetite and waited patiently before beginning. On the table sat butter cakes, shortbread cookies, cheese and ham pastries, all exuding an irresistible aroma. There were also savory delicacies, specialty street foods from Fantasia Street, grilled armadillo. Though unimpressive in appearance, its flavor was undeniably exquisite. Naturally, Shana's favorite, pineapple buns, were also generously present. While Tianyi sincerely wished for Shana to explore more diverse cuisines, neglecting her dearest comfort food would be putting the cart before the horse. The moment Kurisu opened the door, she was met with Tianyi's ravenous gaze. At last, you're here. The tea gathering begins now. Tianyi cheered aloud. Kurisu responded with a wry, resigned glance, and shook her head gently before sitting beside the table. In truth, from carrying the spirit-etched pillar to her room and returning, scarcely a minute had passed. Yet to Tianyi it seemed as though she had waited an entire century. To resist temptation while gazing upon such delicacies, what extraordinary self-restraint. A gentle, warm smile curved Kurisu's lips as this thought arose, stirring a quiet tenderness within her heart. To suppress one's natural desires for another's sake is already rare, especially for someone whose greatest joy lies in eating. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Let us begin. Almost instantly the cake before Tianyi vanished before their very eyes, smooth, uninterrupted, and utterly complete. Then came the next dish. All the while she enthusiastically introduced Fantasia Street's signature delicacies to Shana. Kurisu watched them both with a serene smile, quietly awaiting the kettle's gentle boil. She retrieved an elegant white porcelain teapot and 3 teacups, each distinct in hue. The trio had jointly selected these cups, all translucent and pristine white porcelain, differing only in the color of their delicate motifs. Shana's adorned in crimson, Tianyi's in azure, and Kurisu's in the deep, starless black of night. She pre-warmed the cups, then poured boiling water, at least 90 degrees Celsius, over the loose-leaf tea in the pot. After covering the lid, she let it steep for a measured interval, strained the leaves, and added just the right amount of fresh milk. Once stirred evenly, the rich infusion was poured into each cup. Thus emerged a freshly brewed, refined cup of black tea. Though her first attempt, Kurisu handled every step with effortless grace. Please enjoy. Placing each cup gently upon its matching saucer, Kurisu slid them forward with delicate care toward Tianyi and Shana. Ah, delicious. Kurisu, you're truly remarkable. Tianyi exclaimed, beaming with praise. Thank you. I'm glad you like it, Kurisu replied softly, then turned her gaze toward Shana. Shana stared blankly at the cup before her, a luminous ruby-red liquid rising with faint wisps of steam. She lifted her eyes to meet Kurisu's gentle smile, within which flickered something subtle, almost imperceptible. Shana did not understand, only sensed something unusual stirring an unfamiliar emotion deep within her chest. What lingered in Kurisu's gaze unseen by others was quiet anticipation and the faintest tremor of nervousness. Even Kurisu herself remained unaware how deeply she longed for their approval. This yearning had long lain buried beneath years of solitary existence. To avoid expectation and to expect nothing in return. To exist alone was enough. That had once been her inviolable law against pain. To curl silently into a corner, licking her wounds alone. That was how she gathered strength to rise again and walk onward. Such tender, hopeful emotion had faded long ago. Something stirred in her memory. Kurisu's expression softened, touched with quiet melancholy. Yet her lips remained curved in a gentle, soothing smile. Truth be told, Shana held little interest in elaborate beverages. If thirsty, plain water sufficed, more efficient, more direct. In the relentless rhythm of combat, there was simply no surplus time for such intricate rituals. Instinctive resistance. Not quite so dramatic, but neither could she call it liking. Shana lowered her gaze once more, cradled the cup in both hands, and brought it slowly to her lips, taking a delicate sip. The tea's mellow warmth and the milk's creamy sweetness fused flawlessly, its fluid texture enveloping her taste buds, fully awakening her senses, while a delicate fragrance rose softly into her breath. To Shana, none of this mattered. It was not unpleasant. That was her honest assessment, unvarnished, unembellished. Utterly consistent in word and deed. Not unpleasant. That was her immediate impression. Yet inexplicably, Kurisu's earlier smile flashed unbidden across her mind. Her taste buds bloomed, as if awakened. Lingering fragrance, profound ease, ineffable comfort. Delicious. The sharp lines of Shana's stern face softened, transforming just for a moment into something unexpectedly tender and endearing. She declared her verdict plainly and without flourish. Oh, Shana likes it too. How wonderful. Let me pour you another cup. Kurisu clasped her hands together before her chest, radiant with delight, then lifted the teapot and refilled Shana's cup to the brim. Unfair, Tianyi protested. I said it was delicious too. Why no such honor for me? Yes, yes. Your Highness of Gluttony, your humble servant attends you immediately. Kurisu obediently filled Tianyi's outstretched cup until her grin widened with pure satisfaction, then finally seated herself and raised her own cup. Delicious. In the South Pacific Ocean, a colossal city had fully risen from the depths. From its heart emanated an invisible chaotic distortion, an indescribable nameless pulse radiating outward relentlessly. The wave seemed poised to engulf the world itself, powerful, ceaseless, warping reality itself, until it was wholly sealed behind a shimmering barrier. A massive bronze cauldron descended swiftly from the east, crushing the disturbance utterly, then severed the space entirely, deploying a defensive formation. Viewed from above, it resembled an inverted great bowl, entombing the titanic stone citadel in absolute seclusion. At that moment, radiant orbs streamed in from every direction. Lotus-shaped heteroflames, pulsing diagrams, angels unfurling vast wings of light, colossal eyes opening within cloud banks, towering humanoid war machines. Far beyond, upon distant coral islets, several teams stood watch. Among them stood Kirito and Sugoha, having just arrived in haste. Onaiken, is this truly the legendary Shrank mission? We're only to observe, from afar. The undercurrents crashed against the reefs, creating fine bubbles under the moonlight. Takatani Kazuto faced his sister's question, not answering directly, but instead reminding her, has the defensive spell been activated? It has already covered my whole body as we approached. Kazuto nodded slightly. During the mission briefing, it was repeatedly emphasized that they must activate the barrier spell provided by the school to prevent any unforeseen events. The state of alert had even reached a level 1 red alert. This was something unprecedented. Thus, even though there were other reliable companions nearby, and they were far from the giant city, Takatani Kazuto dared not be careless in the slightest. After all, the independent squad had experienced casualties in the past. Kazuto gazed at the menacing giant city hidden in the black mist, channeling his spiritual energy to his eyes, his gaze slowly rising. At the very top was a flag, visible even in this dark night, devoid of any brilliance. It fluttered in the wind, standing tall at the pinnacle. The flag emanated an incredibly sacred aura, starkly contrasting with the chaotic and murky surroundings of the giant stone city, like a blue lotus rising from the mud. It seemed to declare its existence as if it could erase everything around it. The holy relic. The red lotus holy flag, to think I could truly see it. Kazuto murmured, recalling the terrifying years recorded in the annals of history. A millennium of bloodshed, draining all the powerful beings from this planet to the alien battlefield. The homeland reached its most vulnerable stage of blank period without any powerful guardians. Even so, many great beings had left behind various contingencies. They had completely concealed this planet within the cracks of time and space, making it impossible to be found. Considering all factors and incorporating them into reasoning, perhaps one could achieve the inevitable. But the obliteration and birth of parameters in this world always occur so unexpectedly. People have always been unable to calculate the accidental. The accumulation of accidents could even create miracles on a cosmic scale. An evil god from beyond the realms, due to misalignment of the stars, had his journey diverted and unexpectedly descended upon this planet. And thus, disaster broke out. Those capable of facing the threat had already gone to the alien battlefield. There was not a single person on this planet who could contend with it, let alone the accompanying legion. The tentacles and flesh masses that obscured the sky and sun, the constant echoes of screams and wails before any contact, people had already descended into madness. They had no qualifications to battle. In the moment of despair, a blonde girl with braided hair stepped forward. Perhaps she was the last representative of the gods. Because the gods were dead. To be precise, if one's level wasn't high, it didn't matter. Once a certain realm was reached, even the undying who dared to call themselves imperial were left in ruins. Even the weapons they carried were of no use. Without exception, it was utter terror. At that time, the girl stood up amidst the despair of all humanity. She ignited herself, transforming into the red lotus fire. It is said that on that day, golden raindrops fell. On that day, the burning fire clouds covered the entire sky. On that day, a faint, sorrowful voice echoed in everyone's ears. The red lotus saintess, Saint Jean, stepped into sainthood at that moment, shining brilliantly. Like a firework that blooms for a brief moment, it vanished in an instant. She poured out her spirit, soul, faith, and all her wishes, burning everything to seal the evil god that brought disaster in a certain region of the South Pacific. And that flag was the final crystallization of the saintess' prayers. The holy relic, the red lotus holy flag. To think it's real. Kazuto's eyes revealed a longing expression. Such an existence, such a saintess, it was only natural for people to yearn for her. History unfolded before his eyes, giving a sense of temporal dislocation, as if from another world. Abruptly, the previously calm sea surface, giant tentacles stretched out from the seabed, causing the seawater to rapidly extend and form a massive whirlpool. Even from a considerable distance away from Takatani Kazuto, one could still see the black lines like snakes writhing in the protruding parts of the sea. It's here recording data. It was unclear who made the call, but everyone on the reef island took out their engraved instruments, infusing them with spiritual energy and aiming them at the sea surface. The tentacles had just emerged, the lotus flames in the void trembled once before being completely incinerated. Then immense whirlpools continued to appear on the sea's surface, as if countless monsters were about to emerge. The barrier had long been prepared, ready to eliminate all enemies. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The following morning, before the birds had even begun to chirp, Kurumi had already risen early. When she arrived at the classroom, it was already filled with students. Today was a teaching day, and a teacher would come to explain some knowledge. Though Dream Prayer Academy advocated for students to develop their potential independently, it didn't mean they were entirely hands-off. At regular intervals, teachers would come to explain some specialized knowledge, such as real history or the real world. However, there were rarely specific instructors for cultivation. Each person's path was unique, and uniformity would never lead to innovation. Thus, external interference was to be avoided as much as possible. But if someone had already determined their direction, there would be specialists to provide guidance. Prior to this, students generally explored on their own unless they encountered unsolvable difficulties or bottlenecks, or if there were issues requiring experience to resolve. Only then would students actively ask questions, and teachers would respond accordingly. At this moment, the students in the classroom arrived even earlier than usual. However, 2 seats were still empty. One was for Satomi Kanon, who had not shown her face for a week, perfectly fulfilling the requirement of ignoring Kurumi's demands. The other was somewhat unexpected for Kurumi. Is Shiro Amiya not here? He actually skipped class. He was completely an altruistic person, and even the phrase nice guy could hardly express his desire to help others. He didn't want to trouble others, he wished for everyone's happiness. This was Shiro Amiya's life philosophy. Therefore, skipping class or being late seemed to add trouble to others, right? At the very least, that's what Shiro would think. While everyone has their own special circumstances, it doesn't seem too strange for him not to come. Thinking this, Kurumi propped her chin on her hand, gazing through the window at the distant blue sky. At this moment, the teacher had already entered the classroom for over 10 minutes. Today, the theme of his lecture was the general overview of the current world. Originally, Kurumi was only half-heartedly listening to the teacher's lecture, as this type of course was somewhat akin to social or political studies in our world, which few would find interesting. However, the teacher's next words made Kurumi stumble, nearly falling from her chair. If I were to say the most untouchable people in this world are the time travelers from the Celestial Empire. The most untouchable existence, the time traveler of the Celestial Empire. To be honest, when Kwang-san heard this, he felt a bit nauseous. No matter how you put it, there are simply too many points of contention. On stage stood an elderly man, gray-haired, yet spirited, adjusting his black-rimmed glasses. As a sage of life today, I shall impart some wisdom to you. Young people tend to think of themselves as the darlings of the world, always eager to create some grand news. However, I can responsibly tell you that there are always people beyond you and worlds beyond this one. The future of any individual may surpass everyone's imagination. This has been my experience in observing people and the world over the years. He let out a breath, continuing, the reason why Celestial Empire's time travelers are the hardest to provoke, even without discussing luck or the ethereal concepts like the will of the world, is simply because of the 6 great families of the Celestial Empire. Half of these families have ancestors that were time travelers. The Shao and Tang families are prime examples, not only having traveled to other worlds, but also returning. The elder exhibited a nostalgic gaze, as if the flow of time reflected in his eyes. The vast river of eternity unfolded before him. In terms of age, no one truly knew how many years he had lived. He could hardly be called the strongest, but in terms of knowledge, anyone could approach him to share their thoughts. It turns out that our planet, whom it can indeed be referred to as a planet, but we now call it the world. Do you know why this is? Such a question is akin to asking an ancient person why the earth rotates when they were still in the belief of a flat earth. The audience was of course in a daze filled with expressions of confusion. It is precisely because of the return of time travelers that the gate has opened, connecting the singularities of two worlds, resulting in a series of indescribable changes. Although it is unclear what exactly happened, the two worlds are indeed gradually evolving for the better. Other worlds primarily revolve around this world, engaging in a mutual feedback system akin to an internal circulation system, the greatest benefit of which is the generation of spiritual energy that can evolve all things. Simultaneously, this has accelerated the evolution of the world. This is what we often refer to as this world is the center of the multiverse, but it is also precisely because of this that the curtain of 1,000 years of bloodshed was raised. They seem to be searching for something. The elder unconsciously furrowed his brow as the giant stone city rose in the South Pacific, with rumors that great tentacles seemed to have penetrated reality, and in the darkest abyss of the universe something also seemed to be stirring. It is precisely because of his long life that his knowledge system has surpassed the realm of chaotic fragments. With just a few scattered appearances, one can glimpse the true nature. He had even been sought after by the mysterious group known as the Laplace Demon, due to his vast knowledge. However, rather than a group, they resembled more of a cult. They completely abandoned human emotions, pursuing knowledge in a pilgrim-like manner, hoping to explain everything about the past, present, and future. Fortunately, they were promptly noticed by the higher-ups of Mengqi Academy, preventing the loss of this treasure-like living fossil. At this moment, the living fossil seemed to feel he had digressed and cleared his throat. Thus one can see from this how much energy time travelers possess. They have nearly propelled the world to a new level, becoming the weavers of the multiverse. It is precisely because of this that the clash of civilizations and ecosystems from different worlds has birthed even more vibrant races, namely us humans, intelligent beings capable of upright walking. The students below sat upright, listening intently. Even those who were initially uninterested found themselves drawn into a state of attentive listening, swayed by the rhythm of the elder's voice. Especially in the methods of developing one's potential, unprecedented enhancements have been made, or as you often refer to it, cultivation. Take the Wang family of the Celestial Empire as an example. With careful study, one would find that their cultivation system emphasizes the refining of the soul. In their words, it seems to involve concepts like nascent soul and divine spirit. But that's not important. In the early stages, the Wang family neglected the role of the physical body. They only understood the importance of the soul, disregarding the physical body that housed the divine essence, believing it could be easily replaced. Although in the end, all paths lead to the same destination, in the earlier years their predecessors were utterly beaten down by the Yi family. At the World Youth Exchange Conference, they could hardly find a place for themselves. Speaking of young people, it seems a remarkable talent has emerged recently from the Mengqi Academy, having swept away several prodigies of the Celestial Empire. The elder's words had no central theme, flowing wherever his thoughts led. He gazed around. As the new students of this year's dream prayer, you must strive hard. In this exchange meeting, many prodigies will emerge simultaneously. Do not seek to be first, but do not fall outside the top 3. Otherwise, if that one gets angry, expelling all of you is not impossible. The elder seemed to recall something and chuckled. The classroom was very quiet. They naturally understood that the exchange meeting the elder referred to was significant. It was the world's #1 martial arts competition, held once every 3 years. The name may sound cliché, but it is indeed the highest scale gathering for young people in this world. Winning the championship, there could be said to place one at the pinnacle of their generation. By the way, Dream Prayer has fallen short of the championship for 3 consecutive sessions, but has managed to secure 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th places thereafter. However, in someone's words, it is utterly meaningless. So if this time is too poor, there really is a chance everyone could be expelled. However, Kwang-san felt that such matters had nothing to do with him. Moreover, considering the time, that would be next semester, which is still a long way off. Kwang-san habitually gazed at the blue sky. As the sky darkened, Kwang-san's pupils dilated, as in just a moment of looking up it was clearly still morning, yet the sun seemed to have fallen into the sea and the sky turned deep. No, it wasn't darkening, it was merely an overwhelming beam of light. What is that? Kwang-san's pupils reflected the pink glow. It tore through the heavens and the earth, a magical pulse cutting across the sky. The surrounding light seemed to have been completely absorbed, dimming the world, leaving only that single brilliance. It was breathtaking. Boom. The air seemed to tremble as that magical cannon fire disregarded the element of time, shooting directly from the atmosphere into a certain area of the South Pacific, piercing through the tentacle composed of flesh. Like the morning star in the daytime, a pink glow shone brightly. With the completion of the magical artillery strike, the vast array of area-wide attack magic formations in the boundless sky dissipated, transforming into specks of light. One strike pierced through the clouds, causing a change in the celestial phenomenon. In the regions traversed by the magical artillery fire, some places that had been plagued by incessant rain suddenly witnessed clear skies. The raindrops in the sky had yet to fall completely, as the heavy clouds parted, as if plowed from both sides, golden light illuminating downwards, forming a rare rainbow rain. The beam crossed the Pacific Ocean, accurately hitting its target. Such a wide-area attack magic artillery strike would be influenced by various factors, such as spiritual energy fields, gravitational fields, and magnetic fields, yet it hit its target with unparalleled precision. This left everyone in the South Pacific region in stunned silence. The young prodigies from several prominent families of the Celestial Empire exchanged glances, revealing bitter smiles. The members of the Alliance also did not know how to express themselves. With just one strike, they had driven the resurfacing evil god back to the depths of the ocean. Despite the suppression of the treasures from the various families of the Celestial Empire and the forbidden seals from the Alliance, which greatly weakened the evil god's power, it still could not unleash even 1/10 of its strength. Otherwise, none of the people present would have stood a chance. Nevertheless, even though it was a severely weakened evil god, it was still terrifying. That existence. A white figure unconsciously surfaced in everyone's minds. They were all the younger generation who had grown up in the previous era, the prodigies of their time. Their presence here was primarily for training under the watchful eyes of their elders, and with several sages overseeing, there should not be any major issues. Now it could be considered a kind of rehearsal and adaptation to combat against the evil god. However, witnessing such a strike, even as former prodigies themselves, a thought almost took root in their hearts: it's truly fortunate that we are not in the same era as her. But before such thoughts could fully form, they were immediately expelled from their minds. They then reaffirmed their resolve. Some even felt their spiritual platforms faintly glowing, their spiritual refinement becoming more pure and solid, as if they had broken through due to this invisible pressure. Those present were the most outstanding individuals from their respective factions. If all went well, they would likely inherit the great empires of their families in the future. With resilient hearts and mature minds, there were few things capable of shaking their core beliefs. Yet, even so, that white figure, just across the Pacific Ocean, executing a cross-space attack on the battlefield, releasing a clustered light cannon, almost made them entertain such thoughts. How terrifying. At this moment, from Kurumi's position, she could still see the lingering pink light in the sky, which then faded like burnt-out fireworks, vanishing into the void. The classroom suddenly fell silent. Although not everyone had as good a view as Kurumi to witness the entire process from the window. However, everyone could feel the trembling of the air and the chaotic flow of spiritual power. Moreover, from a visual perspective, it truly felt as if night had descended, plunging them into a brief darkness. The old man at the podium calmly adjusted his black-framed glasses, saying, "A high-energy magical power reaction, the instantaneous conversion of spiritual energy and magical power with no obstruction or waste whatsoever. This magical power wavelength. It's her, the executioner of the firmament." He sighed, tapping his fingers on the desk. Sigh, today's youth always likes to make some big news. You should all come back to your senses. Such occurrences happen several times each year in dream prayer. Just consider it a natural phenomenon and don't make such a fuss about it. Kurumi twitched her lips. Is that what you call a natural phenomenon? That kind of strike is enough to make the earth feel overwhelmed. Teacher. Someone raised their hand. Who was that person just now? This question was on the minds of everyone present, and instantly 28 pairs of eyes were focused on the podium. Faced with such a powerful gaze, the old man merely shook his head gently, his expression as calm as ever, as if there was nothing in this world that could astonish him. I can't quite remember her name, but she is quite famous in dream prayer with many nicknames. The executioner of the firmament, the white tyrant, the white demon, and so on, all just fanciful titles. By the way, my surname is Sanshue with the given name Gong. You can just call me Teacher Sanshue. Saying this, the old man pushed his black-framed glasses down again, as if this was his signature gesture, or perhaps this posture was his secret to longevity. Let's continue with the lesson. The current world structure is multipolar with three main powers. The Celestial Empire seeks the Tao, advocating unity between heaven and humanity while transcending the universe to develop their endless treasures. Dream prayer is a mysterious gathering, the embodiment of rules, which you will understand later, and the Alliance appears to be a fusion of magic and technology, breaking through chaos with magical technology, while in reality their position at the pinnacle of the world relies on the resurgence of myths and the reenactment of epics, as well as the solidification of faith into contract spirits. Alas, it is a pity that God is dead, faith is lost, and the creators of the 6 great families of the Celestial Empire have all gone missing. Even the great one from dream prayer is asleep, with awakening far from imminent. Sigh. As he spoke further, Teacher Sanshue sighed twice. His speech seemed eternally scattered, lacking a central theme. Just moments ago, he was analyzing the grand trends of the world, and in the blink of an eye, he was lamenting the passing of seasons. He then went on to discuss many topics, such as the latest trending subjects, miraculous scientific achievements, and display devices. The evolution of Onmyoji in the 12 districts. The principles of the Mengqi Academy of the Celestial Empire, the Akasha of Dream, prayer, the birth of consciousness in the Alliance embryo, and so on. A myriad of details, all distilled into the simplest of words. This lesson may seem like a waste of time, but its significance has far-reaching impacts. The vision and insight of individuals shaped their perspective and heights. Teacher Sanshui's accumulated knowledge over countless eras, when poured forth, subtly enhances the student's experiences. Kurumi shifted from her initially eager attitude to a serious listener, earnestly noting down useful information. In many cases, the success or failure of life lies in the accumulation of information. Information is the pathway. It can provide you with more choices and help you find what suits you best, ultimately allowing you to approach or even achieve the optimal solution in life. Everyone was listening attentively. The classroom was exceptionally quiet, only the deep and resonant voice echoing through. The sudden anomaly in the sky did not bring chaos to dream prayer. Even ordinary people merely looked up at the sky, filled with shock and yearning. But soon they collected themselves, tidied their clothes, and continued with their own affairs. Meanwhile, the instigator was already sitting in a cake shop enjoying desserts with another blonde girl. "Nay, you've really caused quite a stir." The blonde beauty displayed a worried expression. "Well, who told them to be so clueless about seizing opportunities? Today is an important day for my date with Fate-chan. Oh, I don't want to be disturbed." Fate put on a helpless expression, but upon hearing Nei's words, she felt a bit delighted inside. The white demon Takamiya, Nei scooped up a bite of sundae with her spoon, revealing a radiant smile. "What's wrong with that? After all, the mission is already complete. Today is our rare day off, so Fate-chan should stay over at my house tonight." It has been a month since the magical cannon that spanned the sky vanished into the firmament. Shirou had not shown his face for an entire week, and when he reappeared at school, he looked utterly haggard. Kyuzo began to wonder if it was due to the city's rise that his sanity had declined. The emergence of Lelouch was no longer a secret. Moreover, it seemed that Mengqi, the Celestial Empire, and the Alliance had known from the very beginning when it would appear and planned to use it as a natural training ground. After all, they had issued a proclamation: the top 100 of the next world's martial arts tournament will have the chance to enter Lelouch. Kyuzo thought that those who would enter Lelouch as a reward must have lost their minds. Who would be willing to go to such a place? Initially, she only felt that the name Lelouch was somewhat familiar, but after checking some related materials, she discovered that the place seemed to match the indescribable realm in her memories. However, Kyuzo felt that none of this had anything to do with her. At this moment, she was training in an open area. Bang, 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 the sound of continuous gunfire echoed in the wilderness. Kyuzo held a flintlock pistol with smoke rising from its varied lengths. In the distance, a large tree painted with red concentric circles was being struck repeatedly. These were the firearms she had acquired from Rintaro. As a soldier of the 787th Mechanized Special Forces of the Eastern Self-Defense Force in District 10, obtaining firearms was a relatively simple matter. Moreover, firearms were not regulated within Mengqi. After all, even a first-tier existence could dodge bullets the moment they were fired. Guns posed no threat to the students of Mengqi. Kyuzo had her reasons for continuously firing the flintlock. Every spiritual practitioner could awaken their own spiritual weapon, but before awakening they would not even know what form their spiritual weapon would take. But Kyuzo was different. She had stored a wealth of information about herself in her mind. So now she was merely preparing for the arrival of that moment, and these two flintlocks were modeled as closely as possible to their original forms based on her memories. She hoped that when she truly awakened in the future, she could directly bypass the period of unfamiliarity. Although she didn't know what differences there would be compared to the real ones, practice was always beneficial. As for why Kyuzo was so confident in her spiritual weapon, it must be the Kakakati. The reason was simple: her first ability, the ability to accelerate her own time. After continuous development and enhancement over the past few days, she could barely manage to accelerate objects she touched. Wasn't that just the ability of the one bullet? After practicing with the flintlock and imprinting the sensations of shooting into her mind, forming a conditioned reflex, she returned home to absorb the chaotic spiritual energy within the core of the spiritual pattern pillar. She dared to absorb this spiritual energy because she had consulted the relevant teacher from Mengqi. The last time it was the legendary teacher Sanshui. It would be a waste of resources not to consult such a living fossil. The teacher had immediately asked her to unleash her own abilities, discovering that Kyuzo's spiritual energy was mixed with a chaotic aura. He had shown a look of surprise at that moment. Teacher Sanshui said this was elemental spiritual energy and could tell at a glance that it was acquired postnatally, and it was an extremely rare attribute, chaos. At that time, he encouraged her to practice boldly, as adding attributes to her spiritual energy would only be beneficial, making it stronger than unadulterated spiritual energy. However, teacher Sanshui did not inquire about how she had acquired this attribute. Generally speaking, attributes like chaos, which straddled the line between concept and substance, were quite rare in the world. To have a method of acquiring it postnatally was practically a crime of possessing a treasure. He merely advised Kyuzo not to be overly ostentatious until she was strong enough. Kyuzo felt fortunate that she had consulted teacher Sanshue. Otherwise, she would have surely used her abilities indiscriminately at some point. Now she had her own restraint, so under normal circumstances, she used ordinary spiritual energy, but in critical moments, she could utilize it as a trump card. Kyuzo took a deep breath and placed her hand on the spiritual pattern pillar. The spiritual energy within the pillar surged again, intimate, as if a long-lost relative had returned. This was also the key to why only she could absorb the chaotic spiritual energy at the core. If it were someone else, they would have been violently rejected upon first contact, and it would be even more impossible to absorb it. They might not even reach the core area. As for why the spiritual energy within was so close to her, Kyuzo could not comprehend. But since it was beneficial for enhancing her power, she decided to absorb it for now. Hadn't she also been unaware of why exercising would enhance physical quality before? Why fret so much over it? This time Kyuzo drew out 5 strands of spiritual energy, and with her naked eye, she could see the pressure of the wind around her continuously forming a cyclone, which she eventually retracted into her body. I've managed to increase 1 more strand. Kyuzo smiled. Initially, she could absorb a maximum of only 3 strands, and now, after just a month, she had increased it by 2. Such tangible progress felt wonderful. Now, if I were to unleash my full power, I should at least be at the 2nd tier, right? Kyuzo estimated her strength. She had seen a 3rd tier Kirito, and afterward he had left behind a continuous method, the dimensional chatroom. Just a slight comparison would allow her to roughly gauge her strength. Although she could let the Akashi subsystem perform comprehensive calculations, Kyuzo still felt it was best not to expose herself. The world was not as simple as it seemed. Having an extra trump card might yield unexpected effects in the future. After completing a day's training, the stars had long begun to dot the night sky. Kyuzo tilted her head back and collapsed onto her bed, drifting into a deep slumber. The next day, she met up with Shana and Tianyi to head to school together. After exiting the floating train, there was still a stretch of uphill road about 2 kilometers long to the school gate lined with cherry blossom trees. The first time she encountered the absolute option Amakusa Kanade was on this stretch of road. She wondered if his body was still intact. Kyuzo couldn't help but smile faintly. Wow, Kyuzo, you look so sinister when you smile. Kyuzo tilted her head to look at Tianyi. Really? Yes, it's as if you found a fun toy and want to break it. What kind of gaze is that? Kyuzo, Tianyi, have you arranged your class extracurricular course yet? Shana interjected with a question. Tianyi let out a wail. She had come to Mengqi precisely to seek an easier path. But she didn't expect there would be all sorts of matters. The extracurricular course essentially involved assigning students to external dimensional worlds, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the rules of each dimension and broaden their knowledge and experience. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles. Being confined indoors will only lead to stagnation. Well, this was how the school presented it. But there was also a purpose. The reason Mengqi Academy's students could be called a place only true geniuses could reach was inseparable from the extracurricular courses. Previously, there had been a traveler from the Celestial Empire who facilitated the evolution of this world, linking the external world and this realm through gates for linear integration. This integration did not refer to physical meaning, but rather to other aspects. And the world Kyuzo currently inhabited is referred to as the central world, where other realms would integrate primarily with it, forming a healthy internal circulation. Such integration offers boundless benefits for both sides. One of which is that the integration can give rise to the spiritual energy that gives birth to everything. Even this alone would make the people of this world revel in it. Not to mention, there are unimaginable other benefits. However, it does not mean that every world can integrate with the central world if the rules, cosmic parameters, etc. do not align. It could even lead to disaster. Thus, it requires human observation and testing. But there are countless dimensional worlds. Even those discovered now far exceed the number of spiritual practitioners. By now you should understand what the so-called extracurricular course is about, right? Precisely, it is to make the most of idle resources. Each academic year, there is one such opportunity. If luck is on their side, and they discover a world suitable for integration, students will gain unimaginable benefits. Overall, it's a win-win situation. The 12-kilometer-long Sakura Road, where cherry blossoms bloom in every season. Under the clear blue sky, petals drift down like feathers, scattering in every direction. Kurumi pressed her hand against her hair, which was blown by the gentle breeze, the ends of her hair dancing like silk. How comfortable. Kurumi closed her eyes, spreading her arms as if to embrace the sky. Her delicate curves fully displayed the excessively short pleated skirt, accentuating her long and shapely legs. Next week we will be heading to the outer realm. Tianyi, Shana, how are you preparing? Kurumi turned and smiled. The timing was just right as sunlight filtered through the gaps in the cherry blossom trees, casting colorful beams upon her, making her appear dreamlike. A scene of magnificent beauty. Even Tianyi and Shana, who were also girls, couldn't help but be mesmerized. They soon seemed to snap back to reality and hurriedly said, "There's nothing much to prepare, the school will handle everything anyway." Shana feigned composure, "It's just an outer realm course." Indeed, although they would be crossing realms, the school would conduct a strength assessment beforehand to ensure safety, never allowing students to venture into dangerous areas. As new students, the world they were going to had beings roughly at the first stage equivalent to the physical limits recognized by ordinary humans. "Oh really? How relaxed. I'm quite looking forward to it," Kurumi said, her eyes crescent-shaped, expressing delight on her face. Then, with her fingers interlocked, she turned around, lifting her head to spot 3 figures in the distance. Teacher Sanshue. The one beside him is the Shinigami elementary student. Shana and Tianyi followed Kurumi's gaze, and besides the person Kurumi mentioned, there was also a figure that looked quite terrifying. The terror here referred to the first impression, an unfriendly aura. His face bore a troubled expression embodying an exceedingly gloomy personality. Wrapped entirely in a black robe reminiscent of a monk, he appeared less like a solemn figure and more like someone attending a funeral. Perhaps he was a monk, yet he wore prayer beads around his neck, making it difficult to discern his true identity. He bowed to Teacher Sanshue and then left. Kurumi felt he glanced at her for a moment, though it might have been an illusion. Kurumi didn't pay much attention, merely approaching Teacher Sanshue to greet him respectfully. After all, he had helped her with her spiritual energy cultivation, and Tianyi and Shana followed suit, bowing as well. Teacher Sanshue smiled broadly, seemingly quite pleased. He pushed up his black-rimmed glasses. "It's been a while since I've seen such a thoughtful girl. Nowadays there aren't many young people who respect their elders and cherish the young like you do. This is..." After some small talk, Kurumi shifted her gaze to the elementary student in a blue suit beside him. "My disciple," Teacher Sanshue said, his admiration for this disciple evident in his eyes, clearly satisfied with him. Kurumi looked at the elderly man, then at the child, finally focusing on the common item they shared, black-rimmed glasses. From the bottom of her heart, she felt, truly a renowned teacher produces outstanding disciples. Moi. Teacher Sanshue displayed a puzzled expression. Although this disciple was indeed the most exceptional one he had ever had, he wasn't particularly famous. "I've met him once, teacher," said the elementary student in the blue suit. "She noticed, so I remember." "Huh, you could perceive that, given your current stage. That's quite surprising," Teacher Sanshue remarked, his wrinkled lips slightly agape in astonishment. They knew that the perception referred to the lost second. However, Shana and Tianyi were left in a daze. Perceive what?" Tianyi tilted her head, her big eyes blinking. "It's when you stand beside him, your time automatically decreases by 1 second. Kurumi chuckled. Tianyi exaggeratedly recoiled, while Shana's expression also changed slightly. Had her life unknowingly decreased by a second? "Don't worry, last time it was due to unstable abilities that such a problem occurred. This time with teacher's help I can control it freely, and such a situation won't happen again." Seeing Tianyi and Shana cast him a look as if they wanted to beat him up, Conan felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down the back of his head and hurriedly explained. "Yes, there are no unusual fluctuations this time," Kurumi said with a smile. Hearing her friend's explanation, Tianyi and Shana slowly retracted their unfriendly glares. However, they were now determined not to approach this guy again. No one would like to inexplicably lose a second of their life, even if it was just 1 second. After politely greeting, Kurumi and the others entered the campus, each heading toward their respective classrooms. As soon as she stepped in, she saw Shikuma Rika drawing something on the blackboard, the structure quite complex. She walked directly to her seat, stealing a glance at Sada Kaori on her right. Although Kurumi usually wouldn't care about such trivial matters, Kaori, who had disappeared for a month, had unexpectedly shown up. Moreover, she found Kurumi and inexplicably said, "Thank you," making remarks about realizing past mistakes and understanding what true strength is. It was genuine gratitude, the kind that came from the heart. With an unpretentious expression, she naturally uttered those 2 words without a hint of awkwardness. Kurumi was left stunned. She didn't remember ever teaching her Marxism or Mao's works. Although she didn't know exactly what Kaori was grateful for, it seemed she wouldn't particularly do anything that would make herself uncomfortable in the future. Kurumi smiled beautifully, no need to mention it. Behind her, Shirou also seemed rushed, since Rayleigh had appeared and disappeared for a week, making him look hurried upon seeing her. This time was no different. Upon hearing about going to the outer realm, the anxiety and worry on his face were evident even to a fool. "Is there something troubling you, Amiya?" Shirou let out a silly sound, looking up, a stunning smile illuminating his face, seemingly lightening his mood slightly. "This time going to the outer realm, I won't be home for a while." "Are you a homebody?" Shirou shook his head. "I'm just a bit worried about Ilya being home alone." He directly voiced his concerns. So that's what he was worried about. Not considering it a major issue, Kurumi didn't delve deeper, feeling that Shirou's homebody tendencies were expanding. "Don't worry, trust is also a form of care. You must believe in your sister," Kurumi reassured him. Hearing this, Shirou looked up, forcing a smile. "Thank you." Seeing his expression, Kurumi felt it best to let him be and not disturb him further. She turned back to find Shikuma Rika still busy writing and drawing on the blackboard. Concentric circles. And some complex structures. Is she drawing a diagram of the multiverse? Kurumi guessed based on the current situation. After all, they were about to head to another world, and it was essential to popularize some knowledge about the multiverse at this time. After all, this person before her, aside from having a Yandere attribute, was truly a genius girl in the fields of physics and natural mathematics. One day, if Shikuma Rika claimed she discovered the unified field theory of the universe, Kurumi wouldn't doubt her. I never realized before, turns out she's a good-hearted person. Kurumi marveled, opening the terminal to check relevant information about the multiverse to accompany her upcoming explanation. Why does it feel like a few concentric circles are missing? Did she forget? Kurumi displayed a confused expression, noticing significant discrepancies between the diagram on the blackboard and the information on her terminal. At that moment, Shikuma Rika finally pressed down on the blackboard, completing the last stroke. Hey Mina, this is one of the legendary top 10 famous artifacts, the Nine Curves Corridor. In this way, District 11, as a vassal state of the Celestial Empire, lacks diplomatic rights, but enjoys autonomous military authority, as evidenced by the self-defense force to which Lien Tairang belongs, making it a region with a higher degree of autonomy than one country, two systems. Moreover, one of their current main forces, the Onmyoji, has received comprehensive support from the Jishao Academy of Inyang Path, experiencing significant advancements. However, no matter what, it is still a vassal state, and the Celestial Empire's language has already become widespread in District 11. The original language exists as a dialect, but locally in District 11, people still prefer to speak their own language, just like people in Guangdong speak Cantonese. Therefore, it is not surprising to occasionally hear a speaking style that mixes Celestial Empire language with the original language. The focus is not on the content, but on the expression style. Kyuzo shook her head, realizing she truly could not deceive herself. What did that guy say? In such a public place. It wasn't just Kyuzo who was stunned. Even Shirou, who had been melancholic, showed a bewildered expression. It was truly too shocking. Of course, many people didn't understand what she was saying. They merely looked up in confusion and then lowered their heads again. However, there are always those who unexpectedly make statements that are out of the ordinary. The Nine Curves Corridor. Wasn't it used to enhance censored? It censored. So what? What are you trying to express? After hearing the question, Kyuzo couldn't help but turn her head. What came into view was a girl with long, straight black hair tied with a hair tie, a dignified face, currently proudly accepting the gaze of her classmates, her willful dark eyes surrounded by frighteningly long eyelashes, and her light pink lips tightly pursed. This was the kind of girl she was, Haruai Suzumiya. She seriously stated the usage while attempting to inquire about what Shizuku wanted to express. Unbelievable. Clearly it was something that should evoke embarrassment, yet she could present it with such pride. What an impressive talent. Kyuzo could only exclaim. Finally, someone has expressed a quest for the unknown. Oh, very well, this is the first step humanity takes in its journey through darkness. Only a strong thirst for knowledge can propel the entire civilization forward. Clearly you have a talent in this area. Shizuku nodded in appreciation. Perhaps. You are the chosen one. Stop rambling. I'm asking what exactly you want to express. Meaningless answers are just a waste of my time. Haruai's assertiveness was somewhat intimidating. No, unlike the deliberate posturing, she had maintained this imposing demeanor since the start of school, making it difficult for others to approach her. Within this lies the mystery of life. Shizuku paid no mind to Haruai's attitude and leaned forward, resting a hand beside her glasses, presenting a charmingly cute demeanor as she earnestly explained while Haruai listened intently. According to incomplete statistics possessing, Kyuzo pressed her forehead, infusing her spiritual power into her eardrums as Shizuku's voice faded further away until the entire world seemed to quiet down. Then she continued to review information about parallel worlds as she had no extra time to waste on such boring matters. The classroom fell into an eerie silence with only two voices resonating. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, and before she knew it, it was time for school to end. Kyuzo had already arranged with Tsubasa to go home alone during this period. She still had much training to do. Arriving at a small clearing beside the mist lake, she could see a sea of white flowers beyond the obstructing branches. Kyuzo planned to continue practicing with the flintlock here. Before she could take it out, she saw a dark figure standing atop the hill of flowers. As if sensing something, the person turned around. Kyuzo furrowed her brow. Was it the person from this morning? This time her line of sight was clearer, and she recognized who it was. Araya Zonlia. He couldn't be considered a very friendly presence. Based on the scant information in her mind, Kyuzo instinctively judged. However, basing her judgment about a real person solely on an anime she had seen before seemed a bit ridiculous. With this thought, Kyuzo stepped forward. As she approached, Kyuzo lightly pinched her skirt and said, "It's nice to see you again, Monk." Monk, huh? That's a nostalgic title. He spoke, his voice, though transmitted through vibration of vocal cords in the air, felt more like a hoarse sound emanating directly from the soul. He remained standing in place, merely turning to face Kyuzo's arrival and nothing more. Kyuzo smiled slightly. Kyuzo-Q. Araya Zonlian. Kyuzo looked up. Even at such close proximity, it seemed impossible to see his eyes. Indeed, it was as if she could see them, yet they did not imprint in her mind. What are you looking at? Kyuzo stood beside him, gazing at the distant view he had just been observing, and inquired. It felt as if they shared the same gaze. A look that emanated from the depths of the heart, pursuing something even they did not know. Bewildered, yet resolute. There, Araya Zonlian raised his hand, pointing in a direction. There is a black well. A black well. Kyuzo followed his pointed direction, seeing only a vast expanse of white flowers. Araya Zonlian paid no heed to Kyuzo's confusion and continued. A very special well. It can lead to the underworld. His hands naturally hung by his sides, yet there was an indescribable rhythm to them. If witnessing countless deaths, would one not find a way to seek rebirths? Araya Zonlian posed a question seemingly directed at Kyuzo, yet also like a soliloquy. Kyuzo did not respond to what Araya said. Just a passerby, a chance encounter. Kyuzo merely focused her spiritual power on her eyes, but did not see the black, while he mentioned. No need to search for it, it does not exist in this world. How disappointing. The so-called underworld is merely a gathering place for those who cannot be called dead. Are you searching for something? Oh, Araya affirmed. Then he turned to Kyuzo and asked, are you searching for something too? Perhaps. Kyuzo chuckled lightly. You are very special, Araya stated bluntly. I cannot sense your origin. Even someone like San Mizuko, as long as they approach me, I can detect them. But you completely absent, not just non-existent, but truly does not exist. Oh, is that so? They'll take it as a compliment, thank you. Origin, conceived as something transcending even the highest conceivable layer. If there were a previous life, then logically there must have been one before that as well. Origin is the eternal pursuit of the primordial source. Conceptually akin to primal instinct or fatalism, it denotes that all things, including life itself, possess an inherent directional tendency caused from their very inception, inevitably unfolding along that predetermined course. It incites a chaotic impulse within beings, compelling them toward an inevitable outcome. It bears a striking resemblance to Buddhist philosophy. Origin, Kurisu politely replied, lifting her gaze. Yet I do not believe this origin you speak of holds universal validity. A life before that, and another before that. She scoffed. Without continuity of memory, can one truly still be called IA? Kurisu's words drew no rebuttal from Araya Soren. Each person constructs their own worldview. Divergent perspectives inevitably yield divergent truths. Yet Kurisu did not dwell deeply on Araya's words. She simply held firm to the unshakable certainty of her true self. Still, if there were no original cause, why was she here at all? Gazing upon the boundless sea of blossoms before her, a sudden heaviness pressed against Kurisu's chest. She loosened her collar without thinking. Indeed, even brief conversation with him left her bored. Kurisu tilted her head, observing Araya Soren's perpetually austere ascetic countenance, and sighed inwardly, already contemplating changing her position if he did not depart soon. Perhaps sensing no further value in remaining, or perhaps intuiting Kurisu's growing impatience, Araya turned and strode back into the forest, vanishing from sight. Truly, he remains as enigmatic as ever. No, rather he was dangerous. From their exchange, Kurisu confirmed he now walked a path devoted to gathering death. He believed that if salvation proved impossible, at least the precise record of each death must be preserved. Yet his ambition extended far beyond mere documentation. What he sought, the root vortex, was the fundamental archive of all existence, recording every phenomenon across time and space. In this world, even Akasha could only chronicle events already transpired. The future remained inscrutable, the past immutable. Time flowed like a fixed river, unidirectional, irreversible. An irrevocable reality. Kurisu steadied her breath, drew her flintlock pistol, planted her feet, and fired. Each shot striking a petal suspended midair. The extra-dimensional curriculum commenced shortly thereafter. Students were grouped into trios. 10 such groups were assigned per class, dispatched across various dimensions to measure fusion parameters. Naturally, students lacked the capability to perform such measurements independently. Specialized instruments were uniformly issued by the Academy. A fusion rate exceeding 80% qualified as excellent and warranted formal reporting. At this moment, the formidable power of the spirit network revealed itself. Seamless communication remained guaranteed, even across dimensional boundaries. Kurisu, Tokisaki, Shirou, Amiya, and Mahirushita formed one trio. They exchanged IP addresses of their respective terminals to maintain constant contact across worlds. After a day of mutual adjustment, the following morning saw all 1,000 first-year students gather beside the lake of mists, guided by their instructors. Though attendance was not mandatory, the first semester imposed a strict requirement: every student must journey to an external world, at least once. Subsequent semesters allowed personal discretion. Crowds thronged the lakeshore, yet not a single murmur disturbed the silence. Such flawless order achieved without prior rehearsal spoke volumes about the exceptional discipline cultivated at Mengqi Academy. A low resonant hum vibrated through the air, persistent, rhythmic, omnipresent. Then visible light began to warp, distorting, coalescing, until colossal structures of stone and steel materialized in the sky. These airborne edifices floated apart, isolated by vast chasms, as if titanic islands adrift in the void. Their immense silhouettes blotted out the sun, plunging the land beneath into sudden, profound shadow. Yet everyone present knew this was but the faintest glimpse of the aerial citadel's true scale. Aincrad widened progressively from base to apex, resembling a colossal spinning top. Even its lowest tier alone evoked the awe-inspiring presence of a mountain hovering in the heavens. Awe surged unbidden within each heart. Only now did they truly grasp the tangible continent-sized fortress suspended directly above them. Then beams of light descended from the revealed architecture, rapidly coalescing into dozens of luminous magical arrays, each solidifying into a stable gate-like aperture anchored upon the ground. Classes 1 through 33, proceed through your designated portals under instructor supervision. A voice echoed from nowhere and everywhere. Instantly the crowd began moving with quiet, disciplined flow. Soon Kurisu's trio reached the threshold. A flicker of quiet excitement lit her eyes as she glanced sideways. That's Lelouch. Beside the rightmost portal stood Lelouch and his entourage, preparing to step through at the same moment as Kurisu. She instinctively sensed turbulence ahead. She stepped forward into the gate. ZZZT, ZZZT. Instantly a crackling static filled her ears, the eerie, dissonant noise of a television screen dissolving into snow. Fragments of images flashed violently before her eyes, inducing vertigo, so intense it threatened to shatter her senses. What is happening? Wasn't interdimensional transit meant to feel as effortless as entering another room? Time stretched, eons compressed into a single blink, yet simultaneously froze motionless. This paradoxical distortion nearly drove her mad. Her chest constricted as though about to rupture. She longed to scream, but felt herself fractured across time, each splinter dissolving silently into the infinite expanse of eternity, or worse, frozen, utterly incapable of even the slightest gesture. She could not fathom how long had passed. Terror, solitude, chaos, madness. These shadows bloomed in the suffocating dark. No glimmer of light, only cold, endless night, becoming the sole constants of her perception. Time free. Like a broken radio transmission, the voice fragmented. Then light pierced the void. Kurisu. She felt her eyelids, straining agonizingly slow, to open as if dragging herself from deep, clinging mud. What's wrong, Kurisu-san? Through the veil of blackness, a face emerged. Mahiru Shida, her expression etched with urgent concern. You're awake, thank goodness. Mahiru's voice trembled near tears, a reflection of her gentle, tender nature, always kind and compassionate toward others. Are you all right, Tokisaki-san? A male voice came from beside her. Shiro Amiya, Kurisu deduced without turning. At last her composure steadied. She surveyed her surroundings. The vantage point was high. Nearby stood water tanks and railings. We're on the rooftop. Her gaze settled upon the two figures before her, Shiro Amiya and Mahiru Shida, unharmed, watching her with quiet worry. Did they react at all? The feeling of chaos and disorientation quickly receded like a tide as Kwang-sen awakened. Only a slight sense of bitterness lingered in her chest, causing a subtle discomfort. Upon seeing that Shinomiya Madoi and Emiya Shiro were safe and sound, Kwang-sen speculated about the anomaly that only she was experiencing. Perhaps it was due to her identity as a time manipulator that made her particularly sensitive to the shifts in time and space. Just like how the human brain receives countless pieces of information daily, it automatically filters out the vast majority of irrelevant data for safety reasons, while otherwise the overwhelming influx of information could drive a person to madness. For instance, if human hearing were to expand from 20 to 20 Hz to a range of 0 to 20 Hz, the sensitivity would increase dramatically, resulting in an incessant barrage of noise akin to the buzzing of flies by one's ear. In such a state, it's likely that no one could endure it. Kwang-sen speculated that she might be in a similar situation. However, she overlooked one point in Dream Prayer Academy. She was not the only one capable of manipulating time, yet there were no recorded cases of similar anomalies. At this moment, Kwang-sen had already stabilized her form. The transition from awakening to stability took less than 10 seconds. Kwang-sen's adaptability remained as formidable as ever as she seamlessly integrated into this new world, continuing her life as if it were completely natural. Seeing two concerned gazes directed at her, Kwang-sen felt a warmth in her heart. Such feelings had become more frequent since her arrival in Dream Prayer. What a wonderful place this is. A smile naturally crept onto her lips as she said, sorry to have worried you. It's fine, Kwang-sen, you really scared me earlier. Matwa White Bow danced atop her head as she soothingly patted her chest, looking adorably like a small animal. Is Tokisaki really okay? We should find a place to rest for a bit, Amiya, Shiro suggested. After all, her earlier painful expression was quite alarming. Don't worry, I just felt a bit dizzy for a moment, but am completely fine now, Kwang-sen assured Shiro with a nod before surveying her surroundings. It's actually a city. Luck is somewhat lacking. Indeed, as per the requirements of linear integration, it should ideally be as simple as possible, thereby increasing the likelihood of meeting the parameters. But a world inhabited by humans is filled with variability and unpredictability. Once a powerful being known as the Witch of Dimensions stated, although there are many incredible things in this world, no matter how strange or exceptional they are, as long as no one is present, as long as no one witnesses, and as long as it is unrelated to people, it is merely a fleeting phenomenon. Indeed, humans are the most extraordinary beings in this world. Here people refers to humans, the defined intelligent beings in the world of dream prayer, that is, humanoid sentient creatures. Simultaneously, the classic proposition of whether thought determines matter or matter determines thought is something that dream prayer has long been exploring. The existence of humans inherently adds complexity. In summary, the existence of a human-inhabited world complicates the process of linear integration significantly. Besides factors like rules, fields, and chi, there are many unseen variables. For example, the human heart and causality. This differs from the integration of worlds in the Celestial Empire, where individuals actively merge from other realms directed by the collective will, resulting in an extraordinarily high compatibility. However, in general, the presence of humans or other intelligent beings in unfamiliar worlds tends to complicate matters. While encountering a world suitable for integration happens only 2 or 3 times a year in the Dream Prayer's external courses, most of the time it yields no results at all. The school's purpose is still to broaden our horizons and familiarize us with the rules and modes of existence in different dimensions, Shirou said encouragingly upon confirming that Kwang-san was indeed unscathed. You really are quite straightforward, Kwang-san said with a smile. Anyway, let's check the communication first. The three of them had established contact via terminal before setting out, and now they were merely reconfirming whether communication could be maintained in this other world. An alternate world, I wonder what the BL is like here. I'm so looking forward to it. Matoi's face bore an expression of sheer ecstasy. To her, anything about that was welcome as long as it was BL. After confirming with one another, the three of them left their spiritual energy markers here so that if they got lost, they could regroup here. This double insurance method was naturally part of the Dream Prayer Academy's external course guidance manual. After completing these tasks, Kwang-san took out a futuristic-looking instrument from her bag, deep blue in color and covered with geometric patterns arranged in concentric circles. Once spiritual energy is injected, it will project a hologram on its surface displaying various data in the form of curves and numerical values. Although the chances of integration are slim, it is essential to record the parameters. Kwang-san smiled as she tested the parameters at this node with the instrument and recorded the data. Integration rate 43.845. As expected, it's not feasible. When the integration rate exceeds 90, it can be directly reported to Dream Prayer Academy as a suitable world for integration. Over 80 indicates potential viability. 70 suggests it is worth observing. Below 60 is nearly impossible. Nevertheless, it is crucial to thoroughly document the parameters of this world. The method for recording parameters involves the instrument providing designated nodes, and one simply needs to go there to measure. It sounds simple, as if deploying AI robots across various dimensions would allow for quick and easy measurements. However, that hasn't been the case. There have been instances where organizations attempted to do so, only to find that the data obtained was mostly incorrect. Moreover, the vast majority of intelligent machines were rendered inoperable in dimensions governed by different rules. Each dimension's rules are distinct. How can one maintain consistent stability? Indeed, the answer lies in spiritual energy. The versatile spiritual energy that can evolve myriad phenomena is capable of adapting to various dimensions. This necessitates that the measurer must possess spiritual energy. Oh, by the way, it seems I used the wrong terms earlier when speaking about world integration. A more precise way to describe it would be the merging of exceedingly small parts of the world with the world where Dream Prayer resides. The fusion of two large worlds is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Historically, it has happened only a few times. From the distribution of nodes provided by the instrument, the parameters that Kwang-san and her companions need to measure correspond to roughly the size of a city. With the terminal and instrument secured, it may sound exaggerated, but the three of them embarked on their journey into the alternate world. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the tallest television tower in this city, a shadow cloaked in black stood tall. Enveloped entirely in a black cloak, his head was shrouded in a hood resembling that of a grim reaper obscuring his features, yet an unsettling aura faintly emanated from him. In the howling wind, he exhaled a long crimson tongue like that of a snake licking his dry lips, his hoarse voice dissipating in the wind. It's about time. The experiment can begin. Initially, they planned to act separately, which would allow them to complete the parameter testing more efficiently and swiftly. Then they could free up more time for their own matters. However, seeing Makoto walking down the street like a frightened little rabbit, timid and shrinking away from passing male pedestrians, as if fearing to touch them lest she dissolve like lava, made them reconsider. Kyuzo still felt it was better to act together with Makoto. Did this guy really reach the second stage? Kyuzo had questioned this more than once. one must know that even a mere first-stage lower existence has already exceeded the limits of ordinary human understanding of movement. In this world, at least in this city, there isn't even a single first-stage existence. That is a gap between the spiritual and the mundane, a dimensional disparity. At that moment, a rare, unusual sight appeared on the street. It was quite normal for pedestrians on the road to occasionally miss their step or bump into something. However, the frequency of such occurrences in this area was remarkably high simply because when they saw two dreamlike figures, their minds went blank and the inertia of their feet continued to propel their bodies forward. Makoto was a bit scared. The girl walking beside Kyuzo clutched her arm tightly, as if trying to shrink into her embrace. Indeed, Makoto found it hard to cope with such intense gazes. In the past at Dream Prayer, such obsessive looks were rare. Perhaps it was simply an appreciation of beauty, but for Makoto herself, it was not something to be happy about. She had a phobia of men who just the slightest contact would send her recoiling as if electrocuted. Let's change places. To be honest, this was the first time Kyuzo had been observed like this. She almost forgot one thing. She also seemed to be a beautiful girl. After all, in the mysterious gathering place of Dream Prayer, whether ugly or beautiful, she had long grown accustomed to all sorts of appearances. Even with extraordinary beauty, people would not express their admiration so intensely. Regarding such stares, she couldn't say she rejected them, but it was certainly unfamiliar. Especially certain gazes mixed with desire made Kyuzo quite uncomfortable and unhappy. Huff! Kyuzo took out a short flintlock pistol strapped to her thigh and pointed it at the sky. It seemed that gun control was very strict here. Even with such emotion, no one felt anything was wrong. People had already grown accustomed to their peaceful daily lives until... Bang! A loud gunshot rang out as Kyuzo hit a potted plant on the floor above. Oh, someone's getting killed. Is that a real gun? Are they filming a movie? The street immediately descended into chaos with exclamations ringing out incessantly. From a bird's eye view, the people on the street were running around like headless flies. After a while, it finally calmed down. When people focused their gaze on the spot where the beautiful girl had just fired, it was already empty. Only the broken potted plant that had fallen from above landed right on the head of a delinquent with yellow hair. Kyuzo, was that a gun? At this moment, Kyuzo and Makoto, who had already avoided the crowd, were walking along a path in the park. I brought two because I thought they would be useful. Kyuzo gently lifted the other side of her skirt, revealing her fair thigh, where another flintlock was strapped. However, combined, the ammunition was only 20 rounds. After all, carrying unnecessary items would only waste energy. The destructive power Kyuzo herself possessed far exceeded that of firearms. However, if there was ample space for equipment, she could carry whatever she desired. Kyuzo originally thought that if she were lucky enough to discover a world for merging, she would go to the school to exchange for a space ring or something similar for portable storage. After all, even folding space technologies like the floating cave vehicle had already been applied in civilian life, so there was no reason not to have equipment for spatial storage. So cool. Makoto's eyes sparkled as she looked at Kyuzo. Do you like firearms, Makoto? Kyuzo tilted her head at her. Wait, her interest wasn't BL. Indeed, the girl in front of her shook her head. Makoto doesn't like guns as she just thinks Kyuzukin is so cool. There was no hint of concealment. Shina Makoto directly expressed her feelings. Then what do you like? Although it was a question she already knew the answer to, she decided to change the topic. Makoto likes to. No, Makoto wants to learn to draw and become a genius painter like her sister. Wait a minute. Makoto's sister, a genius painter. Did I remember that wrong? Her sister Shina Natsuki indeed liked to read manga, but she only enjoyed watching them, especially the action-packed ones, and without a doubt, she was a slightly over-energetic violent girl. Would she quietly sit down and draw? Is that so? Your sister is indeed impressive. Cousin Mashiro is the most amazing. Makoto also wants to be able to draw beautiful boys, to create works with an ethereal style. Makoto clasped her hands together, her eyes filled with an indescribable longing. Kyuzo felt as if she was about to have a heart attack, almost spitting out old blood. Makoto, Mashiro, the one in the Sakura outfit. Shina, Mashiro is your cousin. This is truly a romance that transcends time and space. No, it's a familial relationship that crosses dimensions. That's interesting. What about your sister? Kyuzo's mouth twitched, not even bothering to comment on the pauses in Makoto's speech. The golden-haired beauty in front of her lowered her hands and smiled at Kyuzo. Makoto's sister. She greatly admires Sakagami Tomoya-senpai and hopes to become a Valkyrie like her. Kyuzo felt it was best to remain silent. The two walked side by side on the tree-lined path, golden sunlight filtering through the branches, casting colorful shadows that danced on their shoulders. Kyuzo. Looking at the instrument, Makoto suddenly jumped up with excitement. The node we are heading to is Akihabara. Then this place is in Tokyo, Japan. Kyuzo fully understood the reason for Makoto's excitement. As a seasoned Fujoshi, is there anything more desirable than going to a paradise like Akihabara? However, Akihabara, do you know what kind of place that is? Logically speaking, Dream Prayer didn't have a similar location. From where did Makoto learn about it? My hometown also has Akihabara. I see. Shina Makoto's hometown is in Area 11 of formerly Japan. Hey Kyuzo, let's hurry. Makoto pulled on Kyuzo's arm, her face filled with excitement as she dashed forward. It was as if she had transformed into a different person. The frail girl from before was nowhere to be seen. Tokyo Akihabara. Wow. The Akihabara of another world, it's here. Zhendong exclaimed like a pilgrim. At this moment, she could completely ignore the gazes of others and rushed towards the bookstore marked with 18X. Kong-sen shook her head helplessly and followed her joyful steps into the place she had longed to visit in her past life. As soon as she entered, the atmosphere instantly became frozen. The people in the store were dumbfounded. A chubby man with a large backpack, a businessman in a suit, a young boy full of curiosity and vigor, and the clerk at the counter. All were stunned. A beautiful, beautiful girl. A true two-dimensional beauty emerging from the pages. No way, how could such a goddess appear in a place like this? Oh, praise Aqua. Although the last sentence caught attention, Kong-sen paid them no mind. Walking straight to the corner bookshelf, Zhendong's face revealed an expression of utter disappointment. Taking book after book out, and then putting them back. Not here, not here, not here. None at all. Zhendong was in despair. She knelt down dejectedly, murmuring in disbelief. How could it be? How could there be a bookstore that doesn't sell BL? Kong-san followed her and glanced at the works on the shelf. Monitoring X regulation X 48 hours, the hesitation between hell and purgatory. Let's have sister get pregnant, bang bang bang, summer battle. Oh, what the hell is this? Even in her past life, Kong-san was a pure love enthusiast. Some of the images made her feel sick just to look at. However, the idea of making a sister do that seemed somewhat appealing. The art style was exquisite, and it was clearly a romance drama. But she had no intention of purchasing anything. It wasn't that she cared about others' opinions, she simply didn't want to buy. Kong-sen looked at the works here, stroking her chin while appraising them. Oh, what's this? Kong-sen saw a protruding cover in the corner featuring only an island and cute pink fonts. Rebirth, Lowly Island. Puff. This is here too. A shadow suddenly appeared on Kong-san's face as she recalled unhappy memories. She had been greatly deceived by this in her past life. She turned to look at Zhendong, who was still kneeling on the ground in disappointment. Even if there's no BL, you don't have to be so dramatic about it. Here, take this. Although the art style is lacking a bit, it's still what you wanted. Kong-san handed her the game disc with pink fonts, and Zhendong looked up with teary eyes. Rebirth, Lowly Island. I don't want Lolus, I want BL. Zhendong straightened up her hands on her chest, whimpering. Just give it a try, you might have unexpected gains. Is that so? Zhendong looked at Kong-san with her watery eyes, then wiped away the non-existent tears with her sleeve, stood up, and took the game box from Kong-san. Although she felt she wouldn't be able to play such a game since Kong-san recommended it, she decided to buy it. After checking out with the clerk, Kong-san and Zhendong walked out of the small store, leaving behind the customers and front desk staff who were left in chaos. If they survived the ensuing events, they would forever remember this unbelievable scene. Two girls who seemed to have stepped out of a two-dimensional world entered an 18X store and purchased works. Zhendong walked forward with an assertive stance, holding the bag. Zhendong, you're going the wrong way. If the exit is over there, Kong-san reminded her from behind. Whatever, Zhendong is now going to look for the next store. The timid girl suddenly became incredibly assertive at this moment. Clearly possessing a fantastical appearance, more adorable than small animals, yet her words left people speechless. How could there be no BL? How could there be no store selling BL? Is this world? Is it going to face apocalypse? The world is going to be destroyed. I don't think the world can be destroyed that easily. Kong-sen followed her, feeling helpless. The issue of the exit wasn't complicated, it could be resolved at any time, and there was no time limit. Furthermore, even if it wasn't resolved, the worst outcome would just be a scolding from the teacher. So seeing Zhendong like this, it was better to just go along with her enthusiasm. Then Zhendong took out her terminal again, fingers tapping on something in the air. This was Akihabara with countless cosplayers, so even if someone saw her strange actions, they didn't think much of it. They merely marveled at the beauty of these two girls. Ha ha ha. Zhendong exclaimed in surprise and distress. What's wrong? I can't connect to the signal. Zhendong shook the terminal, hoping that would restore the signal. Can't connect to the signal. Kong-sen leaned in to see and confirmed that indeed it couldn't log in. The screen displayed by the terminal was only visible to the user, but that was under normal circumstances. If the user wished, they could also allow others to see it. A bug, Probably. Has this happened before? Kong-sen inquired. No, this is the first time Zhendong has encountered this situation. Oh. The pure white beauty suddenly embraced her head in distress and began to shake. What to do? We already had a battle scheduled. A battle? Kong-sen didn't quite understand. Yes, today is the day of the decisive battle with the Jinjiang Heavenly Girl group, but now I can't connect to the internet. What to do? I will definitely be laughed at by the Jinjiang Heavenly Girl group. There's nothing scarier than this. A BL duel. Though she didn't understand what she was saying, Kong-san vaguely guessed that whatever it was that stirred such emotions in her must be it. Yes. Kong-sen, what to do? Zhendong nodded repeatedly. Even if you ask me like this. Kong-san felt helpless. If one of their companions was an information integration, thought being the problem could have been solved. Zhendong squatted on the ground, continuously refreshing the terminal, but still couldn't connect to the signal. Originally, she had planned to leverage the BL culture of another world for a spectacular holy war. But losing the internet turned her into a defeated dog in others' eyes. The reputation she had painstakingly built in the BL literature realm could vanish in an instant. There was nothing more devastating for Zhendong. Kong-san also took out her terminal and found that she indeed couldn't contact Mengqi. However, she could connect with Mengqi Shirou in this world, and he also reported that he couldn't reach Mengqi. What's going on? Kong-san had a vague feeling that something was amiss. While Kong-san was frowning and muttering to herself, distant screams and explosions echoed along with chaotic noises. A dark and tumultuous riot that engulfed the entire city and even the world descended without any warning. Thick black smoke rose everywhere, and the city's traffic had completely come to a standstill. Vehicles swerved and crashed into streetlights or collided with buildings on either side, leaving a trail of blood along the way. People were plunged into complete panic and madness. What on earth were those monsters that even after losing half their bodies still staggered over to gnaw at the screaming crowd? Kyuka and Matoi stood atop the highest building in Akihabara, overlooking the scene. At that moment, the streets of Akihabara, densely packed with people, erupted like ants splashed with boiling oil as everyone frantically tried to escape. Some people lying on the ground covered in blood staggered to their feet, chasing after the screaming crowd. Their disjointed running posture with only their lower bodies moving while their upper bodies were fixed looked particularly horrifying. The city had completely fallen into despair. Hey Kyuka, is it because there's no BL that the world has been destroyed? Matoi said this. But looking at the tragic scene below, she couldn't help but feel compassion. Kyuka, let's go down and help them. Wait a moment. Kyuka looked down at the situation below, her expression as calm as a still pond. Having always been a lone wolf, her character was destined to be unsympathetic. Moreover, without being able to contact Yum, and now this happening, it was hard not to draw connections. Kyuka managed to reach Shiro Amiya. If it was in this world, the terminal should still be able to maintain communication. Kyuka, where are you now? Have you seen the anomaly happening? Shiro Amiya, yes, I'm in Shibuya. Is there also a loss event happening on your side? Seeing Shiro's response, Kyuka frowned. Was it really affecting the entire city? Akihabara was located in the northwest of the city center, while Shibuya was in the southeast, quite a distance apart. Kyuka, let's gather at the original location first. Kyuka made the most sensible decision at this stage. Given the current situation was slightly unexpected, scattered actions were clearly not as effective as collective action. Shiro Amiya, no way. Shiro decisively refused. Kyuka slightly furrowed her brows, thinking of Shiro's character. Sure enough, she then heard him continue. Shiro Amiya, I can't just leave them alone. Once I make sure the people here are safe, they'll come find you. Kyuka, are you going to save them? Although she knew this was due to his character. Shiro Amiya, yes, at the very least, after ensuring their safety. Kyuka, after ensuring safety. And then what? Shiro Amiya, and then. Kyuka, do you know how large the scale of this anomaly is? Even if you gather them in a safe place, do you plan to protect them for a lifetime? Zombies. Just hearing that word, Kyuka instantly realized that this world would likely spend a long time engulfed in darkness and chaos. Shiro Amiya, but right now what I see are helpless eyes and children. I must help them. Kyuka, do as you wish. Kyuka sighed, knowing it was futile, but she tried to persuade him. As expected, it was in vain. That guy, to put it nicely, was a hopeless good person. To put it bluntly, he was stubborn. But now that he had made his own resolution and determination, Kyuka would not force him. In that case, she could only act on her own. Let's go, Kyuka said to Matoi. Are we going to save them? Matoi still had the nature of a little girl, pure and kind. Seeing such a tragic scene, it was only normal to feel sympathy. No, let's first secure some food. Normally food would be optional, merely satisfying one's appetite. Because even relying solely on spiritual energy, Kyuka could maintain her bodily functions for over 3 years. But not now. Energy conservation. It neither appears out of nowhere nor disappears into nothingness. In other words, the energy required to maintain bodily functions must be derived from some source. If relying solely on spiritual energy for sustenance, one would be consuming their own strength. And in this world where spiritual energy was so sparse, absorption would not keep up with the rate of consumption. If merely relying on spiritual energy to maintain bodily functions, it could be said to be a one-sided drain on one's power. In this uncertain world, maintaining oneself at peak condition at all times was the wisest course of action. Whether it was the inability to contact Yum or the anomalies occurring in this world, Kyuka felt it was not that simple. Firstly, although Yum couldn't make precise measurements across dimensions, the general information would not be too far off. This was also crucial information to ensure the student's safety. Since it was said that this was a peaceful world upon their arrival, it should rightfully be a peaceful world. Yet now the world line had jumped from alpha to beta. This indicated that things had already spiraled out of control. Absolute safety could no longer be used to describe the situation. And the most critical point was that they currently had no way to return. Because of the so-called absolute safety claim, students would generally contact Yum voluntarily to open the door for their return. But now they couldn't reach Yum, and Yum would not contact the students proactively, meaning there was no way back. No, to be precise, she wouldn't contact them for 3 months. After 3 months, Yum would send a message to inquire about the situation. By that time, discovering that contact couldn't be made, Yum would definitely send someone stronger to check the situation. So what Kyuka needed to do now was to ensure that no tragic accidents occurred within these 3 months. What a foolish setup. Kyuka clicked her tongue. Regardless, the current situation was already facing unknown dangers. Zombies were one concern, but what unsettled Kyuka was the reason behind their emergence. As for the people of this world, Kyuka never considered herself a savior. Of course, if she could ensure the absolute safety of herself and Matoi while also finding others pleasant to the eye, Kyuka wouldn't mind lending a hand. Emiyakin, aren't we going to meet up with him? The strange circumstances here and the inability to contact Yum were both signs that something was off. Even Matoi, with her head full of BL, could sense it. However, Matoi thought of how after meeting up with Shirou and Miya, they could help more people. Kyuka, on the other hand, thought further. If she lent a helping hand, the key point was, and then what? A moment of salvation can only be called hypocrisy if one does not have the resolve to see it through. Then they should refrain from casually speaking of rescue and such. On the day the world faced its end, people continued to live according to their usual patterns. No one could have imagined that in just one day, in less than a day, the seemingly perfect society constructed by humanity would collapse in an instant. What a grotesque sight, the ugly struggle for survival, so unbearable to behold. The man cloaked in black walked through the blood-stained streets like a specter. When he turned his head, he gazed at the woman in front of him with a chewed-off chin, her hand desperately reaching out as blood froth spilled from her mouth, emitting a hoarse sound like a broken wind instrument. "Help save me." Huang Yizong Lian remained indifferent, simply letting out a sigh-like sound. What a tragic scene. Even so, you still seek redemption. Death is not something special. As long as one is alive, one can realize this simple truth. The woman did not understand what he was saying, nor did she wish to. But the rejection of the outstretched hand was clear. The man's cold aura was palpable, even just standing there. Upon realizing that her last hope had also been shattered, the yearning and hope in her eyes transformed into overwhelming rage and resentment. There is no obligation to save, and yet, because things did not go as expected, one is met with hatred. It is indeed quite sorrowful. What value does humanity have that warrants salvation? Huang Yizong Lian looked up at the sky, searching for an answer. "I cannot save you. Perhaps I cannot save anyone at all." Huang Yizong Lian seemed to lament his own insignificance, sighing as the Buddhist beads around his neck shone piercingly in this world of blood. "I cannot save, but at the very least I will record the process of people's deaths." Huang Yizong Lian continued to watch as the woman's heartbeat ceased, her fierce gaze seemingly penetrating as if it wanted to pierce through him. Witnessing such a scene, Huang Yizong Lian turned and walked away. "So I cannot save anyone at all." Shibuya, renowned as the street that never sleeps 24 hours a day. Even just the constant flow of people throughout the day forms a scenic view. But when disaster struck, it became the beginning of a bloody end. It should have been this way. The chaos was swiftly suppressed at the first sign of trouble. Now, under the organization of the police and the government, the public is orderly heading to the stadium, underground platforms, and other evacuation sites capable of accommodating large crowds. As one passes through the central street, anyone would cast their gaze upon the figure standing in the middle of the street. The back view may not appear very sturdy, even looking a bit thin from afar. With orange-haired hair shining like the sun, he became the savior of this place amidst the darkness. This young man with sheer strength swiftly subdued the zombies, whose eyes were bloodshot and staggered as they moved in a manner invisible to the naked eye. Due to the rapid suppression, some people were still unable to comprehend the situation, shouting phrases like, "Why are you imprisoning their freedom? I want to go home. You useless good for nothings. Although I don't know what's happening, isn't this all due to your usual inaction?" Those who witnessed such a bloody scene saw the young man suddenly produce 2 knives seemingly out of thin air before vanishing from sight. Just thinking of such a scene, their hearts were filled with various emotions. When looking at that young man, their gazes carried scrutiny and vigilance. Saber could only respond with a smile, fully understanding everyone's feelings. "If I were to see such an incredible scene, I would also find it hard to accept. In any case, being able to help the people here is always the right thing to do." He could only comfort himself this way, ignoring the few malicious remarks in the crowd like, "Ah, it's him, the monster." The police and government personnel directing the crowd did not approach him to talk. From their constant phone calls, it seemed they wanted to consult their superiors, but were unable to get through. Just thinking of such a level of combat power sends chills down one's spine. Because at the beginning, Shirou, unaware of the situation, had blocked the bullets aimed at those who had just transformed into zombies. Though difficult for the crowd to understand, Shirou had never regretted saving them. Instead, he felt genuinely happy. "Ah, Kiritsugu, did you see? Today I saved many people too. A partner of justice. A partner of justice. I want to be someone like that. Shirou looked at the safe crowd, his hands clenched into fists, as if to solidify his resolve. Thank you. A weak voice suddenly came from behind. The voice was still trembling, the previous panic lingering in her body. This little girl was saved by Shirou from the despair of facing a bloodthirsty mouth. Thus, even though her body still trembled, and some called him a monster, the little girl only knew that this big brother like the sun descended and pulled her from the brink of despair, a truly radiant existence. Shirou turned around and saw the still trembling little girl revealing his snow-white teeth. In that moment, he felt genuinely happy about what he had done. He patted the girl's head. Everything is okay, now go to your dad. He's still waiting for you. Pointing to a figure in the distance, perhaps due to being blocked by police, he couldn't come over to thank him personally, but he smiled apologetically at Shirou. Just that smile made Shirou feel that what he had done was entirely right. Another commotion broke out in the crowd as people rushed to flee. During this time, many elderly and weaker individuals fell to the ground, trampled by the throng pouring out like a swarm. Zombies. Another one has turned into a zombie. Someone shouted. Zombies. How could that be? Clearly those who had just entered were all carefully checked and had not been bitten. Wait a minute. Shirou suddenly realized a more serious issue. If zombies are infectious, then how did the first batch come about? Yes, it must be those who had never been bitten by any zombie, the original pathogens who had been lurking among the crowd. Gradually, they erupted forth. The mournful cries that echoed through the sky have vanished, and the tumultuous crowd is nowhere to be seen. What replaced them are blood-stained streets, remnants of smoke left by crashed motorcycles, shattered glass storefronts, and terrifying entities wandering through the quiet streets. Only a day has passed, yet this city feels as if it has undergone a harsh interrogation, plunged into a deathly silence. The moon hangs slowly in the frosty sky, blood and sin concealed in the darkness. Aside from the disasters caused by lost humanity, faces an even greater trial following the collapse of moral and legal order. Night has quietly descended. Amidst such bloodshed and ruined streets, like the purest blooming lily, two ethereal figures silently tread upon the streets filled with loss. My vision is completely gone, I have lost sight. My sense of smell is also dulled. My gaze is vacant, my movement slow except for a bit more strength than an ordinary person. My body is damaged yet still able to move, but I am almost weaker than an ordinary person. Hyuka and Matoi walk through the streets filled with zombies. Those chilling monsters do not even raise a sense of alert in her. That reminds me. I seem to recall a similar world. Hyuka lowered her head, and under the moonlight's gentle glow one could see the slight curve of her lips hinting at a hint of joy. Matoi nervously followed behind Hyuka, not because she feared that the loss could harm her. It was simply a pure fear of the grotesque creatures that had morphed. For ordinary people, the second tier already resembles a divine existence. The first tier, on the other hand, represents superhumans in the eyes of the common folk. Up to this point, Hyuka has yet to encounter anyone who has reached the first tier. Matoi let out a small exclamation. No matter the time, no matter how strong she is, Matoi, who adores pink and cute things, still cannot cope with bloodied situations. For instance, the pile of filth before her, reduced to nothing but bones by the ravenous hordes, almost made her retch. No, it should be said that the fact she didn't vomit is a remarkable improvement. On this day, Matoi had witnessed many such scenes, yet she still could not adapt at all. Gratitude was normal, while resentment stemmed from the gazes of others, as she had once saved the initial pathogen, which then erupted among the crowd. Before the initial pathogen manifested, it bore no difference from ordinary people, and even Hyuka currently could not distinguish them. After a series of events, Matoi realized that her capabilities were extremely limited. More accurately, she had no idea where to start. Hence, she could only follow Hyuka's pace for now. At this moment, upon witnessing such a horrific scene with dismembered bodies sprawled across the wilderness, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Even without sight, the sensation of being surrounded by countless zombies was enough to paralyze an ordinary adult with fear. Then a woo. All Matoi could see were countless hands surging towards her. She recalled watching the tide at the beach, and now that image seemed quite apt for describing the zombies lunging at her. Oh, what an unappealing metaphor. Hyuka. With a quivering voice, Matoi shrank beside Hyuka, clutching her arm like a frightened little rabbit. Hey. Hyuka shook her head with resignation. Honestly, such a level of zombies could not inflict any substantial harm on Matoi. Yet she was scared to the point of tears due to their terrifying appearances, almost like a little girl. With a gentle tap of her toes on the ground, Hyuka created ripples radiating from her center, forming a powerful wind pressure that sliced towards the approaching zombies. Even with just a raw release of spiritual energy without any technique, one could see the zombies falling like harvested wheat after being swept by the ripples. And this was still under Hyuka deliberately restraining her power. Ooh, Hyuka is amazing. Ow, ow, ow. Matoi excitedly shouted, grabbing Hyuka's arm, only to receive a sharp flick on her smooth forehead from Hyuka. Her shout attracted more zombies from further away. It wasn't out of fear of them, it was simply a waste to exhaust spiritual energy on such meaningless matters. The spiritual energy in this world is exceedingly thin, to replenish it would take a considerable amount of time. Kyuka then picked up Matoi, lightly leaping onto the streetlight. Sensitive to sounds. Could this really not be that world? Kyuka looked down at the approaching zombies, making a conjecture. Ugh. Matoi glared at Kyuka, her face showing dissatisfaction. Yet she quickly succumbed to Kyuka's smiling gaze. May I ask, is there something you are dissatisfied with, Matoi? Well, you can bring it up, but I might not accept it. However, if you keep messing around like this, I might just drop you. Kyuka raised a finger, placing it on her nose, as if whispering sweetly to a lover. How could that be? Matoi likes Kyuka the most, super likes. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Kyuka's neck, rubbing her small face against Kyuka's arm. Such smooth skin, so comfortable, icy, and refreshing. The delightful sensation on her face caused Matoi to squint her eyes, wanting to stay nestled against Kyuka for a longer time. In truth, Matoi was unaware that she had reached the brink of her mental capacity. One could say she lacked the mindset of a strong person. Like a little girl, she adored cute things, and like a little girl, she yearned for dreamlike fairy tales. In such a world amidst such horrors, she had long been mentally exhausted. This wasn't fatigue of the body, but rather a shock to the spirit. Without Kyuka by her side, she might truly have been unable to hold on. Now, just slightly leaning against Kyuka, she felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over her and unknowingly fell asleep. Matoi. Just as she truly felt Kyuka's smooth and delicate skin, Kyuka experienced the same sensation. The warmth radiating from her arm, along with the faint fragrance of the girl, wafted into her nostrils, coupled with the soft and weightless body. The atmosphere became slightly intimate. Not wanting it to further escalate, Kyuka called out to Matoi, but received no response, and upon looking down, she discovered that Matoi had fallen asleep. Her long dark lashes fluttered like butterfly wings. This girl. Kyuka couldn't help but chuckle. She held the girl tighter, lightly raising her lotus feet, using the top of the streetlight as a pivot, and strolled through the night sky of the city. Starting from the release of this chapter, if it receives 50 recommendation votes by midnight tonight, there will be an additional update. If not, this will be the only update, and this line will be deleted to avoid awkwardness. Note this is only valid for today. As the night deepened, mist hung like dew, the bright moon hung high, and the frosty sky was clear. What was once a beautiful night was utterly marred by the pervasive stench of blood in the air. What danced in midair was a mandala flower. Beneath the moonlight, a figure ethereal as a spirit seemed to float above the blood-soaked earth, blooming in a haze of exquisite beauty. Upon closer inspection, she was merely walking under the street lamp, each step perfectly landing atop the light, her movements light and graceful. At the same time, she carried a figure on her back, equally dreamlike and beautiful like the moonlight. In this blood-soaked chaos, such a sight was truly wondrous. If there truly were blessings from heaven, surely for those cowering at home in fear, nothing could be more dreamlike than this moment. Mom, look, an angel. The little girl at home pointed through the window at something above a street lamp. I'll quickly lower your head. An anxious voice came from behind, hastily pushing the little girl's head down, then frantically pulling the curtains shut. At that moment, Kurumi carried Matoi wandering through the city. She was not wandering aimlessly, but meticulously recording every supermarket, convenience store, and useful location. In 3 months, she could not take everything she needed. At this moment, Kurumi realized how crucial spatial storage was. Moreover, in the current situation, resources were exceptionally vital for everyone. The first thing that came to mind for people was food and water. Thus, merely one location was far from sufficient. It could easily be raided by others. Though it was said that one could securely hold a large supermarket and quietly wait for 3 months. But given Kurumi's nature, how could she possibly stay put in the same place for 3 days? Moreover, the vague unease in her heart prevented her from doing nothing. The spiritual network was actually blocked. Things might be more complicated than imagined. From the very beginning, Kurumi's hypothetical enemy was not the zombies, but the cause of the viral outbreak, and why the spiritual network could not communicate. Natural phenomena. How could that be? If natural phenomena could block the spiritual network of the students who were supposed to have been arranged, then what qualifications did dream prayer have to be one of the 3 major forces? The only possible factor was human intervention. This was also the most crucial reason Kurumi was searching for something in the streets. Yet up to now, she had not discovered any suspicious leads. Kurumi took out her terminal and contacted Shirou Amiya. Kurumi, how are things on your end? Shirou Amiya. Shirou felt utterly dejected. The initial pathogen of the ongoing outbreak had caught everyone off guard. Especially for those who thought they were safe hiding in enclosed spaces, it was the most disastrous kind of calamity. Kurumi could probably guess how he felt right now. The desire to help and to save had deeply rooted itself in Shirou's heart. The tragedy unfolding before his eyes might have hit him harder than he could imagine. Kurumi, it's not your fault, you've done enough already. Kurumi was currently walking towards Shibuya, the area where Shirou was located. Along the way, the number of zombies here was noticeably fewer than in other places, which spoke volumes. Shirou Amiya, but I should be able to do better. No, I must do better. If only I had realized the existence of the initial pathogen sooner, none of this would have happened. Kurumi was at a loss for words. She lightly jumped down, and from here the path ahead was already clear with no zombies in sight. She chose not to continue with Shirou's words. Prolonging that conversation would lead to nowhere. Instead, she changed the topic and asked, Kurumi, where are you now? Shirou Amiya, a large department store. A department store? Kurumi furrowed her brow. Oh, just from hearing its name, she could infer that Shirou had likely become a caretaker for a large group of ordinary people. The department store was undoubtedly the best refuge in the early stages after the outbreak. It had ample food, daily necessities, and enough rooms. If they could find solar chargers and seeds, they could even survive there for years without issues. Though she felt that his approach was not entirely appropriate given that Shirou had no distinctions and aimed to protect everyone, it was likely that a lot of detritus and pests had mixed in. However, Kurumi would not voice this directly, as even if she said it, Shirou would not listen. Such matters could only be left to time to ferment, allowing various evils to surface so that Shirou could realize it himself. Moreover, more importantly, Kurumi had never been one to meddle in others' beliefs. At that moment, she looked up. Even under the enveloping night, a conspicuous building came into view. Kurumi, Tokyo Toyoko Department Store. Shirou Amiya, am not quite sure, let me ask. After a while, Shirou Amiya, yes, that's the one. Hey, wait, how did you know? Kurumi, because I'm right below. There were no zombies around this building, and the entrance was blocked by obstacles. Connecting to the department store Shirou mentioned, it was easy to guess that this was indeed his location. Shirou Amiya, really, did you come? That's wonderful. Kurumi naturally understood what he was happy about. He thought he would have another caretaker, but that was impossible. Kurumi had no interest in helping strangers, especially in a mixed group. She came merely to hand Matoi over to Shirou, for she intended to investigate some matters alone. It was quite inconvenient to carry Matoi. Kurumi had hoped that the second stage Matoi would be a bit more spirited, but that turned out not to be the case. Though Matoi did not show it, the weariness and complexity deep in her eyes were as clear to Kurumi as if etched on her face. Thus she could not allow her to come into contact with those things any longer. Upon seeing Kurumi's words, Shirou quickly appeared at the door. Waving to Kurumi not far away, a smile graced his lips. I knew Suki could be counted on to help. Seeing Shirou looking so spirited puts me at ease. Kurumi paid no mind to his words, but walked up to Shirou and gently patted Matoi's shoulder. Little Matoi opened her eyes groggily, seemed reluctant to leave Kurumi's embrace, and fell back down. I'll leave Matoi to you, but it's better for her to be cared for by you than to be by my side. Leave it to me. Leave it to him. The two voices rang out simultaneously. Matoi, who was on her back, instantly became alert, jumping down from Kurumi. Phew, Kurumi, are you abandoning me? Woo-woo. Shirou was also surprised. He thought Kurumi had finally come to her senses and planned to help him, but it seemed the reality was not as he imagined. I still have some things to take care of. Kurumi stroked Matoi's head and smiled as she said, and here you won't have to encounter those uncomfortable scenes. Rest assured I will return soon. Then Kurumi transmitted the locations of nearby malls and useful places to Shirou through her terminal. Without any hesitation, after bidding farewell to Shirou and Matoi, Kurumi vanished once again into the night. Let me confirm whether there are hidden figures lurking in the shadows. Compared to the dangers visible on the surface, the surging threats lurking in the dark were even more concerning. Kurumi had never been one to take a passive approach. As she walked towards the bright moon, her steps danced, and a slightly deranged smile spread across Kurumi's lips. Stars filled the sky, moonlight flowed like water. Returning to the dormitory, Kurisu's heart truly settled upon seeing the spirit-etched pillar in Shana's room. Frankly speaking, she no longer harbored even the faintest expectation regarding Ramon's moral restraint, lethargy, and utter lack of motivation. Truly, it was impossible to feel at ease around her. Kurisu joyfully carried the pillar into her own room. To her surprise, it felt far lighter than expected, hollow as if its core were empty. She placed it carefully on the open floor space in her room, then returned to Shana's dormitory. Tianyi proposed that the three of them hold a small tea gathering in Shana's room. The centerpiece of the gathering was tasting assorted snacks. After holding out for an entire week, their wages had finally been dispersed. Tianyi could hardly contain herself. She seized her fork, eyes gleaming, and pounded the table eagerly. Where is Kurisu? She's taking forever. Though voicing such impatience, Tianyi still restrained her appetite and waited patiently before beginning. On the table sat butter cakes, shortbread cookies, cheese and ham pastries, all exuding an irresistible aroma. There were also savory delicacies, specialty street foods from Fantasia Street, grilled atarmdil. Though unimpressive in appearance, its flavor was undeniably exquisite. Naturally, Shana's favorite, pineapple buns, were also generously present. While Tianyi sincerely wished for Shana to explore more diverse cuisines, neglecting her dearest comfort food would be putting the cart before the horse. The moment Kurisu opened the door, she was met with Tianyi's ravenous gaze. At last, you're here. The tea gathering begins now. Tianyi cheered aloud. Kurisu responded with a wry, resigned glance, and shook her head gently before sitting beside the table. In truth, from carrying the spirit-etched pillar to her room and returning, scarcely a minute had passed. Yet to Tianyi it seemed as though she had waited an entire century. To resist temptation while gazing upon such delicacies What extraordinary self-restraint. A gentle warm smile curved Kurisu's lips as this thought arose, stirring a quiet tenderness within her heart. To suppress one's natural desires for another's sake is already rare, especially for someone whose greatest joy lies in eating. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Let us begin. Almost instantly the cake before Tianyi vanished before their very eyes, smooth, uninterrupted, and utterly complete. Then came the next dish. All the while she enthusiastically introduced Fantasia Street's signature delicacies to Shana. Kurisu watched them both with a serene smile, quietly awaiting the kettle's gentle boil. She retrieved an elegant white porcelain teapot and 3 teacups, each distinct in hue. The trio had jointly selected these cups, all translucent and pristine white porcelain, differing only in the color of their delicate motifs. Shana's adorned in crimson, Tianyi's in azure, and Kurisu's in the deep, starless black of night. She pre-warmed the cups, then poured boiling water, at least 90 degrees Celsius, over the loose-leaf tea in the pot. After covering the lid, she let it steep for a measured interval, strained the leaves, and added just the right amount of fresh milk. Once stirred evenly, the rich infusion was poured into each cup. Thus emerged a freshly brewed, refined cup of black tea. Though her first attempt, Kurisu handled every step with effortless grace. Please enjoy. Placing each cup gently upon its matching saucer, Kurisu slid them forward with delicate care toward Tianyi and Shana. Ah, delicious. Kurisu, you're truly remarkable. Tianyi exclaimed, beaming with praise. Thank you. I'm glad you like it, Kurisu replied softly, then turned her gaze toward Shana. Shana stared blankly at the cup before her, a luminous ruby-red liquid rising with faint wisps of steam. She lifted her eyes to meet Kurisu's gentle smile, within which flickered something subtle, almost imperceptible. Shana did not understand, only sensed something unusual stirring an unfamiliar emotion deep within her chest. What lingered in Kurisu's gaze unseen by others was quiet anticipation and the faintest tremor of nervousness. Even Kurisu herself remained unaware how deeply she longed for their approval. This yearning had long lain buried beneath years of solitary existence. To avoid expectation and to expect nothing in return. To exist alone was enough. That had once been her inviolable law against pain. To curl silently into a corner, licking her wounds alone. That was how she gathered strength to rise again and walk onward. Such tender, hopeful emotion had faded long ago. Something stirred in her memory. Kurisu's expression softened, touched with quiet melancholy. Yet her lips remained curved in a gentle, soothing smile. Truth be told, Shana held little interest in elaborate beverages. If thirsty, plain water sufficed, more efficient, more direct. In the relentless rhythm of combat, there was simply no surplus time for such intricate rituals. Instinctive resistance. Not quite so dramatic, but neither could she call it liking. Shana lowered her gaze once more, cradled the cup in both hands, and brought it slowly to her lips, taking a delicate sip. The tea's mellow warmth and the milk's creamy sweetness fused flawlessly, its fluid texture enveloping her taste buds, fully awakening her senses, while a delicate fragrance rose softly into her breath. To Shana, none of this mattered. It was not unpleasant. That was her honest assessment, unvarnished, unembellished. Utterly consistent in word and deed. Not unpleasant. That was her immediate impression. Yet inexplicably, Kurisu's earlier smile flashed unbidden across her mind. Her taste buds bloomed as if awakened. Lingering fragrance, profound ease, ineffable comfort. Delicious. The sharp lines of Shana's stern face softened, transforming just for a moment into something unexpectedly tender and endearing. She declared her verdict plainly and without flourish. Oh, Shana likes it too. How wonderful. Let me pour you another cup. Kurisu clasped her hands together before her chest, radiant with delight, then lifted the teapot and refilled Shana's cup to the brim. Unfair, Tianyi protested. I said it was delicious too. Why no such honor for me? Yes, yes. Your Highness of Gluttony, your humble servant attends you immediately. Kurisu obediently filled Tianyi's outstretched cup until her grin widened with pure satisfaction, then finally seated herself and raised her own cup. Delicious. In the South Pacific Ocean, a colossal city had fully risen from the depths. From its heart emanated an invisible chaotic distortion, an indescribable nameless pulse radiating outward relentlessly. The wave seemed poised to engulf the world itself, powerful, ceaseless, warping reality itself, until it was wholly sealed behind a shimmering barrier. A massive bronze cauldron descended swiftly from the east, crushing the disturbance utterly, then severed the space entirely, deploying a defensive formation. Viewed from above, it resembled an inverted great bowl, entombing the titanic stone citadel in absolute seclusion. At that moment, radiant orbs streamed in from every direction. Lotus-shaped heteroflames, pulsing diagrams, angels unfurling vast wings of light, colossal eyes opening within cloud banks, towering humanoid war machines. Far beyond, upon distant coral islets, several teams stood watch. Among them stood Kirito and Sugoha, having just arrived in haste. Onaiken, is this truly the legendary Shrank mission? We're only to observe, from afar. Turning her head, Kurumi had a wide view. Yet what lay before her were merely two blobs which compared to the vast desolation could hardly be considered anything significant. However, they shook with astonishing vigor, undeniably asserting their presence. One was a girl running with a pair of grand rabbits hopping energetically. The scene was so beautiful it could make Shana cover her face. Fortunately, Kurumi was not flat-chested. Even if she were, it wouldn't matter. Even if she personally admitted to never being a fan of big breasts, she wouldn't judge by size. Every girl has a size that suits her best, not necessarily the bigger the better. However, the sight before her was simply too dazzling. One could only describe it as spectacular. It is known that there are many types of breasts in the world, from the B or C cups that a girl's delicate fingers could lift to the ample and ungraspable. However, under the constraints of bras and outer garments, very few breasts could shake like that. At the very least, Kurumi had never seen breasts that could jiggle so vigorously. It provided a strong visual shock. Indeed, ordinary people's breasts would hardly bounce, they are difficult to shake. But what lay before her? Wobbling and bouncing, what a sight. It is not an exaggeration to say that such undulating arcs could potentially evade bullets. Kurumi watched the purple-haired girl running with a tide of zombies surging behind her. The countless hands reaching forward would send chills down anyone's spine. They were howling and chasing after the girl whose breasts swayed. From Kurumi's vantage point, the girl was still quite far away. At least from an ordinary person's perspective, she could only catch a small black dot along with the swarm of zombies behind her. Yet Kurumi saw her distinctly. Oh, it's actually her. A beautiful smile blossomed on Kurumi's lips as she recognized the newcomer. With purple long hair, a white-green school uniform, a neat and elegant face, and a physique more agile than an ordinary person's. In this zombie apocalypse, it must be her. Seiko Busujima. Kurumi leaped onto a telephone pole, not immediately rushing to help. Instead, she maintained a vantage position, observing the newcomer and the horde of zombies behind her. Undoubtedly, the zombies behind her were also enhanced. Dealing with them was particularly strenuous. Not only was their running speed comparable, but their actions had also diversified, with some zombies even throwing objects. Since I've seen her, I can confirm this is indeed the world of High School of the Dead. But Kurumi watched the scene devolve, witnessing zombies chasing with bricks howling. She felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Did I misremember? Kurumi couldn't recall any such situation from the information she had. The outcome could only be concluded as, indeed, reality and anime differ. Right now, Kurumi was carefully observing the zombies' behavior, an opportunity for observation that was truly rare. Firstly, ordinary people had no resistance against such zombies. Similarly, zombies posed no threat to Kurumi. Only someone like her, who could barely withstand the enhanced zombies, could have such an opportunity to observe their various behaviors. Unknowingly, Kurumi shifted her gaze to Seiko Busujima as a zombie approached. Seiko spun around, slashing her blade through the zombie's head, causing blood to burst forth. Quite a momentum, determination sufficient, and the sword technique is clean and swift, but too slow. Indeed, from Kurumi's perspective, given Seiko's current skill, it appeared as if the action was slowed down frame by frame. Even though Seiko's speed was already dazzling to ordinary people, their Seiko cleanly dealt with the obstructing zombies and continued her advance. With her current strength, if she were truly surrounded by the enhanced zombies, she would absolutely have no chance of survival. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she quickly confirmed her direction and sprinted down another path. The horde of zombies behind her followed like a raging flood, fierce and merciless. Why has it suddenly become so troublesome? The current zombies were entirely different from the ones she had encountered in school. Not only had they been physically enhanced, but they had also developed a faint semblance of thought, as evidenced by their ability to throw objects. And just as she smashed a zombie's head, a surge of spiritual energy, mixed with information, burst from within, flying towards the Tokyo Tower at its center. What is that? Ordinary people could not see spiritual energy, and even the exceptionally gifted Seiko could not perceive it, as she had not reached the first tier. However, Kurumi could. It was just that she had never directly smashed a zombie's head before. While it is said that damaging the head would render the zombie immobile, this was the most expedient and effective method for ordinary people. Yet for Kurumi, a gentle poke with her fingertip would cause the zombie to collapse entirely, without the need to aim specifically for the head. Moreover, the overwhelming power that Kurumi possessed would directly obliterate the strand of spiritual energy containing information, which was why she had not noticed it before. Kurumi swiftly captured that strand of spiritual energy, believing it contained useful information. She wrapped it with her own spiritual energy to prevent it from dissipating. Indeed, it has undergone some processing, completely solidified, no longer possessing the ability of spiritual energy to evolve into myriad phenomena. It can even be said that this strand of spiritual energy can no longer be called spiritual energy, it is merely a mass of pure data. Kurumi sensed the information within containing incomprehensible patterns and formulas. She tossed it away carelessly, as she had no means of storage, and such things seemed to be present on every zombie. Therefore, there was no need to expend energy carrying it around. What a surprising gain. Kurumi felt slightly pleased and looked back at Seiko Busujima. Oh, could it be that she actually made a mistake? At this moment, Siko was leaning on her right shoulder, continuously retreating. Surely she wasn't hit by a brick. These zombies TSK. Kurumi watched the bricks flying out which Siko dodged or blocked one by one. It was estimated that the thrown stones traveled at a speed of about 30 meters per second. Being hit by such kinetic energy would likely dislocate or fracture bones. And the wound on Siko's shoulder was evidently the result of a blunt force impact. At this moment, the zombies had formed a semicircle completely surrounding Siko, who was backed against the wall. Oh dear, this is truly dire. Since you helped me a little, I'll just solve your current predicament for you. Kurumi dove down, excitement radiating from her face. Several hours had passed since saving Poison Island Siko. After much contemplation, Kurumi ultimately decided to act alongside her. Though unclear about the situation, Kurumi later attempted to use just enough strength to shatter a zombie's head, discovering that spiritual energy solidified into data would indeed emanate. However, manipulating such matters herself seemed a bit troublesome as she needed to control the size of her strength. But Poison Island Siko was different. Her strikes against the zombies matched the required force perfectly. Moreover, she showed no fear towards the zombies and did not reject the act of slaying them. Rather, one could say she found some enjoyment in it. This saved Kurumi a lot of trouble. Yet the nature of this solidified spiritual energy remained a mystery to her. It resembled fragmented pieces that needed to be assembled to reveal a complete picture. Thus, Kurumi believed that if she could collect a sufficient amount of solidified spiritual energy, perhaps she might uncover some truths. Therefore, having Poison Island Siko slay the zombies while she gathered the solidified spiritual energy seemed like a very favorable arrangement. However, Poison Island Siko also put forth her own request. Shizaki, may I call you Shizaki? With a composed demeanor and resilient character, Poison Island Siko stood calmly before Kurumi. Even in the presence of overwhelming power beyond her comprehension, she maintained a steady tone. Feel free. Seeing that Poison Island Siko retained the grace of a noble lady even after emerging from a life-and-death crisis, Kurumi couldn't help but glance at her with intrigue. Though she was aware that Siko was the daughter of a martial family and a wealthy heiress facing the imminent and complex situations, she still retained her calm, unclouded by the selfish instinct for survival. Having witnessed so much madness and darkness in this world, Siko's tranquility piqued Kurumi's interest slightly. Shizaki, though I don't know why you want me to slay the zombies, I have no intention to inquire. Of course I can comply with your request. However, could you help me find my companions? Siko understood that with her current strength alone, slaying zombies was far from as easy as it once was, and she could easily meet her demise at any moment. The woman before her completely surpassed her imagination. With a single strike, it was as if she had cleaved a path through a tide of zombies. Unbelievable. To think someone could reach such a level solely by their own strength. If she had her assistance. Oh, don't you still remember your companions at a time like this? If you change the condition to me protecting your safety, that would be entirely acceptable. Kurumi said, her lips curving into a captivating arc. Thank you for your kindness, but I must decline. I believe my life is better in my own hands. I cannot accept a meager existence gained by depending on others, and my pride cannot allow it. So simply help me find my companions. Ah, what a commendable resolve. Kurumi smiled with her eyes narrowed, as if observing a grown child. But are those companions you speak of really that important to you? Important? Is it not important? Poison Island Siko raised her head, maintaining her gaze into the distance. It matters little. However, as the daughter of a martial family, I have my own dignity. Since we agreed to meet again at the designated place, I must go. Regardless of their actions, I must adhere to this acknowledgement. The dignity of a martial family daughter. That appears unexpectedly admirable. Very well, I accept. After all, it matters not where I go. Kurumi twirled in place, clutching her skirt. Then I look forward to working with you. Time had already passed a day. Through their cooperation, or rather with Kurumi's assistance, Poison Island Siko had lost count of how many zombies she had slain. She only knew that her blood seemed to boil, and every cell in her body felt as if it were trembling. It was supreme ecstasy. The unparalleled pleasure had yet to surge from her heart before her rationality suppressed it. No, the pleasure derived from killing. Absolutely not. Desperately suppressing her inner turmoil, Poison Island Siko fought to prevent herself from becoming the feared monster that everyone dreaded. She fervently buried the rising pleasure deep within her heart. After slaying the last visible zombie, Siko leaned against the ruins. Her eyes seemed to lose their luster as she stared blankly at the sky. The azure sky beautifully clear. Below the pristine sky, the girl was stained with blood amidst the desolate ruins. Oh, Siko's legs bent forward. Am I truly just a monster? Just as she collected the last trace of solidified spiritual energy, Kurumi could be seen holding a glowing orb in her hand. Standing atop the ruins, she cast a glance at Siko without uttering a word. Initially, it was manageable, but as time progressed, the killings increased. Although it was merely slaying zombies, it seemed to continually build pressure within Siko's spirit. Continuing like this, would she break? The mind was like a mechanical watch. If it kept running without lubrication, it would soon jam. At this moment, Siko still maintained her dignified posture. Even if she felt down, it wouldn't last long. However, the exhaustion deep within her eyes had become increasingly difficult to hide. Since the outbreak of zombies, she had realized that she might have lost her qualification to be a person. Hey! Siko looked up as a figure blocked the blazing sunlight behind her, scattering the strong light to the side, making it so that even in midday, she could only see a silhouette. Does Poison Island have someone she likes? The voice sounded as if it had descended from the blue sky, leaving Siko stunned. She did not respond, instead turning her head away. Then let me ask another question. How many love letters have you received, Poison Island? A girl as perfect as you must have her mailbox stuffed with envelopes every day. Kurumi's body perfectly shielded Siko from the sunlight, enveloping her entirely in her shadow. The question, filled with youthful spirit, failed to bring joy to Siko. That sort of thing, none. Impossible. How could a girl as outstanding as you have none? Kurumi feigned shock, dramatically covering her mouth. You must be too modest, Poison Island. Hearing this, Siko seemed somewhat impatient. As a Marshall family daughter, I have no time for romantic affairs, that's all. How pitiful. Clearly in the bloom of youth, and on the verge of experiencing love, yet you say you have no time. Common sense from the outside world, and the true feelings within her heart continually wore down her spirit. At this moment, Poison Island was in her most vulnerable state. Upon hearing words that were about to touch her innermost feelings, she couldn't help but become agitated. Her tone rose higher than usual. What do you know? I've already lost the qualification to like. I'm sorry. Siko realized her loss of composure and quickly adjusted her mood. This was one of the essential lessons of being a noble lady. Oh dear. Kurumi chuckled, leaning one hand against the wall behind Siko. You were just avoiding that, weren't you? The expression of wanting to do something, but being unable to is clearly written on your face. Kurumi disregarded the cold glint and astonishment rising in Siko's eyes, merely leaning closer, nearly touching their noses where they could feel each other's breath. The beauty of the ghost flower is an ominous beauty intertwined with the supernatural disaster, death and separation. Its shocking crimson hue resembles fire and blood. Legend has it that the ghost flower blooms along the sorrowful path of the Yellow Springs. From a distance, the vast expanse of ghost flowers appears as a carpet woven from blood. Its brilliant red hue has earned it the name Path of Flame. Now under the moonlight, it resembles a ghost flower blooming in the mortal realm. The splattering blood spins and dances under the cold blue light, akin to petals fluttering in the air. One cannot discern any specific figures, only a shadow leaps like a dance, and as it passes by groups of zombies, the blade reflects a cold light, casting dazzling glimmers. The so-called culprit that brought the catastrophe to this world suddenly shifts from extreme motion to utter stillness, as if stripped of time, standing there like puppets carved from decayed wood, utterly immobile. The world seems to have come to a standstill. The moonlight quietly drifts through the ruins of the city, illuminating the grotesque faces. Bang! The closest zombie to Kurumi suddenly bursts into a cloud of blood mist, causing the subsequent zombies to fall like dominoes. Poison Island Siko fell silent, amazed at how the battle could be performed with such grandeur. Like a march resounding in the Sydney Opera House. The swordsmanship that she once took pride in now seems so feeble before her. Thus Poison Island Siko can only remain silent. However, one thing she noticed. The smile that always lingered at the corner of Kurumi's mouth. With a smile she strikes, smiling as she kills. There is no hesitation or confusion, as if she revels in battle, enjoying the process of defeating her enemies. Indeed, Kurumi is truly enjoying it. Each solid sensation of the blade, every step taken as anticipated, and each target confirmed to fall only heightens her excitement. Battle seems to awaken her instinctual pleasure, blossoming in blood and rising from the remains. Kurumi seems to have found something that piques her interest. I never realized before that battle could be such an exhilarating affair. He. Kurumi holds her katana in one hand. The arc of her smile is so enchanting and dangerous, yet carries a deadly allure. She remains still, twisting her neck to speak to the still-dazed Poison Island Siko. Hey, perhaps you and I are the same kind of person. The tranquil moonlight spills over the ruins, reflecting the blood on the shattered walls. Kurumi stands atop the ruins on a peak of corpses. Then she closes her eyes, taking a deep breath. The night grows even quieter in the more shattered city than before. Poison Island Siko can only hear her own breathing. But watching the girl descend slowly, resembling the most enchanting ghost flower, Poison Island even begins to lose the sound of her own breath. Suddenly, a harsh sound of metal scraping against the ground pierces the air. Kurumi points the tip of her blade at the ground and slowly approaches. She gets close, standing almost right in front of Poison Island Siko. About the qualifications you mentioned earlier, of course I know. Kurumi raises her cold blade. Even after slaying a horde of zombies, not a single drop of blood stains the blade. She slowly presents the handle to Poison Island Siko, the blade facing outward. Poison Island Siko seems still unable to comprehend why this girl before her can smile while killing. No, it should be that she cannot understand how one can face their inner self so openly. Regardless of the target, killing is merely killing. Why can she confront her own heart so candidly? She stares blankly at the handle Kurumi offers, realizing she lacks even the courage to connect. She does not wish to get close. Her rationality rejects Kurumi. Faced with the devilish smile before her, she instinctively takes a step back. Yet the overwhelming impulse surging within her is washing away the dam constructed by her common sense. Why? Poison Island Seiko's voice trembles. What do you mean why? Do you want to know why? Kurumi blinks, smiling frivolously. I believe the greatest tragedy in life is not daring to face one's true self. Upon hearing such words, and seeing Kurumi's form, the air thickens once more. Perhaps. It is possible. If it were her, she would surely understand me. Poison Island Seiko lowers her head, deeply, fists clenched, her whole body trembling. I'm so happy. Really, I feel so happy. Her voice turns incredibly hoarse, as if she is struggling to break free from some restraint. Finding a clear enemy brings a sense of joy. Poison Island Seiko suddenly lifts her head. In school, I encountered someone who attacked me. At that time, knowing I had a wooden sword in hand and held overwhelming advantage, I pretended to be afraid, luring the man to act further. Without hesitation, I countered, breaking his scapula and thigh bone. The smile on Poison Island Seiko's face now resembles a breakdown, or perhaps a liberation. Her face twists as her hands wave incessantly. It was truly delightful. I was unable to contain my joy. That is the true me. That is my true self, my true nature. To be intoxicated by power and revel in it. Oh, what's wrong with that? Kurumi calmly responds to the seemingly hysterical Poison Island Seiko. It feels like a punch thrown into the air. Poison Island Seiko clearly was not prepared for Kurumi's answer. Even if I am such a person, can I still exist in this world without question? Of course, Kurumi affirms. Even if I carry the heart of a girl, is it permissible? It is. Even if I find joy in harming others, will I be understood? I understand. Kurumi nods. A classmate once said the only unchanging truth in this world is survival of the fittest. Though she may have been a bit extreme, I find this statement to be very true. To be intoxicated by power is not wrong. Just because one's interests differ from others, it is absurd to harm and despise oneself. What is right and wrong? What is just and unjust? Where do the boundaries lie, and what defines them? Is killing inherently wrong? Is saving lives inherently right? Impossible. With relative concepts, there are no absolute boundaries. Since one cannot even distinguish this chaos, why not follow the true intentions of one's heart? As dawn approaches, the darkest hour of the night fades, and the sky welcomes the dawn. Meanwhile, the surrounding zombies are also drawn by the sound of the blades scraping against the floor. Kurumi grabs Poison Island Seiko's hand, placing it on the handle of the sword. Will you become your true self, or remain a coward evading your heart? As a daughter of the Marshall family, you surely have the answer within. In that moment, Poison Island Seiko's expression shows immense wavering. Accepting the existence she had always denied is too difficult. Kurumi grabs her hand, completely pressing against her back, raising the sword towards the approaching zombies. If you truly need a reason to keep going, then come chase after me. Aim for me, and one day you shall surpass me. Thank you, I understand now. Poison Island Seiko tilts her face. The first rays of golden sunlight illuminate her gradually strengthening gaze. Then she tightly grips the katana in her hand, blooming like a flower in dawn among the lifeless, yet still moving corpses. All things have cracks. One must see the light that shines through them, not the cracks themselves. Tokisaki Kurumi, how do you feel now? Kurumi looked at Tokisaki Seiko, who stood before the pile of corpses with her katana in hand, gently jumping down from the broken utility pole. At that moment, Tokisaki Seiko was still maintaining her final slashing posture. Hearing the sound from behind, she revealed a smile that was sickly joyful, her face speckled with the blood of the fallen, making her appear exceptionally enchanting. Ah, truly so very happy. The sensation of the blade striking, the sound of it cutting through the air, the certainty of her target falling as anticipated. All of it flowed clearly into her mind, bringing immense joy. Tokisaki Seiko tilted her head back to look at Kurumi, and the smile on her face gradually faded, replaced by a glimmer of respect in her eyes. Yes, respect. Understanding her, embracing her, guiding her to confront her true self. Freeing her from the pain of the constant friction between desire and reality. Such a person she had never encountered before. The feeling of being understood is truly wonderful. It is great that such a person exists. She's a peculiar one just like me. No, looking at Kurumi's pure smile, Tokisaki Seiko's intuition told her that this girl before her might not be the same as herself. Indistinctly, she saw that Kurumi's eyes were devoid of desires, the complete opposite of her own clear goals. Yet she felt a sense of joy. What kind of person she was mattered not at all. Unconsciously, Tokisaki Seiko gently tightened her grip on the hilt of her blade. As long as she could follow behind her, she would be happy. The two of them smoothly found the companions Tokisaki Seiko had mentioned. Remarkably, none were missing. What surprised her companions was Tokisaki Seiko's behavior. She had kept to the side and slightly behind Kurumi, seemingly completely deferential to her. It was simply unbelievable. Although Tokisaki's expression and tone had not changed much, even such subtle differences were enough to astonish. They looked at Kurumi with scrutinizing eyes filled with curiosity and suspicion. However, Kurumi had no time to pay them any mind, merely fulfilling her agreement with Tokisaki. And Tokisaki returning to find them was merely her pride as a warrior's daughter preventing her from abandoning the pact. Let me recommend a good place to you. Do you know the Tokyo Toyoko department store? I've heard of it, replied Tokisaki. There's a righteous ally there whose abilities should be on par with mine. Go there, they can ensure your safety. Really? Could there be a government refuge there? No, that's impossible. The man at the front suddenly grew excited, but then he seemed to remember something and shook his head in disappointment. He then turned his gaze back to Tokisaki, to which she simply nodded silently. She would naturally trust Kurumi, as with her strength there was no need for deceit. The circumstances have been laid out for you. How to act is your own decision. Saying this, Kurumi turned to leave. Aren't we going together? Tokisaki Siko was taken aback, as she had thought Kurumi would continue to act alongside her. Kurumi did not reply and simply continued walking forward. If it were just Tokisaki Siko, it would have been fine. Her awakened gaze, the sharpness of her blade, all aspects had their merit. But the remaining group was quite frankly a burden. Providing them with safety information was already a great kindness. There was no way she would act as their caretaker, escorting them all the way to Amiya Shiro. For Tokisaki Siko, on one side was the unfathomable power of Kurumi, and on the other were ordinary companions. Even when considering the simplest aspects of safety and efficiency, Tokisaki Siko could not abandon her companions to follow Kurumi. Thus Kurumi left so decisively. Watching Kurumi's retreating figure grow more distant, Tokisaki Siko called out to her, "Once I have escorted them to safety, I will come find you." In response, Kurumi simply raised her right hand, without turning back, disappearing from their sight with her unchanging steady pace. That night, Kurumi stood atop a skyscraper gazing at the silent city. Since the zombies are attracted to sound, the night seemed incomparably empty and quiet. The city's night remained brightly lit. The streetlights' automatic systems would turn on at night. Some windows still glowed, likely because someone had forgotten to turn off the lights before going out, never to return. On this early spring night atop such a tall building, the wind was strong, brushing against Kurumi's beautiful hair. The strands constantly brushed against her face, bringing an oddly pleasant sensation. She embedded her palm into her long hair and slid her hand down as if caressing silk. It seems having long hair feels unexpectedly nice. The strong wind lifted her long hair, making it dance like ribbons. In this tranquil night, the sound of the wind whistled in her ears. In this seemingly concluded world, there was a unique beauty. Kurumi reached out to smooth the hair that had been tousled by the wind, and a sphere of light appeared in her hand. This was the solidified data spiritual energy she had been collecting over the past few days, now concentrated into a size akin to a fist. After accumulating to a certain extent, the sphere of light began to change. The originally smooth surface suddenly bulged outward, as if pointing in some direction. Kurumi immediately reacted, constantly adjusting her direction as the bulging part shifted, continually pointing to the same location. Following the guidance, Kurumi arrived here. At this moment, she looked at the Tokyo Tower before her. Her expression slightly tensed. Although she could not perceive the spiritual energy field as a spiritual cultivator, even without concrete sensations, she could still sense the abnormalities present here. Here, the solidified spiritual energy sphere also grew increasingly restless, with the energy binding it doubling in strength. It seemed as if it were being drawn by something immensely powerful, wanting to break free. Inside the sphere, the energy appeared to be bouncing around, as if something was trapped at its center, causing the surface to continuously warp. Here, Kurumi simply shifted her gaze toward a certain entrance of Tokyo Tower, and the mere act of watching sent a chill down her spine. This was the most direct sensation from the sixth sense. Her back felt cold. Could it be that the reason this world will be destroyed lies within here? Suddenly, Kurumi felt a strong sense of crisis approaching her, a feeling she had never experienced since coming to this world. Her body tensed, her legs straightened, as if she had drawn back a spring, and she jumped up. Just as Kurumi left her original position, a violent explosion occurred in that very spot. It was not a bomb made of gunpowder or the like, but rather a shadow that shot through like a bolt of lightning. It was an impact. Just the impact of landing created destruction akin to an explosion. But its power was even more devastating. The ground around the spot where Kurumi had stood collapsed outward like waves. Then huge cracks formed like a spider web, with the ground within a radius of several tens of meters fracturing. As the dust settled, Kurumi finally caught sight of that shadow, her eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? In the book on spiritual energy cultivation, a special note stated any ordinary human cannot enter the first tier of combat power solely through physical training. Of course, with the exception of special physiques. In other words, we ordinary humans can only ever remain within the realm of the ordinary, relying solely on muscle training and skill honing. Even Seiko Busujima has yet to reach the threshold of the first tier. The first tier possesses immense power, capable of determining the outcome of battle during the age of cold weapons. However, what lay before Kurumi was undoubtedly at the first tier. Although it could barely pose a threat to her, what concerned Kurumi was not this aspect. Rather it was, is this ordinary human body exhibiting power that far exceeds human limits? Yes, indeed, what stood before her was merely the body of an ordinary human transformed into a zombie. Kurumi squinted her eyes, piecing together the fragmented information, the sudden disaster, the solidified data of spiritual energy, the continuously evolving zombies. A sense of foreboding began to rise, especially regarding this suddenly appearing zombie, which clearly had a targeted purpose. How should I phrase this? The timing of its appearance was too coincidental. It was as if someone had specially arranged it waiting for her. Why do such a thing? Kurumi observed the zombie crouched at the center of the rift, her caution heightened. But seeing you has made me realize one thing. Kurumi chuckled. Indeed, textbooks are not to be trusted anywhere. An ordinary person's pure physical body cannot enter the first tier. Then what does the current reality before me constitute? Yet Kurumi merely needed a moment to grasp the key within. Because there are certain forbidden knowledge that cannot be spoken of. Indeed, just like our history books, they never record dark periods like the chaos of the 5 barbarians. This is similar. Surely if the body has entered the first tier, it must have employed some forbidden means. Such methods would bring immense harm and have been destroyed or buried. Kurumi surveyed the surrounding ruined city, faintly guessing something. Awoo, awoo. The zombie's hands on the ground bulged with veins embedding deeply into the earth as it let out low howls like a beast on the verge of death, liquid dripping from its mouth. Its eyes bulged completely with bloodshot eyes and veins extending to its ears. Its muscles seemed ready to explode, but judging by its tattered suit, it appeared to be a white-collar worker. At this moment, it was dripping with blood, and the ground beneath it had formed small pools of blood. This was the consequence of bearing too much impact force and suffering rebound damage. Should I say that it truly is a zombie? Its brain is quite dull. Kurumi smiled as she looked at the zombie completely collapsed on the ground. Though it had reached the first tier in strength, if subjected to the same reactionary force, it remained unable to endure. At this moment, its limbs held its body firmly, claws scraping the ground, leaving deep gashes. Its body swayed like a water balloon. One could foresee that its bones were likely all shattered. At this moment, it could still prop itself up with its limbs clearly because it could not perceive pain. Kurumi would show no mercy to any creature that sought her life. Let alone that it had lost its ability to move. Even in full condition, it stood no chance against Kurumi. The gap between the second tier and the first tier was like heaven and earth. She jumped down, and without any obstruction lightly poked the center of its forehead with her index finger, causing its head to explode. Without any surprises, solidified spiritual energy information continued to emerge. However, this time the solidified spiritual energy did not drift out slowly, but instead shot towards the Tokyo Tower at an incredible speed. Even Kurumi did not react in time. However, the so-called reaction time was never a problem for her. With the degree of manipulation over time, Aleph allowed her to accelerate time. At this moment, that segment of spiritual energy appeared to Kurumi like a speeding car, becoming as slow as a bicycle by the roadside. He's still trying to run. Kurumi reached out to grab it, but to her surprise, the solidified segment of spiritual energy suddenly split in two. Like a gecko losing its tail, Kurumi caught one half, while the other half dashed towards the tower at an even faster speed. Just as Kurumi began to accelerate time again, the terminal emitted a distress call from Matoi. Matoi. Kurumi, hurry back, Shirou, can't hold on much longer. In this moment of respite, the other half of the spiritual energy had already fully entered the Tokyo Tower. Kurumi could not understand what that solidified spiritual energy was for. It was just a pile of data. Standing beneath the tower, she gazed at the deep, dark passage before finally turning around and heading towards Shibuya. Kurumi, what's going on? During her leap in the air, Kurumi inquired for details. Matoi, a black-clad monk with hair, Shirou, cannot handle him at all. Cannot handle him. Does this mean the opponent is at least at the second tier? What a joke. Encountering a first-tier zombie was already outrageous, and now another opponent of at least the second tier has appeared. Is there really no issue with the intelligence department of Dream Prayer? Things were getting further off track. Kurumi was beginning to doubt whether they were the first team to suffer casualties. This feeling of the unknown and complete lack of control was genuinely uncomfortable. She told Matoi to wait for her arrival and then put away the terminal. Kurumi exerted force under her feet and sped towards her destination. Within 10 minutes at full speed, she arrived 2 kilometers away from the department store. At this moment, the road leading to the department store was isolated by a fence built with iron wires and barriers standing as tall as a person. If kept quiet, this degree of separation would be sufficient to keep the zombies at bay. Moreover, Shirou was stationed there. However, at this moment, a gap had been opened in the barriers. The cut was incredibly neat, as if carved with the most precise instruments. Kurumi gazed at the overly smooth cross-section of the iron wire, her expression turning grave. The intruder is stronger than I imagined. Why is there no sound? Kurumi tilted her ear to listen, hearing no sounds of battle. Her heart slightly lifted as she recalled Matoi saying that Shirou was no match for the foe. Could it be that he has already been defeated? Kurumi looked at the terminal again and shook her head since Matoi didn't continue to send distress signals. Things may not be that serious. After all, Matoi was also at the second tier. It was unlikely that she wouldn't even have the opportunity to send a signal. Kurumi hurried into the clearing where Shirou was facing off against a figure completely wrapped in black. In his childhood, the warm and subtle curve formed by the slight upturn of others' lips was all that Shirou Amiya treasured. In his childhood, the warm and subtle curve formed by the slight upturn of others' lips was also all that Araya Sauron cherished. It was a mere bending, a small change, simply a different form of muscle relaxation. The warmth surging from the depths of his heart could not even last 5 seconds. This unique smile, even when revealed in moments of sorrow, would bring a sharp pang to one's heart. Thank you, it was yet another beautiful day. Thank you, it was yet another joyous day. Whenever they heard such words in their childhood, pride would fill their hearts. Because each time they heard that voice, they were always filled with a feeling akin to wanting to cry. What perspective did their little hearts hold to view the world? Can simple help lead to redemption? The accumulation of the past shapes the present, and thinking is merely a commonplace part of the growth process. Extend kindness and you shall receive kindness. Simply because you are a being of humanity. Extend kindness and you may also receive malice. Simply because you are a being of humanity. It is precisely because there are desires that the greatest characteristic of being human exists. It is because of desires that one can be saved. Yet it is also because of desires that humanity is beyond redemption. Who are you? What do you want? Shirou Amiya asked in a low voice, holding his black and white dual blades, standing 10 meters away from the man in black. That man, Araya Sauron, stood in the darkness dressed in a black coat, rejecting even the moonlight, resembling a shadow deeper than the night. The man in black looked expressionlessly at the ground around him, littered with bodies and blood. It was a scene from when he broke through barriers, and the sound attracted the wandering corpses now sprawled haphazardly on the ground. This was probably why he was deemed an enemy. His destruction and entry had attracted the wandering zombies, and being targeted was inevitable. I am merely a passerby lost in the forest. His deep and heavy voice was oppressive, yet his gaze inadvertently evoked a sense of submission. Shirou frowned. Such a riddle-like conversation hardly counts as a response. Indeed, conversing with a monk was truly a frustrating affair. Araya Sauron took a step forward, moving slowly. Once you enter the forest, you will forget where you came from. Seeing you is like seeing the old self from back then. Stop if you move forward any further. Be prepared for the consequences. Seeing Araya Sauron approach him, and the great Xia behind him, Shirou raised his voice to halt him. Are you unable to even steady your grip on the sword now? Araya halted, casting an indifferent glance at Shirou's wrist where he had just broken it in the previous battle, yet he still managed to hold onto the hilt with sheer will, which was somewhat admirable. Don't underestimate me. I am still a magician. Yes, a magician. If spiritual power is the general principle, then countless sects beneath it serve as branches. Most practitioners of spiritual power do not actually use it directly, but rather utilize its ability to freely transform into various mediums, converting it into what they themselves excel at. Entities like Kurumi Tokisaki, who directly wield the power of spiritual energy, are quite rare. You're quite the joker. Just like squeezing someone's brain, Araya Sauron's heavy voice echoed. A magician without a trace of bloodlust cannot even be considered a half-baked one. A magician is a being that will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. You can learn from the zombies around you succumbing to a singular desire for flesh and blood. Being denied to such an extent, Shirou steeled himself. Are you saying that humanity should behave like animals, merely following instinct? Why not? Aren't those humans behind you just like that? Araya Sauron sighed, his voice rotten. Clearly no one knows of the world's crisis, yet each person unconsciously desires to live. Clearly everyone indulges in pleasure without attempting to save the dying world, yet each person unconsciously eliminates harmful things from the world. Isn't that the essence of instinctual desire? In a world at its end, the heart that wishes to live tarnishes the prayer for survival. Hearing such words, Shirou exhaled heavily. What is wrong with wanting to live with the heart that desires to survive? Shirou stared deeply at the man before him. Perhaps it was just a fleeting illusion, but he felt as if he could overlap with him. Nonsense. He was so indifferent to life, never casting a glance of pity towards death. Looking at the lower half of his face that could only be glimpsed due to the light, Shirou had a premonition that what he was about to say would surely make him very uncomfortable. So are you planning to save them? Save every single person behind you? The question came out almost mockingly as Araya turned his gaze to the tall buildings behind him. Ah, yes. Shirou slightly loosened his stance, adjusting his posture. He had been using dual blades all along, gradually shifting his strength to one side. What foolishness! Humanity can only serve as a cause for others, but can never achieve a perfect result. You don't mean to save every single person you see, do you? What a naive statement that almost made me laugh. His words were in direct opposition to Shirou's beliefs, filling his eyes with displeasure which was about to escalate into hostility. Shirou fell silent, glancing aside. Just as he said to save every single person he saw. To save? What do you mean by save? Simply living on. Every human eventually dies, be it through illness or by others' death. Regardless of the manner of death, the essence remains the same. As if he had hit a nerve, Shirou's eyes widened. No, something must be wrong. He thought this, but in that instant he found no words to retort. Yet even so, I still want to save them. Shirou Amiya had not wavered in his resolve. How boring. I thought you were different from the others, but it seems you were just the same after all. What do you mean? Shirou's eyes were filled with hostility, though although he felt extreme displeasure, he would not act solely based on that despite having just engaged in a fierce battle. Have you never considered what drives you to save them? Shirou was about to speak when he saw a shadow approaching from afar, different from Araya Sauron's oppressive darkness. This was a radiant darkness. Tokisaki, classmate. Isn't this the troubled Munkin? It's nice to see you again, Huangye Zonglian. Kunu was quite surprised to see her in this place. Huangye turned her head, having sensed Kuna's arrival the moment she stepped in. It's you. I understand now, and no wonder this world has someone like him. So that's how it is. Kunu knew that what he meant was that a low-tier world could have a second-tier existence. Tokisaki-san. Hearing their conversation, Shirou Amiya looked at Kunu with a question in his eyes, clearly recognizing her. Kunu gestured for him to calm down. Then she asked Huangye, is this your trick? In the original story, Huangye Zonglian once utilized a puppet master named Tai Chi Tu to intricately construct a 10-layer apartment, known as the 64th layer of the offering hall. The residents turned into puppets, endlessly reenacting their deaths at night and reviving in the morning, a reincarnation. This was done to collect deaths in hopes of fulfilling her tragic wish. Thus he had the motive to unleash such disasters in this world to observe the state of people's deaths. Although I've seen many things here, it's a pity that it's not for me. Upon hearing this response, Kunu let out a sigh of relief. He had no reason to deceive and wouldn't engage in such actions. This does not imply that a magician's dignity prevents him from undertaking such a shameful act, nor does it mean he possesses the integrity of a righteous man. Rather, as a magician, a thing that seems twisted to others, they devote their entire being to their lofty pursuits. Therefore, they do not care about the mud beneath their feet. Everything else on their life's path is merely an illusion. For the sake of a bubble-like delusion to speak lies, no one would be bored enough to go to such lengths. So when he says no, it truly means no. Moreover, Huangye Zonglian, who was once a monk of the Tianyi sect, while extremely troubled, would not deny what he had done. Kunu sighed with relief. If the person responsible for the disaster came looking for them, a fight would surely be unavoidable. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Shirou's presence was a nuisance to him. Honestly, Kunu did not have confidence in defeating him, and even if a battle ensued, ensuring the safety of Matoi would likely be impossible. Avoiding such a situation now was truly the best outcome. Shirou-san, put down your weapon. He is not an enemy. But Shirou wanted to say something more, but upon seeing Kuna's smile, he reluctantly lowered his battle stance, and the two yin-yang blades transformed into glowing particles and vanished. Though he relaxed his battle stance, the vigilance in Shirou's eyes showed no signs of diminishing. Instead, he paid closer attention to Huangye's movements, as if he would take corresponding measures should anything out of the ordinary occur. It was only natural for Shirou to act this way, for his arrival had disrupted the isolation barrier surrounding the building, attracting zombies, nearly triggering unimaginable disasters. If it weren't for that purple-haired girl skilled in using the katana, the consequences would have been dire. Since it's not you, then what are you doing here? Kunu slowly stepped out from the shadows of the building, the pure moonlight casting a glow upon her, making her appear ethereal and dreamlike. I just happened to pass by. Huangye Zonglian glanced at Shirou, so I couldn't help but come over to take a look. If it caused any trouble, I can only say I'm sorry. Sorry. Upon hearing such indifferent words, anger surged uncontrollably within Shirou's chest. Are 3 lives worth just a simple apology? Huangye Zonglian seemed to smirk upon hearing this. Then what about the 30 billion humans lost elsewhere? How should that be addressed? Shirou was rendered speechless, frozen in place. Shirou-san, you're injured, right? You should go back and rest. They'll handle things here. Kunu did not express her opinion on this. She understood Shirou's sentiments. The saying someone dying in front of you and someone dying somewhere else are completely different concepts held true for him. Yet she also felt that Shirou was being somewhat excessive and obsessive. Human life is indeed very important, but to value the lives of strangers more than one's own, even to the extent of waging war against an unbeatable opponent, this could only be deemed abnormal. Looking at Shirou's trembling right wrist, Kunu hoped he could temporarily withdraw. Shirou too understood that his perspective was entirely different from that man's. There was no point in continuing to argue. Moreover, with Kunu here, there was no possibility of continuing the fight. Shirou turned and walked into the lobby of the department store behind him. Staying here was meaningless, and with every second spent, every glance cast at that man made Shirou feel more uncomfortable from the depths of his heart. Watching Shirou disappear from view, Kunu languidly looked at Huangye Zonglian. So what do you plan to do next? Continue to collect deaths. It was not something that needed to be concealed, Huangye stated frankly. Is that so? You really have it tough. By the way, why did you appear in this world? It was a coincidence. Since earlier Kunu had been asking questions while Huangye had been answering. There didn't seem to be anything strange about it. Yet Kunu felt a hint of oddity. Oh, was this guy actually easy to talk to? It really is quite a coincidence. Counting this time, this is our third meeting, isn't it? Kunu smiled with a seemingly formulaic grin covering her mouth as she chuckled. Huang Yazolian stood still, not responding. After a long while he asked, "Do you know me?" "Of course. Haven't we met 3 times already?" Kunu laughed, but inwardly she felt a jolt. He used "no" instead of "recognize," which said a lot. This was one of many reasons why Huang Yazolian referred to Kunu as a special person during their first encounter. She sensed that this girl truly knew her. Clearly they had never had any contact, yet he understood her. It wasn't through investigation in this world or any other means, but through a very peculiar method. This feeling was something she couldn't articulate. It felt as if her life's experiences were being plucked apart and viewed by someone else, a ludicrous sensation. Huang Ye shook his head. No, it wasn't that kind of feeling. There was still a deviation. From our first meeting, I felt you were different from everyone else I encountered. Then he added, different from what those who know me know. Kunu was taken aback. Feeling. No, magicians are not creatures that act on emotions. They possess enough rationality and are not romantic enough to perceive the world through feelings. To say such a thing, he surely had his own basis. Upon hearing his words, Kunu felt a more genuine sense of touch than before. She increasingly found the person before her to be incredible. Though his face bore a troubled expression, was he of the type that appears wise, but is foolish? No, he definitely could not be considered a sage. But through a narrow view comparing him to Huang Yazolian, he could perceive something just from his tone, demeanor, micro-expressions, and body language during their first meeting. Kunu truly felt the terror of what a true sage could be like. What a terrifying world it is. Kong-san was cautiously mindful in her heart. Although her true identity would not matter, even if discovered, unnecessary twists and troubles would surely arise. Resolute in her decision, she vowed to pay more attention to the minutiae in the future. Just relying on threads of clues and the chains of chaotic fragments restoring the truth close to reality, she had previously thought it was merely a jest. Kong-san was certain that in the world of dream prayer such individuals undoubtedly existed in abundance. Looking at the figures concealed in the darkness, to be honest, Kong-san was not particularly fond of dealing with such people. Yet the other party seemed to possess something that attracted her, instinctively rejecting it, but still drawn in. Like a contradictory spiral, a back and forth formed a circle. To be precise, it was not herself who was attracted, nor was it because of the person named Huang Yazolian. Rather, it was something more external. Yes, it was the extent to which Sakaki Kong-san could manipulate time and the death she was currently collecting from Huang Yazolian. Time-death. There exists a wondrous connection between them. Different people present different heart landscapes. Perhaps I am more of a recluse, unlike anyone you've met before, which is why I give you this feeling. It seems you have been seeking something, even going so far as to come here to find what you want. Huang Ye looked up. I don't know. Clearly having a definite goal, yet unable to discern whether they were truly on the path to achieving it. Kong-san slowly confirmed which stage of life he was currently in. Huang Ye, what do you pursue? I expect nothing at all. Under the moonlight, Kong-san appeared increasingly mysterious and enchanting, as if smiling. Expecting nothing does not mean having no expectations, but rather expecting nothing at all. The so-called facade of having no desires stems merely from skipping too many intermediate steps. In other words, have the simple and understandable values cease to satisfy your desires. Huang Ye suddenly fell silent. That gaze, as if seeing through him, left him at a loss. He realized that he was still lost regarding his clear goal. Turning away, he walked away from Kong-san into the distance. The silence here began to vex him. What was he truly pursuing at the outset? Would entering the forest make one forget themselves? Now it seemed that it was not the pain of thorns that prevented him from recalling the past. Huang Ye rejected the moonlight, his figure completely shrouded in darkness, swiftly disappearing into the distance. Kong-san exhaled. Finally managed to mislead him away. Kong-san found it hard to gauge his current movements, as he might suddenly strike, due to what seemed inconsequential to ordinary people. It seemed he was still in a phase of having a clear goal, but no specific method, making him extremely dangerous, yet equally safe. It all depended on whether the guiding direction was correct. What kind of person he was, Kong-san could not give a specific judgment. Yet she vaguely remembered that he seemed to be someone with great compassion, so Kong-san pointed out the specific goal he had yet to clarify. To make Huang Ye focus on that. A magician is a being that would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. There is nothing of value to him here. After Kong-san further clarified his goals, it would be entirely reasonable for Huang Ye to turn and leave in search of something more concrete. Taking a deep breath, Kong-san turned and walked into the building. Her reason for coming here, aside from seeking help from Matoi, was more importantly to see if she could persuade Mengqi Academy to take a trip inside Tokyo Tower with her. The chilling sensation that had emanated from the deep corridor had made Kong-san's spine tingle. A feeling of irresistible foreboding arose. If possible, she wished to be as far away from that place as possible. No one is willing to stake their life as a curious wager over something meaningless. Yet soon after, the breakthrough of a Tier 1 zombie made Kong-san feel as if she was being watched. The intense sense of crisis she felt at that time rather than due to the ineffectual zombies was more about what the evolution of the zombies represented. She had a premonition that if the situation continued to develop like this, it might eventually go completely off the rails, entering an uncontrollable state. Being passively beaten has never been Kong-san's habit. Taking the initiative to strike and eliminate potential dangers is the most rational approach. Kong-san entered the hall where Amiya was sitting in a chair resting. Since zombies lack visual functions, the lighting here was exceptionally bright, with incandescent lamps illuminating the room. Kong-san clearly saw Amiya's hand dangling in front of his chest, as if not properly attached, and just as she was about to discuss going to Tokyo Tower with him, she swallowed her words. She simply told him to take care of his injuries, and then went upstairs to find Shina Matoi, who was with the others seeking refuge in the same large room. The room was originally meant for storing goods, offering a vast space. Currently, the shelves here were piled up on one side of the house, leaving a large area open covered with carpets where people could live. By the way, Matoi, what exactly is your ability? Kong-san was not inquiring out of curiosity. It is a taboo to casually probe into others' abilities. That's why she had never asked her, just as Kong-san had not repeatedly questioned Tianyi and Shana. Mutual respect and consideration for each other are what allow friendships to endure. However, the situation was different now. If the omen was not mistaken, Kong-san felt a crisis gradually approaching. In urgent situations, only by understanding each other's abilities can they maximize their effectiveness and coordinate more smoothly. Matoi doesn't have any special abilities. Shina Matoi blinked her big eyes filled with excitement, and seeing Kong-san made her very happy. She answered Kong-san's question very candidly. So she wasn't an innate ability user. Kong-san had initially hoped that if Matoi had healing abilities, it would be great. She could quickly restore Amiya's injuries, and there would be no need to worry about injuries that might arise in future battles. After all, Matoi looked very healing. Having talents in healing would definitely suit her. Unfortunately, it was all just Kong-san's fanciful thinking. No special abilities, although at Tier 2, she had mere strength, and with her personality, she would likely only be able to exert 1/10 against enemies. Kong-san now had some doubts about how she had entered Dream Prayer. However, to be honest, the process of her entering Dream Prayer was not far from what Kong-san had imagined. After asking about some situations, Kong-san understood Matoi's combat capabilities even more. Well, it could basically be ignored. After discussing important matters, Kong-san slowly walked towards a group of young people near the window. Since Kong-san's appearance, these few people had been glaring at her with an extremely unpleasant gaze. No, not just Kong-san, but also Matoi. Such stares felt as if skin were crawling with chills, provoking a physiological rejection. Moreover, this group not only dyed their hair, wore earrings, but even had people streaked bare-chested without any sense of image. The fact that those around them deliberately kept their distance, leaving a conspicuous gap around them, indicated that people viewed them with both fear and disgust. Such individuals could only be described as rogues. Oh, although I can't understand Amiya's desire to be a partner of justice, why do such people have to appear? Tilting her head, Kong-san displayed an innocent smile. What have you all been looking at just now, eh? As Kurumi took the initiative to walk towards the center of the unruly gang, the people around her cast furtive glances. Though she felt a moment's guilt for her own silence, the thought of that orange-haired youth quickly assuaged her heart. With him around, the worst-case scenario would not occur. There was no need to provoke that group. The few individuals with dyed golden hair and metallic accessories could only be described as thugs. Not only did they hoard food for two, but they also wouldn't allow others to approach their sleeping quarters. Though some had mentioned this situation to Amiya, they had indeed not done anything outrageous, and right in front of him, they were all calling each other big brother with respectful smiles. In the end, Amiya could only warn them not to act recklessly. What else could he do? Amiya Shirou would never drive them out. That would be equivalent to directly killing them, and a just ally would never do such a thing. To this, they appeared very respectful towards Amiya, but behind his back, they mocked him as a fool. Some even whispered to Amiya about this. Yet he simply smiled it off. Amiya Shirou was well aware that both his hearing and sight were far more acute than that of ordinary people. Moreover, even the ones reporting to him, Amiya understood what they were thinking. They merely wanted to use his hands to drive those thugs away. In response, Amiya could only offer a bitter smile. He merely hoped that the people here could coexist peacefully. Ultimately, he took no action. After several attempts to test the waters, those individuals gradually understood Amiya's bottom line. They began to slowly become more active, trying to carve out a more comfortable life for themselves in this space. In light of this, those sharing the same space with this group of ruffians couldn't help but start to harbor resentment. Why was their luck so poor that they had to be stuck with such people? Yet they felt powerless. The residents of each floor had already been arranged, and no one was willing to accept more people. Simultaneously, they felt that the young man with such formidable strength should take care of such matters. Along with that, they began to resent Amiya as well. Completely self-centered in their thinking, they had never considered how many people lived in this building, nor had they thought that without Amiya, they would likely have become a pile of bones. They had never pondered the most basic truth, that others had no obligation to help them. Just like the crowd at this moment watching the delicate girl walk into the wolf's den, they merely observed with cold indifference. Their way of handling matters was to stay safe, yet they always hoped someone would stand up to protect their interests at crucial moments. How amusing. Kurumi surveyed the room, which was filled with shelves of goods resembling a warehouse crowded with people, yet eerily quiet. Tilting her head in confusion, Kurumi accepted their anxious stares as they surrounded her, attempting to oppress the seemingly delicate and powerless girl in the center. Oh, you look even more beautiful up close. Hey, what's your name? We want to be friends with you. Come play with us. One of the men whistled while the others looked on with greedy eyes. One of them quickly ran out, then jogged back, unable to contain his excitement as he whispered with two others by the window. Hey, that fool seems to be injured sitting in the lobby on the first floor. He definitely won't come up. What do we do? This girl is just too stunning. It's probably not a good idea. Some expressed concerns, fearing unpredictable consequences. Don't worry, after observing for so many days, that person will never drive us out and will never harm us. What's there to be worried about? The blonde one declared, driven by desire. Kurumi smiled, even brighter, her eyes growing colder. Surely Shizune had also once been the target of their attention, but that girl's gentle nature had allowed her to endure. Amiya Shiro, that useless. Though Kurumi wished to say this, upon seeing the determination in his eyes, she could only sigh deeply. She felt that he really ought to change his ways. Ah. At this moment Kurumi lifted her head. Could it be that the big brothers want to get to know me? Kurumi smiled. Hearing this, the men chuckled as they put their hands on their foreheads. Hey, she said, get to know. Aha, isn't that nice? Do you like that? Well, how about we change locations first? It's too crowded and distracting here. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Kurumi and led her towards the nearby restroom. But the hand reaching out suddenly stiffened, then fell freely, splattering vibrant blood onto the ground. HM. The scream was forcibly swallowed as Kurumi's finger blade, condensed from spiritual energy, instantly transformed into a gentle caress, completely choking off the sound of the severed arm's owner. Because Kurumi preferred quiet, the people around were dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene before them, completely unable to comprehend the situation. What just happened? They could only watch the person on the ground, curled like a shrimp, twisting in agony, unable to scream, turning red in the face, with eyes bulging, sending chills through their hearts. A chill constantly rose from behind. Finally, someone looked at Kurumi with a terrified expression. It was you. What did you do? Hearing such a call, the crowd surrounding Kurumi scattered in shock, retreating rapidly. Weren't you all eager to play? Kurumi tilted her head and smiled. At this moment, the blood spilling from the severed arm stained the floor around Kurumi, and coupled with the torturous struggle of the victim, those who looked at Kurumi at the center of the blood-red scene felt her smile was particularly sinister, like a demon, eerie and enchanting. Not just them, everyone in this space was petrified, their bodies trembling. You demon. The trembling voice seemed squeezed from the depths of their lungs, releasing the fear buried deep within. Completely unaware of how that person's hand was severed, they couldn't even let out a wail. Utterly unable to comprehend, they only knew that immense malice and danger lurked before them, and an overwhelming sense of dread rose that they could not suppress. On a breezy night in early spring, the air was filled with a sense of foreboding as darkness enveloped the world. The new moon hung between the ancient-looking skyscrapers, casting a glow on the dilapidated streets. In a brightly lit room, the air felt thick with tension. A trembling man wielding a firearm was the focal point of nearly 100 piercing gazes, alongside a girl whose lips were perpetually adorned with a captivating smile. The vast room was enveloped in an eerie silence. The man with the gun trembled incessantly, as if facing a prehistoric beast who, despite possessing such a lethal weapon, he found no sense of security. He was merely retreating while threatening others, feeling as though a colossal stone was lodged in his chest. Is that a gun? Kyuko's smile deepened as she stepped forward, causing the man to become increasingly flustered. Stop. Don't come closer. Stay away. The trembling voice seemed to emerge from his chest. He watched the dark figure draw nearer, and his vision narrowed, as if the only thing that existed was the terrifying girl before him. I will pull the trigger. Stop. As he saw the advancing figure, it felt like death was approaching, filling him with dread. In the end, his stiff fingers pressed down on the trigger, only to find that he could not pull it at all. His overwhelming anxiety made him forget to disengage the safety before firing. His hands gripped the gun tightly as he moved it forward. Kyuko approached the man with the gun, gently grasping the weapon. You know, I have some experience with firearms. How the correct way to use it isn't like this. You need to disengage the safety first. Kyuko smiled at him, her voice soft and instructive, like a gentle master teaching an apprentice. Then with ease, Kyuko took the handgun from his stiff grasp, clicking the safety off, rendering it ready to fire. The dark barrel of the gun was now aimed at his forehead. With a terrified scream, the man fell to the ground, scrambling backward with hands and feet. Bang! Kyuko didn't pull the trigger, instead she mimicked the sound. Yet it caused everyone present to go limp, with no one daring to question the girl before them. Meanwhile, the man who had lost his gun lay on the ground like a pile of mud, gasping for breath. No, I'm not dead. Kyuko glanced at him, then turned back with a sincere smile, inviting her friends. Hey, don't you enjoy playing? There's a very interesting game, let's give it a try. Kyuko clapped her hands together with a bewitching smile, conceiving a delightful idea. Russian roulette, have you heard of it? Oh dear, your expressions are quite disheartening. I was really looking forward to this, so come on, no refusals. Kyuko didn't specify what would happen if they refused, but the smile on her face sent chills down their spines. In Russian roulette, players load a bullet into the chamber of a revolver with 6 bullet holes, spin it randomly, and then take turns pointing the gun at their own temple. It is a game that gambles with life, and for ordinary people with no experience in killing it is an exceedingly cruel game. Upon hearing the girl's invitation, their faces turned pale. Kyuko did not have the habit of bullying the weak, nor did she disdain such behavior. But thinking from another perspective, if she were merely a defenseless girl, she would have faced a dire fate. Kyuko neither disliked bad people nor liked good ones. It was simply that if one provoked her, they should expect a fitting response. She greatly admired the words of Lelouch. Only those who are prepared to be shot have the right to pull the trigger. Since they wished to do such things to her, and had acted on it surely. No, even if they weren't prepared, it was too late for them. In such an atmosphere, no one dared to defy Kyuko's words, especially since they saw her holding a handgun, which made her even more threatening. However, they did not realize that Kyuko's own power far surpassed that of any ordinary firearm. At this moment, they sat in a circle with Kyuko. The smiling girl, under their terrified gazes, took out a flintlock pistol and loaded a bullet into the spinning chamber. I will play along with you, it's only fair, right? Kyuko placed the flintlock pistol in the center. Since there are no tools, let's keep it simple. Spin the gun, whoever it points at is the lucky player. It's easy to understand. Now let's enjoy the game. Everyone around gulped nervously. Of course it was easy to understand, but at this moment they would rather be a little more foolish, for at least that way they wouldn't realize they were caught in a whirlpool of death. No one dared to meet Kyuko's gaze. Her crimson eyes, which barely peeked out, seemed to draw the very soul from one's body, sending chills down their spines. Especially that eerie method of severing an arm left everyone present in a state of shock. The one with only one arm, even writhing in excruciating pain on the ground, was not spared. How could one expect to avoid punishment for reaching out with dirty hands? Spin, spin. The flintlock pistol at the center began to rotate. It raised everyone's hearts, causing even the others in the room to hold their breath. Jinto did not step forward to intervene. In their brief interactions, she knew that once Kyuko had made a decision, it would not change easily. Moreover, she couldn't think of any reason to stop her. As the spinning slowed, their hearts tightened. None dared blink, fearing a result would emerge in that fleeting moment. The gun's muzzle passed over Kyuko, continuing its slow rotation until it finally stopped. It was pointed at the man who had first ventured out to investigate. His face turned ashen. Congratulations, please adhere to the rules of the game. Kyuko's eyes crescented into a smile as she watched the paralyzed man. He trembled as he picked up the flintlock pistol, slowly bringing it toward his temple under Kyuko's gaze. At that moment, his heart was filled with regret and fear over provoking such a person. No, he suddenly remembered that he had a gun in his hand. He could kill her. Then in a desperate attempt, he mustered all his remaining speed and aimed the gun at Kyuko. It's useless, Kyuko said with a smile, toying with the flintlock pistol in her hand. Somehow a gun that should have been in the hands of the chosen one now appeared in Kyuko's grasp. Oh dear, what a naughty child who doesn't follow the rules. Kyuko tilted her head, her eyes filled with mirth, sending chills through everyone present. With a swoosh, a figure flew out of the window. This is the external manifestation of spiritual power, which can serve as a reference for reaching the second stage. It can be understood as strengthening the body, refining its essence, while discarding the dross. In ordinary circumstances, one possesses the physique of an average person, but in battle, where spiritual power circulates, the body becomes as hard as diamond and as fast as lightning. At the second stage, one can project spiritual power externally. Even in its most rudimentary form, such as a spiritual energy bullet, it can create a dense barrage reminiscent of rain falling from the heavens. Simply put, a person who has reached the ordinary second stage can be likened to a military fortress that integrates offense and defense, fully automated by super artificial intelligence, possessing unparalleled sensitivity. However, the aforementioned descriptions pertain to a very rudimentary application of spiritual power. When combined with secret techniques, the power can increase exponentially. Furthermore, if one adds innate skills such as the ability to manipulate time, the effects become even more formidable. Now, the person thrown by Kurumi did not crash to the ground as imagined, but seemed to be gently cradled by a soft force, slowly descending to the ground. To kill such a person would only leave Kurumi feeling insulted, so she decided to leave him outside to fend for himself. Similarly, in the Russian roulette, Kurumi did not wish to kill them personally, as that would be a defilement of her own integrity. Just as Kurumi turned her head, preparing to say, "Let's start over," a strange sensation suddenly arose from her left eye, buried within her hair. It felt as if something was wriggling in her pupil, causing a slight itch. Kurumi froze her left eye. The eye of the clock had shown no unusual activity since she arrived in this world. Is there finally a sign of activity? Kurumi speculated that while dream prayers were perusing texts regarding the awakening of spiritual artifacts, they noted no one could clearly explain what the awakening of a spiritual artifact entails, as each person has their own unique method, making it impossible to find a universally applicable pattern. However, the awakening of spiritual artifacts is undoubtedly related to one's mind and soul. A person's willpower, beliefs, and enlightenment may lead to the awakening of their spiritual artifact. Moreover, data indicates that the more intense the fluctuations of the mind, the greater the likelihood of awakening the spiritual artifact. Note, the greater the mental fluctuations, the higher the risk of mental collapse. Attempting this is not advised. Kurumi recalled the past few days spent navigating through a sea of corpses and blood, witnessing the ugliness and darkness of human nature. It was a trial for her spirit and an elevation of her understanding of the world. Such experiences are something dream prayers could never encounter. No wonder dream prayers hold external courses every year. Besides the fusion of commonality and expanding knowledge, it serves this very purpose. Kurumi could hardly contain her excitement at this thought. Though it was merely her speculation, her intuition told her it was not wrong. This was a sign of awakening. Yet, even if signs appear, it does not guarantee awakening. Some people carry these signs until death without ever awakening. However, this was still quite good. At the very least, it provided Kurumi with direction and hope. Because not everyone possesses a unique spiritual artifact. At this moment, the room felt as if it had frozen, all eyes focused on the suddenly stirring Kurumi. Especially those who participated in the Russian roulette, their eyes filled with fear, terrified that the demon before them might go berserk. After witnessing the earlier scene, no one dared to entertain thoughts of rebellion. Returning to her senses, Kurumi holstered her gun once more. I apologize for making you feel uncomfortable. Let's end the game here. You may leave now. Kurumi felt quite good. Oh, like the air that had been held in was suddenly released with her words, as if welcoming the sunlight that pierced through the darkness. Thank you, thank you. Struggling to squeeze out the words from their throats, they scrambled towards the distance like a flock released from prison. Could you wait? Kurumi pointed at the man with the severed arm, who turned with a crying expression, his teeth chattering. Please, is there anything else you need? Take that away and clean this place up. Kurumi gestured towards the arm on the ground and the pool of blood. At this moment, the man with the severed arm felt a sharp pain coursing through him, yet under the threat of death, he forced himself to comply. Hearing Kurumi's words, he showed no signs of discontent. Instead, joy lit up his eyes. Finally, he felt relieved he had saved his own life. Thank you, my lady. He expressed his gratitude, even thanking her. Kurumi paid no heed to these people. Originally, she intended to drive them all out, but feeling good today, she decided to let them go. After this incident, they would surely behave more obediently and might even be left with lingering shadows. However, that was no longer Kurumi's concern. Such characters were not even worthy of being used to pass time in boredom. After this, they would quickly blur in Kurumi's memory. This pertains to the first stage of body refinement, which allows for extremely subtle control over the body, enabling one to freely manage garbage information in the brain and send it to the recycle bin. Only when one wishes to recall something will the memory come back clearly. At this moment, Kurumi entered the bathroom, gently brushing aside the hair, covering her left eye before the mirror. In the reflection, she saw the golden eye of the clock shimmering like a golden lake. It seemed there was no difference. The hour and minute hands still pointed at 000, just as they had when she first arrived. However, at this moment, as she operated her spiritual power through the golden pupil, Kurumi seemed to see a fluid-like substance on the surface of objects. That was the fluid-like time that could only be perceived by those possessing the eye of the clock. It was now evidently clearer than before. Kurumi even felt she could manipulate the time of other objects. It was not limited to herself, but could accelerate the time of simple objects around her. If she could accelerate it, then conversely, couldn't she slow it down? Thinking this, she began to experiment. However, after several attempts, she failed. Though these attempts were unsuccessful, they did indeed exhibit feasibility, and she could practice more in this area in the future. Kurumi made plans for her future training. As for awakening her spiritual artifact, she had no specific methods, so she resolved to take it one step at a time. Footsteps approached from behind. Although she did not turn around, Kurumi knew who it was. Tokiwa, my lady. The voice from behind carried excitement to Kurumi's ears, and she turned around. It's nice to see you again, Poison Island. All along, she lived a life of sin. Poison Island Siko, a woman who derives pleasure from slaughter. Before meeting Kurumi, she believed that this version of herself was merely a monster wearing a human skin. Caught between purgatory and common sense, she endured each day like a year of torment. Just remembering that night, when she deliberately seduced a man into attacking her, then crushed his bones with overwhelming force, made the pleasure of her sins surge wildly in her heart. To feel joy from such things, she must have indeed lost her qualifications to be human. Yet even as such a person, that individual would still tell her everything has its cracks. One needs to see the light shining through and be their true self. To be her true self blossoming amid slaughter, even if denied by the entire world, she still had that person's recognition. Just thinking about this would make Poison Island Siko feel as if she wanted to cry. Tokisaki, my lady, is it really you? In contrast to her usual calm demeanor, Poison Island's voice was filled with the excited tone of a little girl. While escorting her companions here, she occasionally learned that Amiya and Kurumi were in cahoots. Originally planning to go out in search of Kurumi, Poison Island decided to stay here instead. She felt that Kurumi would definitely return here, especially since the information about the refuge was provided by her. Having come down out of curiosity after the recent chaos, Poison Island guessed that the very strange and uncanny girl who had arrived was likely Kurumi. Kurumi turned around, her lips curving into a crescent shape. Poison Island-san, it's a pleasure to see you again. To see Kurumi again so soon, Poison Island Siko looked very restrained. Do we still need to slay zombies, my lady? Although the title of my lady was quite striking, if Poison Island felt fine with it, Kurumi wouldn't deliberately change anything. Not for the time being. The slain zombies emitted a solidified spiritual energy that coalesced into a mass, always pointing toward Tokyo Tower. Now Kurumi needed to check inside the tower. Without a doubt, the source of this incident was likely there. Is that so? Is it really like that? Upon hearing this, Poison Island's eyes dimmed for some reason. But moving forward and candidly expressing her feelings had always been Poison Island's strength. My lady, may I follow behind you? Aside from the fact that Kurumi was the only one who understood her, more importantly, ever since that night, she witnessed Kurumi's battle, her once proud swordsmanship had crumbled in an instant. She realized that Kurumi was a being she could never surpass. In terms of actual technique, Kurumi merely executed basic vertical, horizontal, and diagonal slashes without any hint of sophistication. However, the speed at which she moved so fast that it was impossible to capture with the naked eye shattered Poison Island Siko's long-held understanding of swordsmanship. It should be said that she could not comprehend how even ordinary strikes could achieve such an extent. Thus, she felt that if she could stay by Kurumi's side, it would undoubtedly be a great help to her swordsmanship. Kurumi tilted her head, her fingers rubbing her chin as if pondering her words. I'm not from this world. I will return in 3 months at the latest. For such an astonishing statement, Poison Island merely showed a brief moment of surprise before quickly regaining her composure. Soon disappointment flashed in her eyes. Regardless of whether Kurumi was speaking the truth or not, it conveyed a sense of rejection. Kurumi was used to being alone and didn't like having someone trailing her, but after thinking for a moment, she continued. We can see then, if you don't mind, Poison Island-san, you can come to our world. Your world. The land of dreams gathers beings from various dimensions, a mysterious convergence point. People like Poison Island are not uncommon here. Moreover, Kurumi and the others had completed mapping the parameters of this place, allowing for smooth passage. However, she did not disclose this part of the information, instead giving the impression of a feeling that once you go, you may never return. After all, the land of dreams is not as simple as imagined. It is not a place where one can go with unyielding faith, as in there all hope would be ground to dust, leaving even the courage to move forward extinguished. Poison Island stood in place, moving her lips, preparing to say something, when she suddenly saw the pale-faced Matoi rush in. Kurumi, it's bad, come out now. Under the enormous crescent moon, a black tide spread through the city. This was a black tide composed of densely packed zombies moving with purpose silently and uniformly toward the department store in Shibuya. Such a massive number, yet not a sound could be heard. More accurately, their presence made the ruins of the night appear eerily silent. What is this? Following Kurumi to the rooftop, Poison Island Siko couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle at the incredible sight before her. At this moment, the zombies marched forward in an orderly manner like ants, their target clearly directed at this place. They moved like a well-trained army, maintaining a tacit understanding among themselves, progressing as a tide, without any signs of pushing or chaos. This was terrifying. Their numbers were too great, yet they were silent and methodical, encircling from all directions. It was precisely because of this silence and suppression that those witnessing this scene felt as if a heavy stone was lodged in their chests. These were mindless zombies, yet they could advance so in sync and orderly. Kurumi frowned, sensing that things might be serious. She waved the flintlock in her hand. From now on, if anyone dares to say zombies lack consciousness, they'll blow their head off. Now is not the time for that. We need to come up with a solution quickly. Amiya's expression was unusually serious. Even he couldn't ensure everyone's safety from the attacking zombies. What else can we do? We need to run. Amiya seemed to think he heard wrong. You mean to leave everyone here and escape by yourself? What other choice is there? Should we accompany them to death? Kurumi looked at the zombies surging like a black tide with a different expression. In reality, the black tide was still quite far away. It was just that the high building here had a natural advantage in visibility, as if looking at the ocean from a high mountain. Haven't you realized yet? Kurumi recalled the first-tier zombie she encountered at Tokyo Tower, extending her hand to point into the distance. These guys are not the low-quality ones you faced before easily dismissed. They are. Kurumi narrowed her eyes and said in a low voice, almost all of them are about to step into the first tier. Darker than darkness itself, a tide of blackness spread forth like shadows. With such a large-scale near-first-tier horde of zombies, even Kurumi would not dare to claim she could escape unharmed. The number of them was such that all one could see was a writhing darkness. Although they had not reached the first tier, the power conveyed by their movements and synchronized march was frighteningly close. Every step they took was as graceful as flowing water. Even the small blades of grass left in their wake stood tall, as if they had never been trampled. Fortunately, they did not form a complete encirclement attempting to completely seal off the path of retreat. Instead, they advanced like waves rising, pushing forward from one direction along the horizon. Kurumi gazed intently into the distance. Is it over by Tokyo Tower? This is hardly a pleasant surprise. Now Kurumi could confirm that there was indeed a hidden mastermind lurking deep within the Tokyo Tower. Are we being targeted judging by their intent? Why? Kurumi could not fathom what conflict she had with this hidden mastermind. But life has never operated by personal standards. There are countless things that defy understanding. However, since they have taken such a stance, they can be defined as enemies, right? Kurumi lowered her head slightly, a glimmer of unnoticeable sharpness flashing in her eyes. Yet for now, the only thing to do was to flee. There was no way to resist Hiden. Charging in and teaming up with Shirou might yield a Pyrrhic victory. Yet without the mastermind even showing up, she had already been knocked down by a group of minions who couldn't even add 1 + 1. This was certainly no laughing matter. In the face of such a situation, surely Shirou could comprehend the grim reality. There was no way to save the people within this building. The zombies appeared to be moving slowly, but that was merely due to the distance. Only upon nearing could one perceive their swiftness and overwhelming presence, as if they were tidal waves. Ordinary people could not match their speed. Although Kurumi and the others had a chance to fight, they would most likely pay with their lives. Shirou, hurry and notify the people here to prepare to flee. For now, that was all that could be done to escape as much as possible. It was no longer a time for impulsive actions. Unnecessary sacrifices were undeniably foolish. Oh, Shirou affirmed. His quick nod surprised Kurumi. Was this guy really able to grasp reality so quickly? Well, in a way this was better. If he had been stubbornly insisting on saving everyone, it would have been much more troublesome. Shirou turned around, revealing a smile Kurumi had never seen before. There's an announcement broadcast on the 10th floor, Kurumi. I'll leave that to you. Me? Kurumi blinked. The meaning she wished to convey was clear. Shirou, your words would carry more weight. Yes, please. Time is running short, and I have other matters to attend to. Shirou urged. All right. Indeed, time was of the essence. Since the course of action had been determined, there was no time for further hesitation. Every second could mean a life. Decisiveness and a swift action style were Kurumi's strengths. Without lingering too long, she hurriedly made her way towards the 10th floor, speaking to Shirou. Yet for this extent, she was more than willing to assist. Shina and Siko Tokisaki. Upon seeing Shirou's gaze, Siko introduced herself. Siko and Shina should come along with Kurumi too. Shina and Siko also felt it would be better to follow Kurumi. After saying goodbye, please be careful to Shirou, they followed Kurumi's back. Then Shirou, the ally of justice, turned around, gazing far into the distance, his pupils unfocused, yet reflecting the darkened brown irises that suddenly ignited with fighting spirit, fixated straight at the terrifying black tide that devoured all. After Kurumi issued the notice to evacuate, initially no one believed her. In this apocalyptic world, those who suddenly found a place of comfort were unwilling to return to a life of turmoil and uncertainty. Even though Kurumi made it very clear that staying would lead only to a dead, and many still thought this might just be a cruel joke. Some even shouted about wanting to find the person making such jokes to teach them a lesson. The flaws of human nature. Compared to the facts, people are always more willing to believe in what they want and what benefits them. Kurumi shook her head. What to do? Matoi asked anxiously. Siko behind her remained silent. These ignorant pests can just go. Die for all I care. It was truly frustrating for Kurumi to attempt a good deed only to be met with curses. Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. These trivial folks could only provoke Kurumi's nerves for a fleeting moment. Forget it, isn't this a department store? Let's hand out some binoculars to those fools and let them see for themselves from the rooftop. Surely after witnessing that scene, no one would want to remain here. Nothing is more real than what one sees with their own eyes. Watching as people hurriedly descended from the rooftop, their faces filled with fear, rushing towards the elevator and pressing the button for the first floor. Panic quickly spread among the crowd. People are blindly obedient creatures who, once the trend takes hold, they will unknowingly follow. As more individuals confirmed the situation, the panic erupted exponentially. The elevator was full of screams, shoves, and angry curses echoed in the corridor, noisy like boiling water. Watching as people fell and were trampled to a bloody pulp, Kurumi reached out to push through the crowd, helping a little girl up, her tone laced with mockery. The zombies haven't even arrived, and you've already been crushed by your own kind. In such a densely packed crowd, madness and chaos prevailed. Falling meant certain death, trampled to death. Kurumi knew this method of announcement might be overly crude and would surely cause panic and chaos, but was there a better way? Kurumi didn't know, nor did she care to ponder. After all, expecting people to maintain their usual calm and order in the face of death was a rather naive thought. But I didn't expect it to be this unbearable. Kurumi sighed with Siko and Matoi still following behind her. At this moment, as the crowd drew near to them, due to the barrier of spiritual energy, they felt a force pulling them apart, automatically splitting to the sides, like a rock suddenly emerging from a rushing river. Yet those focused solely on escaping had no time to consider this unusual phenomenon. All they thought about was getting downstairs quickly. What about those partners of yours? Kurumi turned her head to look at Siko behind her. They immediately evacuated upon hearing your broadcast. Whoa, impressive insight and decisiveness, truly worthy of being the protagonist of this world, Kurumi said to Siko while walking down. No recommendations today, my mood isn't very bright. No, I should say it's quite terrible, I lack the motivation to write. Should I have written this before 2 p.m.? Anyway, no more. Well, that's that. By the way, those reading this book should still be studying, right? Yes. Students should focus on their studies. A leisure is fine, but don't waste too much time on meaningless things. Wow. That being said, I'm doing this for your sake. After all, I'm a kind person. VV transforming into Kurumi Tokisaki is still being typed. Please hold on a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest updates. Darker than darkness itself, a tide of blackness spread forth like shadows. With such a large-scale near-first-year horde of zombies, even Kurumi would not dare to claim she could escape unharmed. The number of them was such that all one could see was a writhing darkness. Although they had not reached the first year, the power conveyed by their movements and synchronized march was frighteningly close. Every step they took was as graceful as flowing water. Even the small blades of grass left in their wake stood tall, as if they had never been trampled. Fortunately, they did not form a complete encirclement attempting to completely seal off the path of retreat. Instead, they advanced like waves rising, pushing forward from one direction along the horizon. Kurumi gazed intently into the distance. Is it over by Tokyo Tower? This is hardly a pleasant surprise. Now Kurumi could confirm that there was indeed a hidden mastermind lurking deep within the Tokyo Tower. Are we being targeted judging by their intent? Why? Kurumi could not fathom what conflict she had with this hidden mastermind. But life has never operated by personal standards. There are countless things that defy understanding. However, since they have taken such a stance, they can be defined as enemies, right? Kurumi lowered her head slightly, a glimmer of unnoticeable sharpness flashing in her eyes. Yet for now, the only thing to do was to flee. There was no way to resist Hiden. Charging in and teaming up with Shirou might yield a Pyrrhic victory. Yet without the mastermind even showing up, she had already been knocked down by a group of minions who couldn't even add 1 + 1. This was certainly no laughing matter. In the face of such a situation, surely Shirou could comprehend the grim reality. There was no way to save the people within this building. The zombies appeared to be moving slowly, but that was merely due to the distance. Only upon nearing could one perceive their swiftness and overwhelming presence, as if they were tidal waves. Ordinary people could not match their speed. Although Kurumi and the others had a chance to fight, they would most likely pay with their lives. Shirou, hurry and notify the people here to prepare to flee. For now, that was all that could be done to escape as much as possible. It was no longer a time for impulsive actions. Unnecessary sacrifices were undeniably foolish. Oh, Shirou affirmed. His quick nod surprised Kurumi. Was this guy really able to grasp reality so quickly? Well, in a way, this was better. If he had been stubbornly insisting on saving everyone, it would have been much more troublesome. Shirou turned around, revealing a smile Kurumi had never seen before. There's an announcement broadcast on the 10th floor, Kurumi. I'll leave that to you. Me? Kurumi blinked. The meaning she wished to convey was clear. Shirou, your words would carry more weight. Yes, please. Time is running short, and I have other matters to attend to. Shirou urged. All right. Indeed, time was of the essence. Since the course of action had been determined, there was no time for further hesitation. Every second could mean a life. Decisiveness and a swift action style were Kurumi's strengths. Without lingering too long, she hurriedly made her way towards the 10th floor, speaking to Shirou. Yet for this extent, she was more than willing to assist. Shana and Siko Tokisaki. Upon seeing Shirou's gaze, Siko introduced herself. Siko and Shana should come along with Kurumi too. Shana and Siko also felt it would be better to follow Kurumi. After saying goodbye, please be careful to Shirou, they followed Kurumi's back. Then Shirou, the ally of justice, turned around, gazing far into the distance, his pupils unfocused, yet reflecting the darkened brown irises that suddenly ignited with fighting spirit, fixated straight at the terrifying black tide that devoured all. After Kurumi issued the notice to evacuate, initially no one believed her. In this apocalyptic world, those who suddenly found a place of comfort were unwilling to return to a life of turmoil and uncertainty. Even though Kurumi made it very clear that staying would lead only to a dead, and many still thought this might just be a cruel joke. Some even shouted about wanting to find the person making such jokes to teach them a lesson. The flaws of human nature. Compared to the facts, people are always more willing to believe in what they want and what benefits them. Kurumi shook her head. What to do? Matoy asked anxiously. Siko behind her remained silent. These ignorant pests can just go. Die for all I care. It was truly frustrating for Kurumi to attempt a good deed only to be met with curses. Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. These trivial folks could only provoke Kurumi's nerves for a fleeting moment. Forget it, isn't this a department store? Let's hand out some binoculars to those fools and let them see for themselves from the rooftop. Surely after witnessing that scene, no one would want to remain here. Nothing is more real than what one sees with their own eyes. Watching as people hurriedly descended from the rooftop, their faces filled with fear, rushing towards the elevator and pressing the button for the first floor. Panic quickly spread among the crowd. People are blindly obedient creatures who, once the trend takes hold, they will unknowingly follow. As more individuals confirmed the situation, the panic erupted exponentially. The elevator was full of screams, shoves, and angry curses echoed in the corridor, noisy like boiling water. Watching as people fell and were trampled to a bloody pulp, Kurumi reached out to push through the crowd, helping a little girl up, her tone laced with mockery. The zombies haven't even arrived, and you've already been crushed by your own kind. In such a densely packed crowd, madness and chaos prevailed. Falling meant certain death, trampled to death. Kurumi knew this method of announcement might be overly crude and would surely cause panic and chaos, but was there a better way? Kurumi didn't know, nor did she care to ponder. After all, expecting people to maintain their usual calm and order in the face of death was a rather naive thought. But I didn't expect it to be this unbearable. Kurumi sighed, with Siko and Matoy still following behind her. At this moment, as the crowd drew near to them, due to the barrier of spiritual energy, they felt a force pulling them apart, automatically splitting to the sides, like a rock suddenly emerging from a rushing river. Yet those focused solely on escaping had no time to consider this unusual phenomenon. All they thought about was getting downstairs quickly. What about those partners of yours? Kurumi turned her head to look at Siko behind her. They immediately evacuated upon hearing your broadcast. Whoa, impressive insight and decisiveness, truly worthy of being the protagonist of this world, Kurumi said to Siko while walking down. No recommendations today, my mood isn't very bright. No, I should say it's quite terrible. I lack the motivation to write. Should I have written this before 2 p.m.? Anyway, no more. Well, that's that. By the way, those reading this book should still be studying, right? Yes. Students should focus on their studies. A leisure is fine, but don't waste too much time on meaningless things. Wow. That being said, I'm doing this for your sake. After all, I'm a kind person. VV transforming into Kurumi Tokisaki is still being typed. Please hold on a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest updates. The thought crossed Kurumi's mind as she observed the scene before her, contemplating a strikingly close possibility. A unified consciousness. Kurumi recalled a race setting from an old game in her previous world, the Tyrannid Swarm. Individually, they lack free will, yet, when united as a swarm, they form a colossal unified consciousness. It's akin to how numerous neurons compose a brain. Each individual is governed and controlled by this consciousness. Essentially, it can be viewed as a singular consciousness manifesting through multiple bodies. This intensely strong unified consciousness allows each individual to achieve an incredible level of coordination, even creating the illusion that these beings are inherently one. If it truly is a unified consciousness, then there should also be a consciousness node akin to a hive mind. Kurumi glanced around, spotting a densely packed horde of zombies. They continuously piled on top of one another, as if cradling something within, akin to a pilgrimage or a protective instinct. Is that it? If my guess is correct, destroying the consciousness node should halt their advance, right? Kurumi mused while stroking her chin. Yet it remains merely a guess. However, it is worth a try. The remnants of fire illuminated the desolate streets where countless shadows surged. Using sheer physical inertia, they could run along the sides of buildings and leap onto rooftops with tremendous force. Their clawing hands could easily tear through steel, and their resilient bodies could withstand impacts from rocks. Their fierce movements were devoid of any emotion, driven solely by a shared objective. Such entities number in the thousands. Moreover, they possess a coordination and orchestration capability far superior to that of a disciplined army. The intricate cooperation between individuals resembles a singular entity. Naturally, Shirou Amiya found himself in dire straits. As far as his eyes could see, there was no escape, only a tide of grotesque, clawing humanoid creatures advancing. Retreat was not an option. Ganjiang and Mo Yishiro had a special fondness for them. The black sword as the Yang sword. Ganjiang the white sword as the Yin sword. Mo Yi. When used, it could slightly enhance defense, and while its swordplay capabilities are high, it also serves as a magical weapon capable of aiding in the casting of spells. Moreover, it has a powerful bond that ensures that even if one sword is lost, it will always return to its owner. Since it requires only a small amount of magical energy to generate, Shirou continuously projected them. Even so, facing such overwhelming numbers, his magical energy was nearly depleted. Am I going to die here? The thought alone caused fear to spread uncontrollably within Shirou. It was not fear of death itself, but rather what would happen to his sister if he died. Who would watch over her as she grew? Who would understand her suffering? Just pondering this made his heart ache as if it were being torn apart. Shirou shouted, blood gushing from his arm, tracing a glaring red line like a stream. The dual blades that spiraled outward created a greater wind pressure, slicing through the air. Crane Wing Twin Slash. Utilizing the mutual attraction of the dual swords to form a combo attack, it primarily targets a single opponent, but if the foe is significantly weaker, it can also cleave through multiple enemies. With a swift motion, 2 rows of zombies fell before the diving onslaught. However, it was ultimately futile. The ocean would not evaporate due to 2 fire lines. Shirou's attack barely caused a ripple before being overwhelmed once again. Is it really hopeless? All Shirou could do was struggle desperately before drowning his efforts, serving no purpose other than to choke on more water and prolong his suffering. Do I regret it? No. This much he could be certain. Sacrificing himself to save everyone in the mall aligned perfectly with his long-held values. So he would not regret it. But, hey, do you feel happy doing this? In the midst of the fiery deadlock, a cool voice suddenly broke through, causing Shirou to widen his eyes. Toki, why are you here? The astonishment in Shirou's eyes seemed utterly foolish to Kurumi. She effortlessly dispatched the zombies that lunged at her, positioning herself back to back with Shirou at the center of the zombie tide. Kurumi tilted her head back and smiled mischievously. Why am I here? What are you talking about? What is the first rule in the Dreaming Student Handbook? At this moment, hearing such a nonsensical question, Shirou blinked and instinctively replied, trust your companions, help your companions, rely on your companions. Yes, that's it. Do you want me to get expelled when I return? After a moment of shock, Shirou lowered his head. No matter what Kurumi said, she was indeed standing there amidst their dire situation. Slowly, an unknown emotion washed over him. I'm sorry for putting you in this position. Kurumi interrupted him. Stop saying foolishness. Do you think I would die alongside you? Kurumi unleashed a massive amount of spiritual energy, instantly clearing a vacuum space to buy a moment. Do you see that direction? She pointed with her index finger toward a place densely populated with zombies, where something seemed to be sheltered, forming thick walls of undead. Can you use the pseudo-spiral sword? What? How do you know about that? This was a recent technique Shirou had developed. Why would Toki know about it? Don't worry about that, time is of the essence. Can you use it? Yes. Great. This simplifies things a lot. Kurumi bent her body, adopting a tense posture. When I jump up, you just throw the pseudo-spiral sword over there. It's simple, right? At this moment, Shirou realized it was not the time to question further. Suppressing his doubts, he nodded. Then, before the surrounding zombies could close in, Kurumi shot toward that direction like a cannonball. Soon after, a brilliant red light shot past Kurumi, piercing the sky. Booming, thunderous sounds accompanied the strike, Aleph accelerating time to its utmost limit. Kurumi instantly matched the speed of the pseudo-spiral sword that Shirou shot, maintaining a parallel course. At that moment, she felt the speed at which her spiritual energy was depleting matched her rapid pace, vanishing quickly. Even with this incredible speed, Kurumi could not sustain it for long. To be precise, it could only last for less than 10 seconds. But that was enough. In the blink of an eye, the red light sliced through the horde of zombies, reaching the target Kurumi indicated. From a distance, it resembled a spear thrown by a sea god parting the waters. The pseudo-spiral sword, its prototype being Caliban, the sword of the hero Fergus MacRoy from Celtic mythology. Shirou Amiya is able to project it. In other words, such beings exist in this world. The sword embodies the power of thunder, perfectly suitable for combating the dark and filthy creatures known as zombies. Its blade takes the form of a long spear typical of Central European knights, spiraling forward until it reaches a sharp tip. This shape is excellent for piercing attacks, and the sword's performance goes without saying. However, if one were to detonate the magical energy contained within through the technique known as fantasy collapse, the resulting destructive power would be unimaginably terrifying. At this moment, Shirou Amiya does not know if it is due to his depleted magical energy, or if he simply has not comprehended the skill of such a devastating weapon as fantasy collapse. He does not shoot it with a bow, but rather throws it by compressing his magical energy, akin to an ancient Roman athlete. Nonetheless, it still emits a thunderous sound as it slices through the air, launched with unparalleled force. A visible red line cuts through the black tide, and the zombies blocking the path are pushed back before even making contact, repelled by the immense wind pressure. This is Shirou Amiya's final strike with all his might. All he can do now is trust Kurumi Tokisaki. As he progresses, the zombies become more densely packed, forming a wall of flesh that can no longer be dispersed by mere wind pressure. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of flesh exploding continue as they collapse upon even the slightest touch. Yet the pseudo-spiral sword thrown by hand ultimately cannot compare to the destructive power unleashed by fantasy collapse, igniting the magical energy. After nearing the breakthrough of countless layers of zombie barriers, he finally shows signs of fatigue. Upon breaking through to the last layer, he is halted by a group of zombies covered in exoskeletons. The spiral sword is lodged in the shattered bones with cracks spreading around it, yet it still fails to penetrate to the core. The sliced zombies, resembling creatures with rapid healing abilities, begin to regroup, threatening to form another impenetrable wall of the undead. Kurumi seems to have anticipated this. She accelerates time once more. The surrounding zombies appear to be moving in slow motion, as if frozen. Relying on the powerful momentum gained from her rapid acceleration and the magical energy compression, she applies. Kurumi lightly taps the spiral sword embedded in the exoskeleton. Boom. Like an explosive charge, the lethal strike is reignited, fierce flames racing towards the target, piercing directly through its head. Using the recoil, Kurumi is propelled back, landing steadily on the rooftop. As she looks around, the surrounding zombies halt their movement, as if they have lost power. The zombies still in the air fall to the ground like raindrops. Did it really succeed? Kurumi expresses excitement with a hint of luck. Even if luck played a part, it is evident that only someone like Kurumi, who possesses sufficient knowledge and information about this world, could achieve this. With careful observation and association, this moment led to the decisive strike. Is that solidified data magic? From the slain zombie connecting all consciousness nodes, a strand of magical energy slowly drifts out. Previously, even a slight exertion from Kurumi would have instantly dispersed this magical energy. This time, however, Kurumi is not merely using a slight exertion. Fearing she might miss the best opportunity for a lethal strike, she invests all her strength. In this situation, the data magic remains undamaged. Chase. Almost instantly upon seeing it, Kurumi did not hesitate to activate time acceleration to seize it. The data magic is firmly secured in her palm, preventing it from escaping. She silently gazes at this strand of magical energy, then glances at the completely immobilized zombies, inevitably recalling her experiences since arriving in this world. Firstly, the zombies evolve on their own. Secondly, they exhibit faint awareness as evidenced by their past actions of attacking Seiko Busujima with bricks. Now they have evolved to this extent. It is clear that some mad scientist must have found this world for experimentation, mass-producing first-tier powerhouses, or even higher tiers. With such obvious information collected, arriving at this conclusion is quite evident. Yet it remains uncertain what the intentions of the puppet master are. However, from their indiscriminate attacks, one can judge that they are certainly not benevolent. Kurumi gazes deeply towards the direction of Tokyo Tower. Then she drops down from the sky to stand in front of Shirou Amiya. Hey, you're not dead, right? Clearly, Shirou, panting heavily, does not seem in high spirits, but he is not so weak as to be unable to discern life from death. Well, I don't mind. Shirou, Kurumi emphasizes, do you really think this is all right? It was meant to be a question. Kurumi originally wanted to say, this is not good, but then felt that their relationship was merely that of ordinary friends, far from deep enough for such discussions. Moi. Shirou seems slightly taken aback by what he perceives as a natural question, then scratches the back of his head and smiles. With such a large number, it must have gathered nearly 8,090 of the zombies in this city. Their lives should be safer now, I suppose. Huh. Kurumi pinches her temples, which are throbbing slightly. That's not what I meant, Shirou Shiruken, my partner of justice. Kurumi repeats, perhaps, because Shirou's current smile seems so foolish, prompting her to say a bit more. I have no intention of meddling in your interest. Helping others is a good thing, and how you choose to assist others is entirely your own business. But don't you think your current state is somewhat twisted? Twisted? Yes, twisted. Kurumi looks at his eyes filled with ideals and speculates that his future path may lead him to become a machine of justice, walking the same route as Red A. Only to be mocked by the mountains of corpses after countless betrayals, laughing at his own naivety from back then. Sigh, after all, it was one of my favorite works back then. Oh, I wouldn't want it to be so difficult. Kurumi mutters things that Shirou cannot comprehend. However, the ordinary approach is utterly ineffective, and the conversation likely ends with his words, I believe that wanting to help others is never wrong. On the dark and crimson earth, flickers of fire danced amidst curling black smoke. Kyuko stomped her feet and placed a slight smile curving her lips. While Shirou, if there were such a person, upright, kind, filled with hope for the future and with boundless yearning for dreams. Yet within him resides a virus harmless to himself, but as he breathes, the virus spreads, causing daily deaths. This virus only becomes inactive upon the host's death, meaning that only by killing him can others be saved. What would you do in that situation? Shirou opened his mouth, but was choked by his own words before he could finish. He hesitated. Seeing this scene, Kyuko felt that perhaps this guy before her might still have a remedy. Oftentimes, when faced with choices, not making one can lead to even greater harm. Noticing the troubled expression on his face, Kyuko decided to press further, stepping closer to meet Shirou's gaze. Then what if the one carrying the virus were your sister? What would you do then? A moment of silence ensued. Shirou felt like he had been struck by lightning, his face turning pale as he instinctively took a step back. Kyuko tilted her head, opening her left palm. On one side is Miss Ilya, and then opened her right palm. On the other, the entirety of humanity. Shirou, which would you choose? Shirou stood frozen, his complexion more ghastly than he had anticipated. The fierce clash between his long-held beliefs and reality shook him deeply. If that day ever came. Just the thought of it made Shirou feel as if he were being torn apart, a suffocating pain gripping his chest. Wow, this is more unsettling than I imagined. Kyuko blinked. But that's alright, it's clearly impossible to overturn a lifelong belief with just a few words. However, a seed had already been planted in his heart, and once sown, it would inevitably take root and sprout. He was merely a youth with righteous ideals, slightly clumsy, and a bit foolish, still far from weighing the value of all lives equally. Because of this, he could differentiate between important and unimportant people, allowing for an abundance of choices in the future. But which way would his scale ultimately tip? The so-called ideals? Or, that would depend on him. Kyuko did not wait for his answer. Such matters are akin to tossing a coin into the air, for in that moment when the coin spins towards the sky, one has already determined their desires deep within. Similarly, Shirou would instinctively make his decision when truly faced with the need for resolution. Thus, the seed Kyuko planted in his heart today might have a slight effect. Watching his pale face, Kyuko smiled, her lips curving into a graceful arc, pondering whether she might have pushed him too far. Well, that's good. His ability to seriously contemplate this issue indicates that he will prepare himself for a full rehearsal in the future. In time, he will undoubtedly make decisions that he will not regret. Kyuko did not expect Shirou to truly offer an answer. He must be in a state of utter confusion right now, and achieving this effect had already exceeded her expectations. Pushing him excessively into a dead end might yield counterproductive results, so Kyuko shifted the topic. Speaking of your sister, weren't you extremely worried when you arrived? Why do you seem so at ease now? Kyuko recalled that Shirou had seemed dazed when the rail layer appeared, and upon hearing they were heading to the outer world, he had been anxious, fearing his sister could not take care of herself. Hearing Kyuko's question, Shirou instinctively pondered what she had said, unconsciously following Kyuko's lead. Coincidentally, Sakura arrived at Dreamwish the day before, and Ilya is currently under her care. When mentioning Sakura, Shirou's expression softened slightly. A bit shy and hesitant, but he still managed to appear somewhat like a high school student. Sakura? Matu Sakura. Seeing his expression, Kyuko understood that this guy likely harbored vague feelings for the Sakura he mentioned, so she asked with a hint of excitement and curiosity. Matu Sakura. No, it's not that, although she does have the character Sakura. But her name is not Matu, it's Tosaka Sakura. She has an older sister named Tosaka Rin. Kyuko was slightly taken aback, then a sincere smile appeared. That's really wonderful, congratulations, Shirou. What congratulations? Just the literal meaning. Kyuko did not elaborate further, elegantly turning on her heel, leaving Shirou with her back as she walked into the distance. Under the moonlight, she wore a pleasant smile. Dreamwish. Dreams, wishes, hopes, light, warmth, purity. Is it a place that avoids all lines of misfortune? Kyuko speculated. Tosaka Sakura, indeed, that was her name in Kyuko's memory, but in her childhood, she was adopted by the Matu family and endured unimaginable cruelty. What does unimaginable mean? It means that if you do not understand, you can never imagine it. Shadows, distortions, darkness, bloodshed, filth, it was an absolute despair where not even a glimmer of hope for redemption existed. However, hearing the name Tosaka Sakura from Shirou, Kyuko realized that such a tragedy had not occurred. Rarely due to another's happiness, Kyuko felt a flicker of warmth in her own heart. Under the moon, Shirou followed behind Kyuko, suddenly noticing her pristine profile illuminated by the moonlight. Shirou, Dreamwish is truly wonderful. Though he did not understand why she suddenly said this, Shirou responded affirmatively, yes. In a dim room filled with tangled experimental tubes and cultivation tanks. Cold and filthy, merely a glance would evoke discomfort. A chilling smile emerged in the silent room. What a surprise to actually perceive the consciousness nodes. As expected, is it still a defective product at this stage? The mother nest is dead and all offspring have ceased functioning. This seems somewhat different from the start of our race. Improvements are necessary. The shadow continued typing at the blue screen connected by a massive monitor, the eerie cold light refracting eerily. Though the battle was brief, useful data was collected. This world is about to be exhausted. Now it only requires the final solidified spiritual energy to be recollected before withdrawal. Tisk, what a troublesome little girl, since she intercepted it, must I take action myself? Although he said so, he had been contemplating whether to leave a survivor for the ultimate goal. Now it seems that consideration is no longer necessary. After completing the final formula input, the shadow flicked out a snake-like crimson tongue licking around its lips. Subsequently, a glowing data chain appeared before him, and with a wide mouth, he swallowed it whole. This laboratory can also be scrapped. Pressing the red button, the screen displayed a countdown to self-destruction, steadily ticking down. Next, it's time to play with the little mice. Suddenly resolving the undead horde, like a black tide, at least in the Tokyo area, it can be considered safe for the time being. Even if a few remain, they pose no real threat. The most terrifying aspect of the zombie outbreak lies in its suddenness, contagiousness, and collective nature. When people finally react and adapt gradually, it will be the time for the counterattack's horn to sound. The sun rises, casting sunlight through the shadows directly onto the little green grass in the crevices. At this moment, the city that once boasted a population of millions appears so desolate. After the cataclysm, aside from those infected by the virus, a vast majority perished at the jaws of zombies. They were completely devoured as if being consumed cell by cell, entirely gnawed away. A thin layer of scab has formed on the asphalt road. Once the pooled blood dries, it will leave dark traces. Just stepping on it evokes a deep sense of repulsion. At least this is how Shirou Amiya feels. At this moment, Kurumi has already joined forces with Matoi and Dokudo Siko. When she found them, they were in an ordinary two-story apartment. Matoi was kneeling on the tatami, focused intently on entering something into her terminal. She didn't even notice Kurumi's arrival. Kurumi snaked her arms around Matoi's neck from behind her ample bosom, pressed tightly against Matoi's back, whispering lazily in her ear. Ah, how sad. Doesn't Matoi worry about me at all? Fighting against so many zombies. Kurumi, you're back. Ah. Matoi jolted, her pupils dilating, and as she whipped around, her smooth forehead collided with Kurumi's head, both letting out a cry of pain. Kurumi pretended to rub her forehead. Huh, is this how you greet me? Crying. She even shrugged her shoulders dramatically. This was the first time Dokudo saw the significant Kurumi, and she felt a bit surprised. So this is another side of Master Tokisaki. After greeting Kurumi, she stepped outside. Looking up at the blue sky, it was very blue. Matoi, on the other hand, was flailing her arms about, appearing quite flustered. No, it's not like that. It was just too sudden. It's just a very pleasant surprise. Facing so many almost first-tier zombies, it's impossible not to worry, but since Kurumi said she would wait for me here, she will definitely come back. Matoi believes this wholeheartedly. Seeing how her expression relaxed like a taut string suddenly released, Kurumi smiled slightly, reaching out to pat her soft hair. What is this? Kurumi directed her gaze to Matoi's terminal. The interface projected by the terminal was only visible to the user, but if the person involved exchanged spiritual energy, others could see it too. When they first arrived, Matoi and Kurumi had exchanged spiritual energy. Of course, much earlier, Kurumi, Toka, and Shana had already exchanged their spiritual energy with one another. This can be understood as a symbol of great intimacy. At this moment, Kurumi saw some text on Matoi's interface. But just for a moment, it was quickly hidden away, stating that incomplete content was not to be read, as it would be disrespectful to the readers. However, from several conspicuous words such as chaos, infatuation, liberating oneself, Tokisaki Uchiha Itachi, and rich, Kurumi could roughly guess the content, her mouth twitching slightly. Are you writing a novel? It helps to calm the heart down. So it's a unique method of forcing herself to remain calm by writing BL content. Then she waved her little fist. This time I feel in great shape, and I can complete it in one go. I'm sure I will be able to obliterate the Tianyi's Jinjiang goddess group without a trace. Is that so? Anyway, good luck. I will support you in spirit. Kurumi still struggled with BL, although exteriorly she was female, her heart leaned more towards the male side. I wonder if Shana and Toka like BL. Kurumi couldn't help but think of them, realizing it had been almost half a month since they last met. What did you say? Oh, it's nothing. By the way, do you girls really like BL? Yes, Matoi loves it a lot. Let me educate you about it. When it comes to BL, Matoi gets excited, realizing the inconsistency in Kurumi's words, her expression turning perplexed. What do you mean by educating? Kurumi asked calmly on the surface, but internally, she sighed, wondering how this girl was so sensitive to such details. Upon hearing Kurumi's probing question, the fleeting doubt was immediately cast aside. This. Matoi's eyes sparkled with an incredible light. The love between boys is the most wonderful thing in the world, pure and innocent, as serene as the autumn sky. Simply marvelous. Matoi clasped her hands together, stars appearing in her eyes. Seeing she seemed ready to go on, Kurumi quickly interrupted. Isn't that quite troublesome? If men are together, what about women? Matoi tilted her head, her index finger brushing over her flower-like lips, her emerald eyes as pure as a lake. Then showing a look of ecstasy. Matoi thinks boys should be with boys and girls should be with girls. Silence. Their gazes locked. Still silence. The atmosphere became quite delicate. Matoi suddenly let out a panicked cry, realizing what she as a girl had said to another girl. She flailed her hands in confusion, her ears turning crimson. No, it's not like that, Kurumi. Matoi didn't think that way, nor was she looking at you with that kind of gaze. Even if you did look at her that way, it wouldn't be a problem. In fact, it would be better. Kurumi wanted to say this, but she also knew that at this moment, a smile was sufficient. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, suddenly, with a bang, Shirou crashed straight through the door, his body flying against the wall, then bouncing down with a thud. Seeing such a scene only made one think, the human body really has a lot of elasticity. Shirou, with blood at the corner of his mouth, shakily used one hand to support himself on the floor, and before Kurumi could ask, he suddenly turned his head towards them. Tokisaki, Shina, run. As he spoke, a voice that made one feel deeply repulsed drifted in. Sorry to interrupt. A shadowy figure suddenly appeared in the room. Upon seeing this figure enveloped in its eerie and unique aura, Kurumi's pupils dilated continuously. Laplace Demon. The Laplace Demons are a group of fanatics, pilgrims, and extremists. Their only belief is knowledge. They worship knowledge itself and are in constant pursuit of it. As long as the goal can be achieved, the means and methods are of no importance. They believe in determinism and fatalism, asserting that as long as the current state of the universe is viewed as the result of the past and the future is regarded as the cause of the present, everything can be deduced from it. Thus, if all parameters can be understood and the formula for the grand unified field theory can be found, then the so-called unknown is merely data awaiting measurement. They are so convinced that members of the Laplace demons must acquire sufficient knowledge. When all knowledge is encompassed, a being will emerge that can deduce everything from the past, present, and future. This is the origin of the name of the Laplace demons at their inception. In the past, they once attempted to deal with the living fossil master Sanshue of Dream Prayer, hoping to obtain the memories he stored from several eras, but were repelled when Dream Prayer discovered their intentions. It was from that moment that the Laplace demons formally entered the public's view. In Dream Prayer's textbook, they were described in merely 8 words cloaked in black robes, as if encountering the abyss. Kyuko previously thought this description was overly ambiguous, but at this moment, she finally understood. When the true Laplace demons appeared before her, the suffocating and oppressive feeling was enough to be described as an abyss. It felt as if she were a person with acrophobia standing at the edge of a cliff, her limbs nearly losing strength as the eerie and terrifying aura permeated every corner of the space. When it seemed the visitor did not harbor a friendly attitude, the sense of facing an endless abyss became even more intense. Her teeth nearly chattered, but Kyuko quickly steadied her mind. At such a moment, one must not lose their composure. Although she suspected there was a hidden agenda, she never imagined it was someone from that organization. It could only be described as terrifying. If there is indeed a distinction between geniuses and ordinary people in this world, then among geniuses there are also levels. First, there are ordinary geniuses. If they delve deeply into a particular field, they can achieve unimaginable accomplishments. Then there are the geniuses among geniuses who possess innate advantages that allow them to reach levels that others find difficult even without effort. Lastly, there are those who exceed the bounds of human understanding. At first glance, they seem no different from ordinary people, but in reality one can never know their limits. Such existences compose the organization of the Laplace demons, pursuing eternal truths through infinite knowledge. Just by making eye contact, Kyuko felt as if she were being seen through her every thought laid bare. This was the first feeling she had after being gazed upon by a pair of eyes filled with wisdom that she could not comprehend. However, this aura of wisdom bore no sanctity or grandeur. Instead, it was filled with chaos and coldness. A highly discordant existence. Kyuko took a step forward, positioning herself to shield Matoi behind her, forcing herself to muster her spirits. "May I ask why you have come here?" The figure wrapped in a black robe, their face obscured, still emanated a palpable gaze. The shadow scanned the surroundings and finally fixated on Kyuko, extending a hand forward. "Is it you?" "Leave it to me." Kyuko instantly realized what he was referring to and unconsciously placed her hand in her pocket, where a segment of solidified data energy lay. This solidified energy exuded from that peculiar zombie was different from others. It would not dissipate into the air, but rather existed almost as a tangible entity. Kyuko glanced at the half-collapsed Amiya and scanned the surroundings, not spotting Tokisaki's figure, then raised her gaze to the shadow before her. "Ah, so it's you. It's just perfect that it can be returned to its rightful owner. However, we have one more person, right? She is a local resident. There is no need for her to be involved in our matters. Does this mean Tokisaki is to be kept out of it?" Kyuko sighed with relief. This made things much easier. She then pulled out the solidified energy from her pocket and placed it in her palm. "This is what you were referring to, right? Here." Saying this, Kyuko activated a time acceleration, shooting it out in a straight line like a ray. At the same time, she channeled energy throughout her body, and with a thud, the second floor of the small apartment collapsed. Amidst the swirling dust, Kyuko tightened her body and lifted Matoi in one arm, while using the other to carry Amiya, launching herself like a cannonball in the opposite direction of the solidified energy's trajectory. At the same time, she accelerated time to its maximum, attempting to shake off the shadow. "Oh my!" Matoi, caught off guard, exclaimed while the injured Amiya remained surprisingly quiet despite the pain. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over Kyuko. It was a gigantic serpent's mouth opening wide with a fearsome maw blocking her path. With both hands occupied carrying someone, Kyuko had no extra moments to spare. Without time to think, she flew into the air, leaning back, extending her legs with the toes pointed upward, using inertia and rotational force to perform a 360 backward kick. The back of her foot struck the serpent's lower jaw with force, causing the massive creature to thrash wildly before bursting into white mist and vanishing. However, Kyuko's escape was interrupted by this action. This is troublesome. She had even avoided making a simple eye signal earlier, fearing detection. Did she still get intercepted? Kyuko landed steadily, her expression slightly cold as she glared at the shadow that had stood 10 meters away unnoticed. "Instead of chasing after what you desire, you choose to intercept us. That was imprinted with my inherent secret technique. How far it will fly, I cannot say, you know. Standing so leisurely here. Is this all right?" Before she could finish her sentence, Kyuko's eyes widened as a slender white snake slithered around the shadow's neck, holding the very solidified energy she had just thrown. Seeing this scene, a sense of powerlessness surged within Kyuko. The only means of restraint had proven utterly ineffective. From the moment she laid eyes on him, Kyuko knew he was not an opponent she could defeat. The overwhelming disparity in strength was painfully apparent. Now trapped, Kyuko's vigilance soared to unprecedented heights. I wonder, are you keeping us here to invite us for lunch? Hee, you are truly an interesting person. The shadow flicked out a scarlet tongue. Indeed, I intend to treat you to a grand meal. Are you determined to start a battle? Kyuko set Matoi and Amiya down, her gaze gradually sharpening. Kik. The shadow laughed hoarsely as if hearing the most ridiculous statement. Start a battle? What can you, a mere second stage, possibly do? Had you abandoned them from the outset, you might have had a chance to escape. But now, he spoke with contempt, yet his hands moved rapidly, seemingly guiding a certain technique. In an instant, countless white serpents surged forth, frantically attacking Kyuko's location like a wave eager to devour. The shadow, despite believing itself to hold absolute advantage, showed no signs of carelessness, employing lethal techniques from the very start, hoping to eliminate the target with a thunderous strike. In the final stages of the experiment, they would be eliminated, a plan set in motion by the shadow from the very beginning. To prevent any information leakage, even the slightest possibility would be crushed in the cradle. Thus, without excessive words, the shadow directly launched a fatal strike. The moment it recognized the attack from the opposite side, Kurumi trembled violently, instinctively wanting to retreat, yet all she could see was the writhing white. Thus she could only stand there, eyes wide open and frozen in place. All escape routes were completely sealed off, with no retreat left. A hissing, nauseating sound filled the air, accompanied by abnormal writhing that engulfed everything. A faint stench in the air made her want to vomit. She would die. Kurumi made this judgment as if her instincts were screaming. The sensation of trembling instantaneously paralyzed her entire body. It seemed she saw herself being submerged among a mass of snakes, slowly being devoured, starting with her flesh, followed by her tendons, and then even her bones being dismantled. When this horrifying image fully formed in her mind, Kurumi's brain began to reject the reality. It was simply too terrifying, such a tragic way to die. An indescribable fear surged within her heart, and Kurumi's pupils began to dilate, her gaze gradually losing focus. No, this was wrong. It shouldn't be this way. Death is something everyone instinctively rejects, but it shouldn't cause such intense trembling. Kurumi suddenly sensed the anomaly, that what had felt like a slurry in her mind was suddenly infused with a clear stream, instantly becoming lucid. In that moment, Kurumi, struggling to escape the terrifying vision, was like a person laboriously crawling out of a swamp, her body filled with exhaustion, but overcoming her primal fear, her mental strength surged rapidly. Her eyes refocused, and Kurumi glanced at Matoi and Shirou Amiya, who were also in a dazed state, having lost their minds. A mental attack. What had just happened? Was it an illusion? Even under absolute power, there was a subtle, yet unavoidable mental assault. The danger posed by the shadow in Kurumi's heart rose another notch. She felt a chill from his cunning and caution. He offered no chance for her opponents to turn the tide. Wake up. Kurumi infused her voice with spiritual energy, attempting to awaken them deeply. This was merely a simple manipulation of spiritual energy, who, although it fell far short of the effect of a word spirit, it still had a certain impact on the mental level. Since spiritual energy can transform all things, it can naturally connect to the spiritual body. This sounds complex, but in reality, only a moment had passed. From the moment the shadow cast its seal and launched the sea of snakes to Kurumi, regaining clarity, less than a second elapsed. Shirou Amiya, awakened from his disoriented state, felt his scalp tingle at the overwhelming flood of white snakes. These were not ordinary white snakes. It could be determined from their emergence in the void. They were likely something akin to summoned beasts. The power they contained was definitely beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. When they surged forth like a tide, they could devour everything visible. The sword was destined to be wielded. The heavenly gift, sevenfold rings, appeared before him. Without time to think, Shirou Amiya instinctively deployed his only proficient defensive armament. 3 pink petals unfurled, sheltering the 3 of them within. Shirou's fractured wrist strained forward, still struggling despite the injuries from the previous battle, plunging once more into an even fiercer melee. Her wrist twisted in a horrifying manner, with beads of sweat like rain on her pale face. It was evident that she was nearing her limit. Bang! The sounds of violent and dense collisions echoed alongside the disconcerting noise of flesh crashing from a great height onto the ground. As swarms of white snakes enveloped the area, a tremor vibrated within the narrow space Shirou protected. This hastily projected replica, is it really ineffective? Shirou gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on. With his magical power nearly exhausted and one arm rendered useless, he faced the overwhelming onslaught of an enemy far superior to him, still managing to create a buffer in the chaos. This was already a near miraculous defense. However, it was of no use. If it couldn't produce an effect, then even the most commendable miracle was merely a reflection in water. Shirou felt the defensive barrier beginning to crack under the relentless assaults of the serpents. Kurumi. Matoi looked at Kurumi softly, then with a certain resolve in her eyes, she said, "When the barrier breaks, I will use all my spiritual power to open a path for you. If it's you, you should be able to escape, right?" Though Matoi appeared weak and frail, she was undeniably a genuine second-class powerhouse. If she released all her spiritual energy in an instant, she could achieve unimaginable feats. She understood that if not for her being a burden, Kurumi should have no problem escaping with her abilities. The reason they were trapped here was entirely due to her inadequacy. Kurumi looked at Matoi in silence. At this moment, Matoi's face bore an expression of apology tinged with fear, yet her eyes were clear and unwavering. "Kurumi, if you can escape, it is better than all of us dying here." The weak voice of Shirou came from her side, trembling from exhaustion. Yes, if anyone had a chance to escape, it was probably only Kurumi. It was precisely because they all recognized this that Matoi and Shirou unhesitatingly did their utmost, hoping to create a path for Kurumi. And because they were all too aware of this, Kurumi found herself unable to make a choice. "What? Am I so weak? If only I were a bit stronger." Looking at the sincere and untainted eyes of those around her, Kurumi's heart tightened at that moment. No one wishes for death. If they can continue to live, they will grasp onto that fragile hope. But sometimes living isn't the easiest option. Crouching in the corner of shadows, surviving on the flesh and blood of companions. With her nails digging painfully into her flesh, Kurumi could only remain silent. "Kurumi," Matoi shouted, revealing a seriousness never seen before. Then with a carefree smile, she handed a terminal device to Kurumi, who accepted it in a daze. Her thoughts nearly halted. "This is for you. If you can return to Dream Prayer, remember to publish it for me, of course, in my name." Shirou moved his lips. "Could you please take care of my sister for me?" There was hardly any time to think. Crack. The ring began to widen its fissure, heralding the imminent inundation of this last piece of sanctuary by the evil snakes. Boom! Suddenly an immense pressure of wind surged from beside Kurumi as Matoi unleashed all her spiritual energy. The spiritual energy formed a visible swirling storm around her, then madly surged towards the ruptured gap, creating a straight path through the serpentine whirlpool. At that moment, Kurumi felt herself thrust forward by a tremendous force, like the miasma escaping from a long-sealed tomb. Unable to make a choice, Kurumi was instead given a path to life by her companions at the cost of their lives. As Kurumi flew outward, her vision expanded where swarms of white snakes rushed forward like hungry wolves on the prairie, scenting a delicious meal. Her mind began to go blank. Her chest felt filled with a mercury-like blockage. Only her right eye's crimson pupil was stained with flowing blood. Her spirit seemed to be torn into countless threads. Then, a hum like the distant sound of a morning bell or evening drum, as if the eyes that had slept for 1,000 years were finally opening. The world seemed to fall into silence with only this sound, like the awakening of a dormant tower clock marking the passage of time. Countless white snakes raised their heads, then leaped wildly into the gap opened by spiritual power. In an instant, the entire space was filled with a viscous softness and a pungent stench. Moi. Looking at the space engulfed by white snakes, the shadow uttered a voice of confusion. This feeling lacks the sense of impact. Then he suddenly looked up, and a girl dressed in a gothic outfit intertwined with darkness and blood stood in the void. She could actually release an unparalleled powerful spiritual force, achieving a transient levitation that only a third tier could barely accomplish. But that was not the main point. In her hand, she was actually holding two figures. Those two were Shirou Amiya and Matoi Maki, positioned at the center of the snake formation. What's going on? Spatial displacement. No, I didn't sense any fluctuation in space. Transformation between reality and illusion. No. Could it be that she has broken through the limits of speed? Teleportation. After ruling out all possible explanations, the answer he arrived at was increasingly close to the truth. As he suspected, it was indeed teleportation. But it was not a matter of reaching the extreme of speed through physical motion. Rather, it was a displacement achieved by infinitely compressing time. After awakening her divine might equipment, the current power of Kyuko was experiencing an explosive growth, and her control over time was becoming clearer and more perfect. This kind of transient teleportation was effortless. Oh, don't come over. Don't come over. Why is my vision so broad? Am I in the sky? So quickly to heaven. Matoi first struggled with flailing limbs, then uttered a silly voice, making it hard to connect with her previous selfless demeanor. Tokiyamakin, have you awakened your spirit gear? Shirou remained quite calm, observing her noticeably different attire and the frightening spiritual force that even surprised him, making such a guess. We're not dead. Hooray, that would have been such a disgusting way to die. If possible, Matoi would rather die while reading a BL book. Finally understanding the situation, Matoi turned to Kyuko and revealed a smile of survival. I'll be right back. Kyuko smiled at her, and then Matoi's and Shirou's vision was shifted. The vast open space they had just witnessed instantly transformed into a rooftop. When they looked back at Kyuko, she had already become a distant black. Wow, so cool. Perhaps the sudden shift from despair to hope made Matoi, after a long time, without discussing BL, let out a sound that was not very ladylike. At this moment, Kyuko stood 20 meters away from the shadow, her expression devoid of emotion. She simply stood there quietly, her gaze calmly fixed on the entity that had almost put them to death. What a surprise awakening in the face of despair and achieving self-transcendence. The shadow gazed at Kyuko for a long time before speaking. Kyuko did not respond, merely standing still like an ancient pine. She was desperately suppressing the chaotic and violent spiritual power within her, ignited by the awakening of her spirit gear, while the chaotic attribute of the spiritual power she had previously concealed surged like the magma of a living volcano, hot and furious. Since the opponent did not take the initiative to attack, Kyuko was happy to take advantage of this to buy some time to ease the tension. Kyuko could clearly feel the heat of that spiritual power. Once it circulated throughout her body, it would likely incinerate all her meridians in an instant. Yet she had to stand before the shadow powerfully, maintaining a calm demeanor. Otherwise, if he detected even the slightest anomaly, the ensuing onslaught would be like a violent storm. Kyuko had to demonstrate her deterrent power at this moment, at least enough to make him wary. Tokiomi, Kyuko, join us in the Laplace Demon. You have the qualification to become one of us, and boundless knowledge will then be at your fingertips. You can pursue everything you desire. The shadow changed its previous demeanor and extended an olive branch to Kyuko, seemingly quite admiring of her. As long as you kill them as a token of loyalty, you will become our ally. The shadow pointed towards Shirou and Matoi in the distance. He only knew Kyuko's name because it was a habit cultivated through collecting intelligence. He would never underestimate any opponent. Even if he saw them as mere bugs, he would number them one by one. Kyuko gazed at him indifferently. The golden clock pupils visible on her exterior were strange and profound, making it impossible to see through. At this moment, she could feel the flow of time even more acutely, as if it flowed like water, and she was the source, able to decide whether to speed up or slow down according to her will. Finally, after suppressing the chaotic spiritual power within her, Kyuko looked up and took a deep breath, gazing back at the shadow. It's about time. Oh, you decide. Before the shadow could finish speaking, Kyuko's voice abruptly vanished from the field of vision. With almost no gap, he felt a tremendous force mixed with chaotic energy coming from behind him. His entire body was pressed against the ground, leaving a trail of dust as he flew away. Having been struck into the building's foundation, muffled thuds echoed amidst the dust. Kyuko maintained her palm outward stance, quietly watching the direction the shadow flew off, then reactivated her temporal power, preparing to face the enemy. Once more, she did not believe the opponent could be so easily dealt with. Sure enough, a shadow leisurely walked out of the dust. What a troublesome girl, but seems I can only take matters into my own hands and kill you all. Was that earlier an attempt to recruit? How could that be? The shadow merely wanted to use the residual pressure from the previous display of power to entice Kyuko. Perhaps for ordinary people it could indeed have an effect. After displaying absolute power, applying pressure, and then expressing admiration. Under pressure, if suddenly given a chance to breathe, one would naturally want to give it a try, right? However, Kyuko did not listen to his words at all. The shadow had long been identified by her as a mortal enemy. There was no possibility of reconciliation. Such psychological warfare had no effect on Kyuko. Since both sides had confirmed their mutual hostility, there was no need for further words. They directly entered into a deadly battle. However, the more they fought, the more shocked the shadow became. Each time Kyuko's attack hit him, his internal spiritual power would become more chaotic, and each strike carried an attack of confusion. If this continued, he would only be in a very passive position. No, he could not engage her in a direct confrontation. The shadow made such a judgment and summoned a massive white snake to block Kyuko's attack, thus creating distance. He also considered leading the battlefield towards Matoi. In that case, Kyuko would inevitably hesitate and her own strength would be reduced. But the shadow could not break through Kyuko's blockade. Every time he tried to move in that direction, Kyuko would block him with a speed he could not comprehend. Forget it, let's deal with her first. After all, Kyuko's attacks could not inflict fatal wounds on him. Even after awakening her spirit gear, her spiritual power had significantly increased, but the destructive power she could cause was still incomparable to his own healing abilities. So all he needed to do was abandon defense and go all out. If he caught even the slightest flaw, Kyuko would be in grave danger. Thinking this, the shadow opened his arms, abandoning the defense of his chest. Kyuko charged straight in, aiming for his heart, pouring all her strength to pierce through her bloodstained white hand directly emerging from his back. Jia, this is where it ends. The shadow let out a cruel laugh, forming hand seals. Ninjutsu snake, evil arm explosion. In an instant, the shadow's limbs twisted in ways unimaginable to humans, wrapping around Kyuko's arm that pierced through his heart, binding it tightly. From the sides, several large snakes burst forth with a crack, ready to detonate his body and perish together with Kyuko. Seeing the confident posture of the opponent and the large snakes about to explode, Kyuko's lips curled into a sinister arc. Indeed, it has ended. However, this strike was not merely a simple piercing of the heart. Having long experienced the terrifying recovery abilities of the shadow, Kyuko did not believe that merely destroying the heart would completely annihilate him. Long. It seemed exceedingly long. As if in a delusion, his brain became infinitely active. Thoughts appeared to accelerate countless times, allowing him to complete calculations that would have taken hours in an instant. Was it an acceleration of thought? This realization filled the shadow with ecstatic joy, yet a primal unease lingered. His vision remained fixated on the white scales. How many days had passed? Finally, the shadow's vision revealed the intertwining darkness and blood of a gothic attire. Ah, it's her. I remember battling her not long ago, exposing a flaw, and then leading her into a self-destructing attack. Such an assault is not something a mere second tier could withstand, even with an awakened spiritual artifact. How naive to think that shattering the heart could kill me. The human body is merely a vessel, the essence of life. The shadow finally detected something amiss, an incongruity between thought and physical body. And there was the strange passage of time. He tried to speak, yet his lips wouldn't move. To be precise, it was extremely slow. Even the slightest change in facial expression took longer than he could imagine. What is happening? I can't move. The shadow instinctively wanted to look down at his hands, forming seals, desperately trying to bend his neck. But he could not achieve his intended purpose, as though every muscle fiber was filled with an overwhelming sense of stagnation, like a lone car stuck in a long traffic jam on a highway, his chest brimming with an infuriating sense of frustration. The world seemed to freeze in his perception. His entire body was nearly immobile. His eyes attempted to move from the center to the side. Something that could usually be accomplished in an instant now felt like moving at a turtle's pace. Like a turtle racing on an endless track, it was maddening. Wait, this is... He finally remembered that he was still engaged in battle with that person. Illusion? No, it's not. The shadow understood clearly that everything he saw was real. Could his body not heal? Was he nearing the brink of death? How long had it been? 3 years or 5? Or perhaps even longer? In the shadow's perception, the activity of his bodily cells was infinitely delayed, and with his heart shattered, it felt as though he was slowly approaching death, helplessly watching it unfold. His thoughts seemed entirely trapped within the cage of his body. No matter how much he collided from left to right, he could not break free. Stifled, frustrated, panicked. It was nearly driving him insane. He felt as if he had been dying for countless years. When exactly? How long until my cells completely lose their vitality? Before I can be freed? The shadow felt the world aging around him while he stood still for an unfathomable number of years. The excruciating pain from the extreme slowness warped his senses. He wished to push his eyes outward, but even that was impossible. His bodily functions could not keep up. The only thing he could move was his mind. His vision was frozen in place. Faster, 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 faster. Just let me die? A body with such strong regenerative abilities is quite impressive. Kurumi kept her hand poised, piercing through the shadow's heart, tilting her face upward. Don't you think? The initial chaotic energy attack gradually disrupted the shadow's internal self-healing capabilities. Such a bizarre attribute led him to instinctively believe it was a trump card retained by Kurumi. After all, the primary function of the shadow's body was not combat. Thus, he had no choice but to focus on the chaotic energy attack. Yet, that was merely a feint. The level of control over time Aleph could accelerate the time of touched objects. Bet could decelerate the time of touched objects. This ability was self-evident for him. However, to accurately manipulate other objects beyond himself, one must be in a state equipped with a spiritual artifact. Kurumi's attacks, though appearing to be infused with chaotic energy, were actually embedding something akin to time marks onto him. Controlling the passage of time for others was more difficult than he imagined, and more crucially, it came at a cost, his own time. It could also be interpreted as his own life. Each strike Kurumi delivered to the shadow consumed a year of her life, and by the time she pierced his heart, it amounted to 10 strikes. That was 10 years of life, all detonated at once, accelerating the shadow's mental time, simultaneously decelerating the shadow's physical time. It could infinitely extend one's personal perception, yet due to the limitations of the body, it felt as if he were completely shackled. The most terrifying aspect of this manipulation of time was the complete disconnection between thought and body, as if the connection had been severed. The brain processes the signals transmitted by nerves only within a certain frequency range. Within a certain range, the faster the brain reacts, the better. For example, during a duel, one's opponent's movement can be judged in 10 seconds, provided that his own physical capabilities are also tenfold. But when the body cannot keep up with thought, it results in a certain degree of imbalance. What happens when thought far exceeds physical reaction capabilities? For example, 1 second in his perception is 10 years. Not only that, but Kurumi also slowed the flow of time for the shadow's body. This further exacerbated the dislocation between body and thought, and more importantly, suppressed cellular vitality. Regenerative abilities must have a limit. When that limit is surpassed, it leads to an irreversible phenomenon. Thus, it seems the end has indeed come. Snake Uncle. In such close proximity, Kurumi gazed at the face beneath the black cloak and said, But how many years have passed since you heard that? With a swift motion, Kurumi withdrew and jumped away. The evil snake arm had completed the seal, and in that instant she destroyed his heart. Then, utilizing his own self-destruction, she ended herself. As the colossal white snake lunged forward, she activated time acceleration to teleport away. Boom. A massive explosion erupted at the location. After the smoke cleared, only half of Orochimaru's head remained, his serpent-like pupils fixated on the figure before him. The lips that had been blown apart let out an aged sigh. At this moment, Orochimaru finally returned to a normal state. After all, that ability could only be temporary, not permanent. Do you know? If first-tier powers could decide the outcome of a war in the cold weapon era, the second tier could determine the outcome of a hot weapon war during World War II. As for me, at the third tier, I can sway the outcome of an electromagnetic war. Our strengths are equivalent to a generational gap. Orochimaru turned his eyes to the sky, uttering his final words in a languid tone. It's truly lamentable. If possible, I sincerely invite you to join the Laplace demon. Kurumi remained unmoved. Under her gaze, with the final words spoken, the remaining half of Orochimaru's head dissolved into dust swept away by the wind. This place has been leveled to the ground. The final explosion of Orochimaru ripped apart the reinforced concrete floor, leaving only desolate yellow earth. Watching the remnants blown away like dust by the wind, Kurumi finally let out a sigh of relief. Orochimaru's tenacity had long since sunk into her heart. Once her mind relaxed, a wave of intense dizziness surged over her, causing her vision to darken as she swayed on the verge of collapsing. Kurumi bit down hard on her tongue, the metallic taste lingering at the tip of her nose. It brought her a slight sense of clarity. At this moment, her entire body felt as if it were about to shatter, ready to collapse. 10 years of life, huh? The phrase 10 years of life sounds quite specific, yet in reality, it is very ambiguous. However, Kurumi truly felt an emptiness inside, as if her body had been hollowed out, trembling all over. Yet with each tremor, her meridians throbbed painfully. But she had no way out. Such an enemy would never give anyone a chance. To defeat him, one must possess real strength that surpasses his, not mere coincidence or luck. Thus, she had no choice but to fight for her life. Crack. Unlike her previous experiences, while equipped in her spirit garb, Kurumi's perception of spiritual power had increased several-fold. She heard the sound of shattering stillness. At this moment, due to Orochimaru's death, the previously sealed spiritual energy domain began to crack. As the first fissure appeared, it rapidly spread like a spiderweb, ultimately collapsing with a loud crash. Only now did Kurumi truly feel at ease, because she could connect with the Dream Prayer Academy. A flash of black and red light crossed her vision as Kurumi removed her spirit garb and changed back into her original school uniform. However, her face was pale, her forehead slick with cold sweat. After shedding her spirit garb, the chaotic spiritual power that had once surged within her gradually dissipated, leaving her strength and perception at an extremely low level due to her weakness. Kurumi. Tokawasan. In the distance, two dark figures ran towards the yellow horizon. Seeing Kurumi standing in the center of the pit, they revealed expressions of wild joy. I'm so glad you're okay. Matoi's eyes turned red as she was about to rush over, but upon seeing Kurumi trembling in pain, her hands froze in midair, unsure of what to do. I'm just a bit tired. I just need to rest for a moment. Kurumi said, forcing a smile as she noticed their concerned gazes. I've already contacted the school. Someone will be here to pick us up soon. Shirou Amiya said, while manipulating the terminal with his right wrist, a smile on his face. Upon hearing Shirou's words, Kurumi lay down on the spot. Although the process was painful and would tug at her torn muscles, lying down was indeed much more comfortable than standing. Phew. Finally, this crisis has passed. Indeed, Matoi and Shirou also sat down beside Kurumi. Golden sunlight streamed into the yellow earth pit. The freshly dug soil still held moisture, and under the direct sunlight, it gave off a hazy feeling. We can go back soon, right? By the way, Kurumi, when we return, Matoi will take you to a place. What place? Hehe, it's a secret. You'll find out then. Can I go too? Shirou, feeling excluded, also chimed in. No. Why not? Huh. Why? Because Matoi only wants to go with Kurumi. Just as the three were the most relaxed, a loud boom echoed as a stone pillar fell from the sky, embedding itself in the spot where Orochimaru had just vanished. The three were suddenly startled and looked towards the direction of the sound. Above it stood a petite figure, seemingly weightless, dressed in a sailor uniform. Due to the sunlight facing her, her face was obscured, but the glint of her glasses flashed with a lethal light, giving the impression that she lacked human emotions. At this moment, a mechanical whisper escaped her lips. Target completely silent, no regenerative body detected. Quantum entanglement effect fluctuation detected, determining signal position for phase alternation. Target material for retrieval. As the three looked on in astonishment, the suddenly appearing girl leapt down by herself. Below the stone pillar lay a white snake, its mouth clenching a solidified spiritual power, which contained all the data from this experiment. Is it too late? While saying this, there was no hint of regret in her voice. Rather, it could be said that she had no emotional factors at all. The girl then turned her colorless, transparent eyes towards the dazed Kurumi and the others. Shall we go back? Or should we wait a little longer? At this moment they finally reacted. Are you from the school? Yes. The suddenly appearing girl spoke concisely. Kurumi's lips twitched as she looked at the familiar figure. Then the girl paused, walked over to Kurumi's side, and continued in her emotionless voice, as if simply stating a routine matter. Body functionality damage rate 68. 4456, spiritual power state, disordered mental synchronization rate exceeds standard value. Judgment extremely dangerous. Kurumi paid no heed to the numbers she mentioned, focusing instead on the white snake pinned beneath the stone pillar. He didn't just die, did he? This feeling of defeat of having missed a critical move made Kurumi feel somewhat frustrated. The joy from her recent victory was instantly washed away. He hasn't died, but he has completely lost his combat ability. The girl stated, her face devoid of expression, resembling a porcelain doll. Ah, is that so? Kurumi slowly sat up, lost in thought. She then lifted her head to look at the side profile of the girl who was facing away from the sunlight. Hello, Kawakami. I'm Shana Matoi, nice to meet you. Thank you for coming to pick us up, Shiro Amiya. The girl across from them merely nodded in a robotic manner. Information unification thought entity for organic life, using a humanoid terminal interface. You may also call me Nagato Yuki. Matoi and Shiro exclaimed in disbelief. A humanoid information entity. In a massive laboratory illuminated by countless LED lights crossing numerous cultivation tanks filled with tubes, one could see a figure in a white lab coat at the very center of the room, emanating an air of cunning treachery. At this moment he was engrossed in dissecting a gigantic insect body. Suddenly his body trembled. A signal came through. Has the 156th clone been eliminated? As long as the data is obtained, that's enough. He looked down at the solidified spiritual power that had appeared in his hand out of nowhere. This was the information transmitted by the white snake in its final moments, utilizing the quantum entanglement effect. However, rather than transmission, it was more akin to duplication. Quantum entanglement can be simply explained as when two quantum entities enter an entangled state, as one quantum changes, the other quantum will correspondingly undergo the same change. Even in Laplace's demon, this method of information transmission is considered quite advanced. And the information within that solidified spiritual power was essentially a duplication across dimensional distances. Tap, tap, tap. In the silent laboratory where only the cold sounds of instruments had been heard, suddenly a steady sound of footsteps echoed. A voice like one that could see through everything rang out behind Orochimaru. How is the preparation? It's proceeding as expected. That's good. The voice paused for a moment before continuing. One of your clones has been eliminated. A questioning tone, yet filled with certainty. Orochimaru, wearing a white haori, turned to look at the girl with braided hair. A thought surged within him, a desire to avoid making eye contact. You really do know everything. The girl pushed her glasses, reflecting a glimmer of cold light. She frowned, seemingly disliking this comment, but replied in an extremely calm voice. I don't know everything, I just know what I know. Have you made up your mind? Poison Island, Senko. At the entrance of the dimensional passage, Senko looked back, her gaze filled with remnants and decay. I can't leave just yet, at least not until I ensure this place is safe. If I were to leave like this, I feel like I'm fleeing from something. Indeed, her world had just undergone a great catastrophe. At this moment, leaving for another world was something Poison Island Senko's martial pride could not allow. Since you have made your decision, I will not say more. Shidaki Kurumi did not say anything further. She and Senko were merely acquaintances. If she could offer help, she wouldn't mind lending a hand, but it hadn't reached the point of needing to change her will. Then let's hope to meet again in the future. Can we really meet again, Lord Shidaki? There was a hint of reluctance in Senko's eyes. Well, who can say what the future holds? Then farewell. I look forward to seeing you again. Senko bowed, deeply honoring her with the highest samurai etiquette. Kurumi turned and stepped into the passage where Matoi and Amiya were waiting for her. Once the spatial rift completely closed, Senko lifted her head, her gaze resolute, seemingly shining with a certain brilliance. In this seemingly completely silent backdrop, where only decomposing creatures wailed mournfully, she stepped forward. Above the mist lake, white light illuminated as four figures emerged from the passage. Finally back, it feels the most comfortable here at Dream Prayer. The air of Mist Lake remains as fresh as ever. Matoi exaggeratedly took a deep breath, her moderately sized chest rising and falling with a gentle wave. After this trip, it seemed she would never dare to attend the Outer Realm courses again. I'm heading back now, goodbye everyone. As soon as Amiya returned, he was eager to return home. Although he never spoke of it, he must be worried about his sister. Yeah, goodbye. Bye-bye. Matoi is also heading back. I feel like I'm about to fall apart. I need to sleep until tomorrow. Then see you tomorrow. Watching Matoi and Amiya disappear from view, Kurumi's always smiling face gradually grew more serious. I must take my leave as well. A calm voice came from behind, belonging to Nagato. Wait. Kurumi called out to her and slowly walked up to Nagato. In the morning, under the sunlight, Mist Lake was shrouded in a faint mist swirling around Kurumi, giving her a somewhat ethereal appearance. At this moment a smile graced her lips. If I'm not mistaken, from the moment we entered that world, you have actually been watching over us, haven't you? Nagato remained silent, not answering directly. Only the almost half-covered face behind her plain glasses reflected a white glow, making it hard to discern her expression. Regardless, thank you. No need, it was merely a task. Nagato's response was tantamount to an indirect admission. Indeed, after all, the Dream Prayer's Outer Realm courses have a true zero death rate. But for Kurumi and the others to encounter life-threatening situations on their first outing, it was no longer a matter of luck. If such probabilities were applied to all events, how could Dream Prayer ensure the safety of its students with such half-baked information? Thus, it was highly likely that someone had been secretly observing and protecting the safety of the students. What truly led Kurumi to make the decisive inference was the timing of Nagato's appearance. At the very moment the White Serpent sent her message. Perhaps the one who had planned to lurk in the shadows assessed that the solidified spiritual energy required intervention, thus reluctantly revealing herself. It was even possible that the person who came to pick up Kurumi and the others was not Nagato, but someone else, only that the situation changed at that time. The reason Dream Prayer took such action was likely the sentiment of, if there's a chance, it would be worthwhile for the students to experience the edge of life and death. However, aside from gratitude, there was another more important reason for Kurumi to stop Nagato. Could you also replicate that solidified spiritual energy for me? Yes, it contains information of unified consciousness. Kurumi thought of the possibility of having the ability to create avatars which might come in handy later. Sure, Nagato did not hesitate and directly copied a version onto Kurumi's terminal device. Are there any other matters? Kurumi gazed at the seemingly distant cold aura emanating from her, falling silent for a moment. However, she knew that Nagato was just a Cirno entity. She seemed cold, but in reality, she might not even have internal thoughts, so the notion of coldness was not applicable. Can we exchange ID addresses? Nagato tilted her head slightly, likely trying to express a look of confusion. Is that not possible? Kurumi suddenly displayed a weak demeanor resembling a small animal. It is possible. Thus, for the organic being using a humanoid terminal interface, Nagato Yuki's friend list changed from 0 to 1. Kurumi waved her hand in satisfaction to bid her farewell, and Nagato stepped back into the dimensional passage. Her task would only officially end once all students had returned safely. In a good mood, Kurumi turned her gaze to the azure lake surface, shrouded in white mist filled with a dreamlike aura. The fiery sun had already emerged halfway above the lake, and under the direct rays of the orange sunlight, the mist gradually dissolved like threads replaced by a phosphorescent lake surface. She tilted her head back and took a deep breath, inhaling the crisp, cool air. Although the wounds from the battle had not fully healed, facing such scenery, Kurumi decided to take a solitary stroll along the lake shore. Mist Lake was vast, and the sky city above it was even larger. Kurumi strolled on the soft soil, during which she contacted Shana and Tianyi. They did not experience the situation where Kurumi's spiritual energy domain was obscured, rather they had gone to the worlds they wished to visit. Tianyi seemed to be in a world dominated by food, where a culinary competition was underway and delicious dishes could be sampled freely during the contest. While Shana went to a world called Red World, where she continuously honed her skills and refined her abilities. In every sense, compared to Kurumi's life and death battles, their experiences were practically paradise. As she walked slowly, Kurumi felt the chill around her, a slight coldness wandering over her skin. She seemed to sense something, looking up to see an ice-blue figure intently staring at the lake's surface, her two delicate hands continuously releasing white gas. 9. No, Cirno sensei. Kurumi approached only to hear her voice filled with irritation. Oh no, I failed again. Oh, frogs are truly foolish, they can't survive this. At this moment, she was kneeling on the frozen surface of the lake, grabbing another frog from the side, releasing cold air to freeze it, and then placing it in the lake to thaw. After the ice melted with a plop, the frog flipped onto its back and sank to the bottom of the lake. This place has been leveled to the ground. The final explosion of Orochimaru ripped apart the reinforced concrete floor, leaving only desolate yellow earth. Watching the remnants blown away like dust by the wind, Kurumi finally let out a sigh of relief. Orochimaru's tenacity had long since sunk into her heart. Once her mind relaxed, a wave of intense dizziness surged over her, causing her vision to darken as she swayed on the verge of collapsing. Kurumi bit down hard on her tongue, the metallic taste lingering at the tip of her nose. It brought her a slight sense of clarity. At this moment, her entire body felt as if it were about to shatter, ready to collapse. 10 years of life, huh? The phrase 10 years of life sounds quite specific, yet in reality, it is very ambiguous. However, Kurumi truly felt an emptiness inside, as if her body had been hollowed out, trembling all over. Yet with each tremor, her meridians throbbed painfully. But she had no way out. Such an enemy would never give anyone a chance. To defeat him, one must possess real strength that surpasses his, not mere coincidence or luck. Thus, she had no choice but to fight for her life. Crack. Unlike her previous experiences, while equipped in her spirit garb, Kurumi's perception of spiritual power had increased several-fold. she heard the sound of shattering stillness. At this moment, due to Orochimaru's death, the previously sealed spiritual energy domain began to crack. As the first fissure appeared, it rapidly spread like a spiderweb, ultimately collapsing with a loud crash. Only now did Kurumi truly feel at ease, because she could connect with the Dream Prayer Academy. A flash of black and red light crossed her vision as Kurumi removed her spirit garb and changed back into her original school uniform. However, her face was pale, her forehead slick with cold sweat. After shedding her spirit garb, the chaotic spiritual power that had once surged within her gradually dissipated, leaving her strength and perception at an extremely low level due to her weakness. Kurumi. Tokawasan. In the distance, two dark figures ran towards the yellow horizon. Seeing Kurumi standing in the center of the pit, they revealed expressions of wild joy. I'm so glad you're okay. Matoi's eyes turned red as she was about to rush over, but upon seeing Kurumi trembling in pain, her hands froze in midair, unsure of what to do. I'm just a bit tired. I just need to rest for a moment. Kurumi said, forcing a smile as she noticed their concerned gazes. I've already contacted the school. Someone will be here to pick us up soon. Shirou Amiya said, while manipulating the terminal with his right wrist, a smile on his face. Upon hearing Shirou's words, Kurumi lay down on the spot. Although the process was painful and would tug at her torn muscles, lying down was indeed much more comfortable than standing. Phew. Finally, this crisis has passed. Indeed, Matoi and Shirou also sat down beside Kurumi. Golden sunlight streamed into the yellow earth pit. The freshly dug soil still held moisture, and under the direct sunlight, it gave off a hazy feeling. We can go back soon, right? By the way, Kurumi, when we return, Matoi will take you to a place. What place? Hee, it's a secret. You'll find out then. Can I go too? Shirou, feeling excluded, also chimed in. No. Why not? Why? Because Matoi only wants to go with Kurumi. Just as the three were the most relaxed, a loud boom echoed as a stone pillar fell from the sky, embedding itself in the spot where Orochimaru had just vanished. The three were suddenly startled and looked towards the direction of the sound. Above it stood a petite figure, seemingly weightless, dressed in a sailor uniform. Due to the sunlight facing her, her face was obscured, but the glint of her glasses flashed with a lethal light, giving the impression that she lacked human emotions. At this moment, a mechanical whisper escaped her lips. Target completely silent, no regenerative body detected. Quantum entanglement effect fluctuation detected, determining signal position for phase alternation. Target material for retrieval. As the three looked on in astonishment, the suddenly appearing girl leapt down by herself. Below the stone pillar lay a white snake, its mouth clenching a solidified spiritual power, which contained all the data from this experiment. Is it too late? While saying this, there was no hint of regret in her voice. Rather, it could be said that she had no emotional factors at all. The girl then turned her colorless, transparent eyes towards the dazed Kurumi and the others. Shall we go back? Or should we wait a little longer? At this moment, they finally reacted. Are you from the school? Yes. The suddenly appearing girl spoke concisely. Kurumi's lips twitched as she looked at the familiar figure. Then the girl paused, walked over to Kurumi's side, and continued in her emotionless voice, as if simply stating a routine matter. Body functionality damage rate 68. 4456, spiritual power state, disordered mental synchronization rate exceeds standard value. Judgment extremely dangerous. Kurumi paid no heed to the numbers she mentioned, focusing instead on the white snake pinned beneath the stone pillar. He didn't just die, did he? This feeling of defeat, of having missed a critical move, made Kurumi feel somewhat frustrated. The joy from her recent victory was instantly washed away. He hasn't died, but he has completely lost his combat ability. The girl stated, her face devoid of expression, resembling a porcelain doll. Is that so? Kurumi slowly sat up, lost in thought. She then lifted her head to look at the side profile of the girl, who was facing away from the sunlight. Hello, Kurumi. I'm Shina Matoi, nice to meet you. Thank you for coming to pick us up. I'm Shirou Amiya. The girl across from them merely nodded in a robotic manner. Information unification thought entity for organic life, using a humanoid terminal interface. You may also call me Nagato Yuki. Matoi and Shirou exclaimed in disbelief. A humanoid information entity. In a massive laboratory illuminated by countless LED lights crossing numerous cultivation tanks filled with tubes, one could see a figure in a white lab coat at the very center of the room, emanating an air of cunning treachery. At this moment, he was engrossed in dissecting a gigantic insect body. Suddenly, his body trembled. A signal came through. Has the 156th clone been eliminated? As long as the data is obtained, that's enough. He looked down at the solidified spiritual power that had appeared in his hand out of nowhere. This was the information transmitted by the white snake in its final moments, utilizing the quantum entanglement effect. However, rather than transmission, it was more akin to duplication. Quantum entanglement can be simply explained as when two quantum entities enter an entangled state, as one quantum changes, the other quantum will correspondingly undergo the same change. Even in Laplace's demon, this method of information transmission is considered quite advanced. And the information within that solidified spiritual power was essentially a duplication across dimensional distances. Tap, tap, tap in the silent laboratory where only the cold sounds of instruments had been heard. Suddenly, a steady sound of footsteps echoed. A voice like one that could see through everything rang out behind Orochimaru. How is the preparation? It's proceeding as expected. That's good. The voice paused for a moment before continuing. One of your clones has been eliminated. A questioning tone, yet filled with certainty. Orochimaru, wearing a white haori, turned to look at the girl with braided hair. A thought surged within him, a desire to avoid making eye contact. You really do know everything. The girl pushed her glasses, reflecting a glimmer of cold light. She frowned, seemingly disliking this comment, but replied in an extremely calm voice. I don't know everything, I just know what I know. Kong-san's gaze was filled with confusion as she looked at the ancient spiritual pattern pillar, which showed no signs of change. However, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed was 10 times greater than before, and she should have felt a significant enhancement. Or rather, her body was filled with spiritual power, which should have given her an explosive sensation. After all, it was the amount typically accumulated over 10 days, all stacked together in an instant. There was no way she shouldn't feel anything. Could it be due to the spiritual outfit? Kong-san instantly thought of her recently awakened spiritual outfit. If there was any difference compared to her previous self before the interdimensional coursework, it was this distinction. Although her rank had not increased with the awakening of the spiritual outfit, her combat power had received a doubling enhancement. Kong-san closed her eyes, sinking into the depths of her mind. At the second tier, she would gradually form her own spiritual sea of consciousness, which was also the reason for the emergence of the sixth sense. Through this life-and-death battle, she looked up at the light amidst despair and broke through her mental shackles. Kong-san's will was tempered immeasurably, leading to significant progress. Her spiritual sea of consciousness also became clearer, as if what had once been an ambiguous concept was now vividly defined. Now Kong-san felt as if an eye had been born within her sea of consciousness, capable of distinctly observing the spiritual collective known as the Sea of Consciousness. That battle was indeed arduous, but the gains were substantial. This is what they call life and death pushing potential. If one does not go mad, one cannot survive, right? Kong-san sighed, fortunate that she did not shy away. In retrospect, even if she had fled at that moment, neither Matoi nor Amiya would have faced any danger, as the great divine being Nagato Yuki was observing from the side. As for her own rank, Kong-san could not discern it at all. If facing Orochimaru felt like standing before an abyss, then facing Nagato Yuki felt as if she was merely confronting an ordinary girl. Indeed, the gap in strength brought about a heavy sense of oppression, but when the disparity in power reached a different dimension, one might not even have the qualification to perceive that overwhelming presence. Even so, had Kong-san truly fled, then perhaps she would never have been able to hold her head high again, living a life steeped in shame. Even now, reflecting back, she held on to the thought of how wonderful it was to be able to do that rather than the terror of despair and the helplessness of failure. Kong-san was now filled with confidence and joy. At this moment, she connected to her spiritual sea of consciousness and could clearly feel her spiritual outfit floating there, surrounded by countless strands composed of spirit. As soon as she focused her mind, she could instantly don her outfit. The spiritual outfit is a weapon born from one's own soul. Kong-san had not thought much about it before, but although I have transformed into Tokisaki Kurumi, the spiritual outfit truly is the divine might's spiritual outfit Sambin. This feeling seems unexpectedly pleasant. Looking back now, if another spiritual outfit had been born, that would have been truly awkward. Kong-san shook her head, casting aside impure thoughts. At this moment, she saw dozens of chaotic spiritual energies being absorbed, which were precisely the spiritual energies that Kong-san had guided from the core area of the spiritual pattern pillar. So it really was being absorbed by it. Kong-san opened her eyes, lost in thought. It seems I need to take a trip to school. To clarify the issue with the spiritual outfit, she needed comprehensive related materials. Previously, her spiritual outfit had not awakened, so related information remained locked for Kong-san. Now, by going to school to register, she could obtain all information regarding spiritual outfits, even including the experiences and advice of seniors. Kong-san quickly completed her registration at Dream Prayer. Although she was physically and mentally exhausted after the recent battle, the issue of her spiritual outfit was like a cat scratching inside her heart, making her forget to eat and sleep. Kong-san carefully studied the relevant materials and finally understood what was going on. The awakening of a spiritual outfit depends not only on talent and individual differences, but also greatly relies on one's will and spirit. It is divided into two types. One is the innate spiritual outfit awakened from one's own soul, like Kong-san. The other is the inherited spiritual outfit, like Shana's Ji, Dian, Jana, passed down through generations. Neither type is superior to the other. Awakening requires the will to awaken, and inheritance also requires the qualifications to be inherited. Furthermore, inherited spiritual outfits often have even stricter requirements for those chosen. Moreover, once a spiritual outfit awakens, it is not fixed, it will grow alongside its master. People typically refine awakened spiritual outfits, continuously honing them to evolve to higher levels. This is known as spirit refining. The process of spirit refining is extremely arduous, akin to the evolution of life levels, representing a fundamental transformation. Each successful spirit refinement is termed one turn. A one-turn spiritual outfit is worlds apart from a non-refined spiritual outfit. However, even so, refining a spiritual outfit is a daunting task, and a careless mistake could lead to the collapse of the outfit, damaging the soul in the process. Thus, spirit refining is not something everyone will undertake. Even knowing it brings stronger power, it also comes with tremendous risks. Injuries to the soul are not comparable to those of the body. They are almost incurable. Once the soul is harmed, the path of cultivation is essentially ruined. Even without spirit refining or having awakened a spiritual outfit, one can still look down upon others when reaching high ranks. Therefore, spirit refining is indeed a difficult choice. Tisk, is it that troublesome? Kong-san understood the ins and outs. Those spiritual energies should be used to refine the spiritual outfit, yet they didn't actively proceed without my guidance. Kong-san felt both surprised and hesitant about whether to refine her spirit. If she chose not to, she currently had means to prevent the spiritual outfit from absorbing spiritual energy. Kong-san looked at the terminal, which recorded countless examples of failed spirit refining. They all ended up in tragic states. The best outcomes resulted in severe drops in strength, while most became fools, and some even had their heads explode and died. Kong-san's gaze sharpened, revealing a decisive and ruthless expression. Having come this far, how could I give up? It is normal for gains to come with risks. To hesitate out of fear only shows that I am merely at that level. Having made such a decision, Kong-san quietly sat on her bed, carefully studying methods related to spirit refining. Time passed quietly, with the bright moon hanging high in the frosty sky, the moonlight flowing in like water. Unknowingly, a day had gone by. Kong-san had memorized all the information. Having reached the second tier, her memory and comprehension abilities had become extraordinarily powerful. After a day completely immersed in a sea of knowledge, Kong-san revealed her fatigue, unconsciously stretching her arms upward in a yawn, exposing her smooth, flat abdomen. Her curvaceous figure appeared hazy and enchanting under the moonlight. Ding, ding, ding. The terminal chimed with a message from Matoy. Kong-san, let's go out and play together tomorrow. Zhiyuan Linya is neither an irredeemable villain nor a morally upright good person. With black hair and a slender, delicate frame, he possesses a pair of deep red eyes that give off a first impression of gentle and friendly. If one is not careful, they may be deceived by his seemingly harmless smile. However, upon closer observation, the twisted reality that sets him apart from others becomes strikingly clear. I love humanity, he sincerely declared. Although he sometimes surpasses even villains in extremity, he is not wholly evil, yet he lacks any fragment of a good person. But I do not love any single individual, rather I love all of humanity. With a face that appears somewhat earnest, and a voice that seems to converse with the blue sky, his outstretched hands while making such statements only make one feel that he is nothing more than a delusional youth. Yet he genuinely believes this. Whether beautiful or ugly, sacred or filthy, filled with jealousy, kindness, anger, or joy, as long as it belongs to humanity, I deeply love it all. It is precisely these positives and negatives that constitute the complete collective of humanity. Indeed, as he said, Zhiyuan Linya is immersed in everything about humanity, desiring to witness the entirety of it. Thus, he is exceedingly eager for people to reveal their true nature, and whether it be hidden humility or noble character, he loves all of humanity unconditionally. Such thoughts can sometimes evoke a sense of nausea, yet perhaps it is precisely for this reason that he possesses the potential to excel in intelligence gathering. Dream Prayer Institute Cabinet Information Integration Analysis Room. As the metal door slowly closed, Zhiyuan Linya entered with a casual stride, plopping down in front of the huge square round table, which easily evokes the image of King Arthur's round table meetings. However, at this moment, those around the table are not knights, but members of the Dream Prayer Cabinet. These members are not physical beings, but blue holograms projected in 3 dimensions. Zhiyuan Linya plugged the USB drive into the designated port, then shifted into a position he found most comfortable, saying, "The information you wanted is all here. I really went through a lot of trouble to gather it all." Zhiyuan Linya rubbed his hands together, his expression one of overwhelming burden, as if he truly exerted effort to acquire it. "Thank you for your hard work. Please have some tea and relax." Asakura Ryoko brewed green tea and placed it beside Zhiyuan Linya. In this room that exudes a distinctly technological vibe, Asakura Ryoko is the only one present in physical form. This statement seems inaccurate. Asakura Ryoko is also an information integration entity similar to Nagato Yuki, serving as a humanoid interface for organic beings. This studio is the information processing center, and Asakura Ryoko is the sole person in charge here. At this moment, the off-world courses are nearing their conclusion, with all information from the students being processed here for comprehensive analysis. The findings determine whether they qualify for admission into the inner court of the Dream Prayer Academy, based on two aspects: character and potential. If they can enter the inner court aside from their identity as students, they would completely become part of the Dream Prayer community. After all, Dream Prayer is one of the three major factions. Currently, Asakura Ryuko, through the Information Network Terminal, is obtaining data on the students from the off-world course, which is also a part of her reference. Anyone deemed qualified can choose to remain in Dream Prayer after graduation or go elsewhere. At this moment, Asakura Ryuko is reviewing the information Jiyuan Linya has brought back. Her beautiful face shows no signs of change. With nothing to do, Jiyuan Linya rested his hands behind his head, surveying the projections around the round table. Hey, is that old lecher the principal not here again? Shouldn't it be time for the regular meeting? The so-called regular meeting is actually an observation and discussion of each student's qualifications and character after the off-world courses commence. 1,000 students, neither too many nor too few. These projections represent the primary leaders of Dream Prayer Academy. The principal is likely at Mist Lake right now. Asakura Ryuko lifted her head, her expression slightly subtle, as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately held back. Oh. Jiyuan Linya simply asked this, and then lost interest. Having finished reviewing the information Jiyuan Linya brought back, Asakura began to report her work, saying, Takawaka Rika has exhibited a preliminary awakening of her spiritual form, and it is a rare base spiritual form characterized by her pupils the Evil King's true eye, with the ability of fantasy invading reality, which can materialize mental images of landscapes. If she can learn the unique barrier of the clock tower, her potential is certainly worth looking forward to. Kaname Kyuko ability unknown appears to carry options similar to a system. Once a choice is made, even for herself, no matter how exaggerated the outcome, it may come to pass. However, under the current rules, the range of options is still within controllable limits. No strategies for enhancement yet. Haruai Suzumiya ability unknown seemingly possesses the ability of wish fulfillment, her thoughts tend to manifest in certain ways to come to fruition. However, her ability does not occur proactively, but is completed passively. Her ability is quite similar to causality, but the extent to which it can reach remains uncertain. Katsura Hinajiku's sword and blade mastery. The lower her sanity points, the stronger her combat power. Asakura Ryuko summarized the information gathered from the Information Integration Entity Terminal. Currently, all these data are derived from direct observations of their battles. After all, as an information integration entity, she finds it quite effortless in these aspects. Even Jiyuan Linya, the information broker, feels inferior in comparison, which is also the reason he chose to join this place, although he is merely a temporary worker. At this moment, he is attentively listening to Asakura Ryuko report to the higher-ups of Dream Prayer, finding it quite interesting. However, Asakura, who had been smoothly reading the report, suddenly paused, saying, Tokisaki Kurumi, awakened spiritual form, preliminary judgment indicates she possesses the ability to manipulate time. Tokisaki Kurumi, what's wrong with her? The blue three-dimensional figure also sensed Asakura Ryuko's hesitation, saying, Yes, Tokisaki Kurumi is somewhat special. Her past experiences, her family, are all a blank slate, as if she just appeared out of thin air. Upon hearing Asakura Ryuko's response, the questioner's tone grew cold, stating, Dream Prayer only cares about the current situation of the students. Investigations into their privacy and past are strictly prohibited. No, I did not investigate. Asakura Ryuko sat upright, saying, Rather, even without investigation, I still discovered that her past is a complete blank, and I have no knowledge of how she came to be in Dream Prayer Academy. Upon hearing Asakura's statement, Jiyuan Linya cast an intrigued glance her way. Apologies, I have matters to attend to outside today. At first, Asakura Ryuko was merely curious about the empty name listed in the profile of Tokisaki Kurumi. For every student, regardless of how isolated they were from the outside world, there was always a trace of their background. But Tokisaki Kurumi was different, as she had nothing at all. Her sudden appearance was so jarring, yet she bore no semblance of disguise. This sense of incongruity, as if she were brazenly stealing in plain sight, caught Asakura Ryuko's attention. However, due to the Dream Prayer rules, she could not utilize her official authority to conduct an investigation. Yet, guided by her curiosity, she had conducted some private observations. There was not a single unusual occurrence. Yet she exuded an aura that felt utterly out of place in this world. Asakura Ryuko could not articulate this sense of strangeness. If she were to describe it with a single term, after rifling through her mental lexicon, she would arrive at one word: otherworlder. Yes, it was that sense of dislocation. But unlike visitors from other dimensions, Tokisaki Kurumi seemed to hail from an even more distant place. Though her origins remained unclear, Asakura Ryuko was certain of one thing: Tokisaki Kurumi posed no threat to Dream Prayer. As a staff member of Dream Prayer's intelligence division, that was all she needed to ascertain. Originally planning to withdraw, she discovered that Tokisaki Kurumi had interacted with her superior Nagato Yuki. She had exchanged IP addresses with Yuki. Not even I have done that. Thus Asakura resumed her investigation, this time driven purely by personal reasons. It resembled the competitive spirit of young girls, akin to the saying, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. So when she said I haven't investigated Tokisaki Kurumi, she felt a twinge of guilt. However, she maintained a stoic facade appearing strict. After all, anyone would feel resistant if they knew they were being investigated. In severe cases, it could lead to even worse outcomes. Precisely for this reason, Mengqi Academy strictly monitored students' privacy. If they were indeed part of a major power, allowing members to keep their secrets was only natural. Mengqi's understanding in this regard was astute. Moreover, she was still just a student. Therefore, the limit was to observe their abilities and assess their character through their performance. But there was no need to investigate Tokisaki Kurumi because her past is a complete blank with no trace, no recorded data. Asakura Ryuko voiced her confusion, leaving the subsequent judgment to the higher-ups of Mengqi. Moments later, a cold voice inquired, "Is she human? Will she pose a danger to Mengqi?" The speaker was a man with his elbows resting on the table, obscuring his nose. His expression was solemn, his features resolute, and even the 3D projection of his holographic image clearly displayed white gloves along with reflective frames that accentuated his imposing presence. Yes, Commander Ikari. After analyzing the design blueprints of the information synthesis thought terminal, she is undoubtedly human. At this stage, the danger coefficient is nearly zero. Mengqi defines humanity as intelligent beings that possess a human form derived from essence. Asakura looked towards the side hologram, her gaze tinged with respect. This individual possessed a judgment that was calm to the point of being cold, and during the millennia of bloodshed, aside from the outer god, there existed entities known as apostles. They seemed to be pure capability beings from the Dirac Sea, manifesting in this world as material forms, quite troublesome. Yet he led NERV to confront them alone and achieve victory. It was nothing short of a miracle. Moreover, he simultaneously opened a new path for humanity toward the domain of the gods. Upon hearing Asakura Ryuko's affirmative response, Commander Ikari fell silent once more. Like most others, confirming these 2 points was sufficient. As for what she had experienced in the past, it was utterly irrelevant. Then how did she arrive at Mengqi? I am also quite curious. She actually evaded all my monitoring of the stasis circuits. The first time she appeared in my field of vision was outside the Mengqi dormitory. Note, only public areas are monitored by stasis circuits. The individual posing the question was peculiar. Even as a hologram, she seemed to be inverted, her hair floating freely in zero gravity. I'm sorry, I have no information on that. Oh, interesting. The inverted hologram chuckled lightly. Who was the teacher responsible for her enrollment? Asakura Ryuko was about to name the teacher when she suddenly spaced out, then quickly corrected herself, saying, "That teacher went to the outer abyss after the school year began and has yet to return. Perhaps they infiltrated deep within the abyss and the signal cannot be transmitted." The inverted hologram pondered. Indeed, at that time Mengqi and the other 2 factions were reinforcing the seal in the abyss. But they should have all returned by now. A subtle sense of dissonance seemed to spread within her, but it was quickly suppressed. At that moment, another hologram spoke. Sudden appearances have occurred before, like that boy with the white plastic bag who emerged from a crack. Beautiful girl. The hologram's voice paused, seemingly dripping with cold sweat as they hurriedly changed the subject. In any case, Mengqi does not concern itself with the past. As long as one harbors brightness in their heart, let's discuss her abilities instead. Yes, my lord. Asakura Ryuko replied, her heart bearing a flicker of doubt that was fleeting and quickly dismissed. However, the man sitting at the far end, Orihara Zuriya, secretly curved his lips into a smile. Tokisaki Kurumi awakened in the realm of death, breaking the mental shackles her spirit gear seems to exhibit. Attribute layering types. On the line of life and death, she did not flee alone, but fought valiantly for her companions and overcame the 3rd tier. Preliminary judgment indicates she qualifies for entry into the inner courtyard. Defeating a 3rd tier as a 2nd tier. That is indeed a mark of genius, but I prefer her character. To risk her life for her companions in such an environment, choosing a more arduous path. Not bad, not bad. She indeed qualifies for entry into Mengqi's inner courtyard. The implication from the hologram was that rather than combat power, she valued Kurumi's character in prioritizing her companions. As for cross-tier combat, honestly, it is not something extraordinary. One could even say, it is quite common in the realm of so-called geniuses. If one were unable to sweep through the same tier or engage in cross-tier battles in the 6 great families of the Celestial Dynasty, they would be ridiculed. Thus, a 2nd tier defeating a 3rd tier held no impact on her, and she even wondered how such a matter could be reported. Even she in the past had generally been defeating those 1 tier higher. Yes, cross-tier battles are not particularly commendable. However, it also depends on the opponent. A genius at a lower tier defeating a mediocre individual at a higher tier is naturally unquestionable, yet Kurumi faced. The opponent is a member of the Laplace demon codenamed Snake. As Asakura Ryuko's words echoed, the conference room abruptly fell into an oppressive silence. In the center of a massive metallic round table, a complex geometric blue projection slowly rotated with countless formulas flickering incessantly. At this moment, the meeting room, illuminated by the eerie blue glow, appeared even more profoundly desolate. It seemed that everyone was struck speechless by the explosive information. After a long while, a sigh escaped. The Laplace demon. The speaker was a tall figure clad in an exquisite kimono. She exuded a sense of elegance and an intoxicating aura of luxurious mystery. She extended her hand, which was not so much white as it was pale, and tapped her elongated pipe, releasing a cloud of swirling smoke, while her eyes conveyed wisdom and depth. Have they appeared again? Yes, Lady Yuzi, their primary purpose this time seems to be to collect this. Asakura Ryoko spoke while presenting the information on solidified spiritual energy at the center of the round table. Having dealt with the Laplace demon's people before, they are quite troublesome. Yahara Yuzi revealed a serious expression, recalling how she had intercepted the Laplace demon's agents when they intended to attack teacher Sanshue. She had paid a hefty price for that encounter. Her understanding of the true terror of the Laplace demon was most direct. They were despair-inducing fiends, each not only terrifying in strength, but more importantly wielding an almost infinite knowledge that rendered all calculations ineffective. That little girl, is she named Tokisaki Kurumi? Yahara Yuzi's tone could not conceal her admiration, facing such an existence she had managed to overcome and win. Yes, however, although she is an opponent from the Laplace demon, she is merely a fragment. Indeed, it was precisely because it was a fragment and its objectives were fully grasped that they could leisurely discuss it in the meeting room. Otherwise, if discovered, it would trigger a red alert level of defense. Yet, even as a fragment, it had managed to catch the attention of the Dream Prayer's higher-ups, illustrating just how fearsome the Laplace demon truly was. Even as a fragment, it is not something that can be easily defeated. At the very least, no one can guarantee that they can overcome a third-tier Laplace demon at the second tier. This is not a victory achievable through any tactics or skills. To win, one must achieve a genuine, all-encompassing dominance. Wait, what was that girl's awakened spiritual armor? According to the records, it is called Divine Might Spiritual Armor 3rd Edition. No, I'm not talking about that. Her spiritual armor can significantly boost her strength to the 3rd tier. She wouldn't have just awakened at first turn, would she? Asakura Ryoko paused for a moment, recalling that the information sent by Nagato indeed included a note stating spiritual armor suspected to reach first turn. However, Asakura had dismissed it at the time, believing it to be impossible. Without extensive refinement and gradual integration of spirit, even if one suddenly reached first turn, the host would explode and perish, let alone enhance their strength. She had thought that the note was simply due to the overwhelming amplification of the spiritual armor. But she had never seen a spiritual armor that could directly amplify a major tier except for spirit refining. At this moment, Asakura hesitated as the impact on her established perceptions nearly caused her self-regulatory program to falter. Generally speaking, upon completing a turn, a unique spiritual pattern would emerge, serving as the most direct means of identification. However, if the individual deliberately concealed it, there would be almost no way to discern prior to the eruption of their power. Kurumi's spiritual armor did not exhibit any spiritual patterns, yet the amplified strength was unlike the ordinary, leading to only vague speculations. Suspected to have reached the 1st tier, Asakura Ryoko repeated the information that had been transmitted. The meeting room once again fell silent. Generally, newly awakened spiritual armors undergo a period of unfamiliarity. Not only is reaching the degree of first turn difficult, even using them can be quite challenging. Yet the one named Tokisaki Kurumi had somehow achieved such a level. She can be placed on the candidate list for Dream Prayer Academy. Thus, such a decision was made. This selection inherently carried the intent to scout talent, but someone like Kurumi who received such recognition merely within a semester was fewer than 10 in the past 100 years of Dream Prayer. Anyone who garnered such attention certainly radiated their own brilliance. For instance, the Celestial Executioner, the White Tyrant Takamachi Nanoha, the Destruction Princess, the Human Rocket Launcher Izuki Aoko. They were indeed among the elite. Someone voiced in suspicion. Is this unified consciousness? The girl with pink hair gazed at the solidified spiritual energy presented by Asakura Ryoko, her brow furrowing slightly. Although it indeed contains other information, the primary focus is indeed unified consciousness, Princess Lux. Asakura explained. Is there something strange? Noticing the pink-haired girl frowning, the person sitting beside her inquired. The girl named Lux was a perfect figure who maintained elegance and composure at all times. At this moment, something that could move her must be extraordinary. Lux brought her hands together on the table, her previously gentle face taking on a heavier expression. On the Archangel, we once encountered a fleet deep within the starry sky. No, to be precise, they were not mechanical, but a collective constituted of bodies. They would devour everything in their path, consuming all and annihilating all. Every star system they passed would ultimately be left as an empty shell. This terrifying existence itself lacked individual consciousness connected through this unified consciousness. And the information contained within this solidified spiritual energy seems to be related to them. The great devourer, the Tyranids. Asakura's eyes constantly flashed with coding information, combining it with what Lux had said, arriving at the conclusion closest to the truth. Then she uploaded the relevant data to the Central Information Network for their reference. This was a highly convenient ability for her as an information synthesis entity participating in the meeting. Lux stared intently at the information, and the people around also showed thoughtful expressions. In the end, they did not continue the discussion, because this meeting was fundamentally to assess the student states, not for anything else. They could not change their major direction because of fleeting doubts raised by Lux. Even if they discovered that the Laplace demon was researching unified consciousness, so what? They conducted research almost daily, absorbing new knowledge. If every single incident had to be scrutinized, then the Dream Prayer Information Department would have nothing else to do. The meeting of the Dream Prayer high-level officials continued unabated. On the other side, Kurumi had arrived early at the Misty Lake. She had accepted Shina Mafuyu's invitation last night to come for a date. But isn't it inappropriate to use the word date between girls, a term so filled with romantic sweetness? Yet, am I not a girl? It seems I can't say that either. Kurumi lowered her head, gently tapping her toes on the floor. Well, it doesn't matter. After all, being out with Mafuyu feels quite nice. It's just that despite their dorms being separated by only a road, they chose to meet at Misty Lake. Kurumi, who rarely interacted with girls in the past, found it somewhat perplexing. I really don't understand what she's thinking. We could have met directly at the dorm entrance. Why go all the way out here? Kurumi, with her translucent fingers resting on her chin, recalled that Mafuyu had indeed explained the reason for meeting here last night. Because it would create a better atmosphere, she had said. Indeed, I still can't grasp what she's thinking. Leaning against a tree by the lake, Kurumi slightly withdrew her hand into her sleeve, appearing rather weak. The morning light, which should have fallen straight down, occasionally twisted due to the sudden appearance of portals in the void. Other students gradually returned during this time. Kurumi leaned in the shade of a large tree, looking up at the gradually colorful dark blue sky. Did I come too early? After finishing her communication with Mafuyu last night, Kurumi attempted to practice spirit refinement. The difficulty was more exaggerated than she had imagined. Simply merging her spirit left her utterly exhausted. Having just returned from the outer realm, her already weary body soon succumbed to sleep. As a result, she woke up even earlier than usual, and thinking there was nothing else to do, she decided to wait here for her. Moreover, the scenery near Misty Lake was refreshing, making her feel that waiting a little longer wouldn't be a problem. Is that the principal? As Kurumi raised her gaze, a white figure caught her eye, leaning on a cane, looking deeply at the place where the portal appeared in the sky. His eyes were fixed, seemingly waiting for something. Kurumi, curious, followed his gaze where someone was returning. It was three boys supporting each other, their faces bruised and their clothes tattered, looking pitiful. Kurumi glanced curiously at the principal, noting the disappointment in his eyes, as if he felt a sense of regret, mixed with some other expectation. The principal. Is he specifically waiting for the students to return here? Coming so early just to see his students come back? At this moment, the principal looked haggard, the morning breeze lifting his robe from behind, accentuating his solitude. He resembled an elder waiting for his children to return, his gaze filled with eagerness and hope. A strange feeling surged within Kurumi's heart. This doesn't feel right. Such a principal. This figure Kurumi could never reconcile with the one who spoke earth-shattering words during the opening ceremony. Could it be that I misjudged him before? After all, he is the principal of Dream Prayer Academy. How could he be so disrespectful to the elderly? During this time, Kurumi learned that the principal's name was Shinkawa Taishin, who had only one granddaughter already in the Dream Prayer Cabinet, so it was clearly not her he was waiting for. Thus, the principal's gaze, filled with hope and longing, was obviously directed towards this new batch of students. Perhaps this is the real him, genuinely hoping for every student's safe return. Kurumi was moved by the loneliness in his eyes, believing him to be a good principal who buried all his troubles deep in his heart. After all, just standing silently where students return was enough to touch Kurumi. Yet the strange and discordant feelings in her heart could not be erased. She felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, a strong light shone in the old man's eyes. Another student has returned. Kurumi looked up at the sky and saw two girls stumbling out, their clothes in tatters, barely covering large areas of snow-white skin, just managing to shield their private parts. Seeing this scene along with the principal's gleaming eyes, Kurumi's sense of discord intensified. Could it be? A guess rose in Kurumi's heart, making her gaze towards the principal subtly shift. At that moment, another portal opened. Get out of the way. Move aside. A spark shot out, flying straight towards Kurumi and the principal. The spark skimmed across the surface of the lake, creating a gust of wind. Kurumi focused her gaze. It was a figure. To be precise, it was a figure emitting sparks like lightning from under a skirt. The girl shot forth propulsion that resembled a rocket flame from between her legs, uncontrollably smashing into the ground, carving a straight trench along the way and raising a cloud of dust. The principal, witnessing this scene, looked like a gambler who had hit the jackpot, his face flushed, flailing his arms, making strange sounds. Even if the girl beneath the skirt was one thing, Kurumi finally understood the reason the principal was waiting here. He simply wanted to see some chaos. Kurumi recalled that when entering the Outer Realm class, almost no one had brought spare clothes. If they entered an uninhabited area and that place had appropriate dangers, then something like clothes being torn was certainly a possibility. Wouldn't their return be? This was the true reason the principal was waiting here. Looking back at the upright old man, Kurumi felt a dull pain in her head. As expected, this person is a bit off. That phrase, "as long as I'm here the dead water reservoir in the school won't be abolished," resurfaced in her mind, etched more deeply into her memory. Forget it, it's better to keep my distance from that guy. Although she didn't think he would do anything out of line, his sleazy demeanor was truly off-putting. "Oh, I will blow you monsters to pieces." Ji Xiong kept his eyes closed, completely immersed in a state of frenzy. With her hysterical screams, the deep blue pipes resembling blood vessels began to pulsate, the energy conduits extending from the gun's muzzle all the way to the rear of the black rigid barrel, converging into a circular orb of deep blue. Ji Xiong's palm was embedded in the center of the light orb, eyes shut, determining the direction solely by the source of the sound. She pulled the trigger. A power that struck terror into Kurumi gathered and compressed at the muzzle. Like a miniature ship-mounted particle cannon, the blue light condensed into a sphere. Even the surrounding air exuded an ominous aura. Kurumi's eyes rapidly contracted, completely caught off guard by the life-and-death crisis, leaving no opportunity for her to elegantly utter "Allah Allah." The energy emanating from there was alarming, making Kurumi realize that if she were hit, she would definitely be shot through. What is this guy going crazy about? In the blink of an eye, the spirit armor interwoven with blood and darkness manifested around Kurumi. Whoosh! Mastering the acceleration of time to its peak, Kurumi instantly vanished from her original spot. Meanwhile, the lightning-wrapped energy beam penetrated Kurumi's afterimage, shooting towards the nearby principal. "Odai-dai-ha! Under my cannon, everything will turn to dust, becoming ashes. Ha ha ha, cannons! Cannons! Cannons are a woman's romance, ah!" The flames erupted from under Ji Xiong's skirt as she shouted furiously. The world she was venturing into seemed to be the fallen realm of evil gods, filled with tentacles, slime, and shredded flesh. Just a glance made one's vision darken, nearly causing bile to rise. The suffocating stench of disgust constantly clung to the nostrils, nearly driving one to madness. At the same time, there seemed to be an unusual wave that could influence emotions. The longer one stayed, the deeper one fell into madness. Although Ji Xiong's group had immediately requested to return, they were informed that the return portal was on the other side of the ocean. To go back, they would have to traverse the cliff of madness and cross the ocean of despair to reach an island with an altar. What kind of ridiculous RPG game is this? Ji Xiong nearly blasted the terminal machine in frustration under the special wave. However, they had no choice but to endure the inner disgust, watching the ground that squirmed like flesh blocks, howling in despair. The tentacles that broke through the ground and waved in the wind were covered with suckers, opening their mouths to reveal tightly packed teeth coated with disgusting saliva. Ji Xiong shivered at the sight, pulling out a vacuum implosion bomb from under her skirt and tossing it up. With a thunderous boom, the area seemed to clear noticeably. As Ji Xiong gazed at the freshly flattened ground, her eyes seemingly sparkling. The disgusting flesh blocks are gone. She stroked her chin, estimating the number of bombs in the folded space of her skirt, seemingly enough to fill an island. Thus an overwhelming interest awakened. Huh. Indeed, only cannons are the truth. There is nothing a single cannonball cannot solve, if there is then two shots. At this moment, Ji Xiong was still trapped in the terrifying memories from earlier. They had bulldozed their way to the altar island with bombs. But then a mound of flesh with countless tiny eyes emerged, resembling a small hill, those eyes like swollen tumors, utterly disgusting. The eyes covering its entire body would drive anyone with trypophobia insane at first glance. That monster crawled out of the sea with a body like mud, causing even those who were used to disgusting things to feel a chill, thinking nothing could shake Ji Xiong's mentality. The key point was that the monster possessed Quasi 30 or power, a level they could not face directly. It blocked the passage, making Ji Xiong grit her teeth in frustration. Just as the three of them were preparing to devise a plan to deal with this big guy, countless disgusting flesh blocks, eyes, and tentacles suddenly emerged from the seabed. Thick and numerous, the entire ocean was dyed black. The moment they realized the truth, the three of them turned pale with fear. They were all in a daze. In the end, they calculated the coordinates of the passage, pulled out a handheld particle cannon, and shot through the monster, blocking the entrance, passing through its ruptured belly. Once inside the monster's body, they were strongly affected by the intense mental disturbance leading to the earlier scene. "You disgusting tumors, I will sweep you away, crawl beneath my cannon." Ji Xiong continued to fire her energy cluster gun, with booming explosions ringing out the surrounding trees, didn't even have the chance to catch fire before being flattened. "Calm down," a voice called out from the center of the explosions. It seemed to carry a strange power that penetrated the heart and spread outward. Ji Xiong, in her frenzy, gradually slowed her movements, her fierce gaze returning to calm. Kurumi, who had jumped onto a tree that had yet to be affected, looked towards the source of the voice. There a majestic black figure emerged from the swirling smoke and flames, radiating an unparalleled aura. Even the air around it buzzed and trembled as if bowing before it. But why is it completely naked? When Kurumi saw clearly, her mouth twitched violently. That was clearly the principal who had been dancing around after seeing Shibishi. At this moment he wore nothing but a loincloth, his muscular body, perfectly sculpted, filled with explosive power. Facing such a scene, the principal remained calm, leaning on his cane with an air of nonchalance. The other two who emerged from the passage were not driven into a frenzy like Jixiong, and were instead soothed. With strange expressions they thanked the principal, and quickly left with the limp Jixiong. The principal, with a look of satisfaction, stroked his beard like a benevolent elder watching them depart. Then the principal squinted at Kurumi's position, his proud demeanor seeming to say, "Aren't I impressive?" Kurumi's eyes twitched, suppressing the urge to beat him up, and swiftly left. Because the principal standing by the lake in nothing but a white loincloth was simply too much for the eyes. Especially since he was stroking his white beard, looking calm and serene, portraying the image of a kind elder. It made Kurumi unable to bear to look directly. Today's youth really do not understand how to respect their elders. The principal sighed, hands behind his back, full of loneliness and desolation. Watching Kurumi turn and leave without hesitation, he let out a sigh, filled with sorrow, as if lamenting the deteriorating morals and the changing hearts of society. A gloomy expression emerged on Kurumi's face as she recalled the muscular figure, feeling a sense of nausea wash over her. That old man must have done it on purpose. If he could protect that white cloth, there's no reason he couldn't protect his clothes as well. The more Kurumi thought about it, the more something felt off. She found the principal of Dream Prayer Academy utterly despicable, and then there's Xiongji. His mental state is clearly amiss. These things were inconsequential. However, Kurumi's lips curled into a smirk. The matter of pointing a gun at me cannot just be brushed aside. That skirt of hers must be some form of spatial folding technology. The portable subspace she carried was indeed a valuable asset. Hee. Kurumi let out a swaying laugh, bright and radiant. Alright, considering the time winter is approaching. After experiencing many incredible events at the Lake of Mist, Kurumi finally remembered the purpose of her outing today. To meet with Shina Mafuyu. They headed to Fantasy Street together. At that moment, Kurumi and Mafuyu sat across from each other in a cafe, having ordered 2 cups of mixed coffee. Though Kurumi wanted to return to Chino's shop for a look, Fantasy Street was long, and the entrance she took with Mafuyu didn't lead that way. If they took a detour, it would take quite a while. At that moment, the shopkeeper's face lit up when he heard the two of them ordered mixed coffee, which was his specialty. No one had appreciated his coffee for a long time. People preferred famous drinks like Blue Mountain or latte over his homemade coffee. This time, 2 people ordered his proud creation, marking the first time since he opened the shop. To him, Kurumi and Mafuyu looked like angels. The shopkeeper was immensely pleased, wearing an elegant smile, reminiscing, "Ever since I encountered exceptional coffee beans in Brazil, during my time in the trading company, my love for coffee began, and I subsequently quit my job to open this cafe. I went to the origins to personally select coffee beans, roasting and grinding them to create coffee. Continuously pursuing my ideal coffee, 20 years have passed, and time flies. Now it is finally time to present the finished product." The shopkeeper adjusted the red tie around his neck. 2 cups of mixed coffee, right? Yes, thank you. The shopkeeper continued, "Actually, I have a bit of confidence in my mixed coffee. To enhance the aroma and flavor, I used 5 types of coffee beans, and after extensive research, this mixed coffee was born. Of course, I am also particular about the origin of the coffee beans, personally sourcing them every year. It would be great if customers enjoyed it." Oh, huh. Kurumi felt she had heard this phrase somewhere before and couldn't help but recall. At this moment, Mafuyu, who had a lot to say to Kurumi, turned her head towards the still chattering shopkeeper. "Oh, I see. Then please hurry and brew it." "Oh, okay." Hearing this, the shopkeeper thought Mafuyu was excited about his introduction and eagerly anticipating the mixed coffee, making him even more spirited as he swiftly walked to the counter, carefully and attentively preparing the coffee. Seeing the other finally leave, Mafuyu showed a joyful expression, as she wanted to share her happiness with her friend. Hey, Kurumi, I posted an article on the forum yesterday, and within a few hours it garnered over 1 million views. It's almost broken 1 billion now." "Really? That's impressive." Kurumi was momentarily stunned. Over 1 billion in just one night. She naturally knew what Mafuyu was writing about. It was a fanfiction depicting the love story between boys. This made her even more astonished. Moreover, in this world, each person's terminal corresponds to a unique ID with no duplicates, meaning there are indeed over 1 billion people paying attention. This is too exaggerated. Is this world really filled with fujoshi? No, Kurumi quickly understood that's not the issue. The problem is the sheer population base of this world. The floating island of Dream Prayer alone likely exceeds 10 billion. She had never had such a direct realization, but after spending a long time in Dream Prayer, even the transportation methods utilized spatial jumps, indicating technological advancement, but also the vastness of the region. Then Kurumi involuntarily thought of her ranking in the world. In an instant, many thoughts crossed her mind, but Kurumi merely smiled at Mafuyu, watching her with an unusually excited expression, her small face nearly turning red. Haha, this time Mafuyu dealt a heavy blow to the Jinjiang Celestial Girl Group. Let's see if they still laugh at me for being alone in Dream Prayer. Is the Jinjiang Celestial Girl Group a group? And you all alone? Yes. Now Mafuyu's Weibo is almost being flooded with comments, all asking her to update quickly. Hearing Mafuyu's response, Kurumi felt that she seemed exceptionally talented, though it wasn't a talent she was directly interested in. Humph. Mafuyu lifted her head, appearing even prouder, closing her eyes, and striking a haughty pose. There's no way to say more than that. Mafuyu writes 2,000 words every day, adding one more is a sign of a mutation. Seeing her like this, Kurumi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She was clearly very happy, but was desperately trying to suppress it. Well, it was also quite cute. 2 guessed your coffee. At that moment, the shopkeeper, dressed in a gentleman's outfit, brought over 2 cups of coffee on a tray. He placed them in front of Mafuyu and Kurumi, then returned to the front counter, wanting to observe their expressions after tasting the coffee. Even a hint of appreciation would be the highest praise for him. However, when the topic of BL came up, Mafuyu would fall into an incredibly fervent state, having no intention of stopping, and she certainly wouldn't sip her coffee to interrupt her passionate speech. Just as Kurumi was about to take a sip, she was pulled back by Mafuyu, causing the shopkeeper's heart, once brimming with anticipation, to sink again. Do you remember? During the extracurricular course, we promised to go somewhere after we returned. Kurumi thought for a moment, and indeed there was such a thing. She nodded, but seeing the unusual gleam in Mafuyu's eyes made her feel a sense of foreboding. Let's go now, it's super fun, Mafuyu exclaimed, preparing to take action, grabbing Kurumi's hand to head to the checkout. Coffee. Aren't we drinking it? No need, it's the same with instant coffee over there. The taste is similar anyway. For those without sensitive taste buds, or those particularly fixated on coffee, it was indeed quite similar. But to the shopkeeper it sounded like a thunderous roar. Echoing in his mind was one phrase: the taste is similar to instant coffee. The taste is similar to instant coffee. My coffee tastes similar to instant coffee. The shopkeeper seemed to age 10 years in an instant. The store manager's head throbbed, as if struck, leaving him in a daze. 20 years of focused effort seemed to be completely denied by a single light-hearted remark. The most critical part was that others spoke without malice. Yet it was precisely this unintentional comment that struck the hardest. Such words devoid of any bias often come closest to the truth. It appeared that there were no waitstaff around, so Zhendong had no choice but to pull Kwang San to the front desk to settle the bill. At that moment, the store manager's face was pale, as if he felt quite unwell. Seeing his condition, Zhendong expressed concern. Store manager, are you okay? Should we go to the hospital? No, it's nothing. His voice carried a hint of exhaustion. Your voice is so weak. Zhendong felt it would be better to find a doctor. The innocent girl Xena, Zhendong said so. But the more she cared, the more the store manager's heart ached. Because such a lovely and kind girl was so friendly, even to a stranger like him, it only served to reinforce her earlier words. Thus the store manager let out a nearly inaudible sound. It's really nothing. Just a bit tired, I just need a rest. He slumped into the high chair, his eyes vacant. Oh, I never expected my first proud creation in life to be denied to such an extent. The store manager seemed to be on the verge of sobbing. Seeing him like this, Zhendong couldn't press any further. She glanced at the price list nearby. The mixed coffee was 45 yuan a cup. 45 per cup, so 2 cups would be 100 then. Thinking this, Zhendong took out 100 yuan from her pink backpack and placed it on the counter. Then we'll take our leave. Just before exiting, she turned back her golden hair, swaying. If you're feeling unwell, remember to see a doctor, Mr. Store Manager. Only after stepping outside did Kwang San come back to her senses. There was something unusual. When Zhendong took out the 100 yuan to put on the table, she had originally intended to suggest splitting the bill. Instinctively, she calculated the price of 2 coffees in her mind. 1 cup was 45, 2 cups made 100. Absolutely correct. But she felt that something was amiss. It was as if her mind had been affected by something. It felt like someone, when calculating simple addition or subtraction, was completely in a daze at that moment. Only when Zhendong pulled her out of the store and the golden sunlight bathed her did she break free from that state. Something's not right. Kwang San frowned, trying to recall that feeling of discord. Kwang San, what's wrong? Zhendong observed Kwang San's serious expression, leaning her small face closer to Kwang San's nose. Their heights were similar, allowing their bodies to align evenly. At such a close distance, Kwang San could almost smell the faint fragrance coming from Zhendong. It's nothing. Interrupted by her demeanor, Kwang San smiled again, walking side by side with her down the street. I'm really sorry for making you treat me just now. It's nothing, it's nothing. Zhendong waved her hand repeatedly, her exquisite and cute face filled with joy. I'm very happy to be out with Kwang San. Besides, it was only 100 yuan. The moment she heard Zhendong's last statement, a light seemed to flash through Kwang San's mind. It was this dissonance. 100. Kwang San looked at Zhendong with difficulty. Something was right in front of her, wanting to grasp it, but no matter how she moved forward, she couldn't get closer. This feeling of misalignment that lingered in her heart. Kwang San kept recalling along the thread of thought. Right, Zhendong, a cup of coffee is 45, right? So how much for 2 cups? 100. Zhendong tilted her head, not understanding why Kwang San was asking such a question. Boom. Upon hearing this answer, all the strangeness exploded. It seemed as if a powerful stream of clear water had coursed through Kwang San's mind. Yes, that's it. Kwang San stopped, turned around. Jindong, close your eyes and take a deep breath. Kwang San, you. Just do as I say. Oh. Jindong followed Kwang San's words, taking a deep breath, then exhaling heavily. In doing so, it seemed her entire mind focused a bit more. Alright, I'm going to ask you a very serious question. What is 45 plus 45? 90. What? You startle me, I thought you were going to. The close gaze between them made Jindong's heart start racing, her breathing gradually becoming heavier. Kwang San paid no attention to those details because she had made a more astonishing discovery. Just now, what was the answer you came up with? Jindong paused for a moment, almost shouting in disbelief. 100. Jindong's eyes widened as she stared at Kwang San. Why, how could I make such a mistake? She pouted, seemingly at a loss for words regarding her own innocence. Jindong's mind was racing, yet she couldn't explain what had happened. But since it occurred, if she couldn't find the principle behind it, she could only regard it as a phenomenon, nothing more. Moreover, it didn't pose any significant harm to her. As long as she paid a little attention, such a level of calculation error wouldn't occur again. Thus, Jindong could only pat her head, playfully sticking out her little tongue. Duh. It must be a side effect of the extracurricular courses. Seeing those disgusting zombies every day, it seems normal for us to have such illusions. Few indeed. Jindong needs to replenish energy now. Kwang San, let's hurry. Such inconsequential matters were akin to minor mishaps in daily life, hardly drawing anyone's attention. Even if Jindong discovered under Kwang San's hint that she had overpaid 10 yuan, it wouldn't be possible for her to go back and ask the store manager for a refund. Moreover, the store manager's condition seemed entirely out of sorts, so it was just left at that. While Jindong thought it was no big deal, Kwang San held a different view. Having reached the second stage, she could almost calculate swiftly in her mind. Even multidimensional integrals could be resolved instantly. It was unimaginable to have such discrepancies in such simple arithmetic operations. This was beyond mere carelessness. Moreover, it seemed this kind of situation had occurred before. It was at Chino's cafe, when collecting fees from Kirito and the others, she had also made a calculation error. But back then Tianyi pointed it out, and Kwang San could instantly react. Yet now, it took her some effort to respond. It wasn't that she couldn't calculate or was careless, rather it felt more like her brain was overloaded and crashed. What on earth is going on? With such questions in her mind, she paid no attention to the scenery along the way, allowing Jindong to pull her hand toward a certain destination. We're here. Jindong's voice was filled with excitement. Upon hearing her call, Kwang San raised her head, looking at the 4 characters on the tram stop sign, instantly jolting her out of her previous thoughts, a bad premonition spreading in her heart. This place, it feels like I've heard of it somewhere. You must get married and choose a good woman, you will be very happy. If you marry a bad woman, you will become a philosopher. Do not be surprised. The philosophers of the past simply explained the world in different ways, but the problem lies in changing the world. As strange emotions caused her body to tremble, Kwang San looked up to see the 4 characters on the platform. New Sun Twilight. A sense of dread spread within her heart. What is this feeling? Why does it feel so unsettling? New Sun Twilight. I feel like I've heard of it before. Ignoring the passing pedestrians, Kwang San buried herself in deep recollection, surrounded by women wearing large round glasses, carrying DSLRs, and wrapped up tightly. They looked like members of some secret society dressed for a clandestine meeting. Hey Kwang San, put this on, let's go. Jindong skillfully took out 2 masks and sunglasses, putting on her own before handing the other pair to Kwang San. This is... Kwang San's unease intensified. It's a must-have, Jindong explained. Oh. Kwang San turned her head to look around, realizing that the people nearby had all transformed into this bizarre attire. Instinctively, Kwang San put on the mask and sunglasses. With no time to think about the strong sense of déjà vu, she was pulled by Jindong towards the platform's exit. I'm coming, Billy, 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 Billy. Jindong hummed a cheerful, unknown rhythm, and the sparkle in her eyes sent chills down Kwang San's spine. It was an intensely obsessive gaze. But Billy, Billy, a sister? It didn't seem so. As they stepped off the platform, the street and sun that appeared were not as she had imagined. Instead, a murky atmosphere enveloped them. Noise, shouting, screaming, and all sorts of strange sounds bombarded Kwang San's ears before her eyes could comprehend. Then came the blinding spotlight and a spacious interior. Kwang San instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, while the other hand was tightly held by Jindong. Jindong seemed to have already adapted to the environment here and shouted into Kwang San's ear, "How about it? Isn't it amazing? This is my secret base, and I'm really happy to share it with you, Kwang San." What a... The overwhelming noise made it difficult for Kwang San to clearly understand Jindong's words. Instinctively responding, her eyes slowly began to adjust. Before her was a gigantic screen hanging in the center, hexagonally shaped, with 6 panels facing outward. Kwang San and the others stood on a high platform. Below them were wide, flat, stair-like steps. Looking around, it seemed that the vast majority were women. Moreover, they were all wrapped up tightly. Even if they were familiar faces, it would be difficult to recognize them. However, at this moment, their eyes all radiated a fierce passion, a kind of sickly enthusiasm that instinctively made Kwang San shudder. Before she could observe further, Kwang San was drawn to a mysterious, seductive sound. That was the source of the glaring light, the gigantic screen hanging in the center. It was playing. What the hell? Kwang-san exclaimed, unable to maintain her composure as she was startled by the scene. No, to be precise, it was the scene that hurt her eyes, plunging her into a state of chaos. What were they showing there? What exactly made these women so excited? Wait, what were the two people on the gigantic screen doing? Were they wrestling? Why did wrestling involve tearing clothes? Why were they shouting? Huh? Why were they doing flips? Why was that guy on the ground wrestling so skillfully? Why am I watching this kind of thing? What is that black room with white walls? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What on earth is this? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Kwang-san murmured weakly. And as a muscular man on the screen pressed down on another muscular guy and let out a pleasurable sound. Oh my eyes. Kwang-san also let out a cry of despair. They did well. Jindong next to her praised the two on the screen. The sight of muscles pressing against each other's sweat mingling seemed to inspire her with a good idea. Completely absorbed, Jindong did not notice that Kwang-san had already covered her eyes, seemingly suffering great harm. An image that was difficult to erase had been unwittingly etched into Kwang-san's mind, leaving her in a dazed state. However, Jindong's intention in bringing Kwang-san here was not malicious at all. Rather, it was her most sincere invitation to share her favorite things with others, this pure heart of a young girl. She simply thought that as her first friend after coming to the dream prayer, they should be open with each other. No matter how the other party was, at the very least, she should maintain her most sincere intentions. However, for a girl who rarely communicated with the outside world and was naive to life's complexities, she found no other way to share her feelings. Jindong's actions in themselves did not seem strange. Just like how boys find lilies beautiful and pure girls might not find boy-boy relationships hard to accept, in fact, they likely find it exciting. But Kwang-san was different. Her heart was genuinely that of a man. She simply couldn't accept it. It was a severe mental pollution, a biochemical weapon. At this moment, Kwang-san felt that even battling Orochimaru would not hurt as much as the image she was witnessing. She finally recalled what New Sun Twilight was all about. It was a place filled with the philosophy of muscular men. So the Billy Billy Jindong hummed earlier wasn't Billy Billy, but Billy Billy. Kwang-san lamented with blood tears. Oh what? The sound was too soft and the surrounding environment was too noisy. Jindong naturally couldn't hear Kwang-san's murmurs. It's nothing. Kwang-san struggled to speak. What are they doing? They Jindong pointed straight at the screen with her index finger, then smiled brightly. They are the pioneers of philosophy, constantly pursuing greater strength with their bodies while deeply contemplating with their minds. They are the perfect embodiment of strength and intellect. Jindong's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented light, at least something Kwang-san had never seen before since coming here. Really? It's truly unbelievable that pursuing greater strength can be accomplished by doing such things. I find it a bit hard to understand. Kwang-san felt a bit dizzy. After a considerable effort, she managed to steady her mind. Adaptability was one of her strengths, and at this moment, she had an expression as if she had just bitten a mosquito, slowly returning to normal. However, adaptability is one thing, acceptance is another. Thus, she found it difficult to voice her thoughts. Makoto, how about? We change places. What did you say? Look, we're about to enter the final stage. Makoto was fixated on the screen, completely oblivious to Kwang-san's words. I really don't want to watch. It's painful to the eyes. Should I just leave this guy here? Kwang-san thought about it, but then realized that since they had come together, it seemed inappropriate to return alone. But, looking at Makoto, who was caught up in excitement, Kwang-san knew it would be hard to pull her away without a sufficient reason. Though Makoto usually appeared soft and delicate like a cute furry creature, she would fall into an incredibly fervent state whenever the topic of corruption arose. This kind of state had only occurred when she was alone revealing herself on her blog. But now, it seemed different. Even in front of someone she trusted, she could be so unrestrained. It was akin to a child throwing a tantrum. With this thought, Kwang-san found it even harder to leave her behind. Just when she was struggling to find a reason to leave, a message from Shirou Amiya caught Kwang-san's attention, making her eyes light up. Justice partner Conan. Is Tokisaki-san free? If you don't mind. I hope you can honor me with your presence to repay the favor from that day. Originally the ID was Shirou Amiya, but later modified by Kwang-san to Justice partner Kon. Upon reading this message, Kwang-san was momentarily taken aback. What was with this overly formal language? Honestly, it was a bit nauseating. Why not just say they wanted to treat her to dinner? Under normal circumstances, Kwang-san would definitely refuse. How could dining with a clueless guy compare to spending time with a beautiful girl? Although she found Shirou's words somewhat strange, wasn't this the perfect opportunity to leave? Kwang-san grabbed Makoto's hand and pulled her closer. Makoto, we are leaving. What? I don't want to go. Hearing Kwang-san's prolonged sound of reluctance, Makoto seemed to express her dislike for that inconsiderate guy. This was the time to gather more material. Having anticipated her reaction, Kwang-san was ready with her next argument. After all, he's a comrade we've fought alongside. It would be too pitiful to refuse him. Besides, I've already agreed. Ugh. Makoto's face fell, looking as if she were about to cry. But Makoto, there's nothing to discuss. Hurry, it's impolite to keep others waiting. Kong-sen seized the moment of her hesitation, forcefully turning her body around and pushing her toward the exit. Huh. Wait. Wait, Kong-san. Ugh. In a brief struggle, Kong-sen finally escaped the torment of this place. Shirou Amiya did not live in the dormitory assigned by the school. Due to having a younger sister, a student dormitory of no more than 5 tatami mats was certainly unsuitable. Thus they resided in an outside room. Kong-san, so the Amiya family is quite wealthy. Makoto stood before a remarkably large mansion, exclaiming, with such a large room, how many books can you possibly store? Well, who knows? Kong-san replied, casually gazing at the European-style building. She hadn't expected Shirou Amiya to live in such luxury. The building presented a dignified yet serious dark hue, subtly revealing the owner's serious and earnest character. However, the cobblestone path leading to the crescent-shaped door indicated that the occupants must possess considerable refinement and quality, elegant yet solemn. This 3-story villa, seamlessly blending tradition with elegant simplicity and splendor, was now before Kong-san and Makoto. They exchanged a glance and Kong-san chuckled. Let's go in. Although it looks like a vampire count's mansion from 1,000 years ago, dining inside seems like a wonderful experience. Huh, are we just going in like this? Makoto exclaimed, looking around in a panic. Isn't a place like this supposed to have a butler in a tailcoat to greet us? This overly extravagant mansion certainly gave off that impression. No need, that guy said to just come in when we arrive. No wonder he added such an unnecessary comment. Anyone arriving here would hesitate, right? Kong-san explained as she stepped forward. Upon entering through the crescent-shaped door, they arrived at the courtyard. The yard was vast, appearing as if they were in a prairie. Fortunately, a generous white marble path led straight to the entrance of the mansion, ensuring they wouldn't lose their way. Phew. This is Makoto's first time in a place like this. It's astonishing. Kong-san felt slightly surprised as well, but her astonishment wasn't for the mansion itself, but rather for the fact that Shirou Amiya had such a luxurious place in this dreamlike land. It was extravagantly unbelievable. As they walked to the end of the white floor, the figure that appeared at the entrance was not Shirou Amiya, but a purple figure they had never seen before. To say they had never seen her wouldn't be entirely accurate. Precisely speaking, they had never seen her in person. The person standing there smiling gently was Sakura Matu, whom Shirou Amiya had mentioned during the extracurricular lessons. At this moment, Sakura was wearing a white strap dress, elegantly standing before the wooden archway. Upon seeing Kong-san and Makoto's arrival, her face immediately lit up with a tender smile. You must be Shirou's classmates, Shina Makoto. She slowly turned her head toward Kong-san, her smile deepening. And Tokisaki, Kong-san, right? I am Sakura Matu. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Please take care of me. Sakura offered a slight bow, effortlessly showcasing the essence of etiquette with just a few words. Her composed demeanor, spring-like smile, and the gentle aura she radiated made her seem just like a princess. Kong-san's first impression of her was completely different from the image she had seen before. However, Kong-san noticed that Sakura's last phrase, please take care of me, seemed entirely directed at her, completely overlooking Makoto. Though her tone didn't change, the subtle expressions and deeply hidden emotions didn't escape Kong-san's notice. Did I just become her target? After a moment's contemplation, Kong-san could roughly guess the reason behind it. At this point, there could only be that reason, right? Kong-san chuckled inwardly, unable to resist teasing her. Yet on the surface, she met Sakura's gaze without backing down, or rather infused with a sense of provocation. She lightly covered her lips with her hand. Oh my, what a beauty. I am Tokisaki Kong-san, an important partner of Shuriken. Tokisaki Kong-san emphasized the words important partner with a distinct tone. The atmosphere was tense, the air thick with awkwardness. This was the direct feeling of Weigong Shirou, yet it was also the effect that Kurumi was aiming to achieve. Though they were merely sitting in silence, their smiles appeared so amiable. Yet why did it feel like something was off? Matoi was silently sipping her tea, and it seemed quite fitting even though she hadn't noticed it before. Kurumi calmly surveyed the surroundings. The exterior appeared to be an ancient yet luxurious European-style building, while the interior rooms were quaintly Japanese. Tisk, having a sister, a house, and both parents deceased. What a life. Kurumi gazed at the angelic Iliasville beside her, unable to suppress her sigh. This must be the standard protagonist template. Looking around, 4 girls and 1 boy, Kurumi sighed internally. This was truly unpleasant. Very, very unpleasant. Kurumi stared at the teacup in her hand. The green tea, inside crystal clear, was made from high-quality leaves that bore a slight bitterness at first, soon followed by a fragrant aroma. As she silently drank her green tea, Kurumi couldn't help but start worrying about her future. In this world, sexual orientation doesn't seem to differ much. Could it be that I will end up lonely for life? Looking at the vigilance and wariness in Tosaka Sakura's eyes, Kurumi, for the first time after transforming, had such thoughts. Being young is great, being a man is great. Wait a minute, thinking carefully, am I not also a super beautiful girl? Although I haven't paid much attention, I do possess a beauty that could captivate anyone along with a perfectly shaped figure. Even if I can't sway other girls. It seems I also have the ability to create clones. However, speaking of which, as long as two people truly love each other regardless of gender species, can also be crossed right. Or is it the difference between ideals and reality? Kurumi held her teacup, pondering seriously. She normally wouldn't have such thoughts, but after seeing Tokisaki Sakura and Weigong, Kurumi suddenly felt a sense of crisis about her future life. Young people in their adolescence always possess astonishing energy. After coming to this world, Kurumi had been immersed in learning and cultivating for 3 consecutive months, which she found quite incredible. Kurumi carefully considered her troubles, ignoring the glances sent her way. Yet to outsiders, the tension felt akin to 2 armies facing off, ready to draw swords at any moment. Tokisaki Sakura's hostility was naturally due to Weigong Shirou. After returning from Weigong, she had constantly mentioned Kurumi, making her very concerned. It felt as if something had been stolen. However, the reason Weigong mentioned her had nothing to do with gender. It was purely gratitude and a yearning for her strength. It's just that Weigong's thoughts had not yet become delicate enough to easily perceive the complex thoughts hidden by the girl. When he was rambling on about Kurumi's heroic feats, an intense annoyance lingered in Tokisaki Sakura's heart. But she was, after all, the second daughter of the renowned Tosaka family, one of the 12 lords of the Magic Tower, so she could easily suppress such negative emotions deep within her heart. Silently listening with a smile to Weigong's narration, when he finished, he seemed to notice that Tokisaki Sakura's smile was somewhat different, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what was off. Then she said, since that classmate Tokisaki helped Shirou so much, we must properly thank her. Thus the current invitation was born. Yet rather than gratitude, it was more accurate to say that Tokisaki Sakura merely wanted to see who this person was that Weigong constantly talked about. But just one glance at the other's seemingly bewitching beauty and elegance, which was no less than her own, trained under noble court standards, made Matsu Sakura feel an immense sense of vigilance. This was a formidable rival. Thus she privately categorized Kurumi as a rival. However, Kurumi could not possibly harbor any feelings for Weigong Shirou. If one had to say, her goal was the stars and the sea. No, it was beautiful girls who ideally, it was a crystal palace made up of beautiful girls. This battle that had yet to begin had already ended in Tokisaki Sakura's defeat. Because Kurumi simply did not care. In the vast room, the silence was oppressive and the awkward atmosphere seemed to overflow. Unable to endure this atmosphere, first was Weigong Shirou. Although he didn't quite understand, he could still feel the sharp awkwardness as if it were a knife. Weigong stood up, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. Tokisaki-san, the water in your cup is finished. I'll get you some more tea. Thank you. Unconsciously lost in thought, Kurumi politely replied, as her cup had long been empty. Seeing Weigong pour tea for Kurumi, a shadow immediately crossed Tokisaki Sakura's face, followed by a radiant smile. Shirou, I want some too. Ah, okay, Sakura, your cup seems to be still full. Tokisaki Sakura placed her hands together beside her cheeks, squinting her eyes with a brighter smile. I want some too. Weigong's hand froze in midair, unsure of what to do. Kurumi ignored the two of them and turned to look at the pure little girl beside her. Although it's a bit rude to introduce myself now, please take care of me. I am Tokisaki Kurumi. Are you her sister, Kurumi? I often hear Shirou mention you. You are indeed as beautiful as I imagined. I am Iliasville von Einsburn. Just call me Ilya. Can I call you Sister Kurumi? At first she was a bit nervous, completely unsure of what was happening. At this moment, seeing the gentle Sister Kurumi greeting her, she naturally revealed an innocent smile accompanied by her naive and lively voice. The earlier awkward atmosphere melted away in an instant like spring snow. However, certain words from Iliasville made Tokisaki Sakura squint her eyes even deeper. Hee Iliasville Matoy, I am Shina Matoy, you can call me Matoy Wunshin. Hee, can I pat your head? So cute. Matoy, who had run over at some point, looked excited, causing Iliasville to shrink back in fear. Then she ran behind Kurumi, shyly peeking her little head out. No. Although curious about why Iliasville was so close to her, Kurumi did not reject the feeling. Ilias Sophie von Einsburn is not a purely human being. To be precise, she is an artificial life form born from the intricacies of magical mechanics, a pinnacle of alchemical life, created through complex magical secrets and the analysis of the origins of life stemming from both humans and homunculi. She exists as a being that is half human and half homunculus. Due to the uniqueness of the homunculus, she can inscribe magical circuits that ordinary magicians can only dream of within her body, and being the ultimate crystallization of creation, Ilya possessed unparalleled potential even before her birth. During her time in the womb, Ilya experienced an incident that was neither too big nor too small. Her mother, Alice Phil, was abducted by a mysterious organization for a period. It was neither for revenge nor out of desire. In a place illuminated by a dim green flame where the stone walls were carved with gigantic twisted patterns, there was no humiliation or persecution, as one might imagine. On the contrary, Alice was treated with utmost reverence, as if she were a revered entity. However, the shadowy figures crawling on the ground did not reflect Alice's form in their hollow, fervent eyes, but rather something more formless and indescribable. Although treated with respect, the distorted and eerie aura emanating from these individuals still made Alice feel uneasy. During this time, Alice could only sit in the expansive room, which resembled a towering altar. Countless shadows below were chanting something, praying, reciting complex and obscure incantations. With her magical knowledge, Alice could only ascertain that their spells seemed to be communicating with the mysterious. Then, as if in an illusion, countless orbs of light appeared from the rifts in the void. They flickered and vanished in an instant. No, it might not even have been a measurable moment. Having seemingly received some form of confirmation, the robed figures beneath the altar erupted in fervor. Thus, Alice was sent back unharmed. No one knows why they initially abducted Alice, nor do they understand the purpose and motives of this mysterious organization. They didn't even cast any spells or suspicious objects upon Alice. It was as if they merely grabbed her to take a look and nothing more. After returning Alice, the mysterious organization completely vanished, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed. After much ado, this enigma remains unknown to this day. Aside from the oddity of it all, the experience was hardly a significant ordeal. As time passed, this nonsensical event quickly faded from the minds of those involved. By now 16 years have passed. Kongu gently rested her head on Ilya's silver hair, and since the moment she saw Ilya, a sense of closeness surged within her, as if all her spiritual energy was radiating a light-hearted joy. Similarly, the girl, resembling a snow fairy, or rather a lowly, even though Ilya was nearly 16, her physique and appearance remained forever at the age of 9. For all these years, the unsullied Ilya gazed at Kongu with her pure, clear eyes, a warmth emanating from the depths of her heart that had lingered since she first met Kongu. Cool and refreshing, soft and delicate. Like the new snow of spring lightly melting on her tongue, the intersection of coolness and ethereality rippled through her tranquil heart. Thus, when Kongu focused her attention on her, a smile instantly blossomed in Ilya's eyes, more brilliant and transparent than rubies. At this moment, she sat on Kongo's lap, her hair brushing against Kongo's smooth porcelain-like skin, and she couldn't help but squint her eyes, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Such a scene made Matoy Maki feel envious. Aside from her obsession with BL, she had no resistance to pink, fluffy, and cute things. Ilya, with a face more exquisite than the crafts displayed in a glass showcase, naturally caused Maki's reserved defenses to crumble in an instant. Wow, I want to hug her, I want to snuggle, I want to take her home. These thoughts filled her mind. Externally, however, this manifested as a rather frightening, crazy sister image in Ilya's eyes. Ilya looked at Maki, curling her neck like an injured kitten, nervously inching closer to Kongu. Then Maki saw the outline of her curves, the astounding elasticity, seemingly ready to burst forth, asserting its presence. In Kongo's puzzled gaze, Maki's feeble hands knelt forward and said, "I lost. Completely lost. In every conceivable way. I lost." Seeing her in such a daze, Kongo blinked and said, there's no need to be so devastated. If Maki could just hold back the drool at the corner of her mouth, it wouldn't be like this. While that is part of it, don't you really not know, Kongo?" Maki's eyes glinted with strong emotions as she shot a resentful glance. Kongo's eyes widened innocently. "Know what?" Kongo's casual response left Maki unsatisfied, causing her to cradle her head and flop onto the ground, emitting a whimpering sound. "Kongo, you're bullying me." Boo-hoo. Not understanding what suddenly came over Maki, Kongu had no intention of deciphering her current thoughts. Glancing at the still-locked standoff between Amiya and Sakura, she eventually shifted her gaze back to Ilya. Visiting the Amiya household, aside from wanting to escape that place, another reason was to see Ilya. Seeing Ilya's clear and pure gaze ignoring the relationship between Tosaka Sakura and Amiya Shirou inexplicably gave Kongu a sense of relief. "What do you think of Sakura?" Kongu wrapped her arms around Ilya's slender waist from behind, gently asking near Ilya's ear. Though they had only just met today, there was no sense of awkwardness whatsoever. It felt as natural as if they were sisters who had known each other for years. Sakura. She's really nice, very gentle, and her cooking is delicious. She also provides us a place to stay," Ilya replied naturally. "A place to stay. So this is Tosaka Sakura's residence." Indeed, the Tosaka family is a major conglomerate in this world, so having such a place in Dream Wish is quite normal. However, this is not what Kongo was concerned about. "Oh dear, if she's such an outstanding girl, aren't you worried she might steal your brother away?" "Steal away?" Ilya blinked her eyes innocently. "What do you mean by steal away?" Hearing this, Kongo finally confirmed a small but significant detail. Ilya had no feelings for Shirou beyond that of siblings. Under the immense pressure of Matu Sakura's forced smile, Amiya finally couldn't hold on any longer and said he would go prepare lunch. He mentioned that he recently learned a new dish called spicy stir-fried pork at Longquan restaurant, which glows and is incredibly impressive with a taste that is top-notch. Feeling awkward, he hurried out of the room, pulled the wooden door shut behind him, and sighed as his whole body seemed to go limp, then dragged himself toward the kitchen, swaying slightly. "At last, I escaped." Why do I feel like Sakura is acting a bit strange? Is she angry? Wasn't it her who asked me to come over? Sigh. At this moment, there were still 4 people left in the room. In the center of the spacious room, which was at least 10 tatami mats in size, a low wooden table was placed. The 4 girls were seated around this table, and Matsu Sakura, being the daughter of a wealthy family, could still navigate this environment with ease, even having grown up in the West. She knelt beside the low table, sitting up straight, yet without giving an impression of stiffness. Even though her mood seemed slightly clouded, a warm smile graced her face. Matsu Sakura held a teacup, occasionally taking a gentle sip and occasionally casting a welcoming glance at Kurumi, as if truly glad for her presence. However, her smile, though polite, was overly rigid. While it could indeed create a friendly atmosphere, Kurumi had long since stepped beyond its reach. A smile that is merely a display of facial muscles is certainly not heartfelt. Moreover, when a particular expression lasts for more than a few seconds, it is undoubtedly a deliberate disguise. Kurumi understood this simple social etiquette. However, she did not mind. This was a case of reaping what one sows. Compared to the seemingly hostile Matsu Sakura, she was more interested in building a friendship with the little girl in her arms, Ilya. Matoi was looking dejectedly at Kurumi and Ilya. Although she wanted to let out a wail of defeat, she restrained herself, considering that they were in someone else's home, and such a display would be exceedingly uncouth. Crossing her arms, she returned to her original spot. Matoi was originally seated next to Matsu Sakura, but with Amiya absent, a space opened up. Feeling a bit silly sitting there, she cast her gaze toward the ever-elegant Matsu Sakura and thought, I've heard that the more aristocratic one is the more chaotic their interests become. I wonder if she is one of us. A fire seemed to ignite in Matoi's eyes, and she quickly moved to sit beside Matsu Sakura. Ilya, with her large, pure eyes, looked a bit childish. She sat quietly in Kurumi's embrace, which made her feel safe and comfortable. The lingering pain from earlier seemed to wash away like dirt. I can't let big brother worry anymore. I can't trouble big sister Sakura any further. The innocent child felt guilty for causing trouble due to her existence. But for some reason, as long as she sat in big sister Kurumi's arms, all her worries seemed to melt away like snow in the sun, warming her heart like the gentle rays of winter sunshine. Naturally, Ilya began to recall the amusing events of the past few days. Hey Kurumi, let me tell you, Amiya was so foolish yesterday. We went to buy chili peppers. A 1 kilogram was only 3 yuan, but Amiya insisted on giving the shopkeeper 9 yuan for 2 kilograms. He even told the shopkeeper, you haven't repaid me for the kindness you've shown. How can you be so greedy for such small change? After quite a while, he realized that the idiot Amiya had made a miscalculation. Haha, he actually thought that 3 plus 3 equals 9 yuan. Kurumi's expression tightened slightly. Amiya, Shirou has this kind of situation too. Suddenly a flash of insight crossed Kurumi's mind, leading her to a speculation. Could it be big sister Kurumi? Ilya turned her head to look at Kurumi, who had been lost in thought for a while, and pouted in displeasure. Oh, yes, he is indeed very foolish. Seeing Ilya's pitiful expression, Kurumi temporarily halted her thoughts, stroking Ilya's head and smiling. As so, Amiya is really this foolish. Matoi, who was conversing with Matsu Sakura, also expressed surprise at Ilya's words. Hearing Matoi speak as if she had just encountered something astonishing, Kurumi couldn't help but want to cover her face. What position do you have to say that? Didn't you just miscalculate the coffee money today? Upon hearing that it was about Amiya, Shirou, Matsu Sakura also joined the conversation. When the discussion reached its peak, Matsu Sakura couldn't help but ask Miss Tokisaki, what is your relationship with Shirou? Is this very important to you? Kurumi tilted her head slightly, an unintentional smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. I think it's very important to me. Oh, I see. My relationship with Amiya is an extremely pure male-female relationship. Kurumi's eyes curved like crescent moons, and she smiled at Sakura. Indeed, there should be no pure male-female relationship in the world. However, this response sounded ambiguous to Matsu Sakura, especially with Kurumi's voice, which was almost enchanting, and the emphasis on the word pure. It was hard for Sakura to overlook. Seeing her frown with suspicion, although well hidden, a flicker of unease passed over her, which brought a small sense of delight to Kurumi. It seemed like teasing her was quite fun. Matoi and Ilya's gazes flitted between Kurumi and Matsu Sakura. Although they did not know what was happening, they felt that Kurumi had won. Seeing that smile on Kurumi's face, they felt that she had become a bit wicked. It seemed she had awakened some devilish interest. No, big sister Kurumi is the kindest person. Ilya inexplicably thought so. As Kurumikin's dear friend and like-minded ally, even though I don't understand what's going on, I will always stand by your side. Under Kurumi's smile, which made the little lamb tremble inexplicably, Matoi encouraged herself. In the end, lunch was quite peaceful. After finishing lunch under Ilya's reluctant gaze, Kurumi and Matoi bid farewell to the place. Nightfall arrived. The lake of mist shimmered with sparkling lights, the glow forming a trail of flowing fire that extended to the adjacent magical forest. Passing through this fantastical forest, one could see a simple rectangular stone path at the end, leading to a shrine standing atop a small hill. A renovated stone staircase, ancient and solemn, clearly crafted by skilled hands. The torii gate above the staircase was also bright red, looking both mysterious and elegant. The saying the boundary between man and God is vividly embodied by this solemn torii gate. However, once through the torii, the interior room appeared incredibly dilapidated. It was not that it was dilapidated, but the contrast with the front was simply too great, giving a feeling of shock. A simple wooden hut stood lonely with an empty offering box in front. The wooden door was tightly shut, and occasionally the wind would blow, causing it to creak, likely due to years of neglect. Inside the room, there were only tatami mats covering the floor with no other furniture in sight. In the center of the tatami was a small futon from which one could tell that the person sleeping there was quite petite. With a start, a gentle breeze rustled through, and the person suddenly opened their eyes, their distinctly black and white eyes filled with pain, mumbling, "Poverty keeps me from sleeping." Raimu Hakurii harbored a small dream. She hoped that one day her shrine would flourish with worshippers and bustling crowds. Thus, at the beginning of the new semester, she made a considerable sum during the dream offering, which, though not large, was enough to renovate the entrance. She hired the finest craftsmen and used the best materials, transforming the stone steps and torii leading to the shrine into something as solemn and imposing as the others. This should attract more visitors, right? The girl clasped her hands together, sincerely wishing for this. What she received instead was a desolate scene before her shrine. The redand white shrine maiden gazed at the bleak sight, feeling increasingly listless. However, this was the life she had wished for, lounging at home sipping green tea until it went stale and not wanting to move at all. After all, she was just a lethargic person with no passion for life. Yet that wouldn't do. The green tea would eventually run out and the citrus fruits would be consumed. The essentials for a leisurely life would soon be depleted in an instant, and for a shrine maiden wishing for a more comfortable existence, this was intolerable. Hoping for the shrine to prosper. What she truly cared about was the chain reaction brought on by a thriving shrine, which, to put it plainly, was the income from worshippers. Doing nothing and just lying at home to gather money was her ultimate goal. However, the plan of attracting people with a bright entrance had evidently fallen through. Even the few pieces of furniture she had were pawned. After squandering everything, Raimu was awakened by her poverty. Not even a cookie left. Opening the wooden box, she found only a few crumbs, letting out a lament. Despite being at this level, she could maintain her bodily functions without food, but she still felt hungry. Some people directly overcome this discomfort, and the saying, "you get used to being hungry," exists in this world. But it was obvious that as someone who enjoyed life, Raimu could never manage that. What she desired most was to lie in the sun on a lazy afternoon, wake up to her favorite oranges and green tea, and if possible have some snacks as well. However, all of this depended on having money. "I'm so poor." Sighing, Raimu slumped her body and closed the empty wallet that resembled her stomach. "There's still a long way until the next enrollment at Dream Offering Academy, and after this time, I don't even know if they'll let me work as temporary logistics management again. Last time I borrowed some money from that wealthy, lowly vampire and forgot to return it, she probably won't lend me again. Sign, this side is all about order, can't just rob." Raimu pondered seriously about some malicious ideas. But the other side of Dream Offering is chaotic and without rules, all about strength. But if I run into that guy, I'm done for. What a hassle. Money, how can I gather enough to lie at home for the rest of my life? Raimu held her head and, reclining smoothly, gazed blankly at the polished ceiling. Wait. Raimu's eyes lit up. Isn't there one worshipper? She suddenly recalled the only person who had come to the Hakurii shrine to offer incense in recent years, Tokisaki Kurumi. A kind person like her would surely not refuse my request. Thinking this, Raimu slowly moved her hand to her forehead, covering her lovely face. With an extraordinary appearance, the smile at the corner of her mouth, however, shattered this beauty. As she contemplated borrowing money from that person, the sound of joy came from outside the window. "Hey Raimu, I'm here to play with you days." The weather today was somewhat hazy. The sun was hidden behind a white mist with a faint view of a red sphere. The mist lake also had a layer of white crystal, and the ethereal mist lingered over the lake's surface. The mist was not tiny water droplets formed from cooled air, but rather a true white gas rising from the lake. Neither solid nor liquid, it was a gas visible to the eye. Such a misty scene could only be seen during a very limited period throughout the year. The mist lake existed long before the Dream Offering Land was established, and its time is ancient. Legend has it that beneath the mist lake lies an even more ancient ocean, a sea composed of light, where any creature that falls into it would vanish in an instant. But the mist lake itself is unfathomably deep. Even the most powerful beings cannot dive to its depths, seemingly more profound than the starry sky. Thus, in the end, legends are just legends. However, one fact can be confirmed: the Mist Lake indeed connects to the underworld, a gathering place for the deceased. Once Araya's lotus had been here. Though it can't be said to be here to be precise, it was beside the Mist Lake, passing through a small grove to a flower sea, which also had a branch of the Mist Lake, thus connecting to the underworld. He had once gazed at the underworld from there, ultimately sighing, believing it to be a gathering place of those who cannot be called dead. Meanwhile, the crystalline Aincrad embodying all of Dream Offering Land just happened to float in this place, seemingly not merely because it was centrally located. The white mist rose, and everything fell silent. This indicated the opening of the underworld's gate, from which a small wooden boat sailed upstream against the current, with several shadows faintly visible in the mist. However, when looked at again, the lake's surface had become empty again, not even a ripple appearing. Is it my illusion? Waiting here, early Kurumi looked up at the sky with boredom, seemingly sensing something at the lake's surface, but finding nothing. Moreover, her sixth sense had no warnings, so even if it was a vague feeling, it could only be attributed to an illusion. In such thick fog, it was normal to have illusions. I suppose it's about time. Kurumi took out her terminal, tucking away the stray strands of hair at her chest, and found it strange that even in such thick fog and early in the morning, her hair had not been dampened at all. But this was of no concern, as Shana and Tianyi were returning today. Having set the time, Kurumi had been waiting here early. Finally, the space above distorted, emitting subtle spatial fluctuations. Kurumi's face also broke into a smile that seemed capable of parting the fog. They're back. Who am back? The first to rush out was Tianyi, bouncing with joy, bringing with her a fragrant breeze, and she dove into Kwang San's embrace, rubbing her face against Kwang San's chest with a look of ecstasy. Even through her underwear, she could feel the smoothness, softness, and incredible elasticity. Kwang San, I've missed you so much. Tianyi wrapped her arms around Kwang San's slender waist, her head nuzzling in repeatedly. This feels so good, damn. I'm rubbing hoo. Kwang San truly wanted to push away this infatuated girl, but after such a long time apart, she couldn't bear to be so heartless. Suppressing the strange feelings within her, just as she was about to say welcome back, Tianyi lifted her chin, her emerald eyes like those of a fairy seriously staring at Kwang San. You know, San, I've actually wanted to say this for a long time. Although it feels really comfortable, the size is just right, and the comfort level is top-notch, plus it's so elastic. But don't you ever wear a bra? Kwang San was momentarily stunned, looking at the girl wriggling in her arms, seriously critiquing her. Kwang San's face darkened. So as a girl, you should be modest and always maintain elegance. Just because something is not visible doesn't mean it should be excessively neglected. What is hidden within is the essence. Sen, you're like this. Oh. Ouch. The joy of their reunion was instantly shattered by her leaving only feelings of helplessness and dark thoughts swirling within. Kwang San accurately struck Tianyi's smooth forehead with a hand chop, gritting her teeth and saying, elegance. Modesty. Words like that should not come from you. Wah. Is this how you treat a long-lost friend, Kwang San? Tianyi squatted down, covering her head with her hands, tears welling up in her big eyes. Wow. So impressive, tears can really come at will. But long-lost reunion. It's only been half a month since we last met. At this moment, Shana also walked over. Originally, they could have returned together, but Tianyi had to stay there until the Culinary King competition was over before coming back, while Shana had embarked on a journey with the Red World's disciples, completing trials that were not meant for her stage before returning. At this moment, she looked even more majestic, her childlike face showing no signs of tenderness, especially the black knife in her hand, which seemed to come alive in Kwang San's eyes full of spirit. Welcome back. It seems Shana's gained quite a bit, Kwang San said with genuine warmth. I'm back. Shana still expressed her feelings about returning in her own way. A rare smile appeared on her stern little face. Let's go find a place to have a drink and take a break. After a simple greeting, Kwang San and Shana stepped forward. Only Tianyi remained behind, pointing at her nose in a daze, exclaiming in a flustered and sorrowful tone. Hey. What about me? Wah, Kwang San, Shana, wait for me. It was still the same cafe, elegantly arranged, fresh in style, and very quiet. For those looking for a place to rest, it was quite a good spot. Moreover, the coffee made from those 5 types of beans meticulously blended by the owner piqued Kwang San's curiosity. Last time she was taken away by Shina Mafuyu, she didn't have a chance to drink. She only remembered the strong, rich aroma of the coffee at that time. When Kwang San stepped through the door, the owner was momentarily stunned, and then anxiety began to rise within. Why are they back again? The impact from last time was even worse than being struck by a meteor. Her first time serving had ended in a disastrous defeat, receiving an evaluation that was nearly equivalent to just like instant coffee, nearly causing the owner to have a heart attack. Thus, she vividly remembered Kwang San. No, it should be said the impression of Mafuyu beside Kwang San was firmly imprinted in her mind. However, it was not a pleasant memory. Shortly after, Shana and Tianyi also stepped in. It's not that little blonde girl. The owner inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Then with a standard smile, she walked over. Before she could ask, Kwang San said, a cup of mixed coffee, please. Then turned to the side. What about you? Just like Kwang San's is fine, Tianyi said, looking at Kwang San. Anything is fine. Shana maintained her cool demeanor. Then 3 cups of mixed coffee, please. Upon hearing 3 cups of mixed coffee, the owner perked up, remembering that Kwang-san had indeed intended to drink before being interrupted. Perhaps she might unexpectedly be a good person. No, an angel. This time the owner did not leisurely introduce the origins of the mixed coffee. She planned to wait until these guests finished drinking and were amazed by her skills, and that would be the perfect time for her to make her appearance. The owner returned to the counter to brew the coffee. Tianyi was enthusiastically talking about the delicious food there, how incredibly good it was. Most importantly, during the culinary competition, everything was free. Kwang-san listened with a smile at the corners of her mouth as Tianyi described the various foods, her happiness and satisfaction overflowing and infectious to those around her. Although Shana was not interested in this, as it was her friend, she chose to be a quiet listener. This journey of trials had brought her an astonishing transformation. We're getting closer to that place. Shana felt a wave of joy in her heart. In this joyful atmosphere, the owner brought over 3 cups of coffee on a tray. The aroma was indeed very nice, a truly authentic coffee with its own uniqueness. Kwang-san picked up the coffee, took a small sip, and the rich flavor instantly lingered in her nostrils, her taste buds rejoicing. So delicious. As she was about to say this in response to the owner's expectant gaze, it's barely acceptable, just not as good as the 7 delicacies tea I had there. This was said seriously after returning from the culinary competition. A critical blow, a sharp sword, pierced through the owner's chest again, leaving it bloody. Just right for quenching thirst, Shana, who had finished the trials, expressed her most sincere feelings at that moment. Shana had always been so straightforward. With a double critical hit, the owner fell to her knees, her head buzzing, as if she had been struck by Billy the Kid, utterly despondent. Seeing the owner's state, Kwang-san really wanted to say that the taste was actually very good, rich in flavor, smooth, yet not greasy. But at this point, the poor owner probably couldn't hear it anymore. I feel quite sorry for her. Kwang-san's little face showed embarrassment as she watched her 2 friends smiling brightly, her gaze drifting silently, lifting her cup to cover her nose. Just then the terminal rang, and Kwang-san took it out to look. It was an ID she hadn't seen in a long time. The shrine maiden of Hakurei Yosen Sanchinim. So cute, please send me some money, thank you. Q-san fell silent. What is this? A cold joke of the new century. To be honest, seeing such words made Q-san's mind momentarily falter, almost unable to connect the dots. This guy, well, forget it, it doesn't matter to her. Q-san silently shut down the terminal and then quietly watched the exhausted store manager return to the front desk, turning towards Tianyi. Speaking of which, we have been delayed by various matters. Is our club still being formed? The delay was primarily due to Tianyi's food issues, and later it was somewhat alleviated by part-time work. However, in the early stages of working part-time, I was not very adaptable, making it difficult to find free time. Later, as I got used to the job, there came the additional burden of extracurricular courses requiring them to make ample preparations. Now finally, there are spirits to take care of this matter. The Club of Dreaming Prayer is different from an ordinary school. Essentially, all clubs are formed by people with similar interests and hobbies enjoying time together. But in terms of expression and nature, the clubs at Dreaming Prayer Academy are entirely different from those at ordinary schools. The most crucial point is that the established clubs within permitted limits possess a certain degree of autonomy or certain privileges. For example, the Archaeology Club can apply to enter sealed ruins. If the Swordsmanship Club contributes, they might even receive secret techniques related to swordplay. This is nearly the reason why every Dreaming Prayer Academy tends to establish its own club or join others. Additionally, the Dreaming Prayer Clubs serve as a shortcut to independent investigation teams which touch upon the threshold of the World City Management Forces. The World City Management Forces possess the right to traverse any known dimension and to some extent are not subject to legal jurisdiction, wielding great power and convenience. Thus, forming a club attracts more people. Although Q-san has no intention of becoming part of the city management, after all, greater power comes with greater responsibility. The enemies they face are almost all powerful beings from various dimensions. One slip-up during a mission could lead to game over if they draw a king card. Perhaps they wouldn't even know how they died. The infinite dimensions are simply too vast, no one knows where the dangers lie. And the City Management Force's exploration of unknown areas is merely one aspect of their duties. However, although she has no thoughts in this regard, being able to form a club with her friends is still a precious experience worth cherishing in the future. Yes. I almost forgot, by the way, we haven't even thought of a name for our club. Tianyi exclaimed. Shana was about to suggest the Swordsmanship Club, but then realized it was merely her own interest and stopped herself. Her previously blunt personality seems to have become much more tactful, but this version of her also seems quite adorable. Q-san noticed Shana's lips twitching, and as her cherry blossom-like lips curved slightly, she asked, Shana, do you have any good ideas? Shana hesitated. She couldn't lie, so she couldn't say nothing as she already had a definite answer in her heart. But feel free to say it. A club should be formed based on everyone's opinions, Q-san encouraged upon seeing Shana's dazed expression. Personally, I would like a swordsmanship club. Since she had decided to speak up, Shana no longer hesitated, but stood tall and spoke confidently. If it were the old her, she would have stopped there, but now, However, I hope we can form a club that everyone is satisfied with. Shana added only this. Seeing her like this, Q-san was momentarily taken aback. The old Shana, rather than not understanding communication, was resolute and dignified, almost naive. She seemed to have an air of maturity, yet in many aspects, she was still a girl that caused much worry. Now it seems a bit different. Should we say she has changed? No, actually she hasn't. She is still not good at understanding hearts and isn't very attuned to the atmosphere. Her pure simplicity allows her to say such words merely out of instinct. Shana did not think too much, simply incorporating everyone's feelings into her own thought process and expressing it from the heart, nothing more. Seeing the innocence and dignity on Shana's face, Q-san was somewhat dazed, suddenly finding this little girl very endearing and wanting to pat her head. But she would definitely get stared at by Shana, right? Thinking this, Q-san decided against doing something that would upset her and instead smiled at Tian, asking Tian-e, what about you? Though we talked about it last time, I want to confirm again. Me. Tian-e quietly raised her little hand. Just music is fine. Then she stole a glance at Shana. Although it felt a bit awkward to propose an entirely different idea after her friend had spoken up, a true friend who echoes your thoughts cannot be considered true. Being straightforward, when necessary, is also very important. Moreover, just as Shana values her mission and abilities, Tian-e is equally passionate about songs. Yet the Dreaming Prayer Club is highly targeted and extremely focused. After all, forming a club can yield too many benefits. If a so-called comprehensive club is established, then according to the nature of the activities, the school must provide too many resources. Permissions for secret realms, forbidden knowledge, and teaching skills and experiences, etc. The school has to provide ample assistance. From this perspective, the school will definitely set up obstacles. Therefore, it is quite difficult for composite clubs to pass the application. Club activities can only be singular. This is also one reason why many new students join existing clubs rather than start one with their friends. The chances of just happening to have a friend with the same interest in forming a club are simply too small. I see. Q-san stroked her chin, pretending to ponder. Even before asking this question, she had already considered the possible divergences and naturally thought of solutions. So Tian-e, I've been meaning to ask, your songs actually have auxiliary functions, right? Like healing, speed, fortification, strength enhancement, and such. Asking others about their powers or abilities is an extremely impolite act. For someone with a fiery temperament, it can even escalate to hostility. Even among friends who have spent a lot of time together, this topic is considered a minefield. Yet Q-san still asked this simply because through their time spent together, she could accurately judge that this level of topic would not affect their relationship, rather it would deepen their mutual understanding. As expected, Tian-e did not react sensitively to this, merely displaying an expression of surprise. Q-san, how did you know? There really is that kind of ability. But what does that have to do with forming a club? Faced with Tian-e's startled expression, as if she had been taken aback, Q-san showed a profound smile, thinking to herself, she certainly wasn't just someone who read too many anime novels. Then it's easy. Q-san clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with joy, looking at Tianyi and Shana, and declared, our club will be called. Kurumi looked at Shana and Tianyi, her wide eyes filled with a smile. We can establish such a club, a tactical music ensemble. A tactical music ensemble. Shana and Tianyi's eyes were filled with confusion, or it's no wonder they couldn't think of it immediately. Kurumi's idea stemmed entirely from her experiences watching Macross Delta and Symphogear in the past. The protagonists fought using their voices, not in terms of abstract will or dreams, but in real devastating battles where they could face enemies head-on. At that time, Kurumi felt quite embarrassed watching it. Singing while fighting, she felt her face reddening. However, after getting used to it, she found it rather exhilarating. Thus, it was perfectly normal not to think about using music in battle. Anyone with a normal mindset wouldn't consider it. Kurumi took a sip of coffee and gazed at the puzzled duo. In simple terms, it's about studying how to use music to enhance combat effectiveness. Kurumi tried her best to explain in a comprehensible manner. Tianyi exclaimed in surprise. Singing on the battlefield. Images flooded Tianyi's mind, the spring breeze blowing, war drums beating, silver helmets, and iron armor everywhere. Standing between two armies, she would sing amidst such a deadly and fierce scene. No, that would be super awkward. Instinctively, she rejected the idea. Moreover, even in individual unit battles, singing while fighting would be terribly embarrassing, wouldn't it? Tianyi pouted, looking at Kurumi with a pitiful expression. Her bright green eyes glistened with tears. Kurumi, you wouldn't want me to do something so embarrassing, right? My. Kurumi tilted her head slightly, gently setting down her coffee cup, and a charming smile curved her lips. She playfully covered her mouth with her hand, pretending to be flustered. Oh my, I never realized that Tianyi's passion for singing was only at this level. I must have misunderstood. I truly apologize. I had no idea that the Tianyi who loves to sing would become stage fright. Seeing her exaggerated demeanor, Tianyi puffed up her cheeks. You clearly know that's not the case. Kurumi, really? But. At this, Kurumi raised her index finger, adopting the posture of a seasoned warrior. But what? An idol is someone who can use their voice to bring healing to people at any moment, removing disasters and eliminating calamities. Isn't it wonderful that this can be achieved simply through song? A song isn't something that can only shine on stage. Even in desolate and hellish places, it possesses its own value and significance, existing to bring warmth no matter when or where. Kurumi looked directly into Tianyi's eyes, and under her powerful aura, Tianyi gradually wilted. And you, Tianyi, change your thoughts just because of different venues acting on whims based on preference. Just because you aren't on a shining stage, you feel that a song has lost its value. Crying over it, oh the song. At this moment, Tianyi said nothing, merely biting her lip weakly. Her distressed expression resembled that of an injured small animal looking pitiful. Her fair hands rested on her thighs, her two fingers continuously twisting and entangling. Seeing Tianyi like this, for some reason Kurumi felt a little excited. Wow, so cute, I want to tease her. It seemed Kurumi had developed a keen interest, and because of that she ended up saying so much irrelevant content. Oh no, it seems I got a bit too excited. Thankfully Kurumi noticed in time and turned off that strange switch. She cleared her throat, ahem. That said, I know Tianyi quite well. Although she says otherwise, she will definitely be reliable in crucial moments. If those anticipated events truly occur, even if it's embarrassing, Tianyi would be the first to stand upright. Kurumi winked at Tianyi, showing her confidence. Hearing those last words, Tianyi was almost moved to tears. Just moments ago she had been deeply bowing her head, but she instantly forgot who the instigator was and grabbed Kurumi's hand. As expected, Kurumi understands me the best. Tianyi really likes Kurumi. Is that so? Under her innocent gaze, Kurumi turned her head away, feeling guilty. Maybe it would be best not to prank her anymore. By the way, why did that come out as a question? Kurumi organized her thoughts and continued to the main topic. However, I don't really mean for you to do such things during battles. Our theme is research, not practice. The goal of establishing our club is to integrate music and combat, pioneering a new direction. In this way, we can fully balance music and swordsmanship. Although she could have said that earlier, Kurumi couldn't help but be moved seeing Tianyi's pitiful appearance. It indeed is a good idea. It seems this is only an activity, but it must encompass both combat and music. Kurumi, you might just be a genius. Shana held her plate of jeon on her initially youthful face, showing a maturity beyond her years, expressing high affirmation of Kurumi's suggestion. At this moment, Tianyi also reacted, realizing that she could have said this from the start, yet she intentionally said those bullying words, making her expression turn indignant as she pouted and looked unhappily at Kurumi. Kurumi remained very calm about this, even taking a sip of coffee. I'm very rich. But Shana looked at Kurumi, finally noticing a crucial question. Kurumi, don't you have something you want to do? After Shana's words, Tianyi suddenly reacted. Yet considering that Tianyi and Shana's conditions were met, what about Kurumi? Me? Of course I do. At that moment, just as the midday sun was moving to a certain angle, the creamy sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting a warm glow on Kurumi, making even her hair shine. Kurumi revealed a joyful smile, a smile more dazzling than the sun, more sincere than the sunlight. What I want to do is create joyful memories with you and pave the way for a brighter future. The area by the glass window was tranquil, and the sky grew even bluer. The final name of the club is Car of Dawn, and its activities focus on researching how to enhance or assist combat through music. Although it is a club of 3 members, both Shana and Tianyi did not have particularly good names, so they naturally accepted the initial name proposed by Kurumi. Car of Dawn is a train leading to dawn, emerging at the moment when the stars of dawn are both visible and hidden. It symbolizes the light breaking through darkness, bringing the hopeful sound of its whistle. It also symbolizes a train carrying the journey of life, heading towards a common destination. There is no more wonderful term than this. Once the intention to establish the club is confirmed, a recommender is needed, akin to a guiding teacher in ordinary schools, but without assuming the responsibility of guidance. The role is to report to the school, submitting the student's intention to establish a new club. It seems simple, but in reality more than 3 people have failed at this stage. Most recommenders are school teachers, and there are only 3 slots available each year. To gain the qualification for recommendation, one must first gain their recognition. However, most students from Dream Prayer only know their homeroom teacher. Or rather, under the deliberate design of Dream Prayer, they only have the opportunity to know their homeroom teacher and a very few others. This creates significant competition. Even if one gains the application qualification, there is still the subsequent assessment. Establishing a club in Dream Prayer is far more challenging than one might imagine. There is even a saying that those who can establish a club are all outstanding individuals who emerge from countless talents shining brightly. The assessment content is specifically drafted by special talents based on the submitted information. Therefore, Tianyi and Shana have been extremely busy lately, as they must prepare thoroughly for this. After all, the assessment content likely involves the integration of music and combat, specifically in close combat swordsmanship. As a result, Kurumi, the initiator, has ironically become more relaxed. Every day, she cheers them on at the venue, buying snacks to bring to them. Then she helps them compile and organize the experimental results of music-assisted combat. At the same time, the task of finding a recommender naturally fell to Kurumi, although she already had a candidate in mind. But now is not the right time. At the very least, they need to achieve some results first. After all, the term research is vague, and it is uncertain what kind of difficult questions the school will pose. Thus, being well prepared is crucial, whether in practical combat or theoretical knowledge. The three of them have been continuously refining their skills over these days. Though it is far from practical value, they have at least formed a rough outline. In Kurumi's words, working hard towards a common goal with friends is indeed a wonderful thing. Meanwhile, even after setting aside time for cultivation and study, Kurumi still has plenty of time for her own affairs. As for cultivation, it goes without saying, with the aid of the spiritual inscription pillar, not only does her spiritual energy circulate faster, but even the refinement of her spiritual gear has become much more efficient, progressing in an orderly manner. As for study, she has obtained data on unified consciousness from Orochimaru in the extracurricular courses, which she cannot comprehend at all. Thus, she can only start learning related knowledge from the basic formulas. Unified consciousness may help Kurumi with her future avatar abilities. Therefore, Kurumi now feels it is essential to grasp this subject. Even so, she still manages to navigate each day with ease and even finds time to be leisurely. Although spending this time with Shana and Tianyi or with Mihiro is indeed a very good choice. But that issue of occasional calculation errors still weighs on Kurumi's mind. At the same time, Kurumi has developed a vague suspicion in her mind, but to verify this suspicion, she must have a large number of students from her class and nearby classes. As time goes by, students gradually return. They will also return to school for various reasons, waiting until everyone is back to conduct a comprehensive evaluation. Thus, Kurumi can slowly verify her suspicion. First, she needs to determine whether the group experiencing calculation errors is exclusively from her class. The reason for resolving this issue is simple. As a level 2 individual, both Mihiro and Shirou are also experiencing this problem. Therefore, it cannot simply be a coincidence. If one were to look for commonalities, the most obvious would be that they are all in class 3. Thus, Kurumi first set out to verify this question. As a result, predictably, the classmates she asked from her class all exhibited this issue to varying degrees. During the inquiry, Kurumi encountered a small incident. She met Rika Shikuma. Yes, the one who pulls out a big gun from under her skirt, causing sparks to fly. She bent down, almost parallel to the ground, apologizing to Kurumi. Though Rika was chaotic at the time, she did not lose her memory. Thus, she was very clear about her actions. The reason she hadn't actively apologized these days was that she was currently extending her hand straight forward, presenting something like a tribute. At that time, I was really very sorry. This is a gift of apology, so please be sure to accept it. What she presented was a spherical object. Vacuum implosion bomb modified and upgraded version, my current most proud work. At the same time, Rika thoughtfully provided a ring with space folding capabilities for Kurumi. Kurumi originally didn't care much, although she thought she could take this opportunity to extract some compensation from Rika. But she almost forgot about it afterward. So when Rika Shikuma apologized with such a grand gift, Kurumi initially intended to refuse the item. After all, someone had already apologized proactively, and accepting their items seemed somewhat inappropriate. However, upon hearing about the space ring, Kurumi's heart inexplicably raced. She had long desired such an item. Although Dream Prayer sells them, they are indeed too expensive. Now that someone offered it, and with a legitimate reason, it would be unreasonable to refuse. With the rationale of accepting it will ease her heart, Kurumi calmly accepted it. But that bomb thing was fine. It was indeed too embarrassing to take too much. However, in Rika's mind, the vacuum implosion bomb modified version was the focus, while the space folding ring was merely an add-on. Thus, she tried to persuade Kurumi, almost on the verge of tears, and Kurumi had no choice but to accept it. Of course, Kurumi also asked about the calculation errors, receiving a positive answer. Others can be set aside, but even a genius like Rika Shikuma in academics is experiencing this. In the end, Kurumi asked all the people she could, finding that only her class and a few talents close to her class exhibit this situation. But no one paid attention. Just like people automatically ignore fleeting questions in their minds, they subconsciously believed it was merely one of many errors in life. If it weren't for that strong sense of incongruity, if it weren't for discovering this phenomenon across the entire class after the investigation, Kurumi would have thought so too. Now I just need to confirm one thing to probably ascertain it. Kurumi walked towards the school's comprehensive building, where both teachers and students can enter freely, containing the materials for final information confirmation. Just as I thought. The answer has actually been written here all along. Kurumi looked at the information on the teacher's public introduction board. Her homeroom teacher Cirno has a special note regarding her skills. Inherent personality erosion, Cirno's arithmetic classroom. Effect, passive skill that gradually disrupts cognitive perception in the brain, blurring the boundary between correct and incorrect within a specific range. Clap, clap, clap. This year's freshmen seem rather impressive. Kurisu Kuron's applause rang out. Words of praise, yet utterly devoid of vigor, dripping with languid indifference. Kurisu turned her head to find a figure clad in strangely familiar attire, standing silently behind her. She hadn't noticed his arrival. His hair gleamed silver white, A black cloth mask concealed the lower half of his face, and a forehead protector obscured his left eye. Though early summer had arrived, he remained fully wrapped in his uniform, as if shielding himself from unseen winds. Hataki Gagakai. Kurisu murmured softly under her breath. What was that? The man across from her tilted his head, faintly puzzled. Please forgive the slip. Greetings, I am Kurisu Kiron, a first-year student of Class 3. She bowed, deeply posture immaculate, and demeanor earnest. Only students or faculty were permitted here, and given his mature appearance, he could scarcely be a student. Oh, you're Kurisu Kiron? To her surprise, Hataki seemed already acquainted with her name. Edge. Do you know me, sensei? Kurisu blinked, startled. She couldn't recall any deed remarkable enough to leave such an impression. It's natural for teachers to know their students. You stood by your comrades when it mattered most. That was commendable. Yet his tone shifted. Laziness evaporated from his gaze, replaced by quiet intensity. That I know you is unremarkable. But how precisely did you come to know me? A misstep here could spark dangerous misunderstanding. Kurisu felt the weight of his gaze like frost upon her skin. In that suspended instant, 1,000 possible replies flickered through her mind. First, she glanced swiftly at the nearby bulletin board. No information on Hataki Kakashi. That source was ruled out. Second, claiming she'd seen him online would ring hollow, especially since he'd asked how she knew him. Given his known past in covert divisions, Kurisu reasonably inferred he still served within the enigmatic Mengqi organization. Such a lie was untenable. Third, citing a mutual acquaintance was too easily disproven. If he named the person, even cursory inquiry would expose her deception. That path led only to deeper complications. TCH, what a nuisance. This off-campus lesson had revealed the world's fragile peace. Hostility lingered just beyond sight, watching, waiting. And beings like herself, untraceable, unverifiable, were inevitably under scrutiny. Not with malice, but as a necessary safeguard for Mengqi's security. Thus, Kurisu chose discretion, maintaining low visibility until full trust was earned. Now facing Kakashi's seemingly casual interrogation, a single misword might irreparably damage her evaluation. Indeed, Kurisu Kiron's past remained conspicuously blank, a stark contrast to her peers whose histories were thoroughly documented and verified as loyal affiliates. Thoughts converged into resolve. With hands folded demurely before her, she replied, I acquired the information through certain channels. Nothing extraordinary worth praising. She spoke truthfully, meeting Kakashi's gaze without flinching. He studied her intently, as though peering into the depths of her soul. After a pause, his habitual lethargy seeped back in. Well, it hardly matters. Those who value their comrades rarely turn out ill-intentioned. The oppressive tension dissolved instantly. Kurisu exhaled, her breath suddenly lighter. Thank you for such a generous assessment. By the way, what precisely did you mean by impressive qualities? She tilted her head, curious. Without warning, he withdrew a small green notebook and fixed his eyes upon its pages. Though rude to read while conversing, the gesture struck Kurisu as oddly endearing. That. Kakashi gestured toward the faculty bulletin board. Kuruno's innate personality erosion, originally slated as your class's final evaluation, has already been deciphered. It's unprecedented since she became homeroom teacher. You mean, the evaluation itself is recognizing this phenomenon? Kurisu double-checked, incredulous. The premise seemed absurdly unconventional. Precisely. Innate personality erosion is a notoriously complex ability. Familiarizing yourselves early poses no harm. Then, what becomes of affected students? Upon reflection, the power was terrifying. During high-stakes combat, split-second calculations govern survival. A flaw like this, any deviation, meant instant annihilation. Once awareness dawns, the effect wanes naturally. Those still unaware by semester's end will be discreetly informed. So mere awareness suffices. Kurisu eyed Kakashi skeptically. The ability was too dreadful to dismiss so lightly. The thought of devolving into someone as scatterbrained as Kuruno sent chills down her spine. Though unkind to critique one's own homeroom teacher, the facts remained wanting. Kakashi, noting her doubt, offered no impatience. Only calm elaboration. You've passed the test ahead of schedule. Shortly someone will brief you on confidentiality protocols, binding until terms close. Then you may access full documentation on innate personality erosion. Thank you. Kurisu inclined her head respectfully. Think nothing of it. It's been quite some time since I've spoken with anyone. This interlude is unexpectedly pleasant. He kept his eyes fixed on the green notebook as if it held irreplaceable treasures. As Kurisu prepared to take her leave, her gaze lingered on the book, and almost involuntarily she asked, Is Ika Paradise truly captivating? Moi. Caught entirely off guard, Kakashi finally lifted his eyes, his expression for the first time stern and uncharacteristically grave. I reserve comment. And at your age such material is hardly appropriate. His gaze sharpened further, weariness vanished, replaced by electric focus. Still, if your curiosity burns fiercely, I won't stifle a student's enthusiasm. I wholeheartedly recommend Volume 2, Chapter 3. The indescribable passages therein left me profoundly awestruck. After bidding farewell to Kakashi, Kurumi strolled along the twilight path, her heart filled with an indescribable emotion. That guy actually went on and on introducing the kind of adult books from Paradise of Passion to the students, and the most absurd part was that he wore a serious expression. Although she politely declined the recommended book, the subtle feeling in Kurumi's heart was truly unavoidable. The teachers in this school are indeed quite strange. First there's the principal, then her homeroom teacher, and even teacher Sanchue has far too many shortcomings. But is it really that easy to get famous by writing adult literature? Kurumi trod lightly, her black Mary Jane shoes making a crisp sound against the park's path. The tranquil, fiery sunset made one's thoughts exceptionally free-spirited. That's true. In the past, no matter what kind of novel it was, there would always be critics. It's impossible to please everyone. However, only with adult literature, the usual comments from readers are the author is a good person, looking forward to your new work, aren't you leaving any blue things behind? Comments like a good person lives peacefully, and thank you so much. Kurumi gently stroked her delicate chin with her finger, her brows slightly furrowed, her expression deep and serious as she pondered. Even Kanto BL literature is widely popular. I have written novels before, but they have all sunk into the ocean without even creating a ripple. Kurumi sighed. So did I take the wrong direction? She carefully studied the ring on her finger, a space-folding ring gifted by Shikuma Rika, as an apology. If she had money, even such things could be bought from Dream Prayer. Unfortunately, aside from her high combat power, Kurumi seemed to have no particularly lucrative means. As a student, she couldn't join any formal company and could only work as a temporary worker. The money earned this way was simply too slow. However, as a temporary worker, Kurumi once had a decent idea, which was that her 8th bullet could create clones. By planting one Kurumi, she could get many Kurumis, and if they all worked, it seemed like a good choice. But she gave up the thought as soon as she considered it. It's not that she couldn't do it now. Even if she could have clones, Kurumi would never do that. Setting aside the limitations of the clones, just the idea of self-awareness was enough to cause headaches. Clones gaining self-awareness, to be honest, isn't a good thing. No, it should be said that it's downright terrible. I am you, so just leave everything to me with peace of mind. Such reasoning is simply nonsensical. For example, if you possessing self-awareness learned that you were someone else's clone, how would you feel? The answer is self-evident. Once self-awareness is generated, it cannot be considered the same individual. Even past you and present you cannot be regarded as one. If one must insist that they are the same person, I would just ask one question: would you agree if you 10 years ago came back to say you want to sleep with your wife? Aside from those with peculiar preferences, no one would agree. Therefore, if Kurumi had clones, she wouldn't allow them to develop self-awareness. This is also the reason why she has been studying the unified consciousness materials obtained from Orochimaru. Indeed, clones with self-awareness are far too dangerous. With a slight misstep, they could cause immeasurable harm to the original body. It is even understandable if when the original encounters danger, they entertain the thought of replacing it. Kurumi has already begun to work on this ability in preparation for the future emergence of the 8th bullet. As for why Kurumi is so certain about the existence of the 8th bullet, the reason is quite simple. Currently, with time manipulation, the target hit experiences accelerated time, allowing for instantaneous movement. This is the ability of the first bullet. The flow of time for the hit target slows down, and this is the ability of the second bullet. By extension, all the abilities of the 12th bullet may also exist. But it's only a possibility. Because in this world the flow of time is absolute, it is impossible to go back in time to interfere with anything. So many causes and effects are involved, leading to countless powerful beings, saints, and the will of the world. This is also why Kurumi is certain, yet still harbors doubts. Kurumi is not the only one with a talent for time. There are even existences that have reached the realm of saints, yet even they cannot reverse the time of the great world. To go back in time and change the flow of the world is something that cannot exist in this world. I digressed back to the main topic. Still, it's about how to make money. If clones lack self-awareness in all aspects, they are like defective products, naturally unsuitable for service industry jobs, and the manufacturing and gathering industries have long been replaced by machines, making it even less possible. By the way, the reason there's no need to spend too much thought on working is that wages are all paid in ordinary currency. What Kurumi needs are spirit coins. Oh, what a hassle indeed! Making money is a troublesome affair. Kurumi sighed, her small face full of helplessness. Money isn't the important part, it's the things one can buy in Dream Prayer that are truly enviable. Not to mention the space ring, just having spirit coins might even allow her to purchase a universal angel for entertainment. However, buying such things involves a complicated process and many restrictions. Forget it, you'll think about this issue slowly later. After all, if there were ways to earn spirit coins, it wouldn't have dragged on to this point. After taking a deep breath, Kurumi expelled all her thoughts from her mind. Then she returned to her dormitory to continue studying the materials regarding unified consciousness. Perhaps with it she could compensate for the shortcomings of clones lacking self-awareness. The next day, Kurumi got up early again. A good routine is beneficial for the body. Last night, she finished organizing the data for the summer and tinny music tactical combination, and today, she was ready to approach her teacher to apply. And the candidate, of course, was Cirno. Kurumi arrived at Misty Lake, where the petite girl with ice crystal wings was. Upon seeing that clear blue figure, a smile spread across Kurumi's face. At this moment, Cirno was barefoot, standing on the frozen surface of the lake, continuously releasing mist from her hands to freeze frogs into blocks, and then placing them in the water to melt. Her serious and focused appearance looked exceedingly cute. Just as Kurumi was about to approach, suddenly an orange light gun mixed with blue electric threads shot towards Cirno with a tremendous booming sound. Before the deafening roar in her ears subsided, Kurumi heard a frantic and heart-wrenching roar. You. What have you done, you rascal? What have you done to such a cute frog? Ah! At Dream Prayer Academy, students are divided into different districts starting from the 4th grade. This division is made to allow students to specialize in certain abilities, preparing them for the breakthrough to the 4th stage. The vague concept of the 4th stage is having extraordinary comprehension or achievement in a certain field. By the 4th grade at Dream Prayer Academy, students have at least reached the 3rd stage or possess abilities comparable to it. The 3rd stage represents the pinnacle of an ordinary genius. It is important to note that we are talking about geniuses, not ordinary individuals, as the utmost achievement for an ordinary person is the 2nd stage. The 3rd stage, even when placed at the center of this multidimensional universe, can barely be considered part of the ranks of experts when compared to all dimensions. Similarly, at Dream Prayer Academy, if the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd stages are compared to lower grades, then starting from the 4th grade marks a watershed moment. The transition from 3rd to 4th grade is the stage where the highest number of students are eliminated. Dream Prayer's requirements are extremely stringent. The 3rd stage, which ordinary people might never reach in their lifetime, is demanded to be achieved within a year, posing a challenge to countless geniuses. However, this is valuable. The selection from the elite ensures that those who meet this condition will achieve notable success in the future. Misaka Makoto is such a genius. She belongs to the Tokawadai district, which is dedicated to researching and developing brain regions and unlocking physical potential, commonly known as superpower development. In her district, there are also levels for superpowers ranging from LV1 to LV6. Translated into the common grading system of the Dream Prayer world, the boundaries of LV1 to LV4 are roughly equivalent to the 1st and 2nd stages. Reaching LV5 signifies the 3rd stage, while LV6 represents the 4th stage. Misaka Makoto is considered a relatively outstanding LV5 superpower user in Tokawadai. Today she is very happy, excited, as if she is about to burst into song. Her joy is evident on her face, paired with the azure sky and brilliant sunlight, resembling a little angel. Just a glance at her evokes a sense of healing. Because she has finally drawn a special capsule toy. Her eyes sparkle with the brilliance of stars. Though she has the ability to manipulate electromagnetism, logically speaking, Misaka should be able to draw any capsule toy she desires from a capsule machine. However, she is very happy clutching the frog capsule toy in her arms, as if it were a treasure which can only be found in that old-fashioned capsule machine. Unfortunately, it does not utilize an electromagnetic structure. Therefore, Misaka can only rely on luck to obtain the frog-themed accessory she desires. The frog toy is named Guadai after a creature from Misty Lake. It is said that the designer was inspired by seeing this frog. Once immensely popular among children, although Misaka Makoto has outgrown the age of childhood, she still holds an unimaginable obsession and enthusiasm for Guadai. After returning from an independent investigation team, she spent all her reward money on the old-fashioned capsule machine. Even though she may eat less in the coming days, it is all worth it, hee. She raised both hands to the sky, holding the frog toy high, laughing like a dreamer, her face flushed with joy like a child lost in a paradise. Yes, being able to obtain her favorite limited edition Guadai is truly a sign that heaven has finally shown her mercy. She had never been able to draw it before. Misaka is in a fantastic mood. Aha, young lady, do you like Guadai that much? The speaker is a somewhat older middle-aged man who, although wrinkles are visible on his face, he exudes vibrant energy reminiscent of an artist's temperament. Upon hearing the question, Misaka instinctively pulled her hands behind her back, hiding Guadai. Regardless, revealing such a reaction towards a child's toy is quite embarrassing for her, a high school student. Misaka's face instantly turned crimson, her feet awkwardly rubbing against the floor and her eyes darting around. Well, this is just a bit nostalgic. Yes, just nostalgic. Oh, the feeling of I used to like this type of thing when I was a child. The middle-aged artist did not mind Misaka's convoluted explanation and instead revealed a reminiscing expression. Hee. Indeed, it has been quite some time. Years ago when I saw Guadai at Misty Lake, it must have been over 10 years ago. At that time I designed this toy casually based on its appearance, never expecting that it would. Wait a minute. Misaka suddenly extended her right palm forward, raising it high. Her excited expression involuntarily took on a respectful tone. You mean Guadai was designed by you? Misty Lake. Are there living Guatai there? Can they jump? Make guagua sounds. Jump into the water with a splash. Misaka's eyes widened, shock and joy intertwining in her brown irises. Her overwhelming enthusiasm nearly startled the man. Looking at Misaka in this moment, one might almost doubt whether she could spontaneously combust from excitement. Small electric arcs danced around her, and it seemed like smoke was about to rise from above her head. Yes, it is indeed my design. The artist, despite having seen many incredible things in pursuit of art, was still taken aback by the intensity of this high school student's enthusiasm. The fervor in her eyes was beyond mere admiration. Misaka's eyes truly sparkled with yellow stars, her cheeks flushed pink. Can you take me to see it? The place where you found your inspiration. And then, they arrived at the location where Guadai resides in Misty Lake. When Misaka saw her favorite Guadai being frozen into an ice block and placed in the lake, eventually sinking to the bottom, her excitement and anticipation instantly transformed into a raging anger that could set the sky ablaze. Filled with rage, electric arcs shot from Misaka's hair like horns. Unbeknownst to her, a coin had appeared in her hand which, after being propelled by electromagnetic force, broke through the sound barrier in an instant. Due to the accompanying electromagnetic force, it continued to accelerate during its flight, resembling an orange laser. This coin was specially treated by Dream Prayer, allowing it to fly 203.65 meters even amidst such high speeds and air friction as determined by precise measurement. The laser grazed past Cirno, evaporating the water along its path and forming a brief channel on the surface. The orange light tore through the air, clearing all obstacles in its path without leaving a trace, and even left an afterimage in the air after it stopped. Startled by such a powerful blast, passing by, Cirno jumped, her 6 wings fluttering rapidly behind her. With a childish face full of confusion, she soon noticed the nearly 3-meter-wide black channel on the lake's surface, making her little heart race. Finally, the ice fairy noticed the one who had fired the beam of light. With her pale hands shaped like little buns, she shook them and shouted at Misaka, "Dummy! Dummy! Dummy! You big dummy! The most invincible dummy in history! The unparalleled dummy of the universe! What are you doing? You almost hit my great Cirno! You idiot! Enough is enough, I'll continue updating tomorrow." As per the title, transforming into Tokisaki Kurumi is exhausting. I'll continue updating tomorrow. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. The orange rays left behind on the surface of the lake gradually faded away as the lake appeared to be painted with a scorching iron block, producing white mist that rose into the air. Cirno buzzed with her ice crystal wings, her delicate fingers pointing at Misaka Mikoto, her face flushed with fear. Misaka, equally infuriated, unleashed a crackling sound as electric arcs flashed from her feet, jumping in front of Cirno, who was flying in the air. "And you doing such things? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution?" Are you an idiot? Why should I be afraid of divine retribution? What I mean is, why would you do something as cruel as freezing Guadai to death? Hearing this, Cirno tilted her head in confusion, her index finger resting on her chin. Are you an idiot? Of course it's because it's fun. Misaka's face flushed with an unnamed rage at such a reply that seemed like a joke, her bangs crackling with sparks, her right fist placed over her heart, trembling slightly as she gritted her teeth. "I've been really annoyed since just now. Hey, you keep calling others idiots. Don't you know that only idiots like to call others idiots?" The wisdom of Cirno is beyond your mere mortal comprehension. How dare you call me an idiot? Only those who think calling others idiots are truly idiots. Cirno crossed her arms, holding her head high, her raised chin appearing quite infuriating to Misaka. At this moment, Misaka's rationality was on the verge of snapping, and her whole body was buzzing with electricity. Kurumi noticed the tense atmosphere and raised her brows slightly. Why am I encountering such a complicated situation? But I still have a request from Shikamu. Even though I feel sorry for the Canon girl, I can only stand on her side this time. Kurumi adjusted her appearance, approaching with an impeccable smile. May I interrupt for a moment? The sudden voice, carrying a hint of fragility, also seemed to hold an eager wish like a clear spring, pulling Misaka back from the brink of losing her reason, nearly unleashing an electromagnetic cannon. Although Misaka usually wouldn't act this way regardless of the situation, she had confidence in maintaining boundaries and would not harm others. Though she indeed seemed a bit naive, she was after all a very kind person. However, Cirno gave her the impression of someone who couldn't be easily harmed, which led her to subconsciously let negative emotions grow. Moreover, the prototype of her favorite Guadai was right before her, being frozen alive by this guy. She couldn't suppress her feelings of depression. If things were allowed to continue like this, one could only imagine the outcome. However, with a third party intervening, the emotions that had been spiraling out of control began to slowly stabilize. Especially when she faced the pure wynard pupils of the newcomer, Misaka Mikoto actually felt a moment of panic. If she wasn't mistaken, was that admiration? Indeed, Kurumi was pretending to be in awe of the elder sister. "You are Misaka, right?" Faced with a face that seemed to genuinely show joy, as if finally finding something, the aura of Misaka Mikoto that seemed ready to explode like a volcano just moments ago suddenly diminished. She was not very good at dealing with those who bore such expressions. Although she was curious why she repeated Misaka's name twice, she could only stammer, "Yes, may I ask what you need?" Although she asked this, she could guess the actions that would follow. Previously, when she was in the Tokawadai school district, she often encountered such situations where upon hearing her name others would show admiration or respect. To be honest, she didn't like that feeling. But it wasn't that she hated it, just that she was a bit unaccustomed. Compared to being the center of attention, she preferred to live an ordinary life as an ordinary girl. And with her simple and kind personality, she could never avoid the goodwill of others. So whenever Misaka Mikoto encountered strangers showing such expressions, she couldn't respond coldly. Of course, it was precisely because she understood Misaka Mikoto's personality that the current actions were taken. Kurumi, filled with excitement, as if seeking confirmation, eagerly approached and held Misaka Mikoto's hands. Really? You really are Misaka's sister? Tokisaki Kurumi, can I call you by your name? Can I call you Mikoto's sister? She was a bit shy, a little flustered, but not resistant. The other party was such a beautiful girl, and being spoken to like this made Misaka Mikoto feel a bit happy. The complex emotions intertwined made her briefly forget about Cirno. Seeing the unexpectedly enthusiastic Kurumi, Misaka's response was somewhat stiff. Of course, no problem. That's wonderful. Today is indeed a memorable day. Kurumi beamed. By the way, why did you come here, Mikoto's sister? Kurumi noticed an artistic uncle nearby who was staring at the roasted frog with a complex expression. Meanwhile, Misaka Mikoto's first glance upon approaching had been at Gwadai, leading her to vaguely guess what she was here for. She asked this to divert the tension elsewhere. I came to see something. Misaka Mikoto hesitated. No matter how difficult it was to refuse others' goodwill, she indeed disliked exposing her childlike preferences to others. Something? Kurumi's fair fingers brushed against her cherry blossom lips, then pointed to where the orange light had struck moments ago, exclaiming, Is it these Gwadai? How pitiful they seem to have been roasted to death. Misaka was stunned like a statue. Finally, she realized the grave sin she had committed in her impulsiveness. Her face hidden beneath her bangs concealed her expression, yet even standing beside her one could feel the intense turmoil, a wave of remorse. Misaka collapsed, kneeling on the ground, ultimately mumbling unconsciously, I have actually become the murderer of Gwadai. Seeing Misaka's face lose all color in an instant, Kurumi could only silently apologize in her heart, for she had important matters to discuss with Shikamo. Solving this problem for her should make things much easier, right? At that moment, two voices echoed simultaneously. I remember now, you are Tokisaki Kurumi. This was Cirno's voice. The other voice resembled that of a child, yet carried an air of authority. Childish and authoritative, these seemingly contradictory words harmoniously appeared in this voice, containing a deep timbre that sent chills down one's spine. A child told me that there is a vicious ice crystal demon that cruelly seeks out their gathering points to mercilessly slay them. That would be you, right? In the distance, a petite figure wearing a straw hat was approaching slowly. At first glance, the newcomer appeared petite and adorable, with a delicate physique that seemed as though she might topple over if the wind were to blow just a bit harder. Although the white stockings beneath her long skirt gave off a pure and lovely vibe combined with her lowly stature, she only seemed like an extraordinarily cute creature. However, each step she took forward felt as if it were treading upon the very heart of Kagaya, causing her breath to catch. Unbeknownst to her, she had already arrived before him, revealing a very youthful face beneath the straw hat. With a kind smile and golden hair, she looked just like the little girl next door. Is that Sawako Moriya? Tisk, a troublesome character has arrived. Just seeing the prominent frog-like eyes on her straw hat, relevant information instantly flashed in his mind. Her origins were quite mysterious, yet one thing could be established: Sawako Moriya was born from the worship of people, a deity composed entirely of faith, without a soul. It is worth noting here, the so-called deity and God are entirely different existences. All things have spirits. The consciousness born from phenomena and entities can collectively be referred to as deities, which can be seen as a kind of race. Gods, on the other hand, represent a mysterious realm, a level of life. The two should never be confused. As a deity, Sawako Moriya can also be referred to as a native god or a vengeful spirit, and her existence dates back an extremely long time. Having once commanded a nation, she was seasoned in battle, well-informed, and engaged in light-hearted conversation with many prominent figures. Even compared to great sages among yokai and the intellect of the moon, she would likely not fall too short. Though she appeared harmless, she seldom made dangerous moves. Yet no one could discern what she was truly thinking of. Beneath her childlike innocence lay countless thoughts, giving the impression she might be plotting something. At this moment, she also wore a dazed expression, revealing a silly smile as she stood before Cirno. With her thin lips parted, displaying a row of pearly white teeth, she looked like a child who had just seen their favorite toy, beaming with joy. You really have quite the nerve, don't you? Despite her radiant smile, she uttered words that were anything but charming. In Kagaya's view, it was clear that her mind was likely concocting some wicked scheme. Moreover, Kagaya couldn't sense any trace of her spiritual energy, as if facing the likes of Nagato Yuki. From the sensations of the sixth sense, she could only determine that the girl before her was a powerless little loli. Yet instinct urged Kaguya that she was exceedingly dangerous. Retreating was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Thus Kaguya quietly stepped back, maintaining a distance from Cirno that was outside of danger. Who are you? Cirno gazed at the little girl who stood at her height. Perhaps due to some innate intuition, she ignored the other's beaming smile and felt a chill run down her spine. The crystalline wings seemed to quiver more than flap. Hihime. I'm afraid I can't quite recall. Sawako tilted her head, appearing to earnestly reminisce as she moved closer to the blue fairy. Seeing Sawako's advancing steps, Cirno instinctively shivered, sensing something was amiss. What are you planning to do? Generally speaking, natural laws operate on principles of equivalent exchange and fairness, right? Just like how people worship deities, providing them with belief power, deities in return bestow goodwill upon their believers. So then what do you call this act of unilaterally plundering from these pitiful children to satiate your trivial desires? Finally, in the still air that seemed to freeze around Kaguya, Sawako's lips exposed beneath the shadow of her straw hat curved up in a high arc as she pressed one hand against her hat. That simply won't do. A price must be paid. What are you going to do? Don't come any closer, or I'll freeze you. Little Cirno trembled in fear, and even Kaguya felt a chill from that eerie smile. The tiny ice fairy, disregarding everything else, prepared to flap her wings and escape. However, Sawako merely reached out her small hand, effortlessly grasping Cirno by the collar from behind, lifting her into the air. Hey, we've played enough. Your clothes are getting dirty, and you can't skip on a good wash. With that, Sawako flew off in the direction of the hot springs, holding the little blue fairy. Oh, what are you doing? No, I don't want to go there. Let me go, you fool. Let me go. Cirno struggled continuously, and being held like this, she looked like a mischievous little monkey. What is she planning to do? Having been captured, Cirno was followed by Kaguya. Seeing Misaka Mikoto still in anguish kneeling on the ground, Kaguya directly grabbed her. Sister Mikoto, it wasn't your fault. That frog was already dead, having been frozen by that blue fairy just now. Now, let's go take revenge on her. Upon hearing this, Misaka's vacant eyes finally sparkled with a hint of light, gradually turning into anger. Yes, that's her. We must roast her well, huh? Plans rarely survive contact with reality. Originally intending to use Misaka Mikoto to enhance Cirno's favorability, the arrival of Sawako completely disrupted that. And Kaguya had not managed to secure the assurance of her target from her. She could only seek other external help. At present, it was evident that Misaka Mikoto was the best ally. However, she too harbored extreme hatred for Cirno, making it impossible to expect her to save that fool. Yet as the saying goes, viewing problems from different angles can lead to vastly different outcomes. While Misaka certainly would not help Cirno, inciting her to teach Cirno a lesson was still within the realm of possibility. And this was a turning point. To teach Cirno a lesson, one must first deal with Sawako, although it was unclear whether Sawako had a personality like my toys or not to be touched by others. Nonetheless, Misaka Mikoto's impulsive nature was quite easy to manipulate. As long as she was prevented from reaching a consensus of let's punish Cirno together, Kaguya had the opportunity to create chaos and seize Cirno. The reason Kaguya was putting in such effort was that securing a spot in the club was exceedingly difficult. She had previously sought out teacher Misumi, but was evidently rejected, otherwise she wouldn't be here. The reason for the rejection was of course the ambiguous boundary between battle and music, and she was told that unless there was a special reason, almost no teacher would be willing to help apply for this type. It had been mentioned before that the school would provide unimaginable resources and conveniences to clubs, hence, it was highly targeted. Although Kaguya had taken shortcuts, it was still not easy to fool them. However, the school's mechanism dictated that as long as a teacher submitted an application, an assessment would inevitably follow. Thus, it seemed the key issue lay not in the assessment itself, but in how to gain the teacher's approval. In the early morning, a faint mist lingered for a moment. The morning sunlight cast its rays upon the dew, reflecting a myriad of colors. The lake of mist donned a layer of dreamlike hues. The vivid greenery beside me, with tender leaves sprouting from the grass, inevitably reminded one of the Greek goddess of dawn, Aurora. At the same time, it also brought to mind a song. What were the lyrics again? Love is a beam of light, of fresh green glow. Anyway, following the border where the lake of mist meets the lush magical forest deeper, within, a warm breeze distinct from the refreshing morning chill began to blow. The fresh air, despite being surrounded by the forest, carried a faint scent of sulfur. However, if one took a deep breath of this scent, it was not only non-irritating, but instead brought a sense of transparency that relaxed every cell, utterly pleasant. Through the gaps in the green leaves, one could first see the distant dark-hued mountains shrouded in mist. That was the Monster Mountain where the young master of the Nurien group once tried to recruit 100 demons for a night raid, but before the Tengu could intervene, he was thoroughly beaten by a genuine ghost passing by. Let's not dwell on that for now. Pulling the view closer, one could vaguely see a swirling cluster of water with surrounding rocks polished to a brilliant sheen and a lively stream flowing above, continuously infusing fresh water. This place resembled a valley of hot springs with pools of various sizes scattered about like stars strewn across the night sky. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the autumn sky. The water was only waist-deep smooth and clear, allowing one to forget worldly troubles with no thoughts or self. Here it felt as if one could forget all worries. The reason I have focused so much on the morning and the hot springs is not merely for word count. It is of utmost necessity. Because Kurumi, Misaka Makoto, and that eternally unreadable lowly Sawako are all soaking here. No matter how you look at it, having a hot spring in the wild in the morning is something few normal people would do. Moreover, this hot spring has just melted that ice crystal fairy, adding to the subtlety of the situation. Ah, so comfortable. I never expected such a marvelous hot spring to exist here. Right? This is within the territory of our Moriya shrine, so feel free to come and play often if you're interested. Is this an invitation for guests? In Kurumi's impression, although Sawako relied on faith, she was not particularly enthusiastic about gathering it. In practical terms, she relied more on the shrine maiden Sanai and another deity to accomplish her tasks. Has this girl changed her temperament? Or is it just a whim? Wait. No. Why am I soaking in a hot spring here, especially in the early morning? Kurumi looked at the crystal clear hot water, her hand sliding through it with a splashing sound. The lady over there should close her eyes while soaking in the hot spring, and with a meditative mindset, take several slow, deep breaths to relax her whole body and bring about the utmost enjoyment. Sawako leaned against the stone wall, flattening her chest, speaking in a tone reminiscent of an elder. The water is clear as can be. That's the third time I've used this phrase. Kurumi looked at Sawako with a hint of embarrassment, silently complaining, so how exactly did you see that I wasn't closing my eyes, Miss Sawako? Regardless of that, even though I followed the atmosphere and took off my clothes to soak in the hot springs, that is not the main point. The important thing is what happened to Cirno. With such doubts in mind, Kurumi once again turned her gaze towards Sawako. Her skin is incredibly fair and supple, and while her chest might be somewhat disappointing, the lowless curves are truly exquisite. Her gaze inevitably moved downward, and as it passed her tiny waist, one could see. Ahem. Kurumi nearly choked on the sulfur scent in the air, her face slightly flushed as she turned away. It's okay. Sawako, seeing Kurumi's unnatural expression, assumed it was because she was not accustomed to the open air without any cover from the mist, and felt a bit concerned. I've set up barriers to prevent intruders and sense any presence. Anyone with male physiology cannot see this place, and even if some inconsiderate fellow barged in, I would sense it immediately. So don't worry, girl. Sawako gave Kurumi a thumbs up, her mouth breaking into a radiant smile, her teeth shining brightly. Never mind. Kurumi wanted to say more, but ultimately held back. Thus she adjusted her sitting posture, her long, round, and supple thighs gleaming with a crystalline quality, slightly curving forward, spreading out. About that blue fairy from earlier, what happened to her? Alright, what about her? Misaka Makoto was the first to react upon hearing this. Although she loathed Cirno's cruel behavior, her inherently kind nature meant she would worry for anyone who wasn't a fundamentally evil person. To be precise, even those she deemed evil would ultimately receive her sympathy. Rest assured, that girl is a fairy. Fairies are manifestations of nature. As long as the natural phenomenon itself is not erased, she will not die. In other words, fairies almost never truly die. How that puts my mind at ease. Misaka sighed in relief, then clenched her fist. Next time I see her, I can go all out, Misaka said with a cheerful smile. It was unclear whether her smile stemmed from the relief of knowing Cirno was fine or from the thought of being able to teach that fairy a lesson herself. Kurumi certainly knew Cirno wouldn't die, but the problem is, right now she is indeed, Kurumi struggled to find an accurate adjective. Saying dead was incorrect, but Cirno couldn't be considered alive either. Kurumi organized her thoughts slightly and continued, how long until she appears again? How are you that concerned about her? Sawako squinted her eyes at Kurumi. That gaze made Kurumi feel uneasy, as if thorns were crawling all over her skin. It seems Sawako really likes frogs. Kurumi silently thought. After all, overseeing the harvest of rice fields is part of her divine duties, so it isn't wrong to like frogs. Kurumi internally sighed for Cirno, having drawn the attention of two major players. She is my teacher. In the face of Sawako's gaze, Kurumi answered honestly. Upon hearing Kurumi's words, Sawako showed no other reaction, merely stretching her arms and lightly resting them on the rocks behind her. Oh, is that so? Rest assured, she will probably recover in about a week. Well, how should I put this? Scratching head somewhat awkward, although it is unfortunate, I have something very important to tell everyone. I might be going on the shelves. Yes, that's right, the kind that goes on shelves, the VIP kind, super impressive. Wow, I never expected there would actually be a day for me to go on the shelves. It's truly unbelievable. I'm shocked myself. Being able to persevere to this point is surely impossible without everyone. It's all thanks to everyone's existence and support that has motivated my lazy, unambitious, weak-willed, and sensitive self. I truly appreciate everyone who has always supported me. Okay, that's all. Wait, there's actually more. Generally, when others go on shelves, they tend to have explosive updates, right? What about those extra update rules? I'll pass on that since I'm afraid I can't keep up anyway, so let's avoid the awkwardness. To be honest, the words of gratitude from authors when going on shelves typically involve sob stories lamenting their miserable lives and begging for subscriptions and tips. I'm too lazy for that sob story, so I'll just ask for subscriptions directly. By the way, I don't actually mind piracy because there are too many books and I can't possibly read all the legitimate ones, so I understand. Whether it's piracy or the original, they are all my readers. However, when it comes to tokens, that industry plague, I really forget it. I won't speak ill of it anymore. In short, compared to piracy, I dislike tokens even more. Especially for a struggling author like me, they are simply a disaster. They ruthlessly strip away my hard-earned sweat and the sincere hearts of readers who genuinely want to support me. Simply put, I hold a strong aversion towards tokens. As for piracy, I adopt a neutral stance, neither opposing nor supporting it. And to the truly legitimate readers, please allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude here. Do we need a week? Woo. Hearing Sawako's words, Kurumi sighed deeply in the water, resulting in a splash as she slipped into the hot spring bubbling up. Then Sawako playfully leaped over her delicate legs and jade arms, flailing the battle intensity, reaching a fever pitch, ultimately dragging Misaka Mikoto, who was meditating with her eyes closed, into the fray. The scene became quite chaotic as three pale bodies tangled together in the warm spring water. Sawako seemed oblivious to Kurumi's feelings. Kurumi was simply frustrated about having to wait another week and insisted on pulling Sawako in. As for Misaka Mikoto, she was reluctantly dragged in, but it was just the distraction she needed to lift her spirits after the loss of her beloved pet. In the depths of the forest, occasional gasps and shrieks pierced the air. Phew. I'm so tired. As the sun neared its zenith, Kurumi trudged out of the enchanted forest, shielding her eyes with her hand against the dazzling sunlight reflecting off the misty lake. Kurumi, I'll head back first. Come visit me at Tokawadai Middle School in the 7th District sometime, Misaka Mikoto said in farewell. The 7th District initially had its own name, but later, due to Tokawadai Academy's outstanding achievements, it became commonly referred to as the Tokawadai District, and its original name was forgotten. Oh, what an honor it is to receive an invitation from Senior Misaka, Kurumi exclaimed, feigning surprise. Then I'll take my leave now. A powerful magnetic field enveloped Misaka, causing her to levitate and zoom away with a whoosh. What is this? Kurumi felt a twinge of surprise. Even at the 3rd tier, flying was not possible. It could be said that one could only possess a brief hovering capability through the overwhelming spiritual power, but Misaka Mikoto was clearly capable of flight. Of course, with Misaka's ability to manipulate electric currents, she could indeed fly in suitable environments, such as places rich in metal elements, using electricity to generate magnetism, further developed to a level 5 brain domain after precise calculations, then generating a counterforce that completely negates gravity along with thrust. Theoretically speaking, flying should be possible. However, the limitations are too great, as the surrounding environment must have conductive metal elements. But here it was all land and air. Clearly a place that could grow such crisp green grass wouldn't contain the metal content needed for levitation. Kurumi was momentarily dumbfounded. Yet although Kurumi was not wrong in her thoughts, her theoretical understanding had already been validated by Tokawadai Academy. Similarly, the limitations of flying using metal conductors have significant drawbacks, necessitating efforts to overcome this limitation of not being confined to conductive metal environments. The Academy's Research Institute further developed and explored new capabilities based on Misaka Mikoto's manipulation of electricity, leading to the discovery of a new technique called feather fall. The principle is simple. Magnetism exhibits a property where when an object moves within a magnetic field, a force opposing the motion is generated within the object, known as diamagnetism. By exploiting this principle of diamagnetism, when the magnetic field reaches a certain strength, it can completely negate gravity, allowing for levitation. With just a little extra thrust, one could soar through the air. Of course, the calculation formulas are extremely complex, involving calculations for electromagnetic conversion, the forces generated, friction, thrust, gravity, and the directions and magnitudes of these forces, as well as confirming one's own state. Only someone achieving level 5 could handle such immense calculations in an instant. Naturally, Kurumi had no knowledge of Tokawadai Academy's research. There was no need to expend too much energy on things she couldn't comprehend, as it was impossible to derive answers out of thin air. Kurumi merely felt a slight surprise before walking in the direction of her dormitory. To be honest, the ability to fly in the air was somewhat enviable. The misty lake fell silent again as a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Unbeknownst to Kurumi and Misaka Mikoto, a figure stood on a thick tree branch, observing them with an intrigued gaze. Humans, how delightful. I just love humans. What kind of surprises will you bring me this time? By the time Kurumi returned to her dormitory, it was nearly lunchtime. Kurumi happened to bring back 20 buns from Yanshuan restaurant. After all, it was Liu Angxing's restaurant, and even the buns were surprisingly delicious. However, one number was particularly noteworthy. 20. Yes, just 20. Kurumi even felt it was too few. That guy Luo Tianyi, after getting familiar with Kurumi, had become increasingly brazen with her foodie tendencies. At the beginning, even when she was somewhat restrained, Tianyi often gave Kurumi headaches. Let alone now, where they could be considered more than friends. Don't get it wrong, I mean like sisters. Tianyi's capriciousness toward Kurumi had started to become unrestrained. The most obvious characteristic was that by the beginning of the month, she somehow spent all her money, of course, on food. At this time, Tianyi would always blink her big watery eyes, clasping her hands in a prayer-like gesture, looking at Kurumi. Hey, you wouldn't just let me starve, would you? Hey. Although Kurumi felt sympathy for her after a sigh, she still ruthlessly rejected Tianyi. However, Tianyi's persistence exceeded Kurumi's expectations. Upon hearing Kurumi's refusal, she let out a whimper, her eyes quickly brimming with tears, large droplets of water swirling in her gaze. Then she rolled around on Kurumi's bed, sobbing, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Kurumi, you're so heartless. I'm your classmate and neighbor. After forming a club, we're colleagues too. With so many layers of relationships, can't they outweigh just one lunch? Stingy. Then she clutched a pillow and kept rolling on the bed. Woo-woo, I want it. I want it. I want it. Without food, it'll die and the world will perish. But the world isn't that simple. It won't end just because there's no food. Moreover, even if one were to starve, it wouldn't harm the body. At the same time, teaching Tianyi to restrain herself and develop good habits is something a good friend should do. Fine. The main reason is that Kurumi simply can't afford it. Of course, Tianyi had long considered this point. Even when being willful, she would still think of others. 20 buns from Yangshuan restaurant are sufficient each day. Upon seeing Kurumi's softening stance, Tianyi knelt on the bed with a cute expression. What does sufficient mean? Yangshuan restaurant. It seems to be a restaurant run by the little chef, and Shiro Amiya also works there. With glowing dishes and delicious food, it gained fame on Fantasy Street. Even the buns are quite pricey. Roughly calculating, 20 a day would take up about a third of her total income. Sighing deeply, seeing Tianyi's honest and well-behaved demeanor, Kurumi eventually agreed. While recalling Tianyi's eager expression of buns, I want to eat buns, Kurumi took out her keys, turned the lock, and opened the alloy door to her dormitory. Tianyi and back. At lunchtime, Tianyi was always punctual, waiting in Kurumi's dorm. But what welcomed her was not Tianyi, but a red and white figure, her eyes squinting like crescents. Hey Kurumi, I'm here to play. Q-san pushed open the alloy door of the dormitory, as if waiting for this moment. An unexpected voice rang in her ear. Hey Q-san, I've come to play. Q-san was momentarily taken aback, then blinked her eyes. Quickly confirming the situation, she thought, how did that person? Raimu Hakurai managed to come here. In an instant, Q-san reacted. Last time she had approached her for money, but at that time she was discussing club activities with Tianyi and Shana, and had ignored her. However, even if she had free time, she wouldn't respond. As for how she knew the exact location of her dormitory, it was quite simple. The spirit pattern pillar had been delivered by her last time. Speaking of the spirit pattern pillar, the spiritual energy inside was almost depleted. Forget it, it would be better not to ask this person for help. Last time it was because Raimu had some leverage over her, and if she wanted to seek help from this unscrupulous person again, it would likely require several times the price. As for why Q-san deemed her unscrupulous, it wasn't due to some past life setting she had seen. Rather, have you ever encountered someone who after just a few meetings would ask to borrow money? If you have you seen someone who after being refused would follow you home to continue asking for money? No, right? Well, here we have one. Although Raimu smiled brightly and appeared very cheerful, the desire for money hidden in her eyes had already been seen through by Q-san. Another one here to mooch off food, Q-san sighed. Hey, you seem a bit down. Did you encounter some difficulties? Despite what we agreed, there's nothing Well, as long as it isn't a problem that can be solved with money, it's not an issue. Seeing Q-san's tired appearance, Raimu unexpectedly perked up, which was a stark contrast to her usual lazy self. Q-san. Q-san, you're finally back. Since Raimu had been stuck at the threshold, Q-san had been standing at the doorway since earlier. At this moment, Tianyi walked out from the inner room, her eyes sparkling as she focused on the paper bag in Q-san's hands. I'm starving. Q-san, hurry up and come in. Q-san took off her outdoor shoes and walked into the room with Raimu. She placed the bag on the coffee table, then removed her dark school uniform jacket and sat on the bed, folding the jacket neatly to prevent wrinkles. Q-san wore a white shirt on top and a school pleated skirt on the bottom, looking vibrant and youthful. It was already early summer, and it was about time to change into summer attire. Although her physique had been enhanced, it didn't mean she could disregard temperature entirely just based on her body. While it was indeed possible to resist extreme heat and cold by operating spiritual energy in a certain way, it required constant high concentration and would continuously consume her own spiritual energy, making it a very troublesome task. Generally speaking, no one would deliberately expend energy to do such things. As for summer, the first thing that comes to mind is usually knee-high socks, right? Delicate legs wrapped in smooth knee-high socks with a hint of pure white between the hem of the short skirt and the socks above the knee. That is a human dream. The jean lock might just be unlocked. Ahem. At this moment, Q-san had opened the paper bag on the coffee table and Raimu had also gathered around. Tianyi held a bun. So fragrant, the buns from Yangshuan restaurant are the best. Raimu looked amazed while they glow. Tianyi immediately noticed Raimu's gaze, which was that of a hunter spotting its prey, and a look of vigilance appeared in her eyes. But seasoned at the dining table, Tianyi wouldn't be easily defeated by such trivial matters. Although she was somewhat acquainted with this redand white figure, having been with her in Q-san's dorm, the weight of food surpasses life. It should not be easily given away. Wow, even classical Chinese is coming out. Thus Tianyi displayed a sweet smile, quickly took one bun from the 20 and generously handed it to Reimu. Here for me. Reimu, who hadn't eaten for 10 days, was instantly healed by Tianyi's smile. She trembled as she received the glowing bun, her face breaking into a childlike grin. Thank you. You're really a good person. Reimu almost shed tears in gratitude. You're welcome. Seeing this, Tianyi secretly made a victory sign in her heart. Yay, Miss Tianyi's great victory. This way she could minimize her losses. After all, she was the guest, and it certainly wouldn't do to eat in front of them alone. Q-san would scold her. If she actively offered one to Reimu, even if Reimu wanted it, she would certainly feel embarrassed to ask or think that Tianyi would treat her again. At that time, I could just pretend not to see it. And Reimu, seeing Tianyi's little angel-like demeanor beneath her bright smile, also harbored unspoken intentions. She was simply a little angel. So cute. If I were to ask her to lend me money, she would definitely agree. After all, I'm so pitiful. Aren't angels meant to help those in suffering? Wow, what kind of bun is this? It's so delicious, it's almost unfair. They'll take 1 or 2 back next time. After all, Reimu certainly doesn't think Tianyi can eat so many as she thinks. It's just the food for her and Q-san for the day. Meanwhile, Q-san, sitting on the bed, watched the two with their eyes darting around, feeling quite helpless. Seeing Reimu still wanting to take Tianyi's bun, Q-san hurriedly stood up. She didn't want her dorm to be dismantled over a bun, causing a bloodbath. Reimu, Q-san called out urgently. Off. Reimu was startled and turned to look at Q-san. You should have your own matters to tend to here, right? Reimu suddenly gasped. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, actually, Q-san. Reimu walked up to Q-san with a smile, patted her shoulder and grinned. Because you were so devoted last time, after a while, without seeing you, my deity has missed you a bit. Q-san, does your shrine have deities for worship? Huh, what do you mean by devotion? Tianyi, with a bun in her mouth, looked over, her right cheek puffed up like a round little hill. Ah, yes. That's right. It means a kind person will surely receive good rewards. Upon hearing that, Tianyi seemed interested. Reimu got excited. Tianyi, you don't need to pay attention to her. Q-san hurriedly stood between them, patting Tianyi's head, indicating that she should just keep eating the buns and not be tricked by the unscrupulous shrine maiden into a pyramid scheme. Then she turned to Reimu. And don't set your sights on her, she's poorer than you. Tisk. Seeing Q-san expose her true nature, Reimu turned her head away displeased. By the way, didn't you make a fortune when you enrolled in the dream prayer? How did you end up in this situation? How did it come to this? Reimu blushed. Don't mention that. Then, crossing her arms, she rhythmically tapped her toes on the floor. Speaking of which, Q-san, you, as the only person in this shrine who has contributed incense money in recent years, don't you understand? Understand what? Q-san was confused. I need your support. As she said this, Reimu's face suddenly fell, her eyes brimming with tears. I've been running around the countryside these past few days, and I haven't had time to update. Please wait a moment while I continue typing, transforming into Tokisaki Kurumi. Please refresh the page after the content is updated to get the latest. Seeing Lingming's seemingly advancing momentum, Kurumi subtly stepped back a bit. Honestly, anyone who doesn't know her true nature would easily feel dizzy under that pitiful gaze and agree to her conditions. In the past, Lingming borrowed money from others, such as that vampire lowly living in a mansion or the moon princess who could play games for 1,000 years at home. This tactic always worked. However, such matters must be reciprocal, not merely about money, but rather about integrity. Overall, Lingming is not a person of bad character. Rather, one can discover many shining points about her. It's just that one wonders what she experienced in her childhood, as her obsession with money is truly lamentable. This is also why, despite having so many friends in dream praying, she insists on borrowing money from Kurumi, whom she has known for only a few months and met less than 3 times, because she has already swept through all the others. However, it is worth mentioning that there is one person who is very tolerant of Lingming's behavior, and that is the witch Marisa Kirasame, who rides a broom in the sky. Most of the time, due to her research on magic, the materials she purchases are exceptionally expensive, and her poverty seems to last even longer than Lingming's. Moreover, she has a habit that has tarnished her reputation. On Marisa, she likes to take things, borrowing them without asking. At this moment, Lingming was lamenting Kurumi's lack of compassion, of course, in a different way, emphasizing how hard her life has been while painting Kurumi's image as one of materialistic coldness devoid of warmth. Even this blanket lacks comfort. I generally understand the reasoning behind this, Kurumi said, pinching her chin, while Tianyi silently munched on a bun, eyes observing her surroundings, with food being her top priority. But why did you think of me? Kurumi pointed out a very important element. Without mercy, we don't seem to be very familiar, right? It's not about the money. If Kurumi felt a subtle sense of dissonance. Even if Lingming was at her wits' end, she had no reason to seek her out. Moreover, Lingming's confident demeanor before asking for a loan is quite regrettable. Where did that confidence come from? Was it merely because she's the only one who has ever visited the shrine? No, there must be a concrete reason guiding her to come. The fleeting doubt lingered in her mind for just a moment before Lingming, cheerfully patting her shoulder, interrupted, "Don't say that we already have a transactional relationship. Besides, everyone starts from strangers, right? It's perfectly fine for us to deepen our bond a bit." "Moi. Transaction? What transaction?" Tianyi stared with her large green eyes, her gaze darting back and forth between Kurumi and Lingming. Kurumi rubbed her forehead. "I mean, can we avoid ambiguous terms?" "Ambiguous?" Lingming showed a confused expression, genuinely perplexed. "Transaction. Ambiguous. What exactly are you two trading? Why does the word ambiguous come up?" Tianyi glared, clearly displeased. Although she didn't fully understand, Kurumi's expression was clearly off. This is really... Kurumi felt a dull pain in her temples. Influenced by past forums and chat groups, she held a view that the word transaction often prompted a knowing smile. But it seems that here the term transaction doesn't carry that connotation. It's nothing, just this item. Kurumi gestured toward the Lingwen pillar leaning against the wall. "Oh, so this stone was brought by her." Tianyi suddenly realized, then wore a skeptical expression. "So why did you speak so mysteriously?" Kurumi felt embarrassed. This girl was too sensitive in unnecessary matters. "Hey Lingming, you're really here? There's a nice commission we could take on and make a fortune together." Suddenly a red and white figure flew in through the window, the voice bright and clear instantly, making one feel delighted. She spun around in the small room, landing steadily in the center, her face beaming with joy. The newcomer was most striking, with her tall pointed hat with a very long brim and curly blonde hair radiating warmth and light like the sun, her bright smile making her seem very straightforward and easily endearing. "Who is she?" Tianyi tugged at Kurumi's sleeve, seeming to not be swayed by the newcomer's cheerful demeanor, but rather wary. Marissa, how did you find this place?" Lingming exclaimed, quietly staring at her. "Why come in through the window? There's a door over there." Kurumi held her forehead, feeling an increasing throb in her temples. "Really, one after another. Why is my leisurely afternoon being wasted on these absurd characters?" All she heard was Marissa continue. "I just received a great commission from the information dealer. Oh Lingming, let's go together. After completing this job, the reward will be enough for us to splurge for a year." "Commission?" Kurumi shifted her gaze to inquire. In dream praying, to officially accept large commissions, one must be registered with the Hunter Group or the independent investigation team composed of students. Although there are some agencies and other small groups, they are private ventures and cannot compare to the national level group supported by dream praying. It's just that Kurumi was unsure which category Marissa belonged to. Actually, Kurumi initially had the idea of establishing an independent investigation team, only to realize that the first step was to form a club, though she didn't know why it was a rule of Dream Praying Academy. Marissa, this time it's a private commission. A wealthy man has paid a hefty sum to find his son. Just looking for someone. It's that simple. Lingming's interest was piqued when she heard the keyword wealthy man, instantly feeling that this task must be done. Regarding whether the reward would be too high and whether the client could afford it, Lingming had no concerns whatsoever. Seeing that she had completely engaged Lingming's enthusiasm, Marissa scratched the back of her head and began to express that this commission might be something Lingming would want to avoid, thus her smile turned awkward. However, the target we're looking for this time is on the other side of dream praying. Upon hearing the other side, Lingming froze, her smile gradually fading, her body stiffening as if trembling like a malfunctioning robot. Are you kidding me? Going to that kind of place, I will die. I really will die. The Dream Prayer Land is a gigantic island floating upon the ocean. Viewed from the stratosphere, yes, that stratosphere mentioned in the introduction, it presents a perfectly regular circular shape. However, it is worth noting that the stratosphere here is not at the typical altitude of 8 to 50 kilometers above the ground, but needs to be expanded by several orders of magnitude beyond that. Yet even from such a high vantage point, the ground remains flat. Now you understand just how powerful the Tyrant's region-wide pinpoint strike starlight cluster cannon really is, right? In fact, if one were positioned directly above the Dream Prayer Land, they would only be able to see the floating circular island and the surrounding azure ocean. The vastness of the Dream Prayer Land is self-evident, as it can accommodate at least 10 billion inhabitants comfortably. Why say at least 10 billion? Because that is the registered number of individuals on the side of order. With the Mist Lake as the center, two curving rivers flow outward, directly merging into the sea, dividing the Dream Prayer into two halves with the Fantasy Street built along these rivers. From a high perspective, these two rivers connect, resembling the dividing line of yin and yang in the Tai Chi diagram, though one cannot find the two yin-yang fish eyes, otherwise it would truly appear as a gigantic Tai Chi diagram. If one side of the Dream Prayer represents yang, that is order, then the other side spoken of by Marissa represents yin, that is chaos. The order side is self-evident, being governed by rules. All sentient beings residing here must suppress their inner under the surveillance of the floating circuit, adhering to the laws and regulations here, or else they will face the purging of the Dream Prayer's forces. In contrast, the chaos side is quite straightforward survival of the fittest, or simply put, might makes right. There are no morals, no ethics, no laws. As long as one wishes, anything can be done there. Unless it threatens the very existence of the dream prayer land, such as causing a continental upheaval that dismantles the dream prayer will not intervene. And the place where Raimu mentioned one could rob is precisely here. As long as one has the capability, they can indeed do as they please. The emergence of such a situation is primarily due to the irreconcilable contradictions existing between various dimensions. For example, lower-level monsters must consume humans to survive, and low-tier vampires need to drink blood to sustain life. This is the nature of species, an unchangeable fact. Since the dream prayer holds to the ideals of equality, it will not favor either side, neither assisting humans in resisting monsters, nor helping monsters in acquiring their sustenance. Therefore, places like this are quite necessary. At the same time, this also bears the darker aspects of the dream prayer, which is a crucial factor in maintaining the order on the other side. Moreover, the reason for constructing such a structure seems to involve even more considerations. In truth, relying on Raimu's strength, she could perhaps thrive even in the chaos side. However, in this place, there lies her lifelong nemesis lurking. That existence has been striving to live on simply because there is no reason for them to die, growing from an unnoticeable presence to a level that even Raimu cannot approach. That existence harbors anger, sorrow, hatred, resentment, murderous intent, and despair towards Raimu, embodying all negative emotions. Thus, when Marissa proposed going to the other side, Raimu displayed such a pale expression. The last time she was there, she could only recall the in-like crimson, the taste of blood pouring down her throat, and a soul-freezing dread. Honestly, being able to escape, even she felt it was a stroke of luck. Remembering the time under that scarlet gaze, her limbs felt weak and cold. Raimu trembled and twisted her head, forcing a stiff smile. That place. How could a pacifist like me ever go to such a chaotic place? Marissa continued to tempt her. The rewards are quite objective. No, that won't do. Raimu repeatedly waved her hands. Marissa understood Raimu's dilemma and took out a gem. This thing can suppress your strength to the 3rd tier and will also obscure your aura. Are you assured now? Raimu looked at the gem swirling with mysterious runes, which indeed had powerful aura-concealing runes, but still shook her head like a rattle. No, I have a peculiar connection with that being. As soon as I cross that river, she will sense me. And where exactly did you get such a thing? Can it be trusted? Hearing Raimu still refuse, Marissa threw out her trump card. The rewards alone exceed 100,000. Are you not reconsidering? Raimu was taken aback. 100,000. Her eyes then revealed a struggling expression. Such a good reward, why not go yourself? Oh, well, you know that place is too dangerous. Marissa scratched the back of her head, chuckling awkwardly. Indeed, with Marissa's habit of taking things without asking, if she ran into someone she had previously taken something from, it might spark an all-out battle. Although she herself enjoys it, as she would put it, I love to solve problems with violence. She, like Raimu, also has an opponent that is hard to overcome. That magician in pajamas who spends all day holed up in the library has placed a mark on her. It would be fine if she remained on the order side, but crossing that river into chaos would allow her to be sensed. Heaven knows whether that person who always stays in the library would chase after her. If the mission fails, she might find herself in a fierce battle. Of course, Marissa's track record against her is not entirely negative. She has won by sheer luck before. But it truly was luck, as that person occasionally suffers from low blood sugar due to their constitution. Excuse me, Kyuko stepped forward, feeling a sense of being overlooked despite being in her own room. While I'm glad you can discuss issues harmoniously here, haven't you gotten a bit too comfortable? Kyuko observed Marissa and Raimu, who were merrily discussing, completely disregarding that this was her dormitory, causing a slight feeling of frustration to rise within her. Oh, sorry. Marissa, familiar and friendly, bypassed Kyuko and placed her arm on her shoulder, grinning, as she said in Marissa Corinda Marissa days. You must be the one who can manipulate time, Miss Tokisaki. Kyuko, right? Kyuko frowned. How do you know my ability? Oh, don't be so tense. A certain information dealer told me. Information dealer? Who? Such a leak of personal information made Kyuko feel displeased. Sorry, that's a commercial secret. Oh, is that so? Kyuko wisely refrained from wasting energy pursuing further inquiries, knowing it wouldn't yield results. Those who deal in information surely have their own set of rules. Before providing the relevant information, it is quite difficult to obtain it without offering the corresponding chips. Marissa must have made some promise to keep secrets. Although she is a carefree girl, she is indeed very trustworthy in this regard. Seeing Kyuko wisely not press further, Marissa's smile brightened him. I really like you. Wait, are you saying that I should go too? Kyuko tilted her head, realizing the key phrase. Wait, do you mean I'm going too? Karisu froze, bewildered. Why had the matter suddenly involved her? Moreover, hadn't their earlier conversation hinted at considerable danger? Even Raimu feared this being. Was I merely heading there to offer experience points? Marissa beamed with unreserved cheerfulness as she clapped Karisu on the shoulder, gesturing emphatically. The plan is flawless. Safety guarantees are exceptionally high. No risk to life whatsoever. Days. Wait, how peculiar. Why was risk to life even the baseline assumption? Kurisu's expression tightened with wariness. And just who exactly gave you permission to be so effortlessly familiar? This truly counts as our first proper meeting. The reward is exceedingly generous and paid in spirit coins. That spirit-etched pillar on your desk, isn't it nearly depleted, eh? Marissa pointed to the spirit-etched pillar resting on the table. This assignment alone will earn you enough to purchase an entirely new one. Moi. She wasn't stirred by the prospect of acquiring another pillar, only by the unsettling realization, how did she know precisely what I currently needed? That informant again. Kurisu arched a delicate eyebrow. Bingo. Miss, you're unexpectedly sharp. Very well, I accept. Kurisu's outward composure remained unruffled, yet inwardly her brow furrowed faintly. Still, something about this felt deeply amiss. It felt as though someone had laid out a trap, inviting her deliberately into its center. Yet the setup was so overt. What then was that so-called informant truly scheming? Was this a declaration of challenge? No malice emanated from it, perhaps mere playful curiosity, but the sensation itself was profoundly unsettling. Perhaps even her awareness of the manipulation and the resulting discomfort, the urge to unmask the puppeteer, had already been factored into the calculation. Humph, how unforgiving toward newcomers. Though I don't yet know who you are, you clearly wish to play. Very well then, I shall indulge you for a while. Kurisu glanced sideways at Marissa, the golden-haired girl whose temperament was as unrestrained as the wind, whose actions followed no discernible pattern. She likely hadn't even realized she was being used, or perhaps she'd never met the true informant at all, or only ever seen a carefully crafted facade. In any case, so long as there existed his desire for me to perform a specific act, the path forward was clear. Follow the thread, and the source would inevitably reveal itself. The logic was simple. As with any game master, one rarely abandons a match once it has begun in earnest. If he hadn't yet savored sufficient delight, why would he withdraw? Every observation he made would leave traces. That too was precisely why Kurisu accepted Marissa's proposal. And for Kurisu, at the very least, she needed to uncover his motive. Otherwise, a lingering unease would fester, an unquiet knot in her heart. In that instant, armed only with fragmentary clues, Kurisu pierced through the veiled truth behind the scenes and engaged in a silent, unseen duel with the unseen hand. This was a game. He had named her directly, and judging by how intimately he tracked her movements, it was both an invitation and a warning. Refusal was permitted, but thereafter tranquility would vanish. I'm going to. I absolutely must. MMPH. Lu Tianyi shot her hand high into the air, bouncing with glee, until Kurisu without hesitation stuffed a steamed bun into her mouth. Have you forgotten our club? Countless documents remain unanalyzed, countless experiments unfinished, and the upcoming evaluation won't be passed by half-hearted effort. Given the historical difficulty of establishing such clubs, current preparations still fell short. And Kurisu paused, her gaze slanting, sharply piercing as a blade. You simply wish to play, don't you? Caught utterly off guard and unnerved by that incisive stare, Tianyi flinched. Her expression crumpled into wounded dismay, her index fingers twisted nervously before her chest as she muttered under her breath. Kurisu is truly wicked, demon grandmother. Over and over. Kurisu paid no further heed. She refused to drag Tianyi into this murky affair. Raimu meanwhile clenched her fist so tightly her knuckles whitened, veins pulsing visibly beneath her skin. Her face flushed crimson, her lips trembled faintly as inner conflict wrestled across her features. Are you certain the preparations are truly foolproof? Will my aura remain undetected? And the reward, is it truly no less than 100,000 spirit coins? By the end, her wavering voice had steadied resolve hardening. Marissa beamed. Absolutely. An agreement had evidently been reached. They would inevitably proceed toward the other side. What intrigued Kurisu, however, was Marissa's own fervor. If Raimu sought wealth, then what drove her? Though she knew Marissa served unwittingly as a mere messenger, Kurisu still deemed verification prudent. Tell me, why are you so determined to go there yourself? Also short on funds. Marissa scratched the back of her head, grinning brightly. Ah, well, yes, money is tight. But more importantly, there's a rare magical elixir available only there, and I dare not venture alone. So this was premeditated. Before she could finish, Raimu leapt up, cutting her off. Don't you also receive a satisfactory reward? This is mutual benefit. You dare say that? After I considered you my dearest friend. Isn't that precisely what I am? That night beside the tranquil mist lake, two silhouettes stood in quiet stillness. What you requested, I've delivered. Now where is mine? The speaker was a man of striking refinement. Even his words carried the crisp, serene clarity of gazing upon a boundless azure sky. Yet the slight upward tilt of his eyes lent him an unmistakably cunning air. Orihara Izaya extended a hand toward the girl before him. The girl clasped her small hands over her chest, her large dewy eyes radiating a fragile, pleading light. Please protect me. She possessed the delicate doll-like features of youth. Chestnut waves tumbled down her back. Strikingly incongruous with her petite frame were the pronounced curves of her figure. From their exchange, it was clear they were engaged in some transaction. Yet the girl's tense expression betrayed her profound discomfort with interpersonal interaction. Nervously, she extended a USB drive toward Orihara, then snatched it back as if stung. At the sight of her timidity, Orihara let out a sigh as though wounded. Am I some kind of monstrous flood or wildfire? I'm terribly sorry. Her rabbit ear ornament quivered visibly atop her head, her voice trembling with anxiety. Orihara's exasperation deepened. With a resigned wave of his hand, he sighed. Fine, I understand. You've fulfilled my request. I've delivered. Now what is mine? By the way, what purpose do you serve in sending Kurisu Tokisaki on that task? Though admittedly, I find her fascinating as well. That is strictly prohibited. Her wide, watery eyes gazed helplessly at the dark-haired man before her. All right then, may I at least learn your name? Surely collaborators deserve some measure of trust. The timid girl flushed deeper, her expression tightening with acute embarrassment. Thighs is also prohibited. Hey, my sincerest apologies. I'm so sorry. She clasped her hands over her head, eyes brimming with imminent tears. Fine, I understand. I'll ask no further. In any case, what I required is already in hand. As he spoke, she bowed politely, then dissolved silently into the twilight. A pause. Kong-san, Ling Ming, and Marissa flew side by side. This was a privilege belonging to the third tier, but with Ling Ming's ability to fly in the sky, Kong-san, equipped with her spiritual outfit, barely possessed the capability for short-distance flight. At this moment, they had already crossed the river that spanned the entire Dream Prayer Land, entering a realm belonging to chaos. Perhaps it was an illusion, but even the sky here seemed dimmer, and the air felt slightly thick and humid. Wow, it feels a bit oppressive. Even the usually carefree Marissa expressed such unease. Hey, don't say such ominous things. Ling Ming's face darkened further at her words. Ling Ming, you've really fallen believing in such superstitions as omens. I am a shrine maiden, Ling Ming asserted. Then she shrank her neck, touching the jade talisman in her embrace. The thing you gave me really works, right? It can conceal my presence. Don't worry, your ability is to manipulate spiritual energy, isn't it? Can't you feel it yourself? Marissa tried to reassure her, then turned her gaze toward Kong-san. This was also her reason for bringing her along. Although the jade talisman could conceal their presence, time was limited. If they could utilize Kong-san's ability to manipulate time, it would greatly extend the effective duration. At this moment, Kong-san was enjoying the thrill of flying, unaware of their conversation. She simply felt that flying was really wonderful with the refreshing breeze and the expansive view. Even her state of mind became clear and transparent. Then, fixing her flowing hair, Kong-san turned to Marissa and asked, "This time we are searching for the Tiberia or for the Research Institute. Do you have any leads?" Marissa, flying on her broomstick with hair not blowing in the wind, took out a crystal ball, saying, "This is the mother ore. When there are Tiberia ores within 1,000 meters nearby, it will react and emit a faint glow." Ling Ming's face immediately fell, "So we have to wander around like aimless flies." Marissa scratched the back of her head and replied, "Well, let's just enjoy the scenery then. What kind of joke is that?" Ling Ming shouted, as her reason for not wanting to come here was the fear of encountering that presence. Wandering around like this would greatly increase the chances of running into it. Marissa smiled apologetically. "If we go back now, there won't be any reward. Since we've come this far, let's not worry about it. Moreover, with such a vast Dream Prayer Land, how could we encounter that person as if we won the lottery? Don't worry. As long as we maintain an indomitable spirit, all misfortune will avoid us days." Ling Ming's face darkened, but she silently flew forward, tacitly accepting the purpose of this journey. Kong-san found it amusing. Wow. Now that we are here, Blackheart Tour Guide's promotional method had emerged. Just as they were about to enter the first edge of chaos, the three descended. Flying in the open was too conspicuous. If they didn't want to attract trouble, moving on the ground was the best choice. Here was a vast prairie stretching to the horizon. Marissa pointed ahead. "As long as we cross this stretch of green grass, when we see the Gobi Desert, we will officially enter the realm of chaos." "Then let's hurry up," Ling Ming urged, burying her head in determination. Kong-san quietly followed behind them, curiously observing her surroundings. In the center of the city floated the Sky City, where only the black outline of the top could be vaguely seen. Surely as they walked a distance, it would completely vanish from view. Kong-san quietly set a reference standard in her heart, believing that true entrance into chaos would happen then. Kong-san had not taken a few steps before bending down. The soil here was very loose, as if it had been dug up. She scooped up a handful and examined it closely, noticing a strange smell. It wasn't the smell of soil, rather it resembled the scent of some animal's remnants. "What's wrong?" Marissa turned and asked, looking around warily, as this area could be considered chaotic with danger lurking at any moment. "It's nothing, just a bit curious. I didn't expect there to be a prairie in the Dream Prayer Land." Kong-san stood up slightly. "Oh, this place," Ling Ming said softly. "I heard it was an ancient battlefield. It used to be hilly terrain, but was flattened later. The flames of war once spread here." Kong-san knew that a bloody battle had once occurred where countless heroes sacrificed their lives to fend off the unfathomable terrors, such as the outer gods, abyssal monsters, and starry insectoids. Ling Ming replied, that's not the case. This area was transplanted here. Transplanted? Kong Sen exclaimed, are you saying the Dream Prayer Land is artificially constructed? Of course not. To be precise, it was processed from original material. Later, many mysterious substances from the cosmos were added to form a unique self-circulating system. Ling Ming looked at Kong San curiously. You didn't even know this. Kong San was speechless. Huh? Should I know such things? You must have dozed off in class, right? Comrade, Marissa said warmly, shaking Kong San's hand. Class. Isn't it all self-study? Only those who don't understand would seek out the teacher. Wait, she must be referring to the education before entering Dream Prayer Academy. Kong San chuckled softly, not responding. She had been pondering why the research institute was looking for materials in her domain so troublesome. After hearing Ling Ming's words, she now understood a bit. Because those materials were likely the new products born from the unique ecological cycle here. With no specific coordinates estimated, they could only search. The three moved quickly, and within half a day they saw the Gobi Desert that Marissa mentioned. Perhaps it was too smooth along the way, it wasn't as dangerous as rumored. They didn't even encounter any with just grass. Marissa burst into laughter. The so-called most dangerous and chaotic place in Dream Prayer Land is just like this. Whatever monsters come out, I will turn you all into scraps days. Boom. As soon as Marissa finished her sentence, the ground suddenly trembled. X2, be careful. The first bullet was activated. Kong Sen instantly accelerated to push Marissa aside. Suddenly, from where Marissa had been standing, two towering tentacle-like stone substances shot up, striking like venomous snakes to deliver a fatal blow to their prey. Ling Ming jumped back, flying into the sky, her brow twitching. Marissa, you jinx. A jagged stone-like tendril continued to writhe and lash through the air, flinging clods of earth and clouds of dust skyward. Kurisu pulled Marissa backwards steadily. From the moment they landed, she had sensed something amiss. The soil was unervingly loose, as if freshly tilled by an unseen hand. Ever vigilant, Kurisu detected even the faintest tremor in the wind. Marissa, dragged backward by Kurisu, bore no trace of fear on her face. Only exhilaration, her spirit brimming with eager anticipation. Hey you, what are you? Why attack us? The stony tendril thrashed more violently, swelling to nearly 2 stories tall. The ground fractured with sharp cracks, and thick plumes of dust erupted into the sky. At this spectacle, Marissa grinned, fiercely gripping the brim of her witch's hat with both hands. Is that so? Is that really so? No talking then. Perfect. I, Marissa, have always preferred solving problems with sheer force. Come on, come on. Several small radiant magic arrays coalesced behind the black and white sorceress, blazing with dazzling brilliance before transforming into searing beams of light that shot forward. Boom, boom, boom. The stone tendril vanished beneath the blinding radiance. Around it, the earth cratered like a field struck by miniature meteors, each hollow steaming faintly with residual heat. Almost instantly, the tendril stilled, rigid, upright, motionless, while smoke roiled thickly around its base. Solved? I haven't even warmed up yet. Larger, brighter arrays flickered and dimmed around Marissa, her expression tinged with palpable disappointment. Kurisu frowned. Something felt deeply wrong. Hi. Raimu, hovering above, uttered a sharp cry of surprise, her gaze locked rigidly on the distant horizon. What is that? Her words were swallowed by a violent tremor, a deafening, rending roar, as if the earth itself were tearing apart. Kurisu and Marissa turned toward Raimu and saw rising like a geyser of soil grass ripped skyward in violent arcs. Even more terrifying was the colossal form emerging behind the upheaval, a massive body breaking free of the earth, crowned by crimson eyes. Cold, merciless, fixed unblinkingly upon Marissa. That's the serpent's head. Veiled in swirling dust, the creature's silhouette emerged, elongated, sinuous, unmistakably serpentine and grotesque. Oh, looks like we've got ourselves a giant. Marissa drew forth her bagua disc, its central trigram spun rapidly. Kurisu's expression hardened. She glanced sideways, toward the stone tendril lying nearby. This isn't that thing's tail by any chance? As if in answer to Kurisu's suspicion, the stone tendril moved, bursting upward from the earth in a storm of dust and flying debris, carving a broad serpentine trench through the soil, stretching straight toward the serpent's head. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the tail hurtled toward them. Kurisu and Marissa stood precisely between serpent's head and tail. Without hesitation, Kurisu activated her time control, enhancing herself alone. Manipulating others' perception of time demanded too steep a cost. Thus, she almost always accelerated her own temporal flow, achieving blinding speed. Her Gothic-style battle attire, crimson and obsidian, glowed with a luminous sheen as she streaked sideways at impossible velocity. Meanwhile, Marissa's recently dimmed magic arrays blazed anew, surging forward to intercept the onrushing tail, buying precious moments with controlled disruptive force. Raimu descended swiftly, seizing Kurisu's arm, her face grave. We must leave, now. At Raimu's urgent call, Marissa leapt onto her broomstick without a word and followed close behind. A monster capable of drawing such alarm from Raimu was undoubtedly no ordinary threat. Kurisu channeled her spiritual energy to its absolute limit, leaving behind a vivid trail of black and crimson afterglow across the sky. Raimu clicked her tongue in frustration. What rotten luck. What utter nuisance. How dare this thing appear here? Argh. Kurisu that. Yamada no Orochi, Raimu muttered exasperated. Kurisu's lips twitched faintly. Not because she'd glimpsed some legendary being. This world had already shown her countless impossibilities. It was simply, why serpents again? Do I truly share such fated affinity with snakes? Fine. Decision made. I'm ordering snake soup from Xiao Dongjia the moment we return. Behind them Marissa hooped gleefully, I know. It has 8 heads and 8 tails, so vast it can fill 8 valleys and 8 hills. Whoa, look at that scale. The black and white sorceress spoke with cheerful ease, her optimism unwavering no matter the circumstance. This is merely a juvenile form. The adult Yamada no Orochi was slain long ago by Susanoo Mikoto, though I must admit the execution left much to be desired. Marissa stared awestruck at the titanic form filling the meadow. A juvenile. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. No wonder it only has 1 head and 1 tail. It is still young. Honestly, I'd love to see its full 8-headed, 8-tailed glory. How magnificent that must be. Like watching meteor showers together atop a rooftop back in the day. At Marissa's words, a chill of foreboding prickled Kurisu's spine. Raimu too suddenly stiffened, her expression shifting to stark alarm. Others might not know, but she did. The Yamada no Orochi was born with 8 heads and 8 tails. Whatever anomaly this was, it defied all precedent. Bad. Raimu halted midair, her face darkening as the surrounding mist thickened, rapidly swallowing sight and sound alike. What's wrong? Kurisu silently pushed her time control to maximum, ready for anything. This mist scrambles spatial orientation. We are almost certainly trapped. The Yamada no Orochi's favored tactic was to coil its own body into a living barrier, enclosing prey within a suffocating sphere. Then it would release disorienting fog, luring victims deeper into the maze of its coils, until finally guiding them into its belly where corrosive putrid blood would dissolve them alive. Its outer barrier was formed entirely of flesh, head and tail interlocking in arcane patterns until sealing into an impenetrable seamless orb. Within that sphere blood would soon rise, filling it to the brim. Hearing Raimu's grim explanation, Kurisu's brow furrowed deeply. So this was the realm of chaos. Just one river separated it from the realm of order. Yet they were worlds apart, life and death, clarity and delusion, each step a gamble with fate. And they hadn't even crossed fully into its heart. Not yet. Though Kurisu had consulted the Mengqi forum before arriving, she dismissed most reports as exaggeration. Even photos and videos struck her as staged entertainment. After all, who takes pictures when facing mortal peril? And yet, the cities of the Mengqi Order realm were serene, tranquil, harmonious beyond imagining. To think that just across a single river lay such an abyss. Raimu drew forth a talisman, pressing 2 fingers to her brow. 2-layered barrier. A technique harnessing unfathomable power to invert space itself. The boundary lines hidden within dimensional fissures surged into motion, shattering one barrier with another. Swiftly the choking mist dispersed. In its place rose 16 colossal sky-spanning shadows. Gigantic gear-like forms rotating with eerie precision, contracting inward. From their bellies dripped thick, foul-smelling crimson ichor. Raimu smiled coldly. Marissa, your wish to behold the complete Yamada no Orochi has been granted. Might I kindly ask you to refrain from speaking for the remainder of our journey? It was uncanny. Like a causality weapon, speak it, and it manifests. The space is dim, the air thick with a pungent stench, and smoke swirls around. At the apex of the sky and the depths of the earth, gigantic barrel-shaped shadows can be seen writhing, as if mending the heavens and earth, intent on sealing this space. Unknowingly, Kyuko enveloped her spirit attire with an additional layer of spiritual power to shield against any imperceptible dark mist that might arise. Marissa gripped her flying broom, tightly preparing to accelerate towards the gap that the giant serpent had yet to close. Oh, let's rush out quickly. Before she could fly out, Raimu grabbed her. No, we must find the barrier node first. Otherwise, we will be blocked by the spiritual barrier from any direction. Kyuko nodded, slightly agreeing that it wouldn't be so simple. If they could just fly through the gap, it would be too naive. Though Raimu usually appeared lazy and unmotivated, she proved to be quite reliable when it mattered. With her hands stretched straight out to the sides, palms facing outward, 8 talismans encircled her, forming a circle. She then waved her talismans, drawing intricate patterns in the air as the 8 talismans transformed into light, shooting outward in the directions of the Bagua. The talismans became thin spiritual threads, searching for flaws in the barrier created by the Yamada no Orochi. At that moment, Aloham echoed. It felt like an illusion, or perhaps a sound emanating from within herself, as Kyuko seemed to hear the sound of waves. As Raimu was casting her spell, Kyuko asked Marissa, "Did you hear any sound just now?" Marissa paused slightly. Sound? What sound? Did you not hear it? Kyuko lowered her head, pondering deeply. Having already reached the second stage, her five senses were keenly attuned, making it difficult to experience an illusion. If she wasn't mistaken, it meant that something indeed occurred here that was difficult for others to perceive. What was special about her? Time. No. Time was her innate instinct, as natural as breathing. If something truly abnormal was at play, her perception of time wouldn't feel so tranquil. What was it? Think. Kyuko instinctively felt that this might help in breaking the barrier. The spiritual power. Right? The affinity towards spiritual power. Kyuko recalled when she first entered the dream prayer test, she had connected directly to the core area of the spirit pattern pillar, drawing in the spiritual energy affectionately. Regardless of any spell or barrier, they all relied on spiritual power. The reason for the feeble response earlier was that she had sealed the chaotic attribute spiritual power within her. At that moment, she could no longer remain concealed. Kyuko carefully unsealed 1/3 of her spiritual power. Then Kyuko slightly saw something. A twisted black mist flickering in and out of view with 8 red and white lines weaving through it. The distribution of the black mist was uneven, some areas thin, others thick. Could this be the factors that constitute the barrier? In a state of crisis and lacking time for deep thought, Kyuko could only rely on her instincts to make a judgment. She spotted the weakest point and instinctively pointed there, shouting, "Raimu, over there, give it a try." The shrine maiden did not hesitate, immediately directing the talismans forward. "Huh, it's right here. Let's go." The three transformed into beams of light, shooting away. As they neared the boundary, Kyuko felt as if she had plunged into water of extremely high density, with a sizzling sound ringing in her ears. "Shatter it," Raimu shouted boldly. Suddenly, a yin-yang orb larger than a castle appeared before Raimu's talismans, slowly rotating and directly colliding with the barrier she had mentioned earlier, both sides eroding each other. Marissa's Bagua furnace also emitted resplendent light, but the effect upon striking the barrier was minimal. At this moment, Raimu's enormous yin-yang orb nearly covering the sky and the barrier were in a state of tug-of-war. Whatever damage the orb inflicted was instantly restored by the barrier, the two perfectly balanced. Yet this was only the current state. As time passed, the Yamada no Orochi would become more and more intertwined, ultimately closing completely, leaving no flaws in the barrier. No. Raimu gritted her teeth, raising her talismans high, ready to unleash her full power. Although this would attract that entity, it was the only option. And at that moment, Raimu's yin-yang orb surprisingly began to slowly advance forward, showing a tendency to break the barrier. What? Hurry, move forward. With no time for further thought, they could only go with the flow. Kyuko felt a heavy sigh of relief within her heart. Just now she had a flash of inspiration, injecting her chaotic spiritual power into the yin-yang orb originally, with a mindset of trial and error, not expecting it to actually work. Soon a gap appeared in the barrier, and the three shot out from within. Go! Finally escaping, they sped away towards the distance. Kyuko glanced back at the Yamada no Orochi, her heart instinctively trembling. The towering, greasy body writhed like a tentacle, its 8 heads and tails intertwining. Even just watching seemed to allow her to hear its skin-on-skin friction and unsettling sound. Perhaps sensing that its prey had vanished, its body, now taking the form of a sphere, slowly spread out and sank back underground. She had just been inside that. The slippery texture of the mollusk and the foul stench instinctively made her recoil, a nauseating chill creeping down her spine. To encounter such a formidable monster right on the edge. What bad luck. Even the usually cheerful Marissa sighed, as if the goddess of fortune had abandoned them. Raimu scoffed, how formidable can a juvenile be? It's only at the 3rd stage, barely below the 4th. If it weren't for my concern about disturbing that guy, it wouldn't take much to destroy it in an instant. Raimu spoke with conviction, clearly still brooding over the defeat they had just suffered. She retracted her talismans and thought for a moment before saying, however, the Yamada no Orochi is a second-class protected species. Even in the chaos realm, if it were to be made into snake soup, a lot of people would probably come looking for trouble. Kyuko could only respond with silence. A second-class protected species. Although Raimu spoke confidently, Kyuko felt that she simply disliked that snake. In a real fight, it was hard to say who would win. Gathering her thoughts, Kyuko asked, is it a frequent occurrence to encounter it here? Raimu also appeared puzzled. How could that be? I don't know why it's appearing here. The Yamada no Orochi should reside in mountainous areas, so why is it here? This is a grassland. If that's the case, could there be something attracting it? No, if there was something attracting it, why wouldn't it pursue it? Was it truly a coincidence? A cruel and terrible joke? Forget it, there's no point in dwelling on it. Overthinking a matter without clues would only frustrate oneself. Once they reached a completely safe area, the three landed on the gravel-strewn desert and continued forward. Where the grassland met the Gobi, smooth pebbles lay scattered despite the absence of any river's work. A curious geological anomaly. Yet the terrain was not uniform. At the boundary, there were no obvious features. Landforms appeared almost at random, each place taking on whatever character it encountered. They had chosen this bearing on the basis of the researchers' estimates this sector offered a slightly higher probability of encountering Tabelia crystal, or? Huang San glanced back, The sky was a leaden gray, and the sky city that once floated above Mengqi Academy had long since vanished from view. To be frank, she did not recoil from such an adventure. Rather, she found herself quietly eager. An existence of excitement and sweeping grandeur suited her perfectly. Though it might threaten life, it was precisely that uncontrollable unknown that deepened the enjoyment. Fear, of course, was present. No one was exempt. But to advance despite that trembling was to taste the exquisite thrill of triumphing over oneself. There was only one mother deposit of tableia. To slice it open would destroy its value, so the optimal plan was for the three of them to enter together. They lost the advantage of speed, but their safety increased considerably. Even Mengqi Academy would not intervene here, for chaos was the rule and life and death were left to fate. Huang fell silently into step behind the two, vigilant of their surroundings. They had been walking for some while. The light grew dim, and the twilight sky already bore a few sparse stars. Does this cursed place really have any tableia, or? There's nothing here but stones, not even a tuft of grass. And the footing is dreadful, complained Lingming, who disliked trouble for the 10th time. Matters that depend purely on luck are indeed hard to get excited about. The report's analysis says exactly that, came the reply. Besides, there are 23 prospecting sites in total, and those are only probabilities, Lelouch muttered as she scrolled through her terminal. Hearing this, Ling Ming grew frantic. So we might search all 23 places and find nothing. What about the pay? My money. Will they refuse to pay me? Lelouch sighed helplessly and cast a pointed look at Ling Ming. Just as Ling Ming's eyes were about to redden, Huang approached with a smile and gestured for calm. It won't happen, she said. Even if we fail to find the tableia deposit, as long as we inspect and mark all 23 designated sites, we will receive the full compensation. Lelouch spread her hands. Exactly. I told you, Ling Ming, you should at least read the commission instructions. No way. Those dense lines of text make my head spin, Ling Ming replied. I hope the rest of the journey goes more smoothly, Huang murmured, shaking her head. She could not help but think that failing to read such an important contract might one day lead to them being betrayed, while still smiling and counting coins for their betrayer. The waning moon hung silently overhead, casting a cold blue radiance. Despite the earlier heart-stopping encounter with a monster, Lelouch now walked with her hands behind her head, strolling at an easy pace. Shall we find somewhere to rest? Or we could camp out as we are. Why not have a bonfire party? Though it's a small group, lighting torches out here on the Gobi would be a rare experience. I've wanted to try it for a long time. Oh, do as you like. I don't care, Ling Ming said listlessly. She found herself missing the delicate taste of tea. The fervor of a bonfire was the opposite of that quiet comfort. But there was no money. Huang maintained her composed demeanor. Although she found the notion of lighting a fire at night ill-advised, she did not refuse outright, and only murmured, A bonfire? That does sound pleasant. See. Once you think of night, you think of a fire. Dancing folk steps around the flames, Lelouch gushed, delighted. Huang listened with a smile, then her expression grew serious. But in such a desolate night, to set a torch alight, might it draw hidden dangers? Lelouch's body tensed as she remembered the recent encounter with a bakidasha. Indeed, the glow of night makes a fire more conspicuous than the sun. It would be like exposing themselves to every hunter's sight. True enough. Best to leave it be. Maybe once we're back, Lelouch conceded. Hearing Lelouch abandon the idea, Huang tilted her head, and with a gentle approving smile, seemed to praise Lelouch's prudence. What's that over there? Lelouch pointed ahead. In the dark, a flicker of firelight swayed. Who else would dare light a torch out here apart from someone as oblivious as Lelouch? Perhaps the love of light and warmth is a human instinct. It was recklessly bold. Let's go have a look, Lelouch declared, and strode ahead. As they drew near, they saw a chestnut-haired girl pushing dry twigs into the flames. Under the starlight, the orange fire painted her energetic silhouette with a peculiar charm. Who are you? The chestnut-haired girl asked warily as the three unexpected visitors emerged from the dark. Don't be nervous, we mean no harm. I'm a magician from the magic forest. Lelouch began. Before Lelouch could finish, the girl on the other side showed a startled look that quickly became a smile. Shichi Huang, she exclaimed. Huang stepped from the shadow, equally surprised. Oh, we meet again, senior sister Meiqin, she said with bright recognition. Lelouch's gaze flicked between them, and she bared a radiant grin. So you two know each other. Excellent. I was a little worried some unnecessary misunderstanding might arise. What are you doing here? Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yuban Meiqin from Shuyuan City. Pleased to meet you, Meiqin said, then laughed and scratched the back of her head when she realized her brusqueness. Lelouch added, Lelouch of the Magic Forest. As I said earlier, if you're interested in bartering, feel free to come to the Fograin Emporium in the Magic Forest and look for me. Ling Ming cast a sidelong glance. You nearly said general store, didn't you? Truly, your place is such a mess. How could you possibly have customers? She mocked. Lelouch shot back, aren't you the same? Your shrine gets hardly any visitors all year round. Ling Ming fell silent, realizing she should not trade barbs. She immediately adopted a more ladylike manner toward Meiqin. My apologies for behaving so poorly just now. I am Bo Li Lingming, the Shrine Maiden of the Paradise, she pronounced with composed dignity. Bo Li, Mei-Chin said, recognition flickering across her features. Could you be that Shrine Maiden? She had evidently heard of Lingming's name. Lingming lifted her chin with pride, as if telling Imoli Shasi, my shrine is indeed well known. But Maiken's next words floored her. You're the legendary greedy Shrine Maiden who nearly emptied the Academy's logistics department and borrowed money from friends without repaying. Misaka's words, though forthright, carried no malice whatsoever. Indeed, they struck one as remarkably sensible. Yet she quickly clapped a hand over her mouth, bowing her head like a child who had just committed a grave blunder. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. Damn it. Whatever force churned within me refused to settle, surging wildly through my veins. Though Misaka appeared carefree at first glance, she was in truth perceptive and considerate. Uttering such tactless remarks to someone she had known for barely 3 minutes was utterly out of character for her. Raimu's lips twitched faintly before she spoke with serene candor. What harm lies in confronting oneself honestly? To pursue what you desire, to act upon your truest inclinations. That is the essence of life. Misaka nodded solemnly, feigning deep reverence. Truly worthy of a shrine maiden. Your speech brims with philosophical weight. Is this a divine decree? Shrine maidens commune with deities, do they not? What do they look like? At the mention of gods, Raimu's expression clouded into blank bewilderment. Deities? What exactly are those? Utterly meaningless. Is that so? Indeed, a most peculiar shrine maiden, Misaka thought inwardly. Just then a sweet cloying fragrance drifted over, accompanied by Marissa's delighted cry, Oh, Karisu, you're truly impressive, bringing food all the way here. I'll take that giant ear of corn. And with that, Marissa snatched it up and skewered it over the fire. Karisu, meanwhile, kept drawing forth more ingredients from her spatial ring. A gift offered by Rika Shikino in apology, its internal subspace remained nearly motionless, granting it exceptional preservation properties. Hey, hold on you two. Raimu pressed her forehead with a sigh, clearly exasperated. Yo, Raimu wants some corn. Marissa tipped her wizard's hat with radiant cheer, then flashed Misaka Mikoto a triumphant thumbs up. Misaka, you rock. Karisu merely shook her head with gentle resignation. Her fair skin shimmered softly under the amber glow of the firelight. Though igniting an open flame was unwise, it had already been kindled, and since the ring held provisions, it was only natural to make use of them. This was a direct lesson learned from last term's extracurricular field training. Around Karisu now lay a veritable mountain of provisions. Her setup resembled an impromptu wilderness kitchen. Senior Sister Mikoto, what would you like to eat? Misaka Mikoto gazed at Karisu, bathed in flickering firelight. Her rounded shoulders bare, her full, elegant bust elegantly confined by a black and crimson Gothic ensemble that ended just below her collarbones, revealing only the faintest, most alluring curve of shadowed depth. In that nocturnal radiance, Karisu exuded an arresting, almost intoxicating allure. Her gentle smile, so captivating that even another young woman, Misaka herself, found herself momentarily transfixed. I'll just have some dango. She strode forward briskly as if to mask her fluster and mimicked Marissa, skewering a dango on a bamboo stick and holding it over the flames. You can roast dango too. Raimu watched, genuinely surprised as the treat sizzled in the fire. Is that not allowed? Misaka fell silent, speechless. Don't be so stiff. Experimenting with different flavors isn't such a bad idea after all. Karisu too picked up a dango and set it gently above the embers. For some reason, Misaka let out a quiet, inward sigh of relief. Seriously. Though my emotions are amplified, I shouldn't lose composure this badly. No, I must break through to level 4 immediately. I should never have followed that scheming woman's terrible advice. Forcing ascension prematurely disrupted my soul's equilibrium. Though not life-threatening, it rendered certain emotions dangerously magnified, casting profound turmoil upon my daily existence. Soon the air around the campfire filled with fresh, fragrant aromas. Raimu and Marissa once again praised Karisu's foresight, not only for stocking provisions, but also for bringing green tea. Senior Sister Mikoto, what brings you here? The four sat encircling the fire. Karisu, knees drawn to her chest, asked the question, having already shed her spiritual attire in favor of her Mengqi Academy uniform for maintaining it demanded excessive energy. At the question, Misaka Mikoto sighed deeply, her gaze fixed intently on the dancing sparks before her. I heard combat accelerates cultivation, so I came seeking the catalyst to transcend to level 4. Indeed, it's true. Shutting oneself away yields little progress. The surest path to strength is a good hard fight. Marissa tapped her wizard's hat thoughtfully. Level 4. Don't rush it. Haste breeds instability, especially where the soul is concerned. Raimu sipped her green tea, eyes half-flitted, her demeanor supremely unruffled. Misaka grimaced in weary agreement. She knew all too well the perils of that wily, scheming woman's machinations. Rustle, rustle, rustle. From the darkness came the uneven scrape of shoes against gravel, each footfall varying in pitch and intensity. Someone else was approaching. Unsurprisingly, The fire's glow had drawn attention far too easily. Fortunately, it wasn't some monstrous entity. Kurisu lifted her intoxicating wine-eyed eyes, circulating spiritual energy through her meridians, ready at any instant to don her spiritual attire. Moments later, a gaunt, ragged child stumbled into view, his face smeared with mud, his gender indiscernible. His eyes darted frantically backward, wide with terror. Yet when he spotted the firelight and figures beyond, a fleeting spark of desperate hope ignited in their depths, only to vanish just as swiftly, replaced by sheer breathless urgency as he hurled himself toward them. Please, save me. I beg you, save me. At the sight of Kurisu and the others, the last vestige of his strength gave way. He collapsed face down onto the ground. Misaka sprang up and rushed to his side, cradling his neck to lift his head. Hey, are you all right? What happened? Raimu and Marissa hurried closer, while Kurisu cast a brief, searching glance at the boy, then turned her gaze further into the darkness, thoughtful and watchful. Before long, 3 more figures emerged, advancing with cruel grins. You ran quite far, brat. Just wait till I gouge out both your eyes and hang you from the great hall ceiling. They approached in a triangular formation, halting 3 meters directly before Misaka. Their leader bore a grotesque scar, thick, jagged, running from his left eye down to his jawline, his face swollen with coarse, brutish flesh. The second man stood lean and wiry, his hair dyed in chaotic streaks and styled into a sharp pompadour, clad in a leather vest, an outfit so aggressively delinquent it seemed plucked from the pages of a vintage shonen manga. The pair behind him swept their gazes across Misaka Makoto and her companions, eyes gleaming with lecherous fascination. When their gaze landed on Kurisu, both men visibly shuddered, their tongues slithering obscenely across their lips. One barked, voice shrill with menace, daring to interfere with our merchandise. You'll pay dearly for that, little girls. But the scarred leader shot the pompadour-wearing thug a ferocious glare, then turned smoothly toward Misaka Makoto. My apologies, my junior acted rashly. Still, he is ours. Kindly return him to us. Oh, hearing the words of the scarred man at the forefront, Kurumi's lips involuntarily curved into a slight arc, her hair shimmering as if transparent, penetrated by the orange light. Although it feels inappropriate for her to say such things about herself, she possesses great confidence in her appearance. Even when looking in the mirror, she cannot help but be captivated by her own reflection. The scarred man's composure is truly commendable, cautious and meticulous, never escalating matters unnecessarily. It is no wonder he has risen to the position of a small leader, far superior to the 2 behind him who are blinded by desire. At the very least, his attitude has avoided a total annihilation. Assessing strength is a basic skill in combat, but generally, if there is no engagement, unless one possesses special secret methods, it is difficult to discern the opponent's strength, unless one's strength is far superior to the opponent. Kurumi merely activated her 6th sense slightly to keenly perceive the density and quality of the opponent's spiritual power. The leading scarred man is approximately at the mid-level of the 1st tier, while the 2 behind him haven't even crossed into the 1st tier. What a rare sight. Since arriving in Dream Prayer, Kurumi has rarely encountered anyone below the 2nd tier aside from ordinary people. However, that is only natural. The 1st tier represents the pinnacle achievable by ordinary individuals, and in the era of cold weapons, being able to single-handedly break through an army is a remarkable feat, a figure akin to a hero. Only in places like Dream Prayer Academy, where monsters gather, can there be so many young individuals of the 2nd and 3rd tiers. At this moment, Misaka, holding a child, showed no intention of letting go after hearing the scarred man's words. The leading man squinted his eyes, his tone turning cold. What does this young lady mean? Are you trying to forcefully take someone? Hearing the mention of taking someone, Misaka's eyes flickered with hesitation. What if this is just someone else's family matter? But this doubt was quickly sensed by the child in her arms, who panicked and exclaimed, No, that's not the case. I don't know them. Misaka raised her head again, coldly staring at them. Did you hear that? He said he doesn't know you. You can leave now. The scarred man stiffened in place, then extended his large palm forward. Then I must take offense. A blue arc of electricity flashed from Misaka's hair. An invisible electric shock raced toward his palm, instantly numbing his entire arm. The man retreated in terror, and after steadying himself, his face shifted between expressions, eventually morphing into a fawning smile. Since you all care for this child, then we shall give him to you. We will leave now. Without any hesitation, the 3 quickly vanished into the night. The child struggled to sit up, overwhelmed with joy at escaping disaster, tears brimming in his eyes. Thank you. Thank you, big sisters. Misaka Makoto, however, appeared somewhat embarrassed. She felt she merely did what she ought to do and did not require such gratitude. Kurumi, who had been sitting by the fire roasting dumplings, finally stood up and smiled. I suddenly remembered I have something to take care of, while I'll be gone for a while. At this moment in the dark, desolate wilderness, 3 black shadows dashed forward, panting as they came to a halt. A lean young man with yellow-dyed hair leaned against a rock about half his height. Big brother, are we just giving up like this? That girl possesses the eye of replication. If the higher-ups find out he escaped, we won't be able to escape responsibility. The scarred man snorted heavily. Do you know what level of strength that girl has? At the very least, she is a strong individual of the second tier and has awakened a talent of lightning attribute. If there is anyone to blame, it cannot fall on us. All we need to do is report the information truthfully, and the higher-ups will handle it. Move quickly. The longer we stay, the more variables arise. We need to find the contact point as soon as possible. Oh, the eye of replication. Can you elaborate? Unbeknownst to them, a delicate black silhouette appeared before them, ethereal, like a shadow. Even though it was hard to see clearly, the breathtaking curves were enough to convey an enchanting allure. However, the three had no time to appreciate this beauty. Their faces turned pale as they prepared to flee. To appear so silently, and without a trace, even the two dim-witted lackeys understood that this was not something they could contend with. And after Kurumi had demonstrated her strength, without any hesitation the three fled in 3 different directions. There was only one opponent they could escape. Each of them hoped they were not the ones being chased. However, the harsh reality struck them hard. The shadow swayed, and almost the moment their thoughts began to rise, they felt an immense force on their backs. Their vision flipped, a wave of dizziness washed over them, and when they refocused, they saw a captivating beauty smiling at them. Hello, it's nice to see you again. Oh, what a coincidence. At this moment, the three were completely unprepared to appreciate her flawless beauty, their faces filled with shock as they stared wide-eyed. The newcomer was none other than the black-haired girl who had been quietly roasting dumplings by the fire. Unexpectedly, the one who had been the least threatening was the hardest to deal with. Can you tell me what's going on, eh? Kurumi squatted down, speaking kindly like a neighborly big sister. The three exchanged glances showing expressions of difficulty and fell silent. Oh dear, is there something inconvenient? Kurumi twirled her pale finger along her cherry lips, her smile carrying an overwhelmingly dangerous aura. Her fingertips gathered spiritual power into a cone and pressed down onto the forehead of the leading scarred man. Every person has value. Without value, they are merely garbage which needs to be cleaned up. Do you understand? The man writhed in pain, the black-red spiritual cone continually magnifying in his vision. The hallmark of the second tier is the solidification of spiritual power. He swallowed hard, his eyes darting. Although revealing organizational information would incur punishment, this was undoubtedly not the time to act tough. With a submissive demeanor, he said, the eye of replication can instantly analyze the composition, form, nature, and power of the magic seen through it, and can directly learn its magic even if the opponent's magic is interrupted mid-casting. The scarred man rambled on about the nature of the eye of replication, but avoided discussing his true intentions. Kurumi watched him with a smile that hinted at understanding the situation. If he was not mistaken, Kurumi recalled a certain magical eye from her memories, not only in name, but in characteristics exactly like what he described, one of the 5 magical eyes from the legend of the hero. However, those who possessed it often met with tragic fates. Kurumi tilted her head, raising a finger. One last question, what is the name of your organization, where is it located, and what is the contact method? You go first. If what you say doesn't match with what the other person says later, the consequences could be very serious. Kurumi sealed the sight and hearing of the other two with her spiritual power and began to interrogate them one by one. After questioning the 3, Kurumi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. From the sincerity in your eyes, I can tell you're not lying. So can we leave now? The scarred man asked tremulously. You can. Kurumi's smile deepened, resembling a poppy under the night sky, beautiful yet dangerous. But before that, please help me with an experiment. I've heard that a strong blow to the back of the head can cause someone to lose about 5 minutes of memory. I don't know if it's true, but let's give it a try. The 116th, the so-called justice and evil all depend on one's stance. The keywords are red patterns, loss of control, and fearsome monsters. Also, the eye of replication. Kurumi compared the information obtained from there with the few memories she retained, roughly confirming the reasons for not pursuing that child. In simpler terms, that child is a moving trouble. The eye of replication can analyze all seen techniques, and merely seeing something allows one to learn it instantly. In Kurumi's words, it can be regarded as a magical eye that is nearly connected to the root. However, what one sees is not the line of death, but the principles of techniques. If it were just that, perhaps it could be called a favored child of heaven. However, when the wielder of the eye of replication loses control over emotions, they transform into a demon from hell, annihilating everything in sight until destruction ensues. To think they captured the wielder of the eye of replication. I feel like we're in deep trouble. Kurumi strolled slowly under the moonlight, her hands clasped behind her back, stepping gracefully across the rugged wilderness. The order can enter the chaos without any conditions, but the chaos wanting to enter the order is nearly impossible. Kurumi only knows a few examples of that. Even for her, if she lost the ID card configured for Dream Prayer Academy stored in the terminal's chip, she would have to navigate a rather complicated process to return to the order, and it would leave a record. Although it is said that as long as things are handled properly, one can capture a child with the eye of replication, even if they are an adult man. Given the nature of the eye of replication, Kurumi believes the capturing organization must possess considerable power. Ah, how troublesome. In any case, it's best to find a safe place to settle him. For safety's sake, it is better to stay far away from that mysterious organization. Moreover, what is more important is that they haven't provoked her, nor is there a possibility of doing so. Even though the child looks very pitiful, it is impossible for her to keep him by her side. Being pitiful is not a reason to receive help. Every day, countless misfortunes occur, both seen and unseen. Although the visible and the unseen may seem like two different matters in the eyes of some, Kurumi believes that only those close to her deserve special treatment. Just as the girl was naively thinking this when she returned to the campfire, Misaka was puffing up her cheeks with determination, her right hand clenched into a fist, blue electric threads crackling at the tips of her hair. Kurumi, let's go eradicate that evil organization together. Kurumi. Misaka is not one to cause trouble for others, nor does she take it upon herself to make decisions for others. Even when her sense of justice is overflowing, she wouldn't want to burden others. This means that she would make such a decision. Kurumi didn't need to think to know that everyone must have reacted similarly after listening to the child's story. As for why Misaka Mikoto overlooked her opinion, perhaps it was due to the atmosphere. Marisa and Raimu were also united against a common enemy. In such an environment, it was only natural to feel everyone thinks the same. Also, another factor is that Misaka's soul has encountered some issues, causing her emotions to amplify, and often her words come out before her thoughts. In simpler terms, it means there's something wrong with her head. As for Marisa, she is a troublemaker, naturally finding pleasure in situations that are not chaotic enough. But wait, this isn't right. Why did Raimu, who usually is quite lethargic, suddenly ignite with passion in her eyes? Kurumi cast a suspicious glance at Raimu, who wore a solemn expression. What are you looking at me for? Eradicating evil and promoting good is a shrine maiden's duty. Kurumi's lips twitched, she hadn't even asked anything yet. I understand. The fairy sighed helplessly. Anyway, fighting is one of the most effective ways to enhance strength, so it could be considered extra training. Kurumi swept a glance at the child by the fire, who was breathing evenly, his tense spirit relaxed, now deeply asleep, the firelight casting a pallid glow on his face, making him appear even more haggard. Words spoken by someone like him carry more persuasive power and trustworthiness, but why do you all think that organization is evil? Misaka Mikoto, they are capturing children in large numbers and gouging out their eyes. Marisa, attacking the weak without reason is the hallmark of villains. Raimu looked around. They just have the looks of bad people. For some reason, even though it was clear that Raimu's words were perfunctory, Kurumi unexpectedly found that what she said made some sense. Marisa basically acts without thinking. How could she possibly do so without reason? Misaka's judgments are all based on the child's information, and even if there is no deception, mixed and subjective emotions are inevitably influential. However, upon hearing this, Kurumi finally understood why Raimu was so enthusiastic. The value held by the eye of replication could undoubtedly bring enormous wealth, and Raimu must have turned her attention toward that organization. Furthermore, with someone like that, Raimu wouldn't feel any psychological burden if she were to take action, as she could also wave the banner of justice. It feels oddly familiar. Simply shameless. Kurumi clasped her hands over her abdomen, tilting her head and blinking as she asked, so what about our commission? Marisa, Raimu. This kind of situation is fine, right? Misaka Mikoto, you guys still have a task. Kurumi held her forehead, feeling a dull ache at her temples. It seems these guys completely overlooked this point. Kurumi took a deep breath, her intoxicating wynard eyes smiling as she gazed at Raimu. I don't mind at all, but the penalty for not completing the commission is double the reward. Raimu was instantly petrified in place. Marisa's mouth twitched, then. Can't we just say we didn't find anything? Kurumi blinked and laughed nonchalantly. She pointed at the mother, or in Marisa's pocket. The locator device is embedded in it. It will record our movement route. It's obvious whether we went to the locations they provided or not. Misaka Mikoto touched her head apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't know you guys had other matters. Leave it to me. I will definitely not let you down. This overly energetic enthusiasm is quite something, and you guys don't look at me with such disappointed faces. The reason Kurumi said this was simply to hope these guys could think a bit more. Having great power is a good thing, but at the same time it can also be a bad thing if it changes the way people think, and can easily lead to losing oneself and becoming blindly confident. Having fought with members of the Laplace demon, Kurumi deeply understands her own weakness. It is precisely for this reason that she becomes even more cautious. However, from the few words they let slip, it is evident that these three do not regard that organization seriously at all. This could easily lead to significant troubles. Seeing the reluctant expressions on Raimu and Marisa's faces, Kurumi shook her head, took out her terminal, opened the map, and said amid their surprised expressions, I just checked, their contact point is conveniently not far from the mining site we were investigating, just along the way. At dawn the light was faint and the stars sparse. On the desolate Gobi, a group of people walked toward the brightest direction of the stars. Kwang-sen intentionally lagged behind with the child from last night. Alya, Kwang-sen softly called out, referring to the child named Alya. He was originally just an ordinary child from the village, but in a moment of crisis, he unexpectedly unleashed magic and caught attention. Yes, Upon hearing Kwang San's voice, the child lifted his dull eyes. Do you know the meaning of the rewrite eye? A layer of sorrow stained the previously dull gaze of the child. I don't know what the rewrite eye is. I completely don't understand why do they call me a monster. I clearly haven't done anything. I just wanted to protect everyone. Alya's emotions became visibly agitated, and he slowly covered his eyes with his hands. Bandits invaded the village, the crimson glow of burning houses at night. Some were blown apart by magic blood splattered. His playmate was taken away, as she was Alya's childhood friend. They had exchanged grass rings that afternoon, promising to marry each other. Even at such a young age, he understood what it meant to be taken away. Then he felt a sharp pain in his eyes as his vision turned a shade of crimson. This was his homeland. He simply wanted to run under the sun with his friends every day. A small wish, that was all. But why? Why? Did someone die? Someone died. Then Alya's hands moved in rhythm, forcibly interrupting the opponent's spell. Let her go. Flame Lotus ignited. Scorching heat burst forth from his palm. Bang, bang, bang. Before the screams could even escape, the bandit who had raised his slaughter knife completely vaporized in disbelief. When Alya opened his eyes, there were several figures resembling humans made of dust before him, like remnants left after complete combustion. What exactly happened, he was unclear. However, the screams and chaos had disappeared. All he knew was that the bandits had left. That's great. As long as people are still alive, houses can be rebuilt. He had heard that where bandits passed, not a blade of grass would grow and all life would perish. Just as the child was turning back to think, he was met with fearful and disdainful gazes lurking in the shadows, as if they were looking at a disgusting insect. The cursed magical eyes. That's the child from the Tor family. It's all his fault for bringing misfortune to the village. No, that's not true. Get out of our village. Die, disaster star, it's all because of you, that my husband. I just wanted to protect everyone. Alya looked around at the dark eyes and the firelight continuously retreating. It's not like that, it's not like that. Alya. Kwang San saw Alya, who seemed to be trapped in a nightmare, mumbling to himself, and softly called him back to reality. Alya knelt on the ground, trembling as he looked at his palms. Even he understood the fact that he had killed someone. This cruelty was too heavy for a child of his age. Do you hate these eyes, eh? Kwang San stood beside him, blocking the direct sunlight. Alya turned his head and shook it in confusion. Kwang San looked into the distance where Ling Ming and the others walked without a care, occasionally mixed with Marissa's cheerful laughter. No matter what, having power can be very useful at critical moments, right? What do you want to do now, eh? Aye. He is not a monster, why do you say that? Alya recalled the little girl who had stood in front of him with outstretched arms that night. Everyone despised him, looking at him as if he were a pest. Only she said he was not a monster. Coco. Is that the name of the girl? Do you want to see her? Do you want to go back to the village? It was the people in the village who betrayed him, informing the organization about the rewrite, obtaining a hefty reward. Yes. Alya's eyes gradually became resolute. I want to see her one last time. Then, do you remember the way back? Alya was stunned. He was knocked out and taken to a place made entirely of strange stones. He had finally found a chance to escape, and in the process of being pursued, he rewrote the opponent's wind magic and fled here in a panic. How could he possibly remember the way back? Let's go to their contact point first. Those who are chasing you will definitely know. However, right now, the 3 people who were knocked out by Kwang San last night should be waking up soon. That's because Kwang San did not expect Ling Ming and the others to be so interested in this matter and insist on intervening. Otherwise, Kwang San would have handled them differently. Soon a surprised voice from Marissa came from ahead. Wow. Huh. Kazu, there are so many Kazus. I never expected to find the last magical material so quickly. Indeed, good people still have good rewards in the end. Marissa dove in her black magic hat, bouncing joyfully. Kwang San approached and found that the area ahead was filled with colorful mushrooms. She no longer wanted to think about why fungi that needed a humid climate to grow appeared in the arid Gobi. Is this the magical material she is looking for? Kwang San asked Ling Ming beside her, remembering that Marissa had mentioned wanting to come here to find materials. Yes, Kazu mushroom. Ling Ming stood still and ignored Marissa's calls from afar. Kazu mushroom. What does it have to do with magic? Misaka also curiously asked. Could it release lightning if eaten? She found it hard to understand as her power system was completely different from Marissa's. But Ling Ming still explained that guy's magic material is extremely unusual mushrooms. Only by finding the corresponding materials can one conduct magical experiments. Recently, it seems she is studying summoning magic, and she just needs Kazu mushrooms. Kazu mushrooms. Kwang San's lips twitched, her tone stiffening. Haha, is that so? What a nice mushroom. Marissa waved at Kwang San. There are too many mushrooms here. Can you help me fill your space ring with mushrooms? I will be grateful to you for a lifetime. Sure. But being grateful for a lifetime is a bit much. Kwang San also began to help pick mushrooms. Little Alya was eager to try. If I eat this kind of mushroom, can I learn powerful magic? Wait, Alya, you can't eat it directly. That mushroom is poisonous. Marissa hurriedly stopped while Kwang San deeply agreed with her words. Kazu mushrooms are indeed poisonous. It's fine to make money off, but why do all the people I like have such tragic fates? Moreover, the key is that it slowly reveals the truth, and in the end the so-called true ending feeds you a mouthful of poison. Marissa. The cap of the Lelouch mushroom is green with filamentous appendages resembling whiskers sprouting from both sides. The longer the filaments, the better. Kurisu's ring has limited spatial capacity. It cannot possibly carry away the vast expanse of mushrooms here. Thus, Marissa selects only the most promising specimens. Before long, Kurisu's ring is brimming with Lelouch mushrooms. A bountiful harvest, truly magnificent. Marissa stands triumphantly, hands on her hips, laughing heartily. With these mushrooms, once I perfect my new summoning magic, enhanced by my familiars, my Damaku will ascend to an entirely new echelon days. Kurisu slumps her shoulders slightly, her eye twitching. Summoning with Lelouch mushrooms, one might as well conjure Valhalla itself. Meanwhile, Alpha approaches Misaki Makoto, hoping she might teach her some magic. It was this older sister who drove away the villains last night. Though Alpha says nothing aloud, in her eyes Misaki is unquestionably the strongest person here. Yet when Misaki begins speaking of formulas, cerebral development, and flash memory calculations, young Alpha is utterly bewildered. Each word intelligible in isolation, yet their collective meaning impenetrable. Later, Misaki fires a coin-powered electromagnetic cannon. An incandescent orange energy lance pierces the air, startling Marissa, who had been calmly harvesting mushrooms. Alpha observes intently the entire time, yet her copy eyes remain dormant, unable to replicate the feat. Kurisu notices the situation and ponders silently. Is it because her copy eyes are merely ordinary, or perhaps insufficiently refined? Misaki's electromagnetic cannon requires no incantation, no visible flow of magical elements, only supernatural phenomena governed by rapid neural computation. Or is such an ability simply unreplicable? The girl rests her chin upon her hand, humming thoughtfully, deep in contemplation. It appears the copy eyes, particularly the standard variant, possess inherent limitations. Not only is Misaki's Esper ability beyond replication, but innate awakened talents likely are too, such as my own manipulation of time. Having gathered the mushrooms, the group resumes their journey toward Kurisu's designated rendezvous point. The three individuals Kurisu previously incapacitated have likely already regained consciousness and reached the rendezvous point, perhaps even alerted their superiors. Yet that is preferable. According to their testimony, those men were mere minor operatives. Upon learning of resistance, the organization will inevitably dispatch more formidable agents. Capturing one would yield far richer intelligence. This too explains Kurisu's leisurely pace along the way. If only we could lure someone of genuine significance. Suddenly, Raimu leans forward from behind. Apologies for the abrupt question, but Kurisu, you're actually quite sinister, aren't you? An absurd statement emerging without warning. Kurisu has never considered herself virtuous, but neither does she regard herself as malevolent. How then could she be sinister? After all, she is the ally of a hero. Though she longs to dismiss the remark with a light laugh, Kurisu instead covers her lips with delicate fingers and asks innocently, what precisely inspired such an odd notion? Raimu places her pale palm upon Kurisu's shoulder. Now that I reflect upon it, we were deceived at our very first meeting, misled by your demure appearance. Kurisu feigns tears. So suddenly, what a thing to say. How heartbreaking. Truly heartbreaking. Does Raimu truly believe I've been deceiving you all along? No, I was merely rambling, Raimu replies, waving her hand sheepishly. Yes, Sister Tokisaki is kind. Though their time together has been brief, young Alpha leans forward without hesitation and affirms it. Thank you. Kurisu smiles warmly, accepting the praise without modesty. Marissa and Misaki join them. Setting that aside, for how much longer until we reach the rendezvous point? At this pace. Approximately 3 hours, Kurisu replies. Kurisu turns toward Alpha. Once you see Coco, where do you intend to go? Alpha's lips part slightly, yet no words emerge. Clearly she has not yet decided her future path. Her parents passed long ago, returning to her village is impossible. So where then can she go? Misaki raises her hand. What if we take her to the city of Yumakeri? Kurisu shakes her head. Fufu, impossible. We cannot evade detection by the hovering circuit. Even if we could slip past its surveillance, the ancient grand barrier enveloping Yumakeri would instantly reduce any foreign entity to ash. And that is only the portion we know. Then what shall we do? Misaki asks, growing anxious. Kurisu frowns. You are all newcomers to chaos. The three nod in unison. Upon receiving their affirmation, Kurisu presses her fingertips to her forehead, as though confronting three incorrigible children. Judging by their calm composure, Kurisu had assumed they'd visited chaos many times before. She hadn't anticipated they were all complete novices. Novices who hadn't even consulted a guide. From her research, Kurisu knew even the Chaos faction maintained orderly cities, and had intended to ask them which one so Alpha might be safely placed there. The Institute did provide a map, but it covered only a minuscule periphery, barren wastelands devoid of any insight into the deeper territories of the Chaos faction. Thus, they must search gradually and post inquiries on the Yumakeri network. Kurisu halts in place, eyes crinkling with amusement, her tone teasing. Truly, you've bested me. The three burst into cheerful laughter in response. In short, you'll soon live alone in an unfamiliar world. Are you afraid? Alpha replies with quiet resolve. No. A faint chuckle escapes her. Even if fear lingers, she would never voice it. Somehow she reminds Kurisu of her younger self. A subtle, captivating curve graces Kurisu's lips, perhaps the very reason she invests such care. An hour later, the air shudders violently. More precisely, the space itself trembles, the air merely follows in its wake. What is happening? Kurisu's expression hardens into grave solemnity. Rage and sorrow, loathing and resentment, murderous intent and utter despair, all coalesce into a suffocating miasma that nearly steals Kurisu's breath. Raimu grows deathly pale, her pupils contract to pinpricks. Slowly she releases her clenched, bloodless fingertips, then exhales, her face softening into an eerie, almost serene relief. Is it her? So she's found me after all. How fitting. Even the air seems to wail. A hallucination perhaps, yet the sky dims perceptibly. Solidified hatred condenses into razor-edged gales that slice through space-time itself, while a piercing, ethereal giggle echoes in their ears. He. Raimu. I've waited for you, endlessly yearned for your arrival without cease. Ah, how utterly wonderful. A thrill like savoring warm blood. I've longed to see you, and then slay you. The sunlight was dim, and the air hummed. The spell concealing one's aura shattered accordingly. Lingming heavily closed her eyes as if to inhale all the air into her lungs in a deep breath, then exhaled forcefully. The past shattered lakes dried up, hills crumbled, and images of flames engulfing the earth flashed through her mind. She opened her eyes, gazing straight ahead, her expression becoming clear and sharp. Disaster. He. In the twisted air, a shadow formed from gray clumps emitted a childlike laughter, crisp and ethereal. To hear it brought a kind of heart-wrenching pain, as if a dull knife were continuously slicing at her heart. This instinctively made Kurumi and the others clutch their chests, while Alpha directly suffocated in pain. Kurumi was already equipped with her spiritual attire, staring intently at the twisted gray shadow in the air, as if facing a formidable foe. Though she had long suspected who Lingming had always dreaded, it seemed that things had truly escalated. The being before her transmitted a clear feeling of uncommunicable collapse, even through mere sensory perception. How did she manage to find her? The shadow in the air gradually solidified, resembling an entity composed of all negative emotions, exuding an ominous aura. The little girl's face and stature would make one feel exceptionally innocent and refreshing. But when combined with blood-red eyes, death-like, gray hair, gray clothing, and a smile whose curve was both innocent and cruel, it became eerie and chilling. Simply making eye contact would send shivers down one's spine. She was the embodiment of all calamities, the very self that Lingming had always been evading. She was. Disaster. Lingming. I'm so happy. Oh, I'm really happy. It's been so long since I felt this way. You actually called my name. How should I repay this joy that makes my blood boil? The little girl with blood-red eyes and gray hair looked as if her veins were about to burst. Her hands straightened behind her, her neck twisted at an unnatural angle, the corners of her mouth curling into a seemingly charming but disturbingly sinister arc, with red light flashing. Ah, why not just drain your blood, dry your flesh and bones, and turn you into a doll? That way you can always be by my side forever and ever, even until the end of the world. Lingming gazed at her, as if looking at herself, sorrowfully staring into her pupils. I'm sorry you've borne everything. I am just a coward. Lingming took out a talisman, holding it in front of her and gently shaking it. Instantly her spiritual power rippled out, like waves spreading to the ends of the heavens and the earth. Lingming released the seal. It had originally been a reluctant move to avoid being discovered by disaster, but now it no longer mattered. No. Actually, deep down Lingming hoped to see her. Otherwise she wouldn't have come here. The so-called commission might just be an excuse. Whether it was to find the son of a wealthy man or to search for the Tiberia of a mine, it made no difference to Lingming. She had not cared at all about the two different commissions that had clearly changed their wording. She had been hesitating whether to come or not. Some things cannot always be avoided. Lingming gently floated up, reaching the same height as disaster, her red and white shrine, maiden attire fluttering in the waves of spiritual energy. You must have suffered a lot over the years and felt so sad. You must be awakened from nightmares when you sleep and hear the wails of the souls every day. I'm really sorry for taking so long to come. I don't understand, really don't understand. Every day is so joyful for me. The music of broken bones is so beautiful, and the paintings drawn with blood are so lovely. Lingming did not speak further, only constantly using her spiritual power to resist disaster's oppressive force, preventing its influence from spreading. Marissa tightly clutched her black magic hat to prevent it from being blown away, her gaze constantly glancing upward. Wow, this guy is still so exaggerated. No matter how many times I see it, it's still impressive. Hey, who is that person? Mikoto Misaka, covered in an electronic layer on Alpha's body, continuously resisted the pressure with blue arcs. She bent down looking at the rampant spiritual pressure in the sky. Trembling with fear, she asked, "Is this too absurd? Are both of them at the 4th level? They're on a completely different level from the 3rd level. Just the residual waves of their imposing aura are hard to bear." Well, that's still Lingming, Marissa turned back to say, showing no signs of worry on her face. 2 Lingmings. That's pretty much the feeling. Marissa chuckled, scratching the back of her head. Actually, the main purpose of coming this time is that I hope Lingming can meet her. Kurumi frowned upon hearing her words. Meeting once, what's the use? No wonder she was looking for the son of a wealthy man in Dream Prayer City, and then came to the chaotic place saying she was looking for the Tiberia mine. Though she kept silent, Kurumi really felt that she hadn't even figured out what the task was. What an unreliable person. I guess I'll have to handle this myself. Perhaps their true purpose isn't in this commission, but I hope to gain some reward. Having a glutton at home is really too distressing. Does the existence of disaster Lingming leave them so disoriented? Are really you guys together weigh over 100 pounds? Can't you be a bit steadier? Kurumi anxiously glanced at the terminal where the signed commission was confirmed. Yep, that's right, it's to find the Tiberia mine. Marissa also awkwardly smiled. Kurumi was truly just an accessory. It was the request of that scythe-like man who insisted that she must bring Kurumi along. Though the reason was unclear after hearing that person's explanation, she found that it posed no threat to either herself or others, so she agreed. But this script seems a bit off. According to his words, it was when the commission ended that she would lift the concealment, allowing disaster Lingming to perceive her. That is to say, the timing is completely in their control. But under circumstances where she was completely unaware, how did disaster happen to appear early? Putting aside her doubts, Marissa explained to Kurumi, it's to resolve Lingming's emotional burdens. The place where we used to live was once destroyed, but fortunately people survived. Though they lived happier lives after rebuilding, Lingming still blamed herself. Destruction? Could it be because of Lingming? Oh dear, it's complicated. Let's talk about it later when we have the chance. For now, let's hurry and retreat. Mikoto was also curious. Meeting once can resolve emotional burdens. What exactly is this emotional burden? What was destroyed once? Marissa took out her flying broom, picked up the unconscious Alpha, and sat on it, lowering her hat brim in an attempt to look cool. The one who ties the bell must be the one to untie it. That's how it goes. Why did Lingming appear early? For now, this question was set aside by Kurumi. However, the mention of the informant by Marissa made Kurumi reevaluate the situation. Previously, she subconsciously thought that it was an official from Dream Prayer, as her own background was unclear, leading her to believe they were trying to observe her through some means. Coincidentally, Kurumi also wanted to seize this opportunity to prove her harmlessness in order to gain trust. So for her, whether the task was to find a person or a mine was of little importance. But something seemed off. Through the Outer Realm courses, although she only caught a glimpse, Kurumi understood that Dream Prayer possessed the information integration thought body, a formidable weapon that had reached an unparalleled level in controlling information. How could such a discrepancy possibly occur? In the past, even during dimensional crossings, the mighty Kawakami Nagato could fully control information. This time they were in the heart of Dream Prayer, where the information integration thought bodies were countless. Such a significant discrepancy was absolutely impossible. In other words, this task had nothing to do with the official Dream Prayer. It was merely a personal action. Kurumi secretly sighed in relief, thinking she hadn't been labeled a suspect by the higher-ups of Dream Prayer. After all, her origins were unclear, and her previous history was a blank slate. Although Kurumi had also investigated her admission process, it seemed to have been introduced by a teacher. However, she got lost while reinforcing the barrier in the abyss, as she wasn't among those who returned. As for that teacher's background, Kurumi couldn't discern any abnormalities. But to Kurumi, the lack of abnormalities was the greatest abnormality. Otherwise, why would they help her enter Dream Prayer? Nevertheless, what reassured Kurumi now was that Dream Prayer Academy was indeed, as they said, as long as one yearns for the light in their heart, their origins were of no concern. She just hoped not to be targeted by any radicals. Kurumi's greatest worry about her identity didn't seem to be a problem for Dream Prayer. That said, travelers to Dream Prayer were indeed not few. I didn't expect to be startled by that informant. I'm truly in a sorry state. However, having deduced this point made the trip worthwhile. What she had to do next was to find that informant and teach him a good lesson. Kurumi followed behind Marissa, and Misaka flickering forward, appearing as if multiple Kurumis had appeared at once. This was the speed gained from time compression, and Kurumi had become increasingly adept at this technique. Before long, 3 identical small gray figures appeared ahead, blocking their path. Spirit clone. That guy doesn't even spare us. Marissa abruptly halted with her broom, throwing the following Alpha off, while Kurumi reacted swiftly, catching Alpha and placing her on the ground. Tisk. Misaka clicked her tongue, the tips of her chestnut short hair sparking with arcs. Even someone skilled in clone techniques, the strength of the clone is less than 1/10 of the original's. And for a temporary spirit clone constructed simply from spiritual energy like hers, it doesn't even possess 1/3 of the original strength. I really underestimated her. Misaka wasn't a competitive person, but being disdained to such an extent made her gaze sharpen. A blue arc flashed as she charged toward the strongest of the three clones. Marissa also confirmed her target, joyfully rushing in while turning to Kurumi with a smile. You take the one on the left, ha. This time let's splendidly unleash the dazzling magical fireworks, Daza. Kurumi remained calm, slowly stepping forward in a dance-like rhythm, the spiritual outfit on her body gradually shimmering with a blend of dark and red light. The only remaining clone did not rush to attack, but simply stared at Kurumi. Kurumi also gazed back at her, unlike before when she could only vaguely observe due to the immense spiritual pressure. Kurumi could now clearly see the figure opposite her, petite, bizarre, yet exuding an air of dominance. Standing on the vast ground, she occupied far more of the field of vision than the boundless expanse. Her blood-red eyes held no trace of emotion, yet the eerie glint weighed heavily on Kurumi. The clone of Huolingmeng stood quietly, as if refusing to take action, waiting for the opponent's attack. On the other side, Misaka Mikoto had already engaged in close combat with her clone. Instead of using her signature thunder strikes for long-range attacks, she gathered all the iron sand from the soil within a 200-meter radius, forming a sword of iron sand. The vast numbers of iron sand manipulated by electromagnetic force coalesced into a black sword over 10 meters long, every particle vibrating at high frequencies, resembling a high-frequency cutting blade as it slashed toward the diminutive target. With a hum, time seemed to freeze. The iron sand great sword was in a state of extreme motion, yet abruptly halted midway through its arc. Misaka felt a powerful tremor in her grip on the sword, almost making her let go. Looking up, her gaze froze as she saw the tip of the sword being held by a pale little hand. She effortlessly supported the massive sword. The blood-eyed, lowless lips curled into a manic smile. Scatter! With a clatter, the iron sword melted into a pile of particles, collapsing down. Misaka frowned, jumping back to create distance, regrouping before charging back in her body enveloped in arcs of electricity. On Marissa's side, a brilliance filled the skies, the heavens dyed in colors resembling a fallen rainbow. Amid the mutual barrage of spell projectiles, the two had long been engulfed in the radiance of magical circles and bombardments, rendering their forms entirely indistinguishable. However, judging merely by numbers, Marissa seemed to have the upper hand. Kurumi withdrew her gaze, sensing the clash of spiritual energies. She formed a rough judgment. Do the clones correspond to each individual's strength? The one before me seems to be at the peak of the second-tier middle rank. Hee, how can such a little lowly be so confident? Yet even when observing the battles on the other sides, Kurumi couldn't deduce Huolingmeng's combat style. In both ranged and melee combat, she did not fall behind. Only by experiencing it firsthand could she understand. Without hesitation, Kurumi activated the first shot. Time compression granted her incredible speed, instantly moving to Huolingmeng's rear, swinging her fist. Upon unsealing 1/3 of the seal, the chaotic attribute-infused spiritual energy under the enhancement of her spiritual outfit surged like an arrow through the air toward her back. Kurumi was confident that if this strike landed, it would instantly conclude the battle. Though it was a probe, it was also a full-power strike. Kurumi's fist pierced through her figure. Hua hua hua. Not yet finished, as dust flew, the intense force from her punch gouged a fan-shaped shallow pit in the stony ground, revealing the solid earth beneath. No sense of impact. A lingering shadow. Oh no. The force of her strike caused her body to lurch forward due to inertia. And just as the old force hadn't dissipated and the new force hadn't formed, Kurumi felt a distortion in the space behind her, coupled with a blazing brilliance that made her pupils contract rapidly. The star of death shines here. I am the one who brings the end. The round sun sank in the west, adding a hazy hue to the battlefield. Under the tragic and beautiful glow of the crimson sunset, the dust that was kicked up sparkled. Not good. The forward-leaning body could not instantly negate inertia, and feeling the tremendous impact from behind, Kurumi held her breath. There was no time. It was too late to avoid it completely. In that fleeting moment, the spirit of time barely accelerated part of her body, condensing all of time into a single point before twisting her waist. Kurumi twisted her waist into an almost right-angle arc at an unbelievable angle. Before the opponent's attack could reach her, she already felt a violent pain, as if her internal organs were almost displaced due to her soft and contorted movement. Kurumi slightly parted her cherry lips, letting out a trembling moan. Boom. A crimson shadow brushed past Kurumi's sidelong waist, narrowly avoiding the blow, but the remaining force of the wind pressure shattered her sideways stance, and the dazzling scarlet spewed forth, trickling down her snowy white thigh. Kurumi jumped up to create distance, glancing at the wound to ensure it did not significantly hinder her movements. Her eyes narrowed, slightly fixed intently on the disaster, as the corner of the disaster's mouth curled up gently, with a flickering red light in her eyes, both enchanting and frenzied. So strong. Truly so strong. Is it really possible for a mid-level second tier to reach such a degree? Just as this thought flashed through her mind, Kurumi's pupils suddenly widened, and the disaster spirit's dream vanished ahead. No, to prepare, Kurumi could see nothing at all. Only black. an unfathomably deep black, like the black of despair. Then a massive wave of air descended from above, and Kurumi felt the surrounding air solidify, pressing down on her body like a mountain, making it difficult to move. At the end of the darkness, a light appeared more striking than blood. The disaster spirit's dream, mixed with a cruel smile, transformed into a beam of bright red light, descending from the sky, with the intent to pulverize its target. Just before dawn is the darkest moment. The disaster spirit's dream comprehended this in the depths of darkness and transformed it into her own technique. Representing extreme darkness, absolute despair. Stars inevitably fall, and the fate of all things is decay.